Where should we go? Yes, sir! Good morning, family.
That was a good one.
Oh my God.
We missed out on that one at 5 a.m. This would have been a big yes, sir, this morning.
Langford,
you need
the floor
it?
is yours.
All
I
right.
need it. I need it in my life.
All right. Yes, sir! Good morning, family. Thank you.
Damn, that was good.
I was fired up, man. You know what? I'm just going to take people behind the scenes here. Yesterday, I was helping Kyle out on Willard and Dibs as Spadoni was out. No explanation, by the way, Spadone. Still very mad about that.
Then he got his vaccine, got his first COVID shot.
Oh,
so
nice.
symptoms the day after.
All right, there we
Thank
go.
you.
All right, that's validated. You're all good. You're fine. But you came into the studio and you're like, all right, man, you know what? We'll have some fun tomorrow. You know, I'm sure something will pop up with NBA free agency. You know, we'll be able to talk about that tomorrow. We'll get it popping. We'll have some fun on Friday. and then what? Not more than maybe an hour after that, the news breaks that KD
has requested a trade.
Has requested a trade.
And Stephen Langford out of nowhere goes, Bontemps, we're supposed to do a Twitter Spaces tonight. Just want to do it now. And I send them in all caps, now.
Yes.
And I leave the lunch table. I drink my soup. We're eating soup for lunch. You know, we're eating healthy inside the Hill household.
Nice.
Quinoa soup, whatever. I basically chugged the soup out the bowl. Babe, I got to go out to the patio. I got to do this Twitter Spaces now. You can't just do it tonight. No, I got to do it now. It has to happen now. Bubs, have a great nap. And next thing you know, 10 minutes later, I get a text from her, take it down a couple notches. And we were just on fire for an hour.
Yeah.
Because Kevin Durant requested a trade, but we're not going to start there, Langford. We're not going to start there as we say good morning to everybody out there on the roadways, getting off your graveyard shift, everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work already, good morning to you here on a Friday. For some people, it's a payday Friday. If not, it's just a regular Friday, which is all good because it's the gateway to the weekend.
Yeah.
But we're going to start here, Langford. And, oh, by the way, good morning, Spadoni. Good morning to Ryan Mauser filling in for Sam Lutman. Shasky will be out for the next week, so it's me and Nice Guy and I rolling here on the Morning Roast, and there's no drop-off when Langford is here. The big news right away for Warrior fans is the loss of Gary Payton II. Gary Payton II is now gone. He signed with the Portland Trailblazers, and this is something I woke up to. I went to bed a little early yesterday, but apparently he signed a 3-year, $28 million deal with the Portland Trailblazers. Apparently the Warriors could only go up to $20 million with their mid-level taxpayer deal here. So, look, Gary Payton II was a great Warrior.
Yeah.
It's a big loss for the Golden State Warriors, but we want to congratulate Gary Payton II for getting it back after being cut last preseason. Got cut, came back, made an impact on the championship team. He's going to go play with Dame Dollar in Portland.
One of the talking points I thought prior to the Celtics and the Warriors series was the storylines. Now, I don't need storylines or narratives or whatever to watch a sport. Like, I just need the game. I don't care who's in the finals. I will watch the finals. But when thinking about the Warriors and the Celtics, as far as individual storylines go, from top to bottom on the Warriors roster, it was just nonstop, whether it was Steph, Draymond, Looney, Clay, whoever. But I think one that, not a lot of people talked about was just GP2 and the journey that he took to get here and the fact that he was going to play in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. And, obviously he didn't get any playing time, and then he goes on to get playing time for the rest of the series. But just the journey that it took for him to get to where he was at, and then all of it leading up to that series with the Grizzlies when we were on this show the day after, when it was you and I hosting and filling in for Shasky, and it was after the Dylan Brooks incident.
That's right. We did do that show.
We didn't think that, we were coming on here saying that Dylan Brooks could have ruined his career.
It was the last we'll see of Gary Payton II maybe in a Warrior uniform.
You never know. And and then he became an NBA champion, celebrating with the fans at the parade, everything. So we do need to thank GP2, but I'm going to be sad to miss him, man. Next season, he was just such a specialist. He understood his role, a defensive guy, closing out games, just picking the pockets of everybody. I look at that Game 4 with Steph to start things out. It wasn't the second three, because the second three that he made in Game 4 was off some half-court offense. But in that first three was in transition because all of GP2 stripped the ball away, and then, obviously Steph made the pull-up three. So it's like little plays like that where I'm just like, damn.
His Game 5 in the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
Wiggins stole the show with the 26 points and the 13 rebounds. Curry goes 0 for 9 from the three-point line. But Gary Payton II had an impact. He had an impact in Game 6. And you could tell the elbow, he was laboring with the fractured left elbow. He missed some layups in Game 6. He missed some layups in Game 4. It's all good. He came back and he fought. But he had a big three in that first quarter when the Warriors went on that big-time run in the first quarter in Game 6, 11-0 run. He had a nice corner three. He knew where Curry would be. Those little passes behind him where Curry's roaming around the baseline, coming to the corner. His Game 5 against the Denver Nuggets, where he scores 15 points, including 10 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
You talk about him setting the tone during that 18-2 start. Gary Payton II, there's not many guys who could do what he can do, which is pick up full court, pressure the ball. It's going to be interesting to see him in Portland alongside Damian Lillard and Anthony Simons, how he pressures the ball, and especially when they play the Golden State Warriors, whether it's Draymond Green or Stephen Curry, he is a pit bull. He's going to be lost here, but this is why you groom Moody. This is why you groom Kuminga. I saw a lot of stuff on the internet this morning when I woke up and found out about the news of Gary Payton II going to Portland. Oh, man, there's so much pressure now on James Wiseman. One has nothing to do with the other. Now, if the Warriors lose Kevon Looney, it's a different ballgame. I have no idea how James Wiseman has any correlation with Gary Payton II in this situation.
Wait a second. Wait. So people are on Twitter saying that, oh, man, James Wiseman, the pressure is up?
The pressure is up
because GP2's gone?
Yeah. I mean, come on. By the way.
I didn't see that at all.
Yeah, well, I
wasn't on Twitter that much last night.
No, I was on it this morning. I did too much.
Damn.
It made me dumb. Ernie from Concord does GP2 eat for free. You're damn right he does. He eats for free in Oakland. He eats for free in Frisco. He eats for free in the South Bay. Gary Payton II is an NBA champion, and I'm happy for him. The journey that he went on. What was it, 5 G League teams, 4 NBA teams, bounced around, he gets cut with Avery Bradley, comes back to Bob Myers saying, I want to be a video coordinator. I just want to be part of the organization.
It was going to turn into Eric Spoelstra.
There you go.
You know?
Gets a roster spot, and now he gets $28 million on a 3-year deal. That's pretty dope for Gary Payton II. So I'm happy for him. Is it a big loss for the Golden State Warriors? Absolutely. They still have number 30. They still have number 11. Still have Andrew Wiggins, still have Draymond Green, still have Kuminga and Moody, and you still have Jordan Poole. So, you know what? Somebody's going to have to replace Gary Payton II in that dunker spot on offense. He got better from the three-point line as time went on over the course of the season. It's a big loss for the Golden State Warriors. Is it going to cripple them in terms of trying to repeat? I don't think so. But it's a big loss for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, well, and I think that, if we're talking pressure already on whichever Warrior, I think the pressure is, and you already mentioned this name, but it is on Moses Moody, if anybody, because they're expecting him to be a two-way guy. I don't know. He's not irreplaceable, GP2. He's not irreplaceable, Beyonce, but he instills that fear into an offense where he really does make them think. He absolutely changed that series against Boston. Like, you go from game 1 all the way to game 2, they're thinking a little bit about going to their right, and it gave them such a luxury as far as not having to double team guys. GP2 just taking Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown one-on-one and not necessarily, blocking their shot or getting a steal every single time they go one-on-one, but making things difficult, making them pass out of a situation where they're expected to score. So that's going to be tough to replace. I think Moody is going to be up to the task, but you know what? It's going to be a challenge. And back to your point, it is cool to see him get paid.
It is cool. He can make up to $30 million, Langford, with incentives with this deal here. The Warriors, according to sources, countered with an offer at the taxpayer mid-level exception, roughly $6.4 million. But we all have to remember, the Warriors have been in the tax. They're deep into the repeater tax. Every dollar over the cap is multiplied by 7. So Joe Lacob apparently did have a limit here. Do you blame Joe Lacob for not paying Gary Payton II? It's tough. The tax bill is going to be high for this team, and I know fans don't care. They want to see the owner spend. The Warriors have spent. You know what I'm saying? They spent many dollars on this roster, which netted them a championship their 4th and 8th season. So let's see what happens with Kevon Looney. Also, JTA. Juan Toscano-Anderson. Warriors didn't extend that qualifying offer for $2.1 million.
Yeah.
He signs with the LA Lakers.
Yeah, it's kind of like Ken Bazemore, except he did, a different type of departure than Ken Bazemore. And when it comes to Joe Lacob spending that money, and I'm so sad to see JTA go too. Yeah. Like JTA and GP2, it felt like JTA was kind of the fan favorite back in the 2020-2021 season. The guy who really, what's the word? I guess gathered the heartstrings of Dub Nation, whatever you want to call it.
Especially with that play in Boston where he jumps over the scorer's table on a Saturday night.
Yes.
Breaks his face.
Yes. Like he was trying to be evaluated for a concussion after that game. But then the next season when GP2 took over, it's like GP2, it's almost like a transition to Dub Nation going like, oh man, we got this dude, Gary Payton II. We like him a little bit more, and he's a little more playable than JTA right now. And when you think about Joe Lacob and the money that's being spent, I keep on going back to that report by Zach Lowe when he talked about the Wiggins trade. And then he goes on at the end of the article to talk about the Warriors spending and how, other owners are grumbling about the Warriors spending. And Lowe mentions that they're paying, I believe it was $348 million this year, whatever their payroll was. And then next year, they could still re-sign all their guys. By the way, it's re-sign with a dash in between re and sign, not resign, but re-sign all their guys and have a payroll.
Professor Langford.
Right, I know. I
feel like I'm back in journalism school.
Look, man, it's a mistake that a lot of people make, and it really bothers me. Shout out to Guru. But he also said that they could pay up to $475 million next season, and then you kind of tilt your head and think, yeah, they'd love to pay those guys, but Joe Lacob really want to spend $500,000 or $500 million, excuse me,
right? Like on a basketball team,
$475 million. That's a lot of money.
That's what we're talking about right now. And as the 209 says on Xfinity Mobile text line, $70 million essentially for Gary Payton II this year. May have been a little too much.
Yeah.
How many minutes is Gary Payton II going to see on a night-to-night basis? Sometimes it's not a nice matchup for him. Sometimes there is over the course of an 82-game season.
It could be anywhere from 15 to 25.
Right.
I don't really, and any more than that, maybe a couple of games here and there, but anywhere from the range of 15 to 25 is what we'd be getting.
No doubt. So Gary Payton II is gone. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, what's your thoughts on that? Gary Payton II, is that a crushing loss? Do you disagree with the Warriors organization for not re-upping Gary Payton II? Also, it's Bobby Bonilla Day. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day.
Wow.
Yeah, he's still getting paid.
Me out one
So
time.
what's he making now? It's $1.5 million a year till 2030.
$1.2 million for 25 years. So a 5.9 contract, and he turned that into $29.8 million as he gets nearly $1.2 billion every single year. The Mets have already paid him over $14 million and still owe him $15 million. So it is Bobby Bonilla Day in the world. And look, all the money NBA teams were throwing out yesterday. I saw Lou Dort get 5 years for $87 million.
Oh my God.
Anthony Simons got 4 years, $100 million.
Yeah.
I saw all this money. Zion Williamson just signed a big-time contract here. And let me pull up the Zion numbers because this guy didn't even play a second last season, and he just signed a Supermax. I'll pull up the deal in just a second, Langford. But
Dude,
money is flying off the table.
I got all of them written. I wrote all of them down this morning, or a majority of them down.
Zion, you got Zion right now?
I do not have Zion.
Why I have it right here?
Just added. What you got for Zion?
5 years, $231 million.
$231 million. I mean, you got Ja with the 5-year, $193.
You see his picture that he posted?
No, what
Franklin St. Clair, Franklin Saint. From Snowfall, when he's in the office counting all the money. That was Ja Morant's tweet.
Where is Ja?
Karl Anthony Towns, 4 years, $224 million.
Good Lord.
Jokic, 5 years, $264 million.
Wow.
Booker, 4 years, $214 million. Beal, 5 years, $251. Brunson, 4 years, $104 million with the Knicks.
He's not a $100 million player.
No, he is not.
That is insane.
Yeah, it's tough in New York right now. Bing bong, what's up with our teams? Like, what's going on in New York,
I don't know
man?
what's going on in New York City. Also, the big news, of course, on the day of free agency when it opened up at 3 p.m. By the way, you can't tell me tampering isn't running rampant. Shams Charania and Woj are sending out tweets of all these mega deals 1 minute into free agency. I mean, come on. These deals have been done for 2 weeks. But Kevin Durant, that was the big news of the day. He has asked the Brooklyn Nets to trade him. He has requested a trade from the Brooklyn Nets. So we have some landing spots, the Phoenix Suns. We have the Miami Heat. I think a dark horse could be the Denver Nuggets. What about the Atlanta Hawks? Half the league. I saw Paolo Banchero. He hasn't been a member of the Orlando Magic for a week. And he posted an IG video saying, hey, KD, let's make something happen in the Magic Kingdom. And he had Kevin Durant in the Orlando Magic jersey.
He's already more of an NBA player than any of these guys who got drafted.
Dude, it's next level. That's why I love Paolo Banchero. I mean, come on. KD ain't coming down to Magic. He ain't coming down to Disney World, Paulo. But, hey, shoot your shot. Half the league. You think the Golden State Warriors are making a phone call about Kevin Durant? Because quietly, out of all the teams in the NBA, and look, we talked about this a little yesterday on Twitter Spaces, nice guy. Mm-hmm. The Warriors do have assets to go get Kevin Durant. They do.
Yeah.
Now, would you want to see them make that move? I personally don't want to deal with Kevin Durant. I mean, he's a great Hall of Fame, all-time player. I love this team that the Warriors have right now. I want to see them run it back. Now, obviously, you can't do that with Gary Payton II and Juan Toscano-Anderson being gone, Chris Chiozza being gone, but they do have assets to go get Kevin Durant. I'm just saying.
They do have them, but... And did you see this Woj thing, by the way? Woj went on and he essentially said, well, Kyrie played a factor into him wanting to leave the Nets, but he said, I think. So I got to take it with a grain of salt. But he said, I think the Warriors winning a championship also had a little something to do with it and him realizing what he had lost. Yeah, he said that on...
I did see that.
He said that on with Scott Van Pelt on the Late Night Sports Center last night. So if he wants to come back to the Warriors, I'd be shocked. Like, I was thinking about this on the way in and just the journey that Kevin Durant had with the Warriors. It really wasn't until 2019 when he made it known, because it was made known kind of in the middle of the season, right before the playoffs, that he was going to enter free agency and he wasn't going to be coming back to the Warriors. Really, ever since then, that's when the fan base had turned on him. I think the fan base had accepted him in the first couple of seasons when he was winning championships and winning finals MVPs. I think they liked Kevin Durant. It was up until 2019 and really, I guess, November of 2018 when that game against the Clippers happened. That's when things really started to turn sideways with Warrior fans. But man, we were talking about it when you were out, me and Shasky, and we were bringing up a hypothetical about whether Warrior fans would embrace KD, but this was barring the trade packages. Right. This was barring any of that. It was a massive hypothetical. It was exactly Jim Harbaugh. It was a massive hypothetical without any trade implications. But you bring in a package to it. You bring in, like, oh, you got to involve James Wiseman. You got to involve Moses Moody or Jonathan Kuminga. A variation, maybe 2 out of the 3 of those guys. And then also, oh, yeah, you got to add in Andrew Wiggins to that. A guy who has made a career year with the Warriors, or made his career at least solidified with the Warriors from last season, and he's kind of got new life. Man, that'd be tough. I'm like, my answer would be no. Yeah. Like my straight answer would be no. I do not want KD here. Let other teams deal with him. And you know what? If he wants out of Brooklyn, I can't believe he wanted out of Brooklyn, man. Well, he left, and then, he wanted to play with Kyrie and James Harden. None of it worked out, and now he wants out.
Think about the process out there in Brooklyn. He almost beats the Milwaukee Bucks in Game 7. If he wore a size 13 instead of a 14, whatever it was, 15, they go to the Eastern Conference Finals, or probably going to the NBA Finals against the Phoenix Suns. Yeah. Straight up. And they may get Kyrie Irving back at some point in those playoffs. Game 7 overtime, he plays his ass off against Milwaukee. They lose in the second round. So then they come back with the same squad. And I saw a clip yesterday of James Harden with Malika Andrews in a Nets uniform. Yeah, it's going to be real scary hours next season. And
James Harden said that?
James Harden said that in his Nets uniform. And next thing you know, Harden is gone by the deadline. And Kyrie's running him up because he doesn't want to get the damn shot, which I thought was one of the more selfish acts I've seen in professional sports. Like, we always talk about Andrew Wiggins. We all forget that he got the shot. He didn't believe in the shot. Yeah. He wasn't happy about it, but he got it because he knew, I'm not going to miss these home games. Come on, man. I would be doing my team dirty. Right. I had the conversation. Kyrie decided, I'm not getting the shot. So he misses half the season. Then he can't play in home games, so he's in and out of the lineup. James Harden's like, James Harden out of all people. Yeah, I got to go. I'm out of here. I'm going with Daryl Morey, and I'm going to go play for the Philadelphia Rockets. Right. Because that's what they look like right now with P.J. Tucker and Daniel House. And so you're Kevin Durant saying, I married this dude, KD, or Kyrie Irving. I chose to play with this guy over Stephen Curry. And this guy is doing his dirty? Yeah, I can't be here anymore. I got to go.
And then he wants to come back, too. Kyrie opts into his deal, wants to come back, and then KD's like, nah, I'm good.
Well, apparently there's rumors that they want to be traded together. Why would Kevin Durant want to do anything with Kyrie Irving ever again?
Oh, man.
Why would you want to hit your legacy next to Kyrie Irving?
Man, and as we mentioned on Spaces too, the saddest headline that I saw yesterday, actually it's not even the most sad, it's the most funny headline that I saw. It was in the New York Post, and it was This Day in New York Sports. It was Kyrie, KD sign with the Nets. Wow. And now it's just all just imploding. Yeah. Like the whole thing with the Nets, I found it fascinating because no one really. We talked about it for like for a couple of days, but after that we kind of forgot. But this dude who was writing the book on how that Nets team came to be, and it involved James Harden, he said he was still in the process of writing it because the James Harden chapter still had yet to be written. And we all know how that played out. But what he said was KD and Kyrie essentially joined the Nets because those guys gave them all the autonomy in the world. All the power.
Everything. All the power.
The reason that Kenny Atkinson is a Warriors assistant coach
Because
right
of
now
Kyrie and KD.
is because of Kyrie and KD. So thank you guys for bouncing him out of that team, even though he got that team to the 8th seed when they had D'Angelo Russell and Karis LeVert.
They were a fun team to watch.
The darlings of the playoffs. They were the 8th seed that year, and they were a lot of fun. And then they were just like, nah, we want Steve Nash. Turns out Steve Nash can't really coach, or he hasn't figured out how to coach yet. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and maybe give him another year. I mean, look what happened with Jason Kidd, and we're all praising him for everything with the Mavs. So I'll give him some time. But everything that happened with the Nets was just it was all for naught. It didn't even matter.
They burned that franchise down to the ground. Now they're trading first-round picks for Royce O'Neal.
Oof.
Oh, and by the way, let me pull this up before we go to break. You forget the James Harden deal was a monster for the Brooklyn Nets. They basically, think about this. Here's a reminder for everybody out there. The Houston Rockets own Brooklyn's 2023 first-round pick, 2024 first-round pick, 2025 first-round pick, 2026 first-round pick, and the 2027 first-round pick. And they own the swap rights. All those picks are unprotected. So the Rockets have the Brooklyn Nets' next 5 first-round picks.
Sheesh. So there's nothing. There's nothing.
They're
There's
cooked.
nothing to build on in the future.
Brooklyn Nets are cooked.
There's nothing to build on. They can't trade any draft. They don't have any assets. They don't have anything.
They are officially irrelevant in the NBA. So the Brooklyn Nets are in trouble. The Golden State Warriors lose Gary Payton II, 3 years, $28 million. 888-957-9570. What did Gary Payton II mean for you? As he leaves to go back to the Pacific Northwest. Of course, he grew up in Seattle, played at Oregon State University. So he's very familiar with the Pacific Northwest. What does it mean for the Warriors to lose Gary Payton II? 888-957-9570. And is there anybody out there who would be intrigued with Kevin Durant coming back to the Golden State Warriors? Because I've yet to find anybody out there.
We got one.
Oh, do we?
I'll say who it is on the other side.
Oh, boy. Oh, that's a tease. And that will be brought to you by Save Mart.
What'd you have? A Truly?
Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Dante and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Nothing like a good old 50 Cent Friday with Joe Spadoni on the board. Steph Curry, what is up? How are you going to deal with GP2 defending you? Oh, Steph Curry's looking forward to the challenge, I'm sure. Gary Payton II signs a 3-year, $28 million deal with the Portland Trailblazers. The Warriors could have offered Gary Payton II about $20 million, about 6.5 with that taxpayer mid-level exception. It was a little too high for them. They couldn't match that deal. Gary Payton II said, you know what? I have to cash out. Now's my opportunity to get a big-time deal. I have to cash out. I won my championship. My value's at an all-time high. Let me cash out now. Who could be mad at him?
Nobody can. And this isn't like a situation where, he's 23 or 24 years old and, he has a chance to stick with this team for a little bit of a cheaper deal and then maybe make something later on in his career. This is a time in his career where if he's going to get paid, take whatever money you can get and go with it. Plus, it's not a bad deal to go out there in Portland. I mean, playing alongside Damian Lillard, that can't be all too bad. And Anthony Simons, I understand that their team is in a little bit of a disarray right now, but you never know. I mean, if Kevin Durant could go along to that team and somehow the Blazers are able to acquire him, then, maybe that team can be contending. But,
no doubt.
I am happy for the guy.
No doubt.
It's very tough. Like, as a fan, you want to say, oh, man, he shouldn't have left. What's he doing? He should have taken the deal with the Warriors and stuck with the Warriors. Where they could possibly win 3 of the next 4, according to Draymond Green on the Draymond Green Show. Brought to you by Draymond Green, the Draymond Green Show. I love that it's called the Draymond Green Show.
Draymond Green Show. Brought to you by Volume.
Yeah, it's like old man in the 3, point forward, the Draymond Green Show.
Draymond Green Show. What a collab that was.
But, I just think that. But I do wonder, and we kind of just glossed over it at the break, but, what's the value going to be on the offensive side of the ball, though? Because we saw him, instantly, we saw his impact on defense and what he could do. But when it gets to the offense, he became an expert at backdoor cuts, understanding where to be, and then also hitting that corner 3.
Corner 3 got better and better and better.
Yeah, and then in the playoffs, it felt like he wasn't missing any of the opportunities. And then he had that one one of my favorite plays, by the way. I'm just thinking back at it. In Game 4 was when they knew that Steph was cooking.
Yeah.
Like, they knew he was going off, and GP2 knew. And Steph passes him the ball when he's in the corner, he's wide open. He doesn't even pump fake.
Nope.
He just brings the ball up, and then he just drops it.
Little drop pass.
Because Steph is trailing that pass, and he just drops it, then sets the screen, and Steph hits the 3. It's one of my favorite plays, but that's just him understanding the offense. So I loved the strides that he made, but I don't know if he can continue to make those strides in Portland because they just don't play the same style of ball.
No doubt. They don't. We'll see how he adjusts up there, but congrats to Gary Payton II for getting that deal. By the way, this segment is presented by Golden State Lumber. Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Nice guy, Stephen Langford, and for Joe Shasky, the Butcher.
Yep.
Yeah, I know he's hating life right now, not being able to talk about what's going on right now. He is itching to be on a microphone. He's probably up right now watching this on YouTube and Twitch. Probably been up since 4:30 in the morning, losing his dome, thinking about KD, Gary Payton II. Gary Payton II. But look, the Warriors would have had to pay nearly $70 million for Gary Payton II, and they have to make a decision. We discussed this last week. 888-957-9570. Last week we discussed what is the biggest priority for the Golden State Warriors. I was asked this question multiple times. You talked about it on your show, Langford. Shasky talked about it. Number one priority for me out of Gary Payton II, Kevon Looney, and Otto Porter Jr., it was Kevon Looney. Because without Kevon Looney, now there's one lone big in James Wiseman, who's coming off a meniscus injury.
Yes.
That's a lot of pressure for James Wiseman. I want to see him work back in very, very slowly. So I want Looney back because we see he's a stabilizer on defense. We saw him battle over and over, played every single game last season. The pick-and-roll defense was really good, going out on guards, defensively, rebounding. We remember Game 6 against Memphis and the 22 rebounds. Remember his Game 2 against the Dallas Mavericks. Remember his Game 5 against the Looney was special last year. So that's why he was my top priority over Gary Payton II, because I believe in the guard play for the Golden State Warriors with Curry, Clay. Moody's going to get some run next year. I think Poole will be a little bit better defensively. Sure, you're going to lose to Gary Payton II defense and tenacious defense, the 94 feet that he brings to the table. But I think Looney is a bigger priority for the Golden State Warriors, so I want to see them re-sign him.
Yeah, and Looney, along with, I want to see what happens with Otto Porter Jr. I'm curious to see what happens there.
Apparently the Lakers are interested in Otto Porter Jr.
So I do think Looney is, instantly, it's the indicator that he is the top priority. And by the way, you mentioned it, the pressure would be on James Wiseman.
It's a lot.
Not the GP2.
No.
Leaving the team. Not that. That's not the pressure on James Wiseman. According to Twitter, oh yeah, the pressure's on Wiseman now that GP2's gone. No. If Looney doesn't get signed, then yes, that's when the pressure's on James Wiseman. I agree. I think Looney is, now he's going to get his bag. I don't know what that value is going to be. I mean, Vika Zubac's got the 3 years, $33 million.
$33 million.
So $11 million a year, maybe.
And the market's drying up. There's not a lot of teams who have money right now. I know the Boston Celtics, the Chicago Bulls are going after Danilo Gallinari. The Bulls just signed Andre Drummond. So I'm not sure what market is there for Looney. And I know there's mutual interest in both the Warriors and Kevon Looney. I know Anthony Slater has a lowdown on that. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock.
Nice.
Our 95.7 The Game Insider to talk about Loon Dog, the loss of GP2, and everything going on with Kevin Durant. But I do think Looney will be back. And that's the guy. That's the guy who you got to bring back. That was my number one priority this offseason. Bring back Looney. GP2 number 2. Now, you probably weren't going to sign all the guys back, and obviously you lose JTA, Chioza, and now Gary Payton II. But if they bring Looney back, it's not all doom and gloom, Warrior fans. It's still a damn good offseason if you bring Loon Dog back.
And they value what he brings to the team, which is rebounding. Like, they really need rebounding going into next season. What's been the big issue with James Wiseman so far? It's not what he could do offensively. Yep. Like, he can get it offensively, and even rebounding. I know he had, average 5-6 rebounds a game? Even so, there were some games where it's like, man, if his hands were just a little bit better and he was a little stronger at the rim, then he'd have even more than that. Like, this dude could have had multiple double-doubles in any given game. So that's something that needs work during the season, and I think Looney's going to be there also to help teach him, because
exactly.
Looney's rebounding. I don't know. I don't know if this is just me, and it felt like Looney's rebounding just got exponentially better as the season went on, because that game that you talked about, that game 6 in Memphis.
Oh my gosh!
When he grabbed that, with
my own 2 eyes, that up close and personal.
Yeah.
Looney was battling, and you got to think Steven Adams was out there. Jaren Jackson Jr. was out there. Desmond Bane's out there. Dylan Brooks is out there.
Yep.
Kyle Anderson, who signed with the Minnesota Timberwolves, is out there. I mean, Looney was battling. And how many offensive rebounds did he have that night? He had over 10, I think. I got to go back and check out the numbers, but it was the most rebounds a Warrior senator grabbed in a playoff game since Mr. Mean, Larry Smith. So, I mean, Looney was so you have to bring him back, because his hands has gotten better, and he knows how to be in the right position at the right time to grab rebounds. Let's take a call real quick before the break, Langford.
Yeah.
Antonio in Oakland, then we'll get to Anthony on Napa on the other side. Antonio, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, GP2 is a good player for us, but nobody didn't even want him at this time last year. It's a trip now. Teams want him and stuff. But it's kind of like when the Niners lost DJ Jones. He's a solid player, but we can replace him and stuff, but I don't want Durant, and I'm a big fan of Durant, but I don't want that drama. And we got a good young future. We got a good young core upcoming, so I wouldn't want to trade that for him. So, Looney is the biggest free agent, we got to re-sign. So as long as we get him back, it'll be all to the good, G-double-O-D good, like Bone Thug say.
I love it. Antonio, have a good weekend there. By the way, Woj bomb here. Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN reporting that free agent guard Ricky Rubio, who I thought could be a nice replacement for Gary Payton II. He's solid defensively. He's nearing a deal to return to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Oh my God!
Is that a Woj bomb? I think that's like a Woj water balloon.
It's just a little tweet. Not a bomb, just a little tweet. A little water balloon.
Out 4th of July.
Ricky Rubio to the Cavs. All right, great.
888-957-9570. How disappointed are you, Dub Nation, with the loss of GP2? Or are you happy for him? Signed a 3-year, $28 million contract. We got a lot of tweets here, a lot of texts on the Xfinity mobile text line. We'll get to that on the other side as well, and your phone calls. We're going to have a lot of fun today talking about the free agency. Langford has all the numbers. We'll recap everything that went down yesterday during the first day of the NBA free agency period. What a day in the NBA. Wow, what a league. That's why I love this game. More coming up on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
strawberry lemonade truly.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Woo, this is good Friday vibes right here. Nothing like some good old 50 Cent in his prime. Damn, this beat knocks.
It was either a 50 Cent Friday or a Phil Collins Friday from Spadoni. You never know which one you're going to get.
Yeah, I'm glad we got the 50 Cent. I'm glad we got the 50 Cent today. Frank Isola, our buddy Frank Isola. ESPN, of course, the NBA Sirius XM radio. In the end, he tweeted yesterday, and this is from our boy Dante Wiley. What up, Dante? In the end, the Warriors winning probably hurt the Nets more than losing to Boston. And I guess what he means by that is Steph Curry to go to State Warriors winning that championship and KD watching from afar. He's probably like, damn, how did this happen? We just blew them out twice in 2020. They were so far away.
Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
And now maybe the Warriors winning expedited KD in his mind saying, like, I need to get another one. Because these last 2 weeks has had to be grueling for Kevin Durant. Now, he's happy for his teammates. I truly believe that. I don't think he's jealous of Steph Curry. I don't think he's jealous of Clay and Draymond and the entire organization. But he's had to hear about it. The moment he got swept and the more the Warriors won in the postseason, he's had to hear about it every single hour of every single day. And that, I don't care who you are. He's got to feel some type of way about that, like, damn, they just won another one, and here I am with Kyrie Irving burning down the franchise. Maybe KD is like, you know what? I need to get another one to shut people up.
And then on top of that, and I know we act like these guys don't listen to the media and they don't watch the national news, but it goes back all the way to Steph Curry and Draymond and the way that they talk about those guys who criticize them during the season. Steph's like, I watch TV.
Right.
I put the TV on. I see what's being said. Like, I may not react to it. I may not seem like I'm reacting to it, but I see what's being said. And Kevin Durant,
he does too.
His name was plastered all over ESPN when the Warriors were going into the finals because they needed some other talking points besides trying to break down the X's and O's of Warriors Celtics. What's another, what's another headline we could have? That's what this pre-producer meeting looked like for First Take. Stephen A's like, what do we got to do? And then, sorry, that was
pretty good.
Off the cuff. But
that's pretty good.
I know who you're talking about.
That's pretty damn good right there.
But the producers are probably like, you know what? There's something with Kevin Durant. Does Kevin Durant regret leaving the Warriors now that he sees them in the finals?
And KD watches all that stuff.
Yes.
He's tweeting at him.
He's tweeting at him, and then everyone in the mentions is tweeting at him. He's getting nonstop notifications. Those guys see that stuff, man. And then on top of that, you're seeing the Warriors win and the way that they did it.
Right.
Like, he just, I don't know. I don't know what Kevin Durant's feeling. Like, I'm sure, of course he's happy for those dudes, but at the same time, he's probably thinking, man, I'm still one of the top players in the NBA. I could still get another ring. Like, I can still do it.
But where's he going to do it at? Is it going to be Phoenix? It's going to be Miami.
That's the question.
It's going to be Dallas. It's going to be Denver. Atlanta. Half the leagues call it Brooklyn. Why wouldn't you? It's Kevin freaking Durant. It's Kevin Durant. But if I'm Brooklyn, I'm saying, dude, we got to get something back. We have no first-round picks for the next 5 years. I've got to get something massive for Kevin Durant. That's Sean Marks' job right now. He's got to recoup something after this failed experiment with Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and James Harden.
You know the biggest difference?
Oh, but they still have Ben Simmons, though.
That's true.
How about Ben Simmons posted a photo yesterday, still grinding in his Brooklyn Nets t-shirt?
Way to go. Way to go, Ben.
Poor Nick. I actually texted Nick Friedel yesterday, speaking of cousin Nick.
Yeah.
I said, man, what team you covering next year? Hopefully it's Miami and KD goes there. That Brooklyn beat is dead, buddy. Dead.
But no, the thing with Kevin Durant and Kyrie, though, and the biggest difference, and we're always talking about like where Kevin Durant would go, where Kyrie would go, which teams would take him. Like I wouldn't want Kyrie on my team. And if we're the Warriors, since they won the championship, we don't want Kevin Durant. If the Warriors didn't win a championship, though, I think we'd be talking about this totally different.
Oh, if the Warriors didn't win,
if they didn't win a ship,
if the Warriors didn't win I'm not even going to throw that out there.
That's something where maybe.
But somebody asked us on Twitter Spaces yesterday. Somebody asked us on Twitter Spaces yesterday. Nice guy. That if the Warriors wanted to trade for Kevin Durant, what would they do? And I'm like, they do have the assets because Kevin Durant has 4 years left on his contract. Andrew Wiggins will be a free agent after next season. What do you do with Jordan Poole? Do you really want to give up on Jordan Poole right now? It is Kevin Durant we're talking about here. You're going to probably have to trade one of the young assets, Kuminga or Moody, and give up picks. The Warriors have a package for Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Would Steph want that? Would Draymond want that? Would Clay want? Would Steve Kerr want that?
Yeah. I don't think so. But the thing with Kevin Durant, though, that gets lost on a lot of people is he does love basketball. Like, we always play all the clippings, because I did this one day when the Nets were coming to play the Warriors.
Yeah.
I was not forced. I'm not going to say forced. I voluntarily obligated, and it was an obligation, but voluntarily looked up everything with Kevin Durant, and I looked through his time with the Warriors. I went through damn near like not every single post-game clip, but I was just looking up and down and listening to some of them here and there. And year after year, the way that he was talking to the media, like, we don't ever play clips from 2017 or 2018.
No.
They're all from 2019 and all in the back half of the season of 2019 when it's, him going off to the media saying, like, who are you and all that sort of stuff. But prior to that, all he did was break down the game.
Who are you?
Like, this dude loves basketball. I think that's what gets lost on a lot of people is that dude loves basketball. Kyrie Irving, I don't know how much he loves basketball, and with the vaccination thing, I understand.
Yeah.
You got to do things for yourself, but when you're involved with a team like that and you're making 9 figures in total with your salary, all right, you got to make some sacrifices. Andrew Wiggins made that sacrifice, even though his beliefs, he didn't want it. He didn't want to take that shot. He didn't want to do it, but he did after all because he knew he needed to do it for the betterment of the team. But Kevin Durant, like, far more than Kyrie, 1,000% more, loves basketball and loves the game. So at the very least, he may not need to join the Warriors, but other teams are going to be getting a good player who still just wants to play basketball and do his job.
Could you imagine that? Kevin Durant being back in the Warriors uniform.
I can't, to be honest with you.
That would be.
I just can't.
That'd be insane.
Yeah.
But here's what I want. Here's what I want to see in the NBA. I would love to see the Lakers trade for Kyrie Irving. Let them get Kyrie Irving. Let them load up to try to beat the Warriors. I want to see Kevin Durant go down to Phoenix. Then you have Kawhi coming back to the LA Clippers. You have defending champs to go to State Warriors. All 4 of those teams are in the Pacific Division. How sick would that be?
There's a, you know what, I deleted it, but there's a sound clip from you prior to this season. You're like, the Pacific Division is loaded.
Oh, boy. Did I really say that?
Yeah.
Damn.
You were a little
we never talk divisions in the NBA.
No.
Nobody hangs Pacific Division banners.
Look, man, when you're doing season previews, all right, you got to squeeze every inch out of that, all right? You know what I mean? Like, you got to go Pacific Division. The Pacific Division is loaded.
Boy, I must have got like 4 hours of sleep.
Yes. Yeah, that was a tired day.
Yeah, that must have been a tired day.
From the 5-1-0, if KD wanted to come back to the Dubs, they would have been reported as a team at the top of his list. He doesn't want to be here. I find that fascinating, too, with the NBA, just in with the NFL nowadays. Just these guys, I have this list of teams that I want to go to. Trade me to the team that I want to go to.
Well, why would he want to go to Phoenix to play with Chris Paul? That boggled my mind a little bit. Watching Kevin Durant, maybe he wants a table setter. Maybe he wants to play with Booker. It's just, I was surprised to see Phoenix as a top landing spot. I think Miami would be a great landing spot for Kevin Durant. Miami, if they could put together a package where it's Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, Bam Adebayo, you bring Kevin Durant down to South Beach, Miami with Jimmy Butler, and then maybe you make a play for DeAndre Ayton. That looks pretty damn good down to South Beach. Yeah. I don't know why he wanted to play with Chris Paul. By the way, the segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com from our buddy NTD. He still has me blocked on Twitter. He blocked me, 240.
Really?
The mobile text line. It's just like, dude, stay out of my mentions. But Bontemps, I'll be missing GP2. He was one of my favorite Warriors. We wouldn't win this championship without him and Andrew Wiggins. I definitely agree with you. For the first time in my life, I agree with you, NCD. The Warriors wouldn't have won this championship without Andrew Wiggins or Gary Payton II. Also for the 4-2-3, SF Girl says she now lives in Portland. I'm a Warriors diehard fan back to the Run TMC days, and I'm so sad GP2 is leaving. Where's the rest of this text? I'm leaving, but I'm happy he's getting paid, and we'll see him here in the PDX. And no to KD. Great while it lasted, but that time is definitely past. So a lot of people are going to miss Gary Payton II. A lot of people are going to miss him. Let's go to Anthony in Napa. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Top of the morning, fellas. So I'm happy for GP2, man. Like his journey, to finally see it all come to fruition and all unfold is solid. And he, like Steven said, he got to get the bag now because I think he's 29, almost 30.
Yep.
So it's and him not him being undrafted and everything. It's just a different type of trajectory. So I'm very happy for him. I'm cool on KD. I like to watch KD play, but not in the Warrior uniform anymore. I'm sure he's dealing with it every day. You get the girl in high school that peaked in high school, passed up on the nerd, and then 20 years later you see the nerd and she's bad as a mother. And then you got the girl that peaked in high school and she wide and all offside. So that's on him, man.
Right.
I do agree with you that Miami would be a solid fit for him because I could definitely see him and Jimmy Butler making a lot of noise. But that's all I got. Y'all have a good day.
Hey, great call, Anthony. Great call.
Kevin
there.
Durant and Jimmy Butler on the same team. Could you imagine that? You think Jimmy Butler and Eric Spoelstra got into it on the court? The passion that those two have for playing those two.
That would be wild. That would be wild. I don't know where these sweepstakes. I hope it breaks right now, man. I hope the damn thing breaks right now.
Dude,
it broke yesterday for our Twitter Spaces, and I'm thinking, I said, damn, Steiny's got a layup for his show. 10 minutes before the show, here's Matt Steinmetz. He's looking at his rundown. All right, who's producing? Evan Giddings. Evan Giddings. And he's sitting there, and he's like, all right, Evan. Free agency doesn't start for 3 hours. Breaking news. Kevin Durant has requested trade. Hell with the rundown.
Yeah.
We're talking KD for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Hell with the rundown. You just throw it out the window.
Yeah.
Scrap it.
It'd be like free agency. Yeah, all right, cool.
Warriors in GP2.
Let me ask you a question because
I don't have a strong opinion.
This tends to happen. Love you, Steiny. This tends to happen for us specifically doing mornings because, news sometimes breaks in the morning, but a lot of times it breaks,
after the show.
After the show. So which for you, was it the Trey Lance, or not Trey Lance, but the 49ers trading their draft picks?
That was...
Which one was worse for you, the feeling? Because was it that or yesterday's? Are you going with recency bias? Or are you prisoner of the moment? Or was it way worse when they traded those draft picks?
They traded those draft picks with Miami. That literally happened 3 minutes after we got off the air, and we're all working from home.
Yeah.
It happened 3 minutes after 9:57.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell? And I'm like, Steiny Guru don't deserve this news. They don't even care about the 49ers. They don't. And so Shasky and I were thirsty. We could not wait until Monday because it happened on a Friday. Friday, 3 minutes after our show, it happened on a Friday. And Shasky and I couldn't wait for the week. We couldn't wait till Monday. So we pop up on the IG Live. Kate Scott gets mad at us saying, oh, man, you guys could have waited for me. You couldn't give me a... Kate, you were busy calling hockey games. You didn't have time for us. Straight up, I told Ed too. I was like, babe, I'm going to go to Molly Stone's get some stuff for us. What do you want? It's all good. Next thing you know, she's in the comments saying, you went to Molly Stone's and hop on IG Live with Shasky? Basically.
So you'd say that the Niners trade,
that was the one.
Nothing's going to top that.
That was the one.
Okay.
That was the one.
But when we did go on Twitter Spaces yesterday, we brought up the idea, can you imagine if the trade ends up happening on Monday, on July 4th, on the 6-year anniversary of the Warriors signing him,
and nobody's working live and local
in free agency, and nobody's working. We're not going to be
Hegan. Oh, nice guy. Matson. Can you guys get to the studio right now? Kevin Durant. Work from home. Do you have your Lucy app? Pop up to Zoom right now. Somebody would be working from home on Monday if the Kevin Durant news breaks. You are listening to 95.7. No, that Dolphins news, that one got me when the Niners made the trade. That happened literally I don't even think it was 3 minutes. It was 2 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. We're losing our minds. Oh, man. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM at AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. We'll recap free agency in a second here. Gary Payton II has signed with the Portland Trail Blazers. 3 years, $28 million. If you're just waking up and tuning in to the Morning Roast, Gary Payton II will be a Portland Trail Blazer, signing a 3-year, $28 million deal. He can get up to about $32 million if he hits some incentives. The Warriors, according to sources, countered with an offer at the taxpayer mid-level exception, roughly $6.4 million. Because Golden State is deep into the repeater tax every dollar over the cap, is multiplied by 7. So you're talking maybe 70 million. It could get to 80. It could get to 9. It could get up there. So how much was Gary Payton II worth? I think he was worth a lot, but the Warriors had to make a decision.
Yeah.
They got to pay Looney. You can't pay both here. You're talking about a payroll that could be $500 million at some point. You know what I'm saying? The Warriors were pushing dollars here. So Gary Payton II leaves. He's a Portland Trailblazer. Kevin Durant requested a trade from the Brooklyn Nets.
And we're talking so much about the guys who need to be signed by the Warriors, like with Looney and Otto Porter Jr., but this is also the sacrifice that you have to make in order to keep guys like Steph, Clay, Draymond on the team. Like this is just a sacrifice you have to make. We'd love to have GP2 back. I think any Warrior fan would love to have GP2 back, but at the same time, you'd have to think that, if GP2 were to come back, then maybe those deals weren't done with Steph Curry and, everything with the starting 5 would be in limbo, really. You wouldn't know what would be going on. So I think we also have to take that into account, too. It's like we still got to pay these other top-tier guys, too, who are making $30+ million over the next couple of seasons. So that's the sacrifice that you have to make. We got to take that into account as well. When
no doubt about that. Let's go to Coach in Richmond. Coach in Richmond, what's happening? You're on a Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, baby?
What's going on, y'all? Hey, look, when we talking free agency, can we always acknowledge Kurt Flood for the revolutionary stance that he took and caused his career?
Absolutely. That's a great point.
Absolutely.
That's a great point.
Absolutely. That goes for all sports, because it wasn't for him, it would have been a whole total situation. But as far as GP2, man, he always going to be family. He an East Bay dude, mom and dad from Oakland. And, and when it comes to getting money, man, we all about that, man. He got a ring. If you look at the cost of living in Oregon as opposed to the cost of living in California, $8 million a year go a long way. So we happy for dude, and he always going to be family.
Always.
Now, here's my issue. Who told Damon? This is how powerful Steph Curry is. Damon Lee is still on the team? What is he here for? We don't need him. We got enough janitors.
Wow.
Damn, Coach. With the walk-off. Look, I'm not going to slander Damian Lee, who's part of the culture rebuild. He had his moments this season. Let's see what happens with Damian Lee this offseason. Let's see what happens. Curry does have juice. Because Steph Curry says, I want Aisha on the team. Aisha's going to be – go get Jersey.
Yeah.
Would you going to say no to Steph Curry?
Yeah. Especially when they're being paid only a couple of $1 million.
Yeah, but I don't believe nepotism has anything to do with Damian Lee being on the team. This is a guy who's grinded, came through the summer league. He knows the system here with the Golden State Warriors. Did he play well in the postseason? No, he didn't. It's the truth. We'll see what happens, though. The offseason is just getting started here, folks. It's just getting started. So I don't know if Damian Lee's going to be on the roster. But I'm not going to go there and say, hey, nepotism is the reason why he's on the team. The Warriors got to find players on cheap value. They got to find players who can play for the minimum. And that's where Damian Lee is.
And you know what? I didn't even mention this player, too, outside of Damian Lee, but Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole, too. By the time October comes around and the deadline comes around, you're going to have to make some decisions with Jordan Poole. I haven't even talked about him and the money that he could possibly be making in his future. I don't know if it's going to look like Jalen Brunson money, where he gets paid $104 million over the course of 4 years. But I think that's also something we need to take into account. We just need to realize, GP2, we'd love him here, but it's so tough when you got to pay a guy $9 million a year, a little upwards of $9 million a year, and that translates into possibly up to $70 million a year for that dude. Like Joe Lacob, and I always equated to this, and anyone who's listened to the 5 a.m. show, pregame show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday, check it out. I host that solo. But just got to get the plug in there.
There you go.
What, is that a problem?
Hey,
got an issue?
Plug. Shameless plug. I got no issue with that. But plug that thing all day long.
I equate Joe Lacob, though, to like the dad who's taking his family to Disneyland. And it's, they go there for the entire weekend, and it's the Sunday. It's like it's the final day of the journey, and he had like a budget prior to the trip.
Right.
They reached that budget already on Saturday. And then on Sunday, you're going to go a little bit into that luxury tax. You're going to have to pay a little more than your budget would have wanted. So you can't get that extra Mickey Mouse-shaped lollipop, at the end of the day that the son or daughter wants.
Just wait until you have kids.
It's like, hey, I can't spend any more. I am sorry. I don't have it in the budget. I already went into the luxury tax.
You're going to blow through the budget then.
Yeah.
Trust me.
I already bought the Yoda backpack. You know what I mean?
Joe Spadoni knows what time it is. Jay Spadoni ain't going for that. You better just dig deep into the credit card,
Yoda
buddy.
backpack, by the way, is $100.
Really?
It's getting bought.
Yikes.
It's getting bought.
It's getting bought.
So I was at Target the last 2 weekends. I was at Target. Actually, I've been at Target like 3 times in the last month.
Really?
Me and Baby Chess.
Love
Baby
Target.
Chess and I. Yeah, I'm starting to love it too.
Yeah.
They got a little Pizza Hut in there. The breadsticks
Really?
are good. Yeah, I did sneak some breadsticks, Anna, in case you're listening. We're going by to go see. I'm trying to get a pool ball and everything, and Baby Chess sees the Coco Melons bubble machine. The Coco Melons bubble machine. Huh? Papa? And I'm like, oh, it's a bubbles, and this thing pops out bubbles, and with the song "Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round" on repeat. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to hell. This is hell. And she's like, grabbing the unicorn bubble machine. Guess what? I bought all of them. I was not about to have Baby Chaz throw a tantrum. So the budget I had saying, I'm only going here to get bubbles. That's no more than $20. You walk out of Target, there's a $70 purchase.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Dude, the budget's getting blown through. Now, Joe Lacob, to your point, he's got to have, the budget's already sky high.
Yes.
And he's working with other owners.
Yes.
I think Peter Guber's like, yo, Joe, you got to slow down, man. You got to slow down. I know we made $700 million this year, but we got to slow down.
Yeah. At some point, you got to put the foot down and just say, look, we can't pay this dude. And this is interesting from the 510. And to be honest, I don't know the answer to this question. Would it be wrong to ask Steph or Clay if they'd be willing to reduce their salaries a little to help sign some of their players? I don't know. It might.
No.
I see that way more in football as opposed to basketball.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work in basketball much. You know, Kevin Durant took less. But that was before he signed those deals. He took less on the top end of those deals to bring back guys like Iguodala and Shaw Livingston. But
and they are, and you know what? Curry already had that 4-year, $44 million deal.
He already had that deal.
He already took a little pay cut.
And then how much does Steph Curry have to shave to not be in a tax?
Right.
You're shaving $49 million off of that? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing here?
You do the magical signing bonus that suddenly doesn't go against the cap.
Oh, yes. Signing bonus. What's the NBA? Those dollars are guaranteed. Just like baseball. All right, let's get to Eddie.
There's so much, man, when it comes to basketball.
Lou Dort made $87 million, by the way, yesterday. Lou Dort, 5 years, $87 million. Lou freaking Dort.
Cash me out one time.
Lou Dort, the Dortcher Chamber, baby. OKC spending money.
That's a great nickname, by the way. Like
the Dortcher Chamber.
You got Revis Island in football. Nothing's touching Revis Island, but the Torture Chamber, that's fire.
The Torture Chamber, baby. OKC, let's go. Eddie Vallejo. Eddie, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, Bontemps, more torture is actually having to watch those Coco Melon shows. I feel your pain, brother.
So Eddie, real quick, I'm coming in. I know this nice guy's not on. Obviously, he's working with me. So I go to some music, and I'm playing Future. I'm playing Beyonce. And then the Coco Melon starts coming on. It's on the playlist. And I'm sitting there just driving while Coco Melons is blasting. I'm hypnotized on the Coco Melons. Whether it's Hickory Dickory Dock, The Wheels on the Bus, I'm just playing it like it's part of the playlist, Eddie. I'm done. I'm cashed out. I'm
singing along in your head. You're singing along in your head, and you love it because that's your kids. But that's what fans about, man.
Yeah, no doubt. Coco Melon, I'm telling you, like for
hey, man, I just wanted to say, you know what? I'm definitely going to miss GP2, but I want to know, man, how much of his injury in the playoffs and how much that was a rallying point is playing into our emotions as fans. I mean,
that's a good point.
was highlights throughout the year, but I think that rallying point and how we brought us together in the playoffs and then finishing off, obviously, and coming back, I think that's given me sort of some feelings about it, you know what I mean? And not be able to step back. So, again, shout out to management for not having those emotions and making these hard decisions.
No, that's a great point, Eddie. That's a great point. How much did the emotion of Gary Payton II coming back? You know, because he got $28 million. And I think, if he doesn't get hurt against Memphis, does he get that same money? Probably. But his impact on those NBA finals on that grand stage, a lot of people overreact to the postseason.
Oh, he might have been getting more if he would have stayed healthy.
Wow.
He might have been getting more if he would have stayed healthy. Because his impact, look, the way that GP2 was playing, part of the reason, and you know, just like that caller Eddie was talking about, emotion that played into it when Dylan Brooks went up to swat him after the dunk, or the layup, excuse me. The reason that Warrior fans were so pissed was because of the emotion that we felt with GP2 and how well he was playing.
Yeah.
We have to come up with all this content or whatever prior to the playoffs, and we get into the X factors. The X factors every single time.
Yeah.
GP2 is that one X factor that everybody's talking about. You know, you don't want to say Steph, Clay, or Dre. You got to be different. You got to be different. And GP2 was that guy that people chose to be different. And so when he got hurt in those playoffs, you knew that was going to make an impact. And who knows, man? I think he actually would have gotten paid more if he would have stayed healthy.
Wow. $40 million for, and then Warriors really wouldn't have been able to compete with the Portland Trail Blazers for that deal. By the way, Zion Williamson, we're going to recap all the deals, but he signed a 5-year rookie max contract extension worth up to $231 million. Zion Williamson is going to be making $46 million a year, and he's played in 85 career games.
It's a lot of gumbo.
God bless America.
The most that he's done this season is an Instagram video of him dunking a couple of times.
Gumbo, po' boy sandwiches, you name it. $46 million a year. And he's played in 85 career games.
Must be nice.
God bless this country. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We're going to recap day one of free agency.
So much gumbo.
So much gumbo. Shrimps, prawns, hot links, you name it.
I'm jealous.
You got it all. Crab legs, crawfish.
Dude, I'd be gigantic if I was making that much money.
Damn. In New Orleans.
In New Orleans, be huge.
Oh, my gosh. You imagine cashing out $46 million a year? Makes me want to cry right now.
Beignets for days.
Whew. GP2, he's a Blazer. What do you think, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570 plus Kevin Durant is on the move. He is requested a trade from the Brooklyn Nets. What do you think about that? 888-957-9570. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Lucky California is...
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. You better not be roasting me if I'm giving all these intros.
Gonna miss Gary Payton II. Young Glove definitely had an impact on this community, on this basketball team. And good for him. He cashes out with the Portland Trail Blazers 3 years, $28 million. Boy, good for him.
Surprising news. You know,
I wasn't surprised because it felt like the Warriors and GP2 was far apart, and they probably had a set number saying, look, man, we got to make a decision here. Is it Looney or is it Gary Payton II? They probably had it budgeted that we can't go over a certain number, and Gary Payton II probably said, you know what? I'm going to Oregon. There's no state taxes. I need to get this bread. $28 million is a lot different than $20 million in California. $28 million in Oregon stretches a little longer. So you can't be mad at Gary Payton II, who's 29 years old, for cashing out.
They pump your gas for you, too?
They
what?
do.
What?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, gas prices are up. At least I'm going to have someone pump the gas for me and then get in trouble if you end up getting your car. Have you ever done that before in Oregon? You ever been to Oregon and tried to pump your own gas?
Oh, yeah.
They yell at you. They come out, they're like, yo, stop. I'm going to pump the gas. Like, it's illegal to pump your own gas up there, but that's not the reason why he's going up to Portland. He's going up there because he's getting paid. Good for him. But really, I do wonder, though, like, what's his value going to be? We all know it's on defense and what he brings there. We all understand that, but what's he going to do on offense in a Portland system where they thrive on just isolation basketball with guys like Dame Lillard and Anthony Simons, who they just signed to a let me get the deal up here, 4 year, $100 million.
Yeah, 25 a year for Anthony Simons.
How is he going to, acclimate to that offense? Is he going to be able to, stand in the corner and get those open looks or make those backdoor cuts? I don't know what it's going to look like in Portland. I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't watch a lot of Blazers games this year. They weren't exactly a team that was on top of my league pass radar. The Blazers were very far down low on that list. So I hope he can thrive. I hope he has success no matter where he goes, because in the end, it's kind of like with music. When it comes to athletes, I cheer for the guys who seem like good people. And GP2 seems like good people. Like, no matter what he does and everything like that, at least he's a good dude. So hopefully he thrives wherever he's at, and Portland is the place.
Look at this, 585 Xfinity mobile text line. Can Dub Nation trade Bonte Hill, Knuckle Dragon ass for JTA and GP2 back in the Bay? We're going to be a Knuckle Dragon ass. Damn. That's strong.
Don't bring that into it, A5A. Come on, man. Seriously? Come on, A5A.
Hey, listen. You want to
get that out of here right now.
You want to get deep like that, buddy? Damn.
Come on, man. It's a Friday heading into July 4th weekend. You got to bring that into it.
It's all good.
858. Where's that at?
858. It's all good. It's all good.
Come on, man.
I love you too. That guy in Oakland, what's happening? You're on a morning roast here on 95.7 The Game. Nah, don't let it piss you. I shouldn't have read it, but he's a clown. That guy in Oakland, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, folks.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, hey, a couple things. I think that Eddie, that last caller, he hit it right on the head. Because my girl, I was pretty bummed last night when the news came out, and she said what he was saying was that, like, oh, I thought when he got hurt, we had to keep him, and he came back and he's a team guy, and so I think emotions played a lot into wanting to keep him. But I'm still pretty bummed that he's gone. But like, she also made a good point. She's like, well, besides the money factor and being way over the cap, do you think that Bob Myers would have let...
Call us back, that guy. Call us back. Your phone was fading away a little bit.
Was that guy on a walk? Sounded like he was on a walk. It sounded like it was windy outside. Maybe he was brushing the phone up against his face. I don't know what was going on there with that call.
Wow. So Mitchell Robinson just signed with the New York Knicks. 4 years, $60 million. 4 years, $60 million.
4 years, $60 mil, huh?
To stay with the New York Knicks. He's a good player. Nice center. $60 million for Mitchell Robinson. That's according to Adrian Wojnarowski. Also, Bruce Brown has agreed to a 2-year deal worth $13+ million with the Denver Nuggets.
Really?
Denver Nuggets. That's a nice move for the Denver Nuggets.
And was he seeing Bruce Brown?
Bruce Brown.
Irrational confidence, Bruce Brown?
Nuggy Nugs, baby. I like it.
Do you think the Nuggets could be a landing spot for Kevin Durant, though? Because I'm looking here, and this is like this is so random. Like, these are crazy numbers, but when you look at the draft picks that they have in the years that they don't have to trade away, they already owe their 2023, 2025, 2027, and 2029 first-round picks. So they can't involve anything there. They would have to involve guys like Bones Highland, Zeke Naji, who could shoot three, a big man who could shoot the three, Christian Braun, and then Peyton Watson. So those other two guys, I don't even know who those other two guys are, but I don't know if they have the package in order to get them. Man, the Nuggets, though, if he goes to the Nuggets, I'm thinking Kevin Durant and Jokic.
Well, we discussed
Brown?
We discussed this yesterday on the Twitter Spaces that Denver could be a dark horse team. It costs you Murray, costs you Michael Porter Jr., and the Brooklyn Nets are looking for an all-star. Jamal Murray is a borderline all-star. Michael Porter Jr. has a potential to be great, but I don't know if his back is ever going to hold up. Feels like one of those players that's always going to have back issues. He's had them since he signed up at Missouri for college out of high school. The more I think about Denver, the more I think they're going to be out of it. Does Kevin Durant want to play in that market? Does he want to play with Jokic? It'd be a nice tandem. But do they have enough on the outside of that? They just traded Will Barton. They still have Bones Highland. Bruce Brown, as we just mentioned, just signed a deal with them. I don't know if Denver has enough, now that I think about it, for the Kevin Durant sweepstakes. Okay. Be a nice pairing with Jokic, but you have to give up Murray. You have to bring up Porter Jr. How many guards are left out there on the market to sign with the Denver Nuggets?
So
probably too late for that.
I think you and I are in agreement here that right now, as of right now, nobody in the Western Conference really scares us as far as, threats to the Warriors or whatever. Maybe the Clippers.
If they're healthy.
The Clippers can be up there, but for some reason, you look at their roster and you look at them on paper and it's great. Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, Kawhi and Paul George, John Wall all on the same team. You got Norman Powell. Like, that's a damn good roster right there. But for some reason, it just can't seem to work out. Whether it's, guys not staying healthy, coaching decisions, whatever it is. And, actually, they have one of the better coaches in the NBA right now. But it just doesn't feel like the Clippers can get over the hump. I don't know if they're going to do it this year. Maybe they can.
Right.
But if Kevin Durant gets traded to the Western Conference, I mean, let's just say the Suns are that team. Would the Suns take that top spot as far as the biggest threat in the West for you if KD instantly goes there?
Yes, they would. They'd be the biggest threat.
Yeah.
They'd have to trade Mikal Bridges.
That'd be
they'd have to trade Cam Johnson. Obviously, DeAndre Ayton at some point will be part of that deal.
Sign and trade.
So you have Devin Booker. You have Chris Paul. You have Landry Shamet. Jay Crowder, will he be back? They would be a threat, but I still favor the Warriors. I don't fear Phoenix with Kevin Durant. I don't. Andrew Wiggins has shown he could play solid defense. Now, you're not going to shut down Kevin Durant, but damn, the Boston Celtics made life hell for Kevin Durant. We see what the Dallas Mavericks did to Devin Booker, and we see how they tore apart Chris Paul in that second-round series of the Western Conference. So I would still have, if Kevin Durant signed with the Phoenix Suns, I would still have the Warriors 1. I would have the Clippers 2, and I'd have the Suns 3. And then Memphis maybe at 4. However, the breaking news yesterday nobody's talking about. Jaren Jackson Jr. out 4 to 6 months with a stress fracture in his right foot.
Man.
So he's out 4 to 6 months. It's not good for Memphis. It's not good for them.
It's not very enticing. I mean, we got the 405 text in Memphis with KD. We got that tweet from Ja Morant as soon as the KD news broke.
Easy money.
Easy money. But at the same time, you still had Dame Lillard post on IG the picture of Kevin Durant photoshopped into a Blazers uniform standing next to Dame. So all these guys are going to do whatever they can on social media. You open the show with the Paolo Banchero already doing it for the Magic. So I don't know, man. I don't know. To me, I think I would fear the Suns a little more than I'd fear the Clippers, just because I don't know what's going to happen with the health of John Wall. Don't know if he could stay healthy. Paul George and Kawhi Leonard are always wild cards. And, during the regular season, there is going to be an instance where Paul George at some point gets hurt and he's going to be out for a month. It just happens with
Kawhi load management.
It might be unfair for me to say that, but it just happens with Paul George every season. And then, you do have load management involved with it. But if Devin Booker, as he got his extension, Chris Paul, and let's just say Mikal Bridges is still on the team, with that Steph stopper on defense, not Steph stopper, but Mikal Bridges at least limited him. Yeah, I'd be kind of scared of the Suns.
Here's what I say, though. It's all about the playoffs, right? With these teams that we're talking about, the Warriors, the Clippers, the Suns.
Good point.
The regular season, to me, doesn't matter. Whether or not you win 60 games or 50 games, when you match up in the playoff series and all these teams are healthy, now we're talking about playoff series. And if PG-13 is healthy and Kawhi Leonard is healthy, John Wall is healthy and Reggie Jackson's healthy and Zubac is healthy and they have Terrence Mann, they have Nicholas Batum back on the deal. Hartenstein's back, I believe, with the Clippers, if I'm not mistaken. Then that's when you fear the Clippers. The regular season, we can't get caught up in the minutia of the regular season where a team goes on a 3-game losing streak, like the Warriors last year, right? Everybody's panicking. They won 53 games, but everybody's panicking. When you have championship DNA, and the Clippers had that with Kawhi Leonard and Ty Lue as the head coach, I wouldn't worry too much about them in the regular season. If they're healthy for the playoffs, that's when we have a problem. The Suns, if they're healthy in the playoffs, that's when we have a problem. Teams like Denver, say Memphis goes out there and wins the number 1 seed, or are people really going to fear the Memphis Grizzlies as a top seed? You think the Warriors will go into the series with the Grizzlies saying, we fear them. They have home court advantage. No, they just beat them, and they have home court advantage. So, to me, it's about whether or not these teams could be healthy, and that's why my mindset goes. If they're healthy going into the playoffs, then they're a problem.
I think that's a reason why we were down on the Warriors, not down on the Warriors, but that's the reason we brought up the panic meter, was because we didn't know about their health. And then the Warriors, what do you know? Turns out that during the playoffs, they are the most healthy that they've ever been. So you are right there. Yep. And, health is a huge point of emphasis when you're talking about it in the playoffs. But during the regular season, if you're going to have multiple meetings between the teams, and the Suns managed to keep Mikal Bridges. And, you asked earlier, what's the value with CP3 and what he can do with Kevin Durant? Why would he want to go there? Well, CP3 can thrive in a pick-and-roll game, and dish it out when he needs to. He's not going to be just a ball-dominant guy, although he was at the end of the series against the, who was it, the Pelicans?
The Pelicans.
Yeah, he was at the end of the series against the Pelicans.
They wore him out?
Yeah.
Because Booker was out with the hamstring injury.
Yeah, and, CP3 had to take on that role, but he wouldn't have to do that if Kevin Durant's there. So, if CP3 and Kevin Durant joined forces, I think they could be a pretty good duo. I mean, CP3, with all the grief that we give him, I understand that he can't win in the playoffs and all these things. Still a damn good playmaker.
Still a damn good playmaker. A damn good playmaker. Let's go to Austin in the Bay. By the way, we'll recap free agency in just a second. Recap day 1 of free agency, plus look at the Warriors roster as is. As Gary Payton II signs with the Portland Trail Blazers, 3 years, $28 million. That broke late last night. I was already in bed when that news broke, so I saw that this morning. I was like, damn, would have been nice to have GP2. But as a 415 just says here on the Xfinity Mobile text line, I think the Warriors let GP2 go because Klay will be better defensively next year. It's a good point as well. Klay Thompson will probably be a little bit better defensively. And Wiggins showed that he could take on the task of picking up full court all 94 feet against opposing point guards or small forwards who want to bring the ball up the floor.
You'd have to think that, Klay doesn't have to work on his shot. Like, Klay doesn't have to do that. Klay's already got one of the most natural shooting motions on the team. Like, when he's on, he's on. But what he's going to have to work on to get back to where he was is the lateral quickness. Him getting back on defense, sticking with guys all one-on-one, and not having to need guys to help double team him or to help double team, help defense. You're not going to need that you hopefully don't need that with Klay Thompson next year. That's a really good point. That's what he's going to be working on, I feel like, a lot of this offseason is getting back to where he was defensively, because I think he can get back to being the consistent shooting Klay that he was next season, continuously working on his shot, but also needs work on the defense. So I think that he is going to have to step up. That's, pressure is there too.
Yep.
It's not on James Wiseman, like Twitter said. Can't believe you, when you mentioned that earlier, I was like, what? The pressure's on James Wiseman now that GP2 is gone?
That was the first tweet I saw. I was like, I don't know about that.
But no, the 415 is absolutely right, though, when it comes to Klay Thompson and the defense. We haven't even mentioned that.
The pressure's on James Wiseman if Kevon Looney moves on to greener pastures. But all signs point to Looney being back. Let's hope he is back. We'll talk to Anthony Slater about that at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock here on the Morning Roast. Zucci, man, who's the lefty three-point shooter the Clippers had last year? I believe that's Luke Kennard. Luke Kennard, who had signed a 4-year, $64 million deal with the Clippers a couple years ago. Old Luke Kennard from Duke. Let's go to Austin in the Bay. Austin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Nothing much. Just dropped off the baby at daycare, man. Hey, that Loco Nuts, man, that thing be driving me crazy, but I love it. Your kids love it, man. Also, with that Loco Nuts, they got this other little cartoon on YouTube called Loco Nuts.
Oh boy, yeah, I got a
little cartoon.
Yeah, baby Chaz, we're cutting back the Coco Melons. We've cut it back, and we try to get through the day without letting her watch it, man, because that stuff will brainwash the hell out of these kids, dude. It's unbelievable what that show does.
But okay.
Telling you.
That being said, man, I'm gonna tip my hat to GP, man. Hey, defense in this league is overlooked nowadays, man. Tony Allen, got that good defense. He kind of remind me of him. But with that being said, too, hey, what do you guys think about us going to get another big, like a minimum wage? Dwight Howard, try to go get, Rajon Rondo, kind of run a little offense, too, a little defense there. Keep our core together.
That's not, it's not the worst idea. How does Dwight Howard fit in this locker room? That's a question you got to ask yourself. Does he fit in the locker room? Because the Warriors love their culture. Dwight Howard could be a little clownish at times.
Yes.
Joe Spinoni knows.
At times,
Spinoni knows.
A lot of the time.
Spinoni knows. I remember the Saturday night game when Austin Reeves he was killing the Warriors, and Klay Thompson went crazy there. The Lakers were trying to steal that game. Dwight Howard was looking at the fans saying, "It's over. It's over." And somebody near me said, "No, your career's over." And the Warriors came back and won that game. He's practicing with big old basketballs. He's just shooting threes and pregame warm-ups. I don't know, Spinoni.
Second game of the year, him and Anthony Davis had to get held back from each other because they were fighting.
Yeah.
The second game of the season.
Now, I did see this, which is wild, right? But I did see this. All right, if Otto Porter Jr. leaves, would people be interested in Carmelo Anthony?
Oh, my God.
As a replacement for Otto Porter Jr. if he moves on? What if I gave you Carmelo Anthony?
Bonte did have a point.
Me personally, yes. I would be very much interested in that if they cannot retain Otto Porter Jr. and give him a new deal. Because you'd probably, have to sign Carmelo to the minimum. He was still getting 26 minutes a game last year.
Yeah.
And he shot, I think, 37% from three, which is, down from his 40% the year previous. But still, if you can get Carmelo and you get a guy off the bench who can create his own shot. I know Melo's not as quick as he used to be, but you get him one-on-one and he's in the mid-range, he could still shoot it over anybody. So if Carmelo's available, it's not signed because he is an unrestricted free agent this year. And what's he like on defense? I don't know, Spadoni, you could probably answer that better than I can. I don't know what he's like on defense, but offensively, yeah, I would be able to take that. But can you replace the rebounding of Otto Porter? Probably not with Carmelo.
Carmelo played 69 games last year. He's basically a power forward now. 13 points a game, 4 rebounds a game, shot 44% from the floor, 37.5% from three, as you just mentioned. Free throw shooter, he's an 83% free throw shooter. Just let him hang out on the corner, play defense in the post. Wouldn't be mad at Melo if Otto Porter Jr. leaves. Wouldn't be mad at Melo.
I wouldn't be opposed to that. Because if let's just say Otto Porter Jr. does go, I think that you are going to be giving far more minutes to Kuminga.
Yeah.
You're going to need a lot more from rebounding from Kuminga. We know what he could do on offense. We know what he could do on defense.
Right.
But what can he do rebounding the basketball? That's something that I think he really struggled with.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to see him make improvements on. Yeah. So if you do not sign Otto Porter Jr., you let him go elsewhere, and you don't sign Carmelo, then yes, you got to bring it up on Jonathan Kuminga.
Right.
You got to up his minutes and everything like that. But man, it's hard to replace the rebounding that Otto Porter Jr. can bring.
And look, Melo laughed about coming off the bench a few years ago with OKC. He came off the bench last year with the LA Lakers, only started 3 games. He'd be fine. 415, I wouldn't mind having JaVale McGee back. Well, he just signed with the Dallas Mavericks. JaVale, what did he sign? I think it was a 3-year, $20 million deal.
3 years, 20.1.
20.1.
Yeah.
Sorry for the inaccuracy there. 20.1. So JaVale McGee is off the table. Man, that would be fun. 925. Melo screaming, F out of here on every rebound. F out of here.
Melo's a legend.
He's a legend.
Melo needs a ring?
You want to be a ring chaser if Otto Porter Jr. leaves?
Okay, you know what, Spadoni, though, you are a Laker. What did he look like on defense with the Lakers? Was it just a struggle?
Yeah, he was like Bill Murray in Space Jam. He doesn't play defense.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. All right. So he's
Well, you got to take it with a grain of salt. You know how Spadoni gets with his LA Lakers.
Well, no, but he was, but if you're getting Carmelo Anthony, you're not defense, like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, if he shows up and he gets a steal once a game, there you go. Or a block. Like,
let's go back
he
to
was
that.
hitting his threes. That's what you want.
Yeah, that's what you want. Space the floor.
I love the image of Carmelo in his first game at Chase Center in a Warriors uniform. He's like, da, 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 like Bill Murray, and then he, doesn't play defense.
I've seen worse things. You talk about a reclamation project. This is the same organization that the Golden State Warriors that did sign JaVale McGee when nobody wanted him in 2016. And he came, and now look at him.
Yeah.
He's got a gold medal. He's got 3 championships.
Just got a 3-year deal.
Another 3-year deal.
When he was the Shaqtin' a Fool MVP.
What about Nick Young, Swaggy P? The Warriors signed Swaggy P. He actually showed up in the Western Conference Finals against the Houston Rockets, going out on the pick and roll against James Harden and whatnot. And he won a championship.
I want Swaggy P to be a comedian. I think that dude's hilarious.
He's about to get ready to fight. I think he's fighting. He's fighting somebody.
He's not, is he?
Yeah, just like Adrian Peterson against Le'Veon Bell.
I know we want to get to these callers here because that guy in Oakland called back, but
we got the coach too.
Just real quick on Nick Young. The clip that we played from Julian Edelman on that I Am Athlete podcast, because he was talking to Brandon Marshall, Nick Young, and then Pac-Man Jones. So they made him read that quote from Martellus Bennett talking about Jimmy G. And he's like, here, read this. Martellus Bennett talking about Jimmy Garoppolo. Julian Edelman reads that entire quote. And then Nick Young, there's a couple of pauses after he's done reading it. Then Nick Young goes, hey, he was talking about you? and he's like, then everyone's like, no, he's talking about Jimmy. He clearly wasn't listening at all. And I'm just like, Nick Young, let's go. Oh, man.
By the way, you know what's fun? These Instagram memes where you could do your top 5 out of the 75 anniversary team.
I haven't done that.
Yeah, I did it once.
Yeah?
My team was okay.
How'd it go?
John Stockton, Jason Kidd were my guards. Kevin Durant, small forward. Shaq as my center. Who was my 3? There was so many. It was an old guy. I forget.
Interesting.
I forget. Yeah, it was very interesting. Anyway.
John Stockton and Shaq.
Yeah. It wasn't bad. That guy in Oakland, you're back. What's happening? You're on the roast.
You are that guy, pal.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thanks for having me back. Hey, just real fast on the GP2 thing. Like she was saying, she was like, well, if you're going to let GP2 go, Bob Myers must have something else up his sleeve. I mean, we found him, so with all the phones ringing towards him this year, as opposed to him looking for somebody where he said he couldn't find a wily veteran to bring in, there's got to be somebody that are calling him to come in here. And then just real fast on the KD thing, I don't think there's one team that can offer, because they said they wanted 2 All-Stars and replacement for him. I don't think there's one team. I think it's going to have to be like a 3-team deal, and for lack of better teams, because Kyrie wants to come to the Lakers. I think the Lakers, the Clippers, and the Nets all get involved in like all those stars on those teams between Westbrook, Wall, Leonard, all those guys, Paul George. If they're just going to end up swapping jerseys, I think that's the only way they can get a trade-off is with the 3-team deal. What do you guys think? Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, 2 All-Stars. I don't know. Brooklyn's not going to get 2 All-Stars. Nobody's not giving up 2 All-Stars to get Kevin Durant.
Not now.
No. Not now. 4 years ago? 3 years ago? Maybe. Not now. I don't see that happening. Oh, but look at Tamir. He knows what time it is. He goes, my 5th guy was Dr. J. Dr. J, Julius Erving. So I had Jason Kidd, John Stockton, Dr. J, Shaq, and Kevin Durant. Not a bad team.
Dr. J and Shaq on the same team. And then,
sick.
And then you got KD?
And Jason Kidd and Stockton just passing the ball. It's pretty sick.
That'd be wild.
So the Warriors roster as is. We'll get the coach in just a second. They lose Gary Payton II, 3-year deal for $28 million. So right now the Warriors guards, Steph Curry, Jordan Poole, Ryan Rollins from Toledo, a rookie. Probably not going to see a lot of time. Going to be mostly Steph and Poole and Draymond Green handling the basketball. Your wings, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Moses Moody. I'm not mad at that. Moses Moody would definitely get an uptick. Still have Damian Lee on his roster. Also, Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, PBJ, Patrick Baldwin Jr. are your forwards. Obviously, Draymond Green's going to get the bulk of those minutes. We'll see a lot more Kuminga this season. James Wiseman at center. Hopefully, Kevon Looney re-signs. We'll get to Anthony Slater in 18 minutes on the Morning Roast about Kevon Looney. Then you have a two-way deal with Quindary Weatherspoon. He could be one of your forwards. I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad at Weatherspoon. I'm a Weatherspoon fan. Maybe he replaces some of those minutes for Gary Payton II. But you got to get Looney back. I think if you lose Looney, now all of a sudden we're thinking, man, all right, can you really run it back without Looney and Gary Payton II?
Yeah, and then, I mean, that would open the door for Otto Porter Jr., obviously, but I think you'd be saying if you were to choose one out of the three, and now, I mean, now you're only choosing one out of the two because GP2 is officially gone, but yeah, I think Kevon Looney would be that guy. And you have to, I mean, for what he did, like last season, accomplishing his one goal of the year, personally, his one personal goal was to play all 82 games. And then he gives you that and more going into the playoffs. He did everything that he possibly could for your organization. And the thing about Kevon Looney is he's been on this team for so damn long. He's never complained. Never once just said, you know, I'm frustrated with how things are going. You know, he's always just been a team player. I mean, it's not to say that GP2 doesn't deserve that money, but if you're going to, you know, give me, you know, a triple weight balance or whatever, a triple beam balance, and you're weighing which one do you think deserves to be paid by the Warriors if you had to choose one of the two, I'd say, well, Kevon Looney's probably that guy.
By the way, Bobby Portis, a lot of people, 650, Portis and Looney out. Portis has re-signed with the Milwaukee Bucks. He did that yesterday. I believe, what was this, Spinoni? A 4-year, $49 million deal, I believe, for Bobby Portis. Aaron Holiday, he just agreed to a 1-year deal with the Atlanta Hawks. That's according to Shams Charania. Let's go to Coach real quick in Los Altos. Coach in Los Altos, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, gentlemen. Nice to talk to you.
Coach.
Great show.
Thank you, Coach.
Hey, fellas. I am a little, I have to be honest, I am a little sad about the character, you know, the person that we're losing with the glove, the young glove. But I'm really, really, really happy for him. Like, talk about a guy that deserves it. So sad but happy. So I have two ideas for us to go after because I don't think we can stand pat. I think as you just went over, we have to get Looney back. So if Zubac is at 3 for 33. I think we're in that ballpark. We just got to pay it. The guy's been a yeoman at what, $5 million a year. So I think we got to get Looney. Here's the two that I would consider adding. I would love to get Porter back. I don't know if we will, but here's two thoughts. Paul Millsap, a strong, rugged number 4, 37, probably wants a ring, and a good character guy.
Yeah.
And then I would go get Avery Bradley. You know, we need that veteran backup point guard. He almost was the guy last year. So I would do Bradley, Millsap, and think about Porter as a backup plan. But that would be my plan to try and fortify the rooks with some vets.
Yeah, no, I definitely think good call, Coach. Definitely think the Warriors need another vet. Avery Bradley last year played 62 games, started at 45, shot 42%, 39% from the three-point line. But you bring him here for defense. Where's he at defensively? Can he stay healthy? Avery Bradley, his value's never been lower.
Yeah.
So he almost made the team last year. He was one of the final cuts. Obviously, Draymond Green and Steph Curry, the report came out that they wanted Avery Bradley. Bob Myers, the company, said, no, we're going to wait. We're going to wait. And then finally they pounced on Gary Payton II. Avery Bradley will probably get a look or a training camp invite. I wouldn't be mad at that because that is an important position. Can Avery Bradley stay healthy? And can he do some of the things Gary Payton II did defensively? Where is he at defensively? Again, Spinoni, where's Avery Bradley, a resident Laker fan? We're talking about these former Lakers. Where's Avery Bradley at?
This is our official Lakers insider.
Our Lakers correspondent.
He's definitely declined. And Warriors were in the right going GP2 over Avery Bradley, and I will leave it at that.
That doesn't make me feel good about Avery Bradley Jr.
Yeah, not exactly.
No, doesn't make me go act. So Langford, this is what I want you to do. Thank you. And GP2 did have a big-time impact, 5-0. He had a huge impact on the season. It's a big loss for the Warriors. Is it everything? No. If Looney's back, I think the Warriors will be okay. You lose a little bit defensively, but you gain something offensively with Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga. I believe. I think they'll take the step in the right direction. Plus, you have James Wiseman back, Quindary Weatherspoon on the two-way. Maybe he can play well. I'm out on Avery Bradley, but GP2's impact it's definitely going to be missed. Young Glove was a factor in his championship run.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And when the coach is breaking him up in Avery Bradley, it's you're trying to replace Gary Payton II any way you can, and the fact that they took GP2 over Avery Bradley when Steph and Draymond both wanted Avery Bradley, and they said, yo, this dude's better. Like, this dude, you need to keep him on the team. I mean, you heard GP2 at the end on the Draymond Green show, brought to you by Draymond Green, with Draymond Green as the host, Draymond Green. You heard GP2 afterwards and him talking to him. He's like, yo, when he was done with that 10-day, we called Bob, and we said, Bob, and everyone separately. Clay didn't, but Steph and Dre,
Clay doesn't call anybody.
Clay
he just texts.
Clay didn't find his phone.
Right.
But Steph and Dre, they both called him separately and said, yo, you got to keep GP2 on the team. Like, you got to figure out a way to do that. And they managed to do that this season. So I don't know about Avery Bradley, but it's going to be hard to replace GP2. It really is, because of the progress that you saw him make. But you got to have Moody and Kuminga both step up. I mean, I'm actually, to be honest, I'm not as worried, and worry's not the right word, but I'm going to be more focused on Kuminga and the type of progress that he'll make. Like, I'm not worried about Moses Moody for some reason. I feel more comfortable with Moses Moody. Like, Kuminga is great. Don't get me wrong. Right. I'm not trying to bash him here. But as far as Moses Moody versus Kuminga on the court, when Moody started getting his minutes, because he started to get a lot more post All-Star break, I was like, damn, he just seems more composed on the court. Like, Kuminga's so athletic, and he could bounce he could bounce over anybody. But then you saw him get into those situations like against Memphis where he plays great defense on Ja Morant, gets the rebound, and then he tries going coast to coast, but then he ends up getting trapped and doesn't have anywhere to go with the ball. So I do want to see that progress being made from him. I think they can survive without GP2. I really do. I don't think a lot of people are going crazy over it, but clearly, I think if Bob Myers and Joe Lacob really thought he impacted the team that much and they'd be willing to go that much into the luxury tax, then they would have paid him. But they didn't. And Bob Myers, like he said on the Morning Roast numerous times as he joined us bi-weekly, which was, hey, man, it's a business. Like, I love all these guys. We'd pay all these guys if we can, but you can't pay everybody.
But that's why I think we need to tip our cap to the Warriors and their organization. They help players get paid. If we can't pay you, you go out there and get paid by somebody else.
Yes.
And we'll put you in a better position. Think about all the guys. JaVale McGee got put in a better position. He's gotten paid. All right? DeMarcus Cousins. They helped redeem DeMarcus Cousins' reputation as an NBA player. Doing the same thing with GP2. Matt Barnes came to win a ring. Now we all look at Matt Barnes differently, right? Matt Barnes is a champion now. So Andre Iguodala, he got paid. There's a lot of people got paid coming from the Warriors. Festus Ezeli got paid by the Blazers, leaving the Golden State Warriors. And now Looney's in a great spot to get paid if it's not with the Golden State Warriors. So the Warriors do put you in a great position to get paid.
What do you think's going to happen with Iguodala, by the way?
He's going to retire.
You think so?
I think he's going to retire, right?
It was either one of two options. It's either going to be on as a player or going to retire.
Or it's going to be the Udonis Haslem of the Golden State Warriors.
Would he be worth it for that, where you pay him the minimum and then he's essentially a coach?
Sorry to cut you off, Langford, but the way the players talked about him, he was vital on that bench.
How like Ron Adams, Steve Kerr, and Mike Brown, they all joined this station, right? And every single one of those guys, multiple times, when we were talking to them throughout the playoffs, and Bruce Frazier, not to mention Bruce Frazier too, any Warriors assistant coach, and Steve Kerr, obviously, that we brought on, and Bob Myers too, but they were saying, we need to talk about Andre Iguodala and the job that he's doing coaching these players. And then you look at what he did in the finals when Andrew Wiggins made a mistake. He's getting in his head and telling him what to do. Maybe that would be worth it. I don't know. Do you really want to take up that roster spot, though, and just have a guy like a Udonis Haslem type? Maybe
it's worth it. Maybe it's worth it. Let's go to G Live in San Francisco. G Live, what's happening?
Bonte, it's G Live, baby.
G Live, my bad. G Live. What's up, baby?
I thought it was Glive.
Yeah, it's all good. Check it out. It's a business, baby. You know what I mean? It's a business, and you got to do what you do. You know, we couldn't match that 28M. You know, that was hard. My bad. That was hard. That was hard to match that 28M. So, but we kind of signed, but we got to get Looney back.
I
think Witherspoon. I think Witherspoon can fill that role that GP2 played. You know what I mean? He's a bigger and stronger, but he has those same characteristics, I think. And when he did get some minutes, you know, he did pretty good. So I think coaching him up, get him to fill that spot a little bit, along with Moody and Kuminga, of course. But you know what I'm saying? But we got to get Looney back. That's
no doubt.
one.
That's a big factor here. And we're going to have Anthony Slater on in about 7 minutes to talk about Kevon Looney and where the Warriors are at with Kevon Looney. Obviously, after losing Gary Payton II, 3 years, $28 million, we'll also get Slater's thoughts on the Kevon Durant sweepstakes. Kevon Durant has requested a trade from the Brooklyn Nets. I want to read something to you, Langford. It's these undrafted picks and late picks here. Think about all the money that's being thrown around in the NBA. Jalen Brunson, number 33 overall pick, just made $104 million with the New York Knicks. Anthony Simons, number 24 overall pick, 4-year, $100 million contract with the Portland Trail Blazers. Lou Dort was undrafted. Lou Dort just got 5 years, $87.5 million from Oklahoma City. Mitchell Robinson, number 36 overall pick, $60 million. Chris Boucher, undrafted, was a G Leaguer with the Golden State Warriors. $35 million, 3-year deal with the Toronto Raptors. PJ Tucker, number 35 overall pick, had to go overseas. $33 million for 3 years with the Sixers. He's 37 years old. Gary Payton II, of course, undrafted, 3 years, $28 million. Tyus Jones. Was that a 2-year deal for $30 million with Memphis? 2 or 3 years?
Damn.
Tyus Jones, who we saw, with the Memphis Grizzlies in that second-round series against the Warriors. Nico Claxton, $20 million, number 31 overall pick. And then you got Kyle Anderson, $30 million, 30th overall pick out of UCLA. He had already gotten over $40 million with the Memphis Grizzlies. Now he gets $18 more million with the Minnesota Timberwolves on a 2-year deal. And you got Hartenstein, number 43 overall, getting $16 million. So, folks, if you're undrafted or if you're a late round pick, does not matter. If you ball out, you will get paid in the NBA.
Yes, and they will figure out ways in which they can pay you, but the Warriors just can't right now. Like, that's just it. They can't pay you. If you want to make that type of money and you're on your way to a new contract, it's really tough for the Warriors to pay him. And that's why, Kevon Looney's the number one guy that we paid attention to. And then Otto Porter Jr. could be gone for much cheaper. I don't know if you're going to be, signing him to a 3-year, $30 million deal. I don't know if he's going to be getting that type of money. If you do end up signing him, I'd be very interested to see what they're going to do. But man.
By the way, Kevon Durant requests his trade from Brooklyn. He had all this money flying around. Gary Payton II goes to Portland. And some huge news in college football broke, and nobody gives a damn out here. USC and UCLA has decided to leave the Pac-12 and join the Big Ten.
Yeah.
They're going to the Big Ten.
What do you know?
What the heck is going on?
Well, it's just one of the first domino. Like, the first domino to fall was when Texas and Oklahoma went to SEC, right? So, shout out to Arch Manning. But those guys leaving to the Big Ten, those teams leaving to the Big Ten, it's just the first domino to fall, man. It's just going to continue on and on and on. The NCAA is just so corrupt to me, so it's just all money, 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 money. I know they got the NIL deals and everything, but money, 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 that's all it's about.
Yeah, damn.
It's crazy.
USC playing Ohio State in the Big Ten conference game. Wow. Anyway,
you have tough times with the Pac-12 teams going up against Ohio State, right?
Done. Pac-12's
Didn't you have something with little Oregon, Ohio State last year?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. I lost a lot of that. Put me out for the season. Had so much money on Ohio State to blow them out. Oregon was missing 5 defensive starters in that football game. I took Ohio State first quarter, Ohio State team total first quarter, Ohio State first half, Ohio State team total first half, and midway through the first quarter, I said, I am screwed. Damn,
brutal
gambling. Boy, it's been a while since I've done that. All right, it's time for the injury report, sponsored by Boxer and Gerson Law Firm.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Oh, Ronald Acuna Jr., he's close to returner for the Atlanta Braves lineup, and I need him on my fantasy team. I am missing him. Braves manager Brian Snitker said he assumes that Acuna Jr. will be back in the lineup tonight when the Braves take on the Cincinnati Reds. Acuna Jr. has missed the last 4 games after fouling a ball off his left foot. Last Saturday's win against the LA Dodgers. The injury was serious enough to require Acuna to get around the clubhouse on a scooter at one point, but apparently he will be back this weekend. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The one and only Anthony Slater here on The Roast.
GP2 gone to the Blazers for 3 years, $28 million. There's something happening there.
What?
It's so funny. I still go back to it, and I opened the show with this, but I'm going to repeat it again. When you came into the studio yesterday, and you're like, "All right, Langford, I got to get going," but you know what? Tomorrow we'll talk a little bit NBA free agency. We'll see what moves go down there, and we were really casual about it. Well,
got the Giants.
We'll be cool. Yeah, we got the Giants a little bit. We'll be cool, man. We'll be cool. It's gonna be a fun show. And then the Kevin Durant news breaks like 2 hours later. Then we're thinking, all right, well, we got our show.
Script's done.
Script's over.
Script's done.
No rundown needed.
We don't have to preview Giants and White Sox. What a series that's going to be at Oracle Park.
How about that?
How about that? Tony La Russa back to the Bay.
Met him at a Costco once.
How was that?
It was all right. He signed a book.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
I saw him downstairs. He was here. I forgot what he was doing. He asked about Ray Ratto, I think.
Oh, really?
Ray Ratto still around? It's like, damn.
Tony La Russa and E40. Met E40 in a Costco also.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Did he have his mango scotto?
No, it was the time when Slurricane was being put into the stores, and he was doing his own thing in the guest services line. Walked right by him. It was around Christmas.
You say, what up, Fody?
Said, what's up?
Did you say hello?
What? Yeah, no. So I looked, me and my brother, we were walking. Yeah. We were so nervous after lunch, and we got lunch. We got the cheap pizza, hot dog, whatever you can get, $1.99 for the hot dog and the soda, best deal around. But we walked by and we're like, yo, is that E40? And we were like kind of too nervous to go up to him. So he just like looks below the rim of his glasses and just goes, happy holidays, man. And then we walked out. That's it. Didn't want to bother him.
That's pretty good. Let's bring it to Anthony Slater, who's had to suffer through those last 3 minutes. Listen to that. Let's get to more pressing issues. I hope he laughed. Anthony Slater needs a little laugh. He's been working all day long. Kawakami Marcus Thompson got him doing all the grunt work for the Athletic. Anthony Slater, 95.7 The Game Insider. Of course, we love him on the roast. Anthony, what's up, brother?
What's up? How are you?
Oh man, we're good, man. We got some basketball news. Thought we was going to have to suffer talking about the Giants today and how they lost a series to the Cincinnati Reds and split with the Tigers, or 2-3 on his homestand. But we got action in the NBA, including Gary Payton II moving on to the Portland Trailblazers, a 3-year, $28 million deal. I guess you can get up to $31 million with this deal. So the Warriors, what happened here? What could the Warriors have done to keep Gary Payton II here with the go to, of course, here in the Bay Area?
I mean, they could have paid him. They could have paid him up to, I think it was like 10.5 or 10.9 million. I think was the max they could have gone with full bird rights. But they just opted to keep their offer around the taxpayer mid-level, about $6.4 million, only on like a 2-year deal. And as you mentioned, I mean, Gary just went for 3 years, $30 million player option on the, backside of it. And, I mean, we know the tax penalties. Yeah. We can go through the numbers if you want, but that's just the reality here.
Well, what was the taxpayer numbers? If the Warriors would have offered Gary Payton II $10 million for over 2 years with those bird rights, what would that have been like on the tax? Because they're under repeater tax. I mean, what is it, times 7 now? So what would that would have looked like here for Gary Payton II and the Warriors if they did give him $10 million a year for over 2?
Yeah, they're near 7. So, you're talking about 9-10 million. You're talking about between like 60 and 70 million per season, by the way. If you're committed to a multi-year deal, you're expecting to be in the tax next season. So it's like basically what we're talking like a 3 years times that by 60 for me, 180 million, basically, wow. if you match Portland's deal. Wow. Now, that roster spot's going to go to somebody making a minimum probably. So like, it's not like you're still going to end up paying some amount of money, to replace him. But, every single dollar, including the dollars they're probably going to end up having to give to Looney, are just, getting taxed like crazy right now with payments coming soon, right? If there's a Wiggins extension, Poole's money will eventually kick in. So there's a limit, and they've been transparent about it. Like Bob Myers said at his press conference, a week or so ago, like there is some sort of a limit.
And Anthony, you said Kevon Looney toward the end of your answer there, and that's who I was going to ask you about. What's the latest with him? Are they any closer to a deal? What are they expected to sign him for? Is there any comparison within the NBA? I know Ivica Zubac's name has been thrown around because he got an extension for 3 years worth $33 million, averaging $11 million per year. But what's the latest with Kevon Looney?
I would expect them to bring him back. I mean, nothing is finalized as of this moment. It wasn't last night. They're still a little bit apart in negotiations, as we reported on The Athletic. But,
there's just kind of, I guess, the distance between them right now is the reality of what you mentioned. Like guys like Ivica Zubac is getting 3 years, $33 million. Looney's very comparable to that, right? Starting center, solid player on a championship contender, you'd say. Isaiah Hartenstein got near $10 million. There's various big men out there. I mean, Marvin Bagley got 3 for $37.
I couldn't believe that. I couldn't.
Yeah. Which wasn't overpay, but if you're Kevon Looney and you're looking at Marvin Bagley getting $337, you're going that's like, how am I not getting 8 figures? But the Warriors are looking at a market that's drying up, that doesn't have many teams with cap space out there, almost nobody left with the full taxpayer mid-level, and really only teams left that are contenders, the type of teams that would want a Kevon Looney, who is great in his role but doesn't really have, I guess you would say Marvin Bagley potential, even though Marvin Bagley never met that potential, but you know what I mean. He just cannot turn into a pick-and-roll superstar. So the Warriors are going who's going to pay you beyond $6.4 million at this point? So I think that is kind of where the separation is. They'll probably find some type of a middle ground, but I just think the Warriors believe they can get him back on a bargain, and the market is kind of leading them correctly down that path.
How much does Looney want to be back? As we're talking to Anthony Slater on 95.7 Game Insider, how much does Looney want to come back? And if it is a discount, $6.4 million, what would that look like over the next 2-3 years? Obviously, it's going to be taxes involved here with the luxury tax, and I got a question about that coming up here in just a second. But if Looney, what else can he get out there? Because as you said, the market is drying up. I don't see any teams like Orlando. He's not going to go there, right? He wants to play for a contender.
Yeah, start for a contender. Just won the championship, and so much comes with playing for the Warriors. I mean, it's part of the reason Gary Payton II struggled with that decision. Gary Payton II was not happily jolting out of town looking for a place. I mean, his preference would have been to stay, but the money wasn't the same. And it's similar with Looney, understandably. I mean, not only is he starting on a championship contender, but he just fits what the Warriors do. Steph Curry, in a lot of ways, protects him offensively. I mean, you could play 2 non-shooters when you have Steph Clay out there, Jordan Poole off the bench. So his desire is to remain. But part of the appeal of playing for the Warriors typically is you play deep into the playoffs, you help them win a title, and then you get a payday for it. I mean, most of his teammates have. And the crazy thing for Kevon Looney over the years is he's always been kind of neglected, you would say, on the market, right? I mean, remember they declined his 4th-year option. He has a great 3rd season, but he still only gets the minimum. He had a great 2019 run where, remember, he even got hurt and played through that injury when Kawhi trucked him, but he was awesome that whole playoff. They gave him 3 years, $15 million, couldn't get more than mid-level that time. So, they'll probably be working through some stuff, which includes maybe, last time he got a player option on year 3, maybe he gets a player option, but, I mean, he's just not going to get what the market says he should get unless somebody comes in late and surprises and gives him a bigger payday that would maybe make the Warriors, have to up their offer because they cannot lose Looney.
Yeah, I was going to just ask you, how big of a loss would Looney be with only James Wiseman as the lone center on this roster? Because a lot of people were freaking out over Gary Payton II. My priorities coming into the offseason, Anthony, was Looney 1, GP2 2nd. But a lot of people were freaking out over Gary Payton II, and they're ticked off at Joe Lacob for not going back into the tax for a guy like GP2. I don't get it.
Well, I mean, look, I understand the idea of billionaires pay whatever you can. I mean, they just make crazy money during the playoff run. They're, ticketed to make insane money over the next half decade with a, star-studded team in Chase Center. And even when they're not playing games, they're concerts and, they're making a ton of money. But, it's tough, in my opinion, to be overly critical of a financial decision like this when you take a step back and realize they just paid a record tax bill. They're about to pay a record tax bill. The only owner anywhere near him in the ballpark in the league right now as far as payments is Steve Ballmer, who's what is he, top 5 richest people in America? I mean, Joe Lacob's rich, but he ain't Steve Ballmer. Right. So it's just Joe Lacob continually has put his money where his mouth is. I mean, and, he wasn't unwilling to bring Gary Payton back on what would have been a pretty steep tax penalty. He just didn't go that full level. And the reality is, I think they've been pretty transparent about it. There is a limit, and we're starting to reach the upper level of that limit because we're talking about a payroll that, especially if Payton came back, was going to cost in totality $400-ish million. heading towards potentially $500 million in the future if they try to keep this team together with a pool extension.
And Anthony, in your latest article, you did mention Otto Porter Jr., and you said that he's currently contemplating a return to the Warriors on the veteran minimum, or we could get more money elsewhere. Do you think that the new deal for GP2 and the fact that they already got him off the team, off the roster, got him off the luxury tax, do you think that Otto Porter Jr. could be making more than the veteran minimum, or do you think that OPJ is still going to be getting that veteran minimum no matter what?
I mean, I don't know for sure, so I don't want to report definite on this. Right. But I my sense is it's really just a vet minimum offer, because the one thing in the league about a vet minimum offer is, let's say Otto Porter's veteran minimums, I don't know the exact number, but I think it's like high twos, like 2.8 or so. It's still pretty good money, $2.8 million. But if you keep it at the vet minimum, the league does not tax you on anything above what's like a normal minimum, like 1 point something. So you save a lot of tax money by having it as a vet minimum, whereas if you go a dollar above the minimum, then suddenly every dollar gets taxed. So as they try to maneuver around this roster, as they make small moves, which includes, probably rostering Ryan Rollins because you can give him the lowest minimum in the league.
Right.
All these dollars matter, and that's why I think Otto Porter pretty much knows, they'd love to have him back. He's going to be in the rotation, but it would have to be on a vet minimum.
Do you think that if they do not sign Otto Porter Jr. to a new deal, that maybe they could try and replace him with a guy who could play, a little bit of the forward position? I don't know. Bonte and I were contemplating a little Carmelo Anthony, maybe, Anthony Slater.
Whoa.
You like that, huh, Slater? You like that?
Well, does Steve Kerr like that? I don't know. Otto Porter, so much of what he did last year was more rugged than you'd expect.
Right.
Defense, rebound. And come on, Carmelo can rebound a bit. I don't hate that idea. That seems like something like a Draymond Green would, but I guess it would be no on that. But my guess would be if Carmelo Anthony's playing another season, he's playing it in L.A. with LeBron.
Man, ring chasing with the Warriors, 37.5% from three last year. Not the worst idea in the world. It's kind of laughable. No? Somebody brought up Dwight Howard. Now, that move would make me laugh because I just don't see him fitting in a locker room like that. If they can't re-sign Otto Porter Jr., and say, hypothetically, Looney leaves, what are some of the options for the Warriors? Is it Rajon Rondo as a backup point guard? Who can they possibly go out there and get on minimum deals?
Jeez, if Kevon Looney leaves, which at this point, is not expected at all, I mean, you have to, jump into the center market. And, some of the center names that I floated out in that, disaster scenario for the Warriors are, Andre Drummond or JaVale McGee. Well, JaVale McGee got full taxpayer from Dallas. Drummond got a small deal, but he's already committed to Philadelphia. So, the market dries up quick there. It's part of the reason why they're just not going to lose Kevon Looney, right? I mean, you just can't. If Porter does leave, Payton's already gone. They got to just go wing heavy. To me, they feel pretty set at point guard. Especially with Rollins coming in. Big men. I mean, they're comfortable going into the season with Looney and Wiseman, but you got to do something in the wing spot. And the league is run by wings, and you're just going to lose one with Payton II. So, I don't know. Gary Harris was a name I thought maybe, try to rehab his career, but he got paid.
He got paid in Orlando, $26 million.
Yeah. So, we'll see. I mean, I think Bielitz is another guy that they've been wanting to bring back. I know there was rumors he might go back overseas, but I think he's got a veteran minimum available to the Warriors, and that's, at least he's a comfortable name they know that they can put in a rotation.
95.7 Warriors insider Anthony Slater joining us here on 95.7 The Game. To veer off from the Warriors for just a second, Anthony, prior to NBA free agency officially starting, we got the news that Kevin Durant had requested a trade from the Nets. Well, first off, it's a two-parter here. What was your initial reaction to seeing that news? And number two, I mean, which is the team that he could possibly go to here?
I think Phoenix is clearly where he seems to trying to be directing himself. The Nets hold a lot of cards in this scenario with him, being committed 4 seasons. That's something he never did with the Warriors, or even back when I covered the Thunder. I mean, I covered 4 straight seasons where Kevin Durant was on a 1-year deal, impending free agent. Wow. And through that, he controlled a lot of the process, in some ways kind of hijacked the mood of the organization, both organizations that I covered him playing for. Whereas, the fact that he's long-term committed to 4-year deals, allows the Nets to canvass the league and, probably go search for different offers that maybe we're not even thinking of. Like people were throwing out, call the Cavaliers about Evan Mobley, call the Raptors about Scotty Barnes. I mean, you can kind of choose in a sense, but I think there's still in this league, just knowing like the way Kevin Durant operates. I mean, if you're a team trading for him, you've got to kind of know he wants to come there, or else it's, very questionable to bring him into the organization, or something just like this might happen. So I think Phoenix and Miami sound like the two favorites.
Yeah.
And of those two potential deals, to me, like Phoenix is, if DeAndre Ayton would agree to a sign and trade, him plus Bridges plus all their future picks.
Cam Johnson, maybe.
Yeah, Cam Johnson, maybe he's only on a $5 million deal. You can toss him in. Like that's an intriguing package. Now, I hate that team formation for Brooklyn. Like if you have Bridges, Ayton, Ben Simmons, Cam Johnson, you have no offensive creation. It's weird, but if we're just talking value, like that's a lot of valuable, weapons to kind of also remake your team. You can flip some of those guys later for offensive creators.
And you can recap or recoup those picks that you gave Houston for James Harden. I believe they got the next 5 first-round picks of the Brooklyn Nets and Houston Rockets, so you can recoup some of those picks and have some first-round picks there.
You can, but one of the issues there is you can't just tear down and rebuild, because regardless of if you recoup the picks, you have Phoenix picks. For example, if you did with Phoenix, and that's going to be in the 20s.
Yep.
It may be down the line. Chris Paul's getting old. Like maybe those do become good picks in 4 years or so, but you can't stink, because if you stink, everything's going to Houston anyway. So they're motivated to still remain competitive, which also kind of changes the trade scenario.
Yeah, Kyrie Irving too on the block. A lot of people pointing at the LA Lakers. We'll see what that. What about KD to the Warriors? I mean, no, that's not happening. We know that. But
I was just would be the answer.
No, it's not happening. We all know that. But quietly, the Warriors would have had the best package for the Brooklyn Nets for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I mean, the Warriors have the best package for name your star, and they have for a while now. And even more because, last offseason when we were talking about these theoretical trades, it was like Wiggins was considered negative value. Now it's like if you got Wiggins, you're like, wow, nice. You can even extend him. Like you got a 27-year-old wing kind of entering his prime who now has the championship and an all-star appearance. So that's a more appealing, big ticket item in the package. Then plus, last year we were talking about, pick 7, pick 14. Now you're talking about Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, who look like very good picks at 7 and 14. So yeah, it is a spectacular package, but the problem is, we all know, the Warriors don't want to trade it.
Yeah.
There's a reason it's a good package, because it's very valuable to the Warriors also.
And they don't want to deal with KD anymore, right?
Neither, but it's mutual.
It's mutual, no doubt.
The feeling is very mutual.
No doubt. Kyrie Irving, where do you think he ends up?
Gosh, he's trying to get himself to L.A. I can't imagine Brooklyn wanting Russell Westbrook back, but if they are reforming a strange version of a team that's now suddenly has Ayton and Bridges, for example, maybe you take a gamble on Westbrook, because that team would need some offensive creation.
Yeah,
that's clearly what he wants, and maybe you say yes with Westbrook, but give that 2027 and 2029 first rounder from the Lakers. They completely unprotect that. Wow. And if Lakers are willing to do that, why not if you're the Nets?
This league is incredible. This league is absolutely incredible. We got the Philadelphia Rockets with Daryl Morey running the show. PJ Tucker back with Harden. Just unbelievable stuff. Slater, you've been on it, doing an incredible job. We'll be looking for your reports, and hopefully Looney does re-sign with the Warriors here in the next few days. But you're right, the market is drying up for Looney, and this is probably his best destination. Sticking with the Golden State Warriors. Anthony, you're the best, man.
All right, enjoy Giants White Sox, the AL Central rolling through.
Hey, Slater, your Guardians are playing some good baseball right now. Your Guardians are looking good. I'm going to 2 of the 3 games here. Giants baseball, man. They got nobody I want to watch. Don't even get me started on them, Slater.
Please don't.
You want Jose Ramirez? You're going to have to pay up for that.
Dude, I would love Jose Ramirez. Love him.
He's a beast.
Man, I'd give up everything for Jose Ramirez.
I'm a big Josh Naylor fan. I love that guy.
Okay. Hit another walk-off homer the other day.
Yeah, headbutting Tito Francona.
Yep. They still only pay about $33 million total for their entire salary. Not exactly Joe Lacob running
No doubt. Hey, but you're balling in the AL Central, a game back of the Twins, baby. Look at that. The Guardian is making some noise out there in the American League. Anthony, man, get some rest, man, and we'll continue to follow your coverage.
All right, fellas.
All right, Anthony Slater, The Athletic.
I was going to ask him this. I didn't want to put him in in a tough position, But I heard Paul Rudd in an interview once, and he was this was in the middle of all his Marvel press tours and everything, and he'd be answering the same questions over and over again. And he said, when he was asked about that, he said, man, like I don't. There's times where I answer the question and I've just said it so much, it's like a routine that I don't even know if I believe in the answer anymore, and I don't even know if it's real. I feel like it's the same thing with Anthony Slater, the luxury tax.
Oh yeah,
we've been asking this dude about the luxury tax nonstop for like the past 3 years.
No doubt.
It's just he's had to answer
goes on.
the same question over and over and over again. Of course, he has to know the information and be accurate with it. That's why I didn't ask him. Like, do you even believe what you're saying anymore? When it's just there's so much luxury tax talk that I just feel like it's routine for him, where he just kind of coasts through it, doesn't even think about what he's saying because it's just so normal.
It's so normal. It's natural. 650 Bonte, Warriors do have the best package for Name Your Star. Keep that in the holster for later on. We might see stars like Embiid, who may want out of Philadelphia at some point. Well, we'll see about that.
You never know.
Yeah, no, I think Embiid is going to want out. I do believe Embiid's going to want out of Philadelphia at some point.
Trust the trade process.
Also, one thing we haven't touched on too much today was Anthony Simons signing that 4-year, $100 million extension. What does that mean for Jordan Poole? Jordan Poole's got to be sitting back thinking, $100 million for Simons? Oh, I'm getting the bag, baby.
Jalen Brunson getting that deal with the Knicks. Those two guys.
Comparable
right there.
Comparable, very comparable. So I think
maybe more Simons to Poole than Brunson, because as far as I know, I think Simons was a 6th guy for a majority of the time.
Well, we have breaking news here.
Oh.
Breaking news. Chris Haynes of Yahoo Sports has reported that Otto Porter Jr. has agreed on a 2-year deal with a player option with the Toronto Raptors. Otto Porter Jr. heading north of the border to play with the Raptors on a 2-year deal with a player option, just as Anthony Slater gets off the phone. So the Warriors, another vital piece of this championship team. Otto Porter Jr. now gone to Toronto. So they lose Otto Porter Jr. and Gary Payton II. So it is imperative that they resign Kevon.
That was the other takeaway from Slater's interview. At least I'm doing that thing as a host where it's like, oh yeah, he answered my question, so I'm thinking about the answer to my question.
Right.
But like Otto Porter Jr., when he said, he's probably going to be on the veteran minimum, I'm like, man, other teams are going to be willing to pay at least a little bit over that veteran minimum.
Well, think about again, the Warriors helping the guy get paid.
Yeah.
Right? When Otto Porter Jr. signed with the Golden State Warriors, his stock was at an all-time low.
What, man? Good for him.
He was banged up. He was hurt. He came here, played well, had some big moments for the Golden State Warriors. Salute to Otto Porter Jr., who had a hell of a run with the Golden State Warriors, and he wins an NBA championship. 1 year, gets a championship. Now he's in Toronto on a 2-year deal with the player option. So the Warriors lose Gary Payton II, and they lose Otto Porter Jr. Dub Nation, how you feel about that? 888-957-9570. Looney. Anthony Slater said it looks like Looney will be back at some point with the Golden State Warriors. Let's hope that is the case. Otto Porter Jr. signs with the Toronto Raptors. 888-957-9570. Your call's coming up next here on the Morning Roast, and that's brought to you by Save Mart.
Lucky California is all about celebrating.
Moses Moody, and you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Moses? Your time is coming up. Your time is coming. Because Otto Porter Jr. has left the Golden State Warriors. He has signed a 2-year deal with a player option with the Toronto Raptors. 2-year deal with the Toronto Raptors, player option there. He was a vital member of the Golden State Warriors championship team. He signs with the Raptors. We don't have the dollar figures yet.
So I was going to ask, do we have the dollar amount?
The dollar amount. The figures are not there yet. But Otto Porter Jr. now with the Toronto Raptors. Gary Payton II signs a 3-year, $28 million deal with the Portland Trailblazers. So the Warriors use you think about their rotation, the 7th and 8th man in that playoff run where the Warriors win their 4th championship in the last 8 years. Otto Porter Jr. didn't play on back-to-backs. Had his moments with the Golden State Warriors, a very good Warrior. We salute Otto Porter Jr. for being a champ. Thanks to Otto Porter Jr. GP2, I wouldn't be wearing his championship hat. Of course, Steph Curry had a lot to do with it as well. But they leave, so I don't believe the ship is sinking. Now, I'm seeing a lot of stuff here on the text line. I see it a little on YouTube. I see a little on Twitter. A lot of people are, oh my gosh, they're leaving. What are they doing? They're freaking out. Number 30 hasn't left.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I got the eye patch. Yeah, 30 hasn't left. Clay's still here. Wiggins just hasn't gone anywhere. Poole's still here. What are we freaking out about?
Everyone's going crazy.
Everybody's going nuts.
The ship is sinking.
Come on, relax.
I'm actually seeing that phrase. The ship is sinking. We were actually called stupid because you and I were on the air. It was, gosh, I can't remember after which Grizzlies game it was, but Otto Porter Jr. helped swing one of those games. I wish I could remember which one, but it was toward the end of the third quarter, and his minutes at the beginning of the fourth, like with his rebounding, his 3-point shooting. I remember you and I came on here and we're like, hey, don't forget about Otto Porter Jr. when talking about that game. And everyone's like, okay, if Otto Porter Jr. has to, blah, 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 what are you guys talking about, Otto Porter Jr.? So now it's from that to
the ship is sinking.
The ship is sinking. What is this team doing? Right. Are they ending up like the 2020 Lakers?
Yeah. Are the Dubs rebuilding?
That's an actual comment.
Yeah, I know, Langford. That's
what the hell is happening?
Are the Dubs rebuilding? I'm seeing things like this idiotic organization. They're stupid. They don't understand the importance of Gary Payton II. Relax.
They don't understand the importance of Gary Payton II. The team, Bonte.
Yeah.
The team doesn't. But you do. But you do, apparently, listener. You understand it more than the team does. Come on. Like, it's fine. Otto Porter Jr. got paid. If you just heard Anthony Slater on with us, you just heard him. He said, yeah, they're probably going to have to pay him the veteran minimum still because $1 over that veteran minimum, he has to talk about that damn luxury tax. And that's when you get into the dollar amount. And every single dollar, it multiplies. Like, it was pretty clear after hearing that another team's going to be willing to give him a deal.
The same people who wanted Kuminga to start Langford.
Yeah.
And they wanted more Moses Moody.
Yep.
Are now saying the Warriors are cooked because they lost Otto Porter Jr. and Gary Payton II,
Done.
which means more minutes for Kuminga and Moody.
Done.
The same people you wanted starting last year and to get more minutes, now the ship is sinking because those guys got to play.
Should I play that role for like the next 25 minutes for the rest of the show? For the new people that are just rolling in, maybe getting into their cars, getting ready to go to work for their July 4th weekend. Like, do I need to just be the fan that's going crazy and just pretend to play that role? I don't know if I can. I can't even fake that. I'm not worried about next season based on GP2 going elsewhere and Otto Porter Jr. Yeah. Loved those guys, and I understand the value to their team, but it's not make or break because, like you mentioned, Steph still around, Clay still around, Wiggins, Poole, Draymond. Now the one that I do think you can, start to express that worry, so to speak,
is Looney.
That's the one, but it was not Otto Porter Jr. Hey, this opens the door for Bielitsa, though.
Right. Bielitsa coming back. Bia, who had a good he had a good finals. Otto Porter Jr. had his moments, but let's not get crazy here. Otto Porter Jr. struggled in the finals mostly, especially when he got inserted to the starting lineup. Otto Porter Jr. at times did not play well in the NBA Finals. He had a couple moments, some big threes, but
you know what?
Relax. It's not life or death losing Otto Porter Jr.
And for once, can't we just be, instead of just thinking about how this impacts the team that we're a fan of and how this impacts us, can we just appreciate and be happy for both GP2 and Otto Porter Jr. getting paid, like securing his spot on a 2-year deal with a player option? in Toronto. Like Otto Porter, good for him. GP2 getting that money. The Warriors were never going to pay him that amount of money. Good for GP2. Good for both of them.
Here's what Slater just said. Anthony Slater just joined us, our 95.7 The Game insider. Here's what he had to say about the Warriors not matching the Blazers' offer for young glove Gary Payton II.
Basically, what we're talking like a 3 years times that by 60 for me, $180 million. Basically, if you match Portland's deal. Now, that roster spot's going to go to somebody making a minimum, probably. So, it's not like you're still going to end up paying some amount of money to replace him, but every single dollar, including the dollars they're probably going to end up having to give to Looney, are just getting taxed like crazy right now with payments coming soon, right? If there's a Wiggins extension, Poole's money will eventually kick in. So there's a limit, and they've been transparent about it. Like Bob Myers said at his press conference, a week or so ago, there is some sort of a limit.
There's a limit. There's a limit.
The kids at Disneyland, Bonte.
There's a limit, kid. Hey, baby Ches, there's a limit.
Dad, can we get more Dole Whip? No.
I can't buy
any more for you.
I can't buy this damn Cocomelon's backpack for you. You already got 5 backpacks. Or maybe that's me. Look, it's a limit to it.
Yeah.
Trust the front office. This is the same front office, the same ownership group, the same head coaching staff, that has netted you 4 championships in 8 years. 4 championships in 8 years.
Our guy rocking New Era 84 just responded to us on Twitter, and Warrior fans are really like Lloyd Christmas right now. We got no food. We got no jobs. Our pets' heads are falling off. The timing on that was perfect, by the way. The comedic timing right there. We were in sync there, Spadoni.
I was waiting. I backed the hell up. I fell back.
Yeah.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah.
I need to watch that movie. Maybe I'll watch that movie when I get home. Nobody's going to be home.
It was hidden from me when I was a kid.
Was it really?
Yeah, the videotape. My mom wanted to hide it because I was watching it when I was 4 or 5 years old.
Oh my God!
She had to hide it from me. She didn't want me watching that.
Even the TV version, because when I first watched Dumb and Dumber, it was a TV version on TBS. It was still funny as hell. It was still funny as hell. You know, it's the Friday TV version.
Yeah.
Can't watch Friday the TV version. It's not the same. Dumb and Dumber?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Oh, all time. It's a top 10 movie.
Yes. Easy.
Pretty bird.
You sold my dead bird to a blind kid?
Harry, I took care of it.
Gosh, man. The Warriors will be okay. Trust Bob Myers.
Seriously. This isn't Farhan letting Chris Bryant walk to the Colorado Rockies or letting Kevin Gausman go to the Toronto Blue Jays. It's nothing like that where, it's coming to the detriment of your team, or at least it could have been a move that could have changed your team significantly the following season. No. This is time now for Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman is going to step up here. This is where the development of the young players, this is where the real transition begins to where, by the end of Steph, Clay, and Dre and those guys' contract, by the time those guys are gone, that's when the young guys have already solidified their role and solidified themselves as NBA players. This is their time to shine now.
The ship is not sinking, folks.
The ship is very much afloat.
It's okay. It's all right.
It is the Black Pearl in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Still afloat for a little bit. I don't know. I tried going with the analogy there. It didn't work. It's 8:40 in the morning, 20 minutes till July 4th weekend.
Hey, man, sometimes you miss.
Yeah.
Steph Curry misses threes.
Yeah.
He missed a lot. He didn't make it 3 in Game 5 of the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
Happens.
That wasn't even a swing and a miss. I just looked at a pitch down the middle on a 3-2 count with 2 outs and the bases loaded.
You know what we call that in my household?
What?
We call that pulling a Brennan Belt.
Oof. Tough one.
I was going to go Joey Bart, but that's good too.
Like that. I'm going. I just know Willard's in the lab. I want to tick him off before the changeover. Don in Berkeley, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hi. I just wanted to respond about GP2. One thing that was amazing about the Warriors season was there were so many magical stories and so many things that just had to work out right, like Clay, Draymond, and Steph all getting injuries and all making it back in time. And GP2 was one of the most amazing stories, partly because of the local connection, partly because he got hurt in that playoff game when he got knocked out and broke his elbow. And then because the Warriors made it all the way to the finals, he got his chance to shine, and he was such a great story. So to hear that he's gone, I think the Warriors would be okay with the folks that you talked about, Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman, and I trust that the management knows what it's doing. But it's just sad to lose a guy like that.
No doubt. No doubt. It is sad to lose a guy like that, and we wish him well. We're not hating on him getting that bag.
No.
Major bag alert. He got 3 years, $28 million. The ship is not sinking, folks, because they lost Gary Payton II and Otto Porter Jr., and I'm not trying to dilute anything they've done.
Yeah.
I'm not throwing any shade at those two guys. Steph Curry's still there, right?
Yeah.
Draymond Green's still playing at a high level, right?
Think so.
Andrew Wiggins became a star last year, a two-way star, an all-star starter.
He's still making a bag next year.
Yeah, 17 and 16 in Game 4, 26 and 13 in Game 5. He hasn't gone anywhere.
Yep.
Klay Thompson, he's coming back.
He's there.
What about Jordan Poole?
Oh, Jordan Poole, he's there. Yeah.
Kuminga and Moody going to grow up, right?
And
Play a little bit.
and you know what? In order for Jordan Poole to stick with this team in the future, they didn't really need to pay Otto Porter Jr. This might open the door for Jordan Poole to get a little more money on his contract.
Yeah, he needs to get it back, right? You got to
Interesting.
extend him, right? You got to make a decision on Andrew Wiggins at some point next year or in the offseason. Warriors are fine. Relax, folks. It's okay.
Could be worse. You could be the San Jose Sharks. You don't have a GM or a head coach right now.
Right. You want to be the Oakland A's right now?
You want to be them?
So the Warriors are already in the tax. I get it. I'm not trying to cape for the ownership group. To me, as a fan of the Dubs, and I get it. Yo, Dante, you work pre and post. You can't say anything critical. You got to be the. Honestly, they spent a lot of money. They've been in the tax for what, 5 straight years?
Yeah.
Fine with that. They spent money. They've proven that they want to win. They want to win.
From the 650, just to highlight how poor that Black Pearl Pirates of the Caribbean analogy was. The Warriors are like the Titanic. It's an unsinkable ship. Pretty poor there. Yeah, I got that.
Oh, man.
Pretty bad.
Let's go to Blake in Mountain View. Blake in Mountain View, what's happening? You're on the roast.
B-Lake.
Hey, morning, guys. So I'm with you. Congratulations to GP2, Otto Porter. They got paid. They got the multi-year deals. And we were talking, 2 months ago? We were worried what could happen to GP2 in the offseason. Like, hey, broken elbow. He may not get paid. He may get cut again. Who knows? So congratulations to him. At absolute worst, this is a retool. They're going to find some guys to fill the spots. And at best, it's an opportunity for the young guys, like you guys have been saying, for Moody and Kuminga to step up and grow. So, if anyone wants to have anything to look at, take a look at about a decade ago with the Heat. They were taking players in and out, every single year. They didn't have a whole lot of, cap space. Hell, they didn't have any. And they're, players
Are you breaking up? I hear what you're saying. Look, they're going to get somebody, another veteran, and they're going to help them out. This is an interesting question. A58, tax or no tax? Players don't want to stay or come to the Dubs. Players want to come to the Dubs because they know it's going to help them get paid in the future, and they know the Dubs situation. This is what's so great about the Warriors organization. They're transparent with these guys. Hey, Otto, it's going to be a one-year deal. Hopefully you play up to your potential. You help us win. You're probably going to get a lot of money out there. They said the same thing to DeMarcus Cousins. Now, if you don't get that deal, you are welcome to come back on a mid-level exception. You're welcome to come back on a veteran minimum. This is all we got the offer because we're paying, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Andrew Wiggins. And at some point, we're going to have to pay Jordan Poole.
Right.
So they know the deal. So players want to come here because the organization is transparent with them and they're honest with them. So the Dubs will be fine.
And you heard what Slater said when he joined us earlier about 40 minutes ago. But he said that with the GP2 deal, it wasn't easy. He didn't just say, "Oh yeah, I'm just up and leaving."
Right.
Like it's tough to make that decision. Like, hey, do I want to take that money or do I stick with this Warriors team? It's not like it's an easy decision. I'm sure it's the same thing for Otto Porter Jr. too. It's just, hey, do I want to make the veteran minimum or I just turned 29, 30 days ago. Do I really want to?
Nice guy.
Yeah.
If somebody offered you a bag, the position you're in, and somebody said, "Hey, Langford, we got an opportunity for you to host Afternoon Drive, and you're going to get that bag." As much as you love 95.7 The Game, I will tell you, hey, go get that bag. I'm going to miss you on the show. It's going to be hard to replace, but go get your money. Now's your time to cash in.
Yes.
These windows don't stay open for long.
No.
Gary Payton II had a chance to go cash out. He did. He got an extra $10 million. Extra $2 million. Warriors couldn't offer that. They couldn't, or they would have had to be paying $70 million. That's a lot of money.
Thinking about where these guys were in their career, too. Like GP2 and his story.
Yep.
Getting waived, coming back. almost a video coordinator, like we said earlier on in the show. And now he's getting paid on a multi-year deal after helping the Warriors win a championship. Thank you, GP2. Thank you so much. And we're happy for you. Otto Porter Jr., it's the same thing. Yes, we are going to miss those guys. We are going to miss the defensive presence of Otto Porter Jr. as a wing defender. And yes, we are going to miss both of those guys hitting the corner three. But man, they're getting their money when it's their time to get it. Like, I can't be mad at that.
Yep,
just can't be mad.
No doubt. Yeah, we did. Somebody's hitting us up about Miles Bridges 510. Did you guys watch the video of Miles Bridges' son talking to someone about how he beat up? I didn't watch the video of his son yet. I saw the pictures of his wife.
Yep.
Miles Bridges. I don't condone that whatsoever. I just don't get it. Just don't get it.
That guy needs to be out of the NBA. He just needs to be out of the NBA. I'm sorry. That's just it. I know everyone wants to go to the, you got to listen to both sides or whatever, but I've seen enough already, and it's on her. It's her Instagram. Everything. Like it's way too much. If you haven't seen it, I mean, go and check it out. Just so watch at your own risk, but also go and see it so you can make your own assessment about it.
Not good. Not good for Miles Bridges. Doesn't deserve to play NBA basketball. And the guy was going to get paid, but you don't deserve to get paid when you do something like that to your spouse in front of your son. That's embarrassing, man. That's beyond embarrassing. It's disgusting. Eric in Daly City. Eric, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up? My name is Ed.
Oh, Ed. What's up, man? Sorry.
No problem. So, you guys are pretty much hitting all the points, and some fans are actually, not so oblivious with everything. And yeah, I'm proud. I'm very happy that GP2 got paid. Also very happy that Otto Porter got paid. But you got to remember at the beginning of the season, like you mentioned, GP2 was about to just be on the video team for the Warriors.
Right.
He was a diamond in the rough. And Otto Porter, he was basically, almost out of the league, I'm assuming, because he's pretty much injury prone, and he didn't prove to not be injury prone. He's still injury prone.
Yeah.
So whatever bag those guys can get, hey, I'm more than happy that they could get it. They contributed to a championship, and like what Steph Curry and Draymond Green said in the past, every championship every year is going to be different. So the Warriors have the best front office in all of sports. I have a lot of confidence that they'll find another story and another guy that we can be fans of, and they have. They have these young guys that they got more talent than the ones that left. I'm sure they do. They just need to cultivate it and nurture it to get it out of them. I believe Steve Kerr and the veterans around them can definitely do that.
That's a great point.
I'm happy that they got their money and they're out.
That's a hell of a call, Ed. Call us back. Hell of a call right there. He brought up Otto Porter Jr., and I'm not trying to throw any shade towards Otto Porter Jr., but he said he proved that he's still injury prone. Remember he missed Game 6 against Memphis?
Yeah.
We're all freaking out like, damn, Otto Porter Jr. is not going to play.
Yeah.
Didn't play in Game 6. They found a way to win. Otto Porter Jr. didn't play back-to-backs this year. Now you may bring in somebody, who can play back-to-backs and help you on those back-to-back nights. You had to really manage Otto Porter Jr. It's all good. We're happy for Otto Porter Jr. We really are. He did his thing here at Golden State. He was a good Warrior. But the ship isn't sinking.
Man, it's when you look at like Otto Porter Jr. and his just the story for him, just how the top 5 draft pick, a star in high school, expected to do so much when he got to the NBA, and just couldn't stay healthy. He's one of those players. It's like, damn, just if only he'd stayed healthy, then maybe he would have had a little more success. But then he comes to the Warriors. He ends up winning a championship when he's going to go into his age 30 season after this year.
Right.
Like, good for him, man.
Good for him.
That's great.
Cash out. Let's go down to San Diego. Beautiful San Diego to Sal. Sal, you're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. We'll get to Adam and Gene, and then we'll get to the flex moment of the show. Gary Payton II, 3 years, $28 million with the Portland Trailblazers. Otto Porter Jr., 2-year deal with a player option with the Toronto Raptors. Sal, what you got?
Hey, good morning, guys. First time, long time here.
Thank you.
Real quick, love what everything you guys are saying. I don't know how people are going crazy thinking that the ship is sinking where we're just getting afloat. Now that we lost Otto Porter Jr., what do you guys think about maybe trying to acquire Gallinari? I know that he was traded to the Spurs, but there's reports out saying that they're going to pay him out, and he might be interested in looking to play at the mid-level exception for about 6.5. I think he's a really, really decent player to replace Porter. I think he's an upgrade, actually.
Damn.
And maybe he wants a ring. You never know.
Hey, you know what, Gallo? I mean, it looks like his preference is to join the Boston Celtics upon clearing waivers. That's what I'm reading from Adrian Wojnarowski. Now, if somehow that deal gets nixed, Gallinari would be a hell of a Golden State Warrior, but all signs point to him going to Boston to join the Celtics. So that's what I'm reading there. Sal, good point there with Gallinari, but it looks like he's going to Boston. That's according to Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN. Let's get to Adam in SF. Adam, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. I don't really know why people are tripping so hard. It's like when a team wins a championship, you can't always keep the whole team together that following year, right? It's just like other teams want to try to pick off role players so that you're not as strong going into the season. It happens. And like you said, like you have your core guys still, so there's really nothing to really worry about. It's just get those guys re-signed, get Looney back, and you'll be all right. The one thing that's kind of annoying, though, is that a friend of mine just sent me this article from SF Gate, so like a local newspaper, talking about how, like, kind of downplaying our management, our ownership, and saying how they messed up not bringing GP2 back. And it's like, how are you going to downplay the upper management when they just got us to where we are after this year? It's like the negativity being talked is incredible. It's like we just won an NBA championship.
Yeah, no, look, man.
It's tough. It's tough when you got people who are talking like that after, the ship is sinking. After you won a championship.
This ownership's been in attack. This same ownership group gave Kelly Oubre big-time money, which they went into the tax for Kelly Oubre Jr., just because they wanted to compete. After Klay Thompson tore his Achilles last year on draft day, in the 2020 NBA draft day when James Winston was selected number 2 overall. This ownership group, and Joe Lacob joined us in the studio. Remember that, Langford, nice guy? He joined us in the studio and said, look, man, I went against some people and probably shouldn't have did some of the things I did, but I wanted to win. So play Kelly Oubre Jr. because who was left out there? Come on, man.
Think about the reaction to Oubre when he was gone compared to the reaction now. Like, this just goes to show the type of impact that those two dudes had on this team.
They did.
And how they contributed to the culture that the Warriors have, the much talked about culture that's instilled in the Warriors, the one that JTA really, he's hoping he finds out with another team. Like, sorry with the Lakers, but it's like when you look at the two reactions to both those guys, it's just I think it goes to show just how much they meant to Warrior fans. So shout out to them, man.
I see Dibley waiting patiently, trying to get into the studio. Actually, he's just running material. He's probably like, man, take this as long as you want. It's a Friday. It's not a payday Friday, but it's a Friday. Stretch, stretch, stretch. As the one and only Chris Townsend used to say. Gene in Oakland, what's happening? Finish this show off, baby. What's happening, Gene?
I created the stretch 4.
Hey, guys. Great to be back. Just got back to Oakland yesterday.
Welcome back.
Anyways,
Safe travels.
Thank you. By the way, I got these great pills for jet lag. I'm going to send you a picture of them. You're going to need them when you go to France. So, all right. Anyways. Okay. As far as I'm surprised that even these so-called experts are predicting the doom of the Warriors because we lose 2 guys that were essentially reclamation projects. We're very good at reclamation projects. Between Bob Myers identifying them and coaching staff developing them. Look, for example, at JaVale McGee, all right? That guy was out of the league, 6-7 years ago? We picked him up, and he had the best year of his career last year, and he got a nice little deal, with Dallas, right? $20 million?
Right.
For 3.
Yep. And a gold medal in the Olympics last summer.
Reclamation project. Biggest one of all is Andrew Wiggins, right? So keep Wiggins, keep Looney, all right, and find a way to keep Poole, and we'll be just fine.
No doubt. Thanks, Gene. You know what? This just goes to show that some people are just never going to be happy. Some people are just always going to find something to complain about, even coming off a freaking NBA championship.
The comments have been rotating throughout YouTube, and I got a glimpse of one of them, and one of them said, I don't know if it was sarcastic or not, and I wish I could give you credit, but now that's all the way up in the chat. But the chat said, this is the worst Friday I've ever had in my life.
Oh, my gosh.
All right,
Stop
easy.
It. Stop it. Bob Myers needs to wake up. What, do you think he's sleeping right now?
Yeah.
You think he's partying in Italy? Relax, people. Enjoy the championship. Gary Payton II, good for him. Otto Porter Jr., good for him. Guys talking like they're about to just miss the freaking playoffs because Otto Porter Jr. and Gary Payton II left. I'm about to lose in the play. Oh, my gosh, ship is sinking. Hey, look.
What's up, Willard? You see me flexing right now?
God, some people are just never going to be happy. They're never going to be happy. Ever.
Flex.
Pop some champagne.
Moment.
Flex moment of the show brought to you by Xfinity. Hit it, Spadoni.
The day after, when it was you and I hosting and filling in for Shasky, and it was after the Dylan Brooks incident.
That's right. We did do that show.
We didn't think that, like, we were coming on here saying that Dylan Brooks could have ruined his career.
Yeah. It was the last we'll see of Gary Payton II maybe in a Warrior uniform.
You never know. And then he became an NBA champion, celebrating with the fans at the parade, everything. So we do need to thank GP2, but I'm going to be... Yeah, I'm going to be sad to miss him, man. Next season, like, he was just such a specialist. He understood his role, a defensive guy, closing out games, just picking the pockets of everybody. I look at that game 4 with Steph to start things out. It wasn't the second 3, because the second 3 that he made in game 4 was off some half-court offense. But in that first 3 was in transition because all of GP2 stripped the ball away, and then, obviously Steph made the pull-up 3. So it's like little plays like that where I'm just like, damn.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Be sad to miss him, Dante. That was the saying that I used. Not sad to see him go.
That's a great flex. May have been our best flex in a long, long time. By the way, breaking news here from Shams Charania. NBA All-Star Zach LaVine has agreed to a 5-year, $215 million maximum contract to return to the Chicago Bulls. Damn.
Man.
Damn. It's a lot of money flying around in the NBA. It's time for the changeover.
Yeah.
Brought to you by the Oakland PD Recruitment. Be the change you want to see. $2 billion spent yesterday in the NBA.
$2 billion.
$2 billion.
Yeah.
$2 billion.
Yeah. And
Lou Dort got 5 years, $87 million. Lou Dort cashed out.
I mean, how could you not? Cash me out one time. Shout out Kevin Dana. And this is one thing we are going to talk about today is,
Rain dance.
Can't win with them, can't win without them. Well, these players in our sports where you feel like you have to pay them. And, Hot Take Jake, Kyle, the great producer, made a point about Dak Prescott and Karl Anthony Towns, players who you can't afford to let them go,
right?
But you can't afford to pay him what you pay him. Was that your hot take?
Yeah, that was my take.
Well, I mean,
you give it to Kyle, though.
Sometimes he brought croissants.
Yeah,
sometimes
he
you
did.
throw the
He
cake
did,
down.
and I took a bite already. But
Hot take, Jake. Good job.
Right, but no, Karl
Look at you
Anthony.
with the starch.
There's a bunch of them if you start the ball rolling
Right,
that way.
right.
Karl Anthony Towns
At
is
least
the Dak
I didn't
Prescott.
take credit for the take. I tried to give it to someone else.
Damn.
I was thinking on the way in, guys.
No, but
stole it.
It's right in front of me.
the Cardinals and Kyler
everybody
Murray
else does.
are they doing that right now?
Derek Carr and the Raiders.
The Pelicans just
So
paid
many.
Zion a rookie man. He doesn't play basketball.
He's making $46 million a year. He's played 85 career games.
But
He only played
accused of
4
being-
games last year than Zion has played his entire career.
But you're the GM of that team.
Right.
Hey, pop quiz, hot shot. What do you do?
Wow. Nice.
What do you do? Because you're stuck. You're totally stuck.
Worst-
4 for your Top Gun right
Somebody
there.
said it was the worst Friday ever.
Speed, but that's okay.
Yeah,
Look,
same
look, we love
some vehicle.
We love Gary
Bus
Payton
jet,
II.
yeah.
He's your guy.
Dennis
Truly,
Hopper.
guys.
Yeah.
You guys stole him. I love Gary Payton
man.
II, but he is officially, he belongs to Willard Dibs.
I
Truly.
mean, we've been walking
Thank
around. We've been walking around for 6 months. Every single time we mess anything up, going, my fault.
Right.
So
what'd you have? And then fill in the
you have?
blank.
That's right.
What'd you have? A quesadilla? No, actually, I had 2
truly?
tacos.
What'd
Yeah,
you have?
exactly.
A croissant?
But everything becomes, what'd you have?
What'd you have?
What'd you have? An
My
eating
fault, my
problem?
fault.
So I wish you had a tear for that today, too.
Yeah.
But you're right. You're right. I mean, listen, first of all, what did Slater say this would cost the Warriors?
I want me to play the cut. It's 40
Hit it.
seconds long.
Hit
Play
the
that
sucker.
damn
Play
thing.
that
It's a
damn
Friday.
cut.
Play that fucking
Chill out.
music.
Everybody take a
Steiny
breath.
Guru next.
Yeah,
Play the
stretch it
cut.
out.
Basically, what we're talking talking like a 3 years times that by 60 for me, $180 million basically. If you match Portland's deal. Wow. Now, that roster spot's going to go to somebody making a minimum probably. So like it's not like you're still going to end up paying some amount of money to replace him, but every single dollar, including the dollars they're probably going to end up having to give to Looney, are just getting taxed like crazy right now with payments coming soon, right? If there's a Wiggins extension, Poole's money will eventually kick in. So there's a limit, and they've been transparent about it. Like Bob Myers said at his press conference, a week or so ago, like there is some sort of a limit.
And this is great from the 925 Xfinity Mobile text line. I don't think it was intentional, but nice pump, Dante. We truly lost GP2.
No, it was great. It was genius.
925.
I gave you a 4. I mean, just on principle, not only because it's a 4-day weekend. That's the beauty of morning shows.
I never got a 4.
You get a 4-day weekend because you're off the clock here. Well, eventually. But then,
we ain't working overtime today, Willard Dibs. We will have a first segment, baby.
I love you.
Your boy's stomach's growling, too. No breakfast in the fridge from all this and a Novikov.
The whole thing about the GP2 contract is go out and find the next GP2 because he wasn't GP2 until they helped to make him GP2. So it's about development. This might be another Mark take that I stole from a week and a half ago, but it's about player development with this organization.
No, you can have that one.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I want to
rip it off. It's a rip-off Friday.
Got to have some assists.
It's a fraud Friday.
Got to have some assists.
Just looking for different tweets.
It's a fraud Friday. I'm stealing from everyone today.
Okay, but player development. Hold on. This is what I want to ask every Warrior fan.
Good, because I'll use this next Wednesday.
Yeah, use this one. like I don't want to say that Warriors get all the credit for developing GP2. He gets a lot of the credit too, and I'm with everybody. Like, we're super bummed that he's leaving.
We all are.
But
we all are.
You can't sit here on one hand and be like, I can't wait for Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga to be the future.
Right.
And then keep everyone and let them stay on the bench for the rest of their lives. They're going to have to start to play. You're going to have to clear some room for them to play. And 3 years, $180 million. I understand that a lot of that's tax money, but that's absurd. That's absurd. GP2 played a huge role in these playoffs. They also looked really fine when he wasn't on the floor also.
They beat the Mavericks in 5?
You got it. And I know the whole thing as well. Gosh, so who's going to guard Ja? I mean, $180 million to stop one point guard on one other team. It just I'm bummed too, but I totally get the business aspect of what the Warriors did, A. And B, man, you can't say you love GP2 and I heard you say this, Steven. You got to be happy for that guy.
Yeah, it's so
You
cool.
got to be so happy for that. He's made $4 million in his NBA career in 6 years.
He thought he was going to be a video coordinator.
He just got 28.
Which doesn't pay 8.3 a year, by the way.
No, it doesn't.
Or 9.3. Yeah.
So good for him.
Generational wealth.
Good for him.
Yeah. There would have been something wrong, though. Like, Warrior fans would have found something to be mad about. No matter what happened. Like if they would have signed GP2 and Otto Porter Jr., then you probably wouldn't have signed Kevon Looney, and then someone would have been mad that they wouldn't have signed Kevon Looney, and then you would have had to play James Wiseman, too much pressure on him. Someone would have just found something to be mad about no matter what during this free
Even
agency.
if you signed all 3 of the big 3 free agents, then people would be complaining to Mark's point about Kuminga and Moody. How come they can't get on the floor?
How are you going to play? How are you going to pay Poole and Wiggins now? And Rubin
and you need minutes for Wiseman too, in theory, hoping that he's able to play. So you don't have minutes for everyone. And I think Slater's right. They will still sign a vet min guy, or they're gonna sign Looney, and they're gonna add at least one more 1.8 or whatever the vet min is now kind of guy to come in and be the Otto Porter player.
And that's funny, Mark, what you just said as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. I was just checking my eyesight, Dibs. That's all. That's
impressive.
I was just testing it. I'm getting old. My eyesight, it's not what it was.
45, Bontes, when it goes south.
Oh, boy.
You got a long time.
I got a few years.
Yeah.
But to your point, Willard, and I said that earlier, it's a great point. I saw articles written about starting Jonathan Kuminga in the NBA Finals. Start Kuminga, start him. Now he's going to get a chance to get heavy minutes. What are we complaining about?
You need that.
They have to play.
Well, look, I also think there's just a dynamic here. It's never fun when everybody else is playing and your team's not. But we tried to, it's like, what have we heard? What's been the phrase for the last 2 weeks? Run it back. Run it back.
Nice.
Run it back.
Yep.
And now it's like, hang on, everybody's signing something. We want to play too because the Warriors haven't done anything.
Right.
Not supposed to do anything. It was always going to be Looney and maybe Gary. I never thought there was any chance they were keeping Otto.
No.
So that's
not, at all.
surprising in the slightest.
Yep.
GP2 was always kind of the tipping point, and if somebody was going to rock, what did he get? 8, 9?
9.3, right? Isn't it 28? 3 and 28?
3 and 28. He could make up to $31 million.
Somebody's going to rock $10 million for GP2, man. You got to
You're going to have to pay Kevon that, right?
And that was my priority, number one priority
all
this
of ours,
offseason.
yeah.
Bring back Looney because of the unknown with James Wiseman.
Right.
You can replace Gary Payton II. All right, he does some things that not a lot of teams have, right? Pressure the ball 94 feet, played a dunker roll as a 6'3" guard. But we just saw Andrew Wiggins pick up full court against Luka Doncic and Jason Tatum and cause havoc. I think they'll be fine without Gary Payton II. Quindari Weatherspoon could be a nice player for them on the two-way. Maybe he can do some of the things GP2 can. You show flashes on Christmas Day against Devin Booker. You still have Moody Kuminga playing. And by the way, Steph Curry still plays for the Golden State Warriors, right?
You should be, if you're a Warrior fan, just know that every other city in America is trying to work at the top of their roster. And the Warriors, we're sitting here screaming and yelling about the bottom of their roster. And that's not I know that sounds like
didn't even play
But Boston was deeper 1 through 15. That's something we need to address.
They're more athletic.
Yeah,
Thank you.
A couple things we always need to address here, Mark, in the offseason.
Stronger, younger, faster.
All that. And all of that and above. Yeah.
Speaking of Boston, did Patriots fans ever complain whenever their team was going away, or at least when players on their teams were getting signed to different deals, when they still had Tom Brady, the core of their team? I just don't get it. You still have Steph. Right. You still have Clay. You still have Andrew Wiggins. You still have Draymond. You still have the core of your team.
This is the dynamic of winning a championship, too. This is the way that winning a championship works. Your fan base wants you to keep everyone because they want to just savor what just took place. Unfortunately, it's not always the right business move, and all you got to do is look around at the results when that happens. So let's take the San Francisco Giants. Keep everybody. Long-term deals for Brandon Crawford and Brandon Belt. And 2 years later, as a fan base, you're ticked, and you're screaming that they overpaid, and you kept old players, and you did this, that, and the other. And then even last year, you didn't win a championship in 107 games. And how long did it take for people this year to be like, dang, man, you kept Brandon Crawford for 2 years, and you could have gone and get Corey Seager or something like that. So this is just the cycle of life when you win a championship. That's all it is.
The funniest thing all season I've heard about the Giants is they could have brought back Kevin Gosman and gave him $100 million. I remember last year in August, people were saying Kevin Gosman shouldn't even be in the starting rotation because he was struggling.
He fell off in the second half.
He fell off. They didn't want Gosman out there pitching. They didn't want him, and all of a sudden, man, we could have brought back Gosman. So that's
Gosman's been awesome.
He's been good, but the point is, how old is Gosman? How old is Kevin right
33,
now?
33, I think.
Right. So that's a 5-year deal. Yeah. So talk to me when he's 36. Let's see how he's pitching in Canada and see if you wouldn't have been mad if you were paying him $22 million or whatever they're going to be paying him then.
And just remember, Warriors fans, if you get to the end of Steph and he's making 58 or whatever he's making, and by then he might have had another extension on top of that, don't turn on the guy. Let's remember the good times.
By the way, real quick on that, just like the math of it. Okay, so $22 million for Kevin Gosman.
Yeah.
Who are the Giants paying $22 million to right now?
Rodon.
And he's going to be an all-star.
Yeah.
So they replaced that 22.
So is Gosman.
But that 22 with this 22, and this 22 is for 2 years, and that 22 is for 5.
And to the point about Steph Curry and the 58 he's going to make in, I think it's 25, 26.
Yeah.
He might not even be top 10 in the league in average salary. That might be a bargain.
That's
what I'm saying.
That's when
Zion's making 46 now.
Hey.
Shows you where the league is going. Lou Dort got $87.5 million. Anthony Simons is making $100 million now, $25 a year.
Yeah,
there are a lot of NBA fans that don't even know who that is.
Right. Mitchell Robinson. Anybody know who that is? He's getting 60.
I thought Lugan's Dort was a foot ailment. You know, you got the Liz Frank, you got the carpal tunnel.
I'm smelling endorsements.
Yeah,
that's perfect. Or endorsements.
Tough acting.
Yeah, bring that ointment you brought in a month ago when you blew your hammy out.
Yeah, I still have it. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
You know, and I didn't blow it out. It was just a grade 1. I'm back. Ran 6 miles yesterday, so your boy's back. Yeah, your boy's putting in some work now. Wow. Down to 6 healthy toenails, but
getting ready to chase that kid around.
Those are extraneous.
Seriously, B. And damn, we need to talk like crib mattresses and
got to get to 3-in-1.
We need to sit down. I got to pick your brain. What's new in babies since 2003 was the last time your boy had one? So
are you
19-year gap.
are you willing to put these cribs together? Because that's one thing you're going to have to cope with.
No, we just got it yesterday, not in the mail, but one of your various Amazons and whatnot. And I got the look yesterday of, we got to put this together, right? Your boy couldn't. I can barely put together a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
TaskRabbit.com.
There you go.
That's all you
want to spend some dough.
Hi, I'm Mark Willard.
You ever know what that is?
Whenever I want to sit on my...
Have you ever... Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of it.
Are you guys doing a commercial spot right now?
I mean,
basically.
Take notes, Langford. This is how we do it.
I am.
Whenever I need to screw something in.
Whenever I need somebody to do something that I don't want to do, TaskRabbit.com. That's it.
You forgot the hi. I'm Mick Willard.
Yeah, exactly.
California Classic coming up. Giants, White Sox, Tony La Russa back in the Bay.
Not only that, you want to go off subject, Bonte, I can fix your relationship with Colin Cowherd right now. I know he triggers
what'd I
you.
do?
No, you didn't do anything.
What
I just
happened
know
now?
when his name comes up, your shoulders go up, you get a little tight.
It's because Joe Shasky,
And I
he's
know-
probably listening out there somewhere.
He
always brings up Colin Cowherd like that's his idol. I'm like,
But
dude,
he sent out
relax.
a tweet today that I'm like, oh, he's talking to Bonte. He's
What'd
trying to
he
reach out to Bonte
What'd
right
he
now.
say?
Colin Cowherd said, look, is it that complicated for the Pac-12? Whatever's left over of the Big 12 and the Pac-12, why don't they just combine forces and call themselves Biggie and Pac?
There you go.
Come on, Bonte, give me a laugh.
That's good.
Come on.
That's good stuff right there.
That was for you.
Broken clock is right twice a day, right? That's good stuff.
Come on.
That's good stuff
That's
for Cowherd.
you.
That is really good.
There's no way I thought of that.
That's really good. That had to be Joy Taylor, but hey, we'll give Colin Cowherd the credit. That is good stuff.
Go.
He stole it from somebody.
What producer
and he's getting
says
all
that?
the clicks.
Exactly.
That is good.
Exactly.
By the way, we love college football. All of us love college football. I know it doesn't get a lot of run in the Bay Area, but USC, UCLA going to play Michigan, Ohio State, Pitt State every single year.
Somebody drew the map. They're like, here's the Big Ten map for 2024, and it's just like a map of the United States and then the logos of all the schools.
Yeah.
And it's just like 15 schools up in the upper north, almost to east, the Midwest. And then all the way over here, it's like, and USC and UCLA.
Well, and
It's
I
weird, man.
retweeted actually the map that corresponds to it, which is the 1958 baseball map, where you've got all the Major League Baseball in the north and the east, and then you got the two in California. This is almost identical.
Wow.
It's eerie.
Wait for that UCLA Rutgers game out there in New Jersey.
Throw the records out when those two meet. They do not like each other.
You're going to get back into betting when that matchup happens, aren't you?
Oh, you better believe it. College football is a dangerous game.
It is weird, man.
It is weird. All right, man.
weird.
That's it for us. It's a Friday. It's a 50-cent Friday with Spadoni on the board. Maybe he'll switch over to Phil Collins with Willard and Dibs, but we ain't working overtime today, Dan Dibley. You wouldn't.
Can't you stay?
I wouldn't.
Hey, Gene in Oakland, can you call back? I'm going to need about 8 minutes out of you, babe.
Call JB, Jim Barnett.
The phones are open, everyone. Just call me and see your boy can kick back.
957-9570.
Please give the number for me. Come on.
Hey, last day without the boss man in the building.
Oh, we better have fun.
I'm back with a vengeance, guys. I've got notes. Look.
Guys, you need to be talking about the Mitchell Robinson signing. What are the New York Knicks doing? I'm out on Dolan. I'm out.
I was listening to St. Louis sports radio. They weren't talking any Cardinals baseball. Really weird. Makes you think.
Makes you think. Get out of here, Lightford.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, keep it going. Good morning. We got to have some people because there was an emotional earthquake that took place at about 10:47, I'm going to estimate last night, which I mean...
Is that like an emotional rescue, Rolling Stones?
I tell you what.
Like Prince with a housequake?
I was trying to wind the day down. It was a migraine Thursday. Not a good... Yeah,
sorry about that.
Yeah, it's one of those. Although I always like them when they come not during show hours. Doing radio with a migraine. Whew!
Yeah, you got to give me the sign in case it happens so I don't push your buttons too much.
No, we're good. We're good. You can fire away. It's a Friday.
Have I ever caused you to have a migraine?
Oh, tons. Yeah. No, actually, I'm blaming you for yesterday, too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I went home. I'm like, man, this Dibs guy, he gives me a headache.
He's grinding me.
I think you know damn well who caused the migraine yesterday. But anyways.
My fault.
Not your fault.
But it's GP2.
Yeah, but
I can't even do that anymore.
I thought of you for a second. No, you know what? First of all, we can do that.
Okay.
GP2, you're forever, ever. You're forever, ever one of us. And in fact, we can get into this in a little bit. I mean, how many athletes in this city in 1 year made this kind of an imprint? This kind of a connection with the fan base. I started thinking of names. You know, there's some of those Giants World Series guys, a Cody Ross, or and I know some of them stayed for 2 years, whatever. Edgar Renteria ends up being a World Series MVP. Deion Sanders back in the day.
Oh, wow. Tim Hudson, would he qualify?
I mean, all of them are in there. I don't know if Tim did he have a moment? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
GP2 had some moments, some things that we're going to remember, some sound bites for sure. But I thought of you because this rolled down at about 11:15 last night. I'm like, well, I know one person who's going to wake up to this news, and that would be Dan Dibley. You were asleep, right, when this all went down, or were you still up?
No, we've been doing a little Stranger Things, and those episodes are a healthy portion of your evening, so I've been staying up a little later, but I did probably shut it down about 10, and I think the news broke about 10:30.
Yeah, at least 10:30.
Which 10 for me that's my midnight.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, I have to check the actual timeline, but
the bell tolls.
Your boy was up late last night,
wow,
10 o'clock.
You were, man.
Yeah.
I saw the GP2 thing. I'm like, all right, let's tweet for a little bit, and then I have the nasty habit right before I'm like, okay, I should go to bed, and then it's like, all right, what's going to put me, what's going to be my background noise as I fall asleep tonight? And Rounders was on HBO.
Oh,
and that's it. Now we're up till 12:45 because I'm not turning that off. So anyway, one of those nights, and a lot of different thoughts in terms of GP2 no longer being with the team. You're happy for him. He gets a major bag alert, so that's fantastic. He earned it. We love him. There's no hard feelings, but there's sort of two things that you need to come to, and that is, was this the right move for GP2? Was it the right move for the Warriors? I mean, the obvious thing that people will say, well, why didn't you match that? You've got that kind of money. And people will point to the fact that he played a very, very key role in the playoffs, and that is obvious as well. But I do think when we come out of a championship, by definition, a fan base is overly emotionally attached to each player. And therefore, when you lose one, it feels like a bigger deal than it actually is.
And loss is like that no matter what the loss is. And it takes time to get over it. And then through time and the natural healing, the resiliency of all of our sports souls, you come to that place where it's okay. And I always lean on the 5 stages of grief, the Kubler-Ross model, which is not always an identical match to what you're going through, but I think it suits in a sporting way here where you can have your anger, you can have your depression. Eventually we'll get to acceptance and we'll move on when the team is finalized, all the free agent moves are done. We'll get into camp next year and you'll realize that if they're going to win a championship, it'll have to be different than it was this year. It won't be, even if you had the same players and you wanted to run it back all the way, the route would be different, the journey would be different. Everything's different anyway, so you can accept the loss and be happy for GP2 and realize that they're going to replace him with somebody.
Right. Well, and the other thing about this is not only will they replace him with someone, that's true, but some of the replacement it's already here. Do you really want another year of talking about Moses Moody, James Wiseman, and Jonathan Kuminga in some sort of a future tense? Oh, someday, I mean, they've got to look like someday they might actually be players. I have an idea. Let's find out next year. How about if you play Jonathan Kuminga? How about if you play Moses Moody, who, by the way, when he was thrown into playoff scenarios as a rookie, succeeded and looked fantastic in a role that in some ways is very similar to GP2. He's not going to be as good of a defender right out of the gate as GP2. He's a better shooter than GP2. Yep. They're different players. I get it. But, like, if you want those guys to grow and be the future, let them play.
Yes. Shout out Bad News Bears breaking training.
And shout out MLB with their motto of a year ago, let the kids play.
Yes, it sounds good. And as opposed to WNBA, we got next from a few years back. I almost caught you mid-sip, which haven't got a spit take from you in a while. Since we've taken down the partitions, Super can't get you into one later
Will
today.
you get uncomfortable if you do a spit take, or are you going to put a mask on and run out of the room, or how will that go?
You know, I've always been a little bit a little germ-centric.
That's fine.
I wanted the partitions back. I thought we pulled them a little bit too soon. But,
Too soon.
Yeah, hashtag too soon. I believe the boss said, my fault. Because they came back, and then the partitions were gone again. But they're going to find a way to replace him. And like you said, Moody and Kuminga, please stand up. Please stand up. It's your time to matriculate into the minutes vacated by Payton Jr. and Otto Porter, or Payton II and Otto Porter Jr. You got 20,000 minutes in an NBA season, basically, to be allocated across 5 players and 48 a night. So Kuminga and Moody, you're going to get your minutes. There's going to be minutes for everybody. But if you had GP2 and Otto still here, those minutes would be harder to come by.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Would love to hear from you today. That's not only on the call line, but Xfinity Mobile text line as well. And in fact, maybe an opportunity, because I don't know if GP2 is not already on his way to Portland for a press conference, is he? I doubt it. Look, this guy's got his Bay Area ties. What did we learn in the parade? They listen. They hear everything. So,
the Petty King.
If you got something to say to Gary Payton II on his way out the door, I think we offer you that platform. What is your message to Gary Payton II on his way north to the Portland Blazers? We'll take your calls on that. You can give them right here on the air, 888-957-9570. And I know we're going to focus mostly on GP2. It's going to make it sound like some sort of a slight on Otto Porter Jr.
No.
And JTA.
No.
Who had a very, very different, but also...
And shout out Chorizo as well.
Yes, well, and we don't have anything definitive.
Chioza.
I mean, I know he's gone.
Yeah.
But we don't have a definitive news spot for him yet.
We don't.
I hope he finds
We're
one.
going to see Chorizo.
Yeah, absolutely. We are.
Thank you.
I mean, who goes through a weekend without that? I mean, a breakfast burrito is happening at least twice this weekend.
Sounds good.
So anyway, there's no slight to those guys. You can certainly send a message to them as well. JTA had his own sort of imprint, which was very unique with the Warriors and the Oakland Ties and the Junior Warriors. And
going to the Lakers. I'll allow it.
Yeah,
I'll allow it.
Of course.
JaVale McGee to the Lakers was more painful than this one, because JaVale, he was a little bit more established. Juan Toscano Anderson, keep working. Keep
get a
working,
job.
my friend.
Yeah.
Yes.
And JaVale got a big deal yesterday too, didn't he? $20 million to Dallas. Is that right? $20 million to Dallas. JaVale McGee.
I mean, everybody. And you get $10 million per, and you get 10 per.
What's Kevon gonna get?
Well,
What's he going to get? Look at these numbers.
Remember the numbers I threw out earlier in the week?
And I thought they were too high.
Yeah.
I don't anymore.
You thought I was an Atlanta rapper, ludicrous.
Well, not only that, it wasn't that, you don't know what you don't know. No, I give you 3.
I got 2. No, Kyle's
I give you 3. No, I'm going to give
Kyle's
you 3.
Brilliant.
Come on. It's early in the show. Let's skew high. I'm going to give you 3. But I will say I thought those numbers were too high. Then you start to see the numbers that are coming in. But also, you let Gary Payton II go. And the second I saw GP2 go, I go, oh, they're keeping Kevon. You understand that now. Like that's where the overspend is going to be, because
you can't double overspend.
Well, it's not double overspend, it's quadruple overspend.
Quintuple overspend.
Do you all understand? Every one of you who wanted them to match, oh, sure, 9.3 for Gary, which
spending Joe's money,
which turns into $180 million. And what will you then say to them if they're like, well, we can't afford Kevon, Wiggins, and Poole now because we kept Gary Payton II. So please, you got to keep that in mind. You would have been way more mad. Let's be honest. Love you, GP2. You all would have been way more mad if they lost any of the other 3. Looney, Wiggins, Poole.
Right? Well, we all ranked it, and we went through our gotta have them rankings, and I had GP2 as a 4 out of 5, but Looney was the 5 out of 5. I had Otto Porter Jr. as a 3 out of 5, and that's the way it's going to go. You only, it looks like, are going to be able to keep one of them, and there still could be a shocker that somebody pays Looney $15 million a year elsewhere. I mean, considering where this market has been in the last 20 hours, if somebody offers Looney $4 and $60. I mean, that's a big swallow because it feels right now like Kevon's going to get probably between 10 and 12.5 per with the Warriors.
Right.
Can we say that that's the range?
I mean, if Gary Payton's going to get 9.3, I think, gosh, it's interesting because
Kevon's younger.
Kevon is younger. Kevon is the more important, more established player in the NBA.
Team, but Gary might be better.
Gary's skills travel more than Kevon's, is how I would say it.
Yeah.
If you're the best defensive guard in the NBA, that works everywhere. Kevon is like hardworking and knows the system. Okay, so does that work in Toronto? Or does that work if you're playing with Draymond Green and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson?
It works if you have the right pieces. You're absolutely right.
I think he's a very good player, but I do think he's more valuable to the Warriors than other teams.
Without a doubt.
And I think he wants to. He feels the same way, I think.
So then the question is, what's his value on the open market in a neutral situation of you're just a good basketball player that we can use versus his value here? So I'm sure the Warriors are kind of waiting to see what that other market is before they come in with their gotta have you price.
Okay, so your messages to GP2 or Otto or JTA, whatever you want, 888-957.
Let's fill those phone lines, people.
9570 is the number. Let's hear from you. You can let it out. But also, the aspect of this that I think people are forgetting, which, based on all of your words, should be the number one aspect of this. We'll get to that. Howard Beck's going to join us in about an hour. Let's do this. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with a great offer on internet and security. Now with more speed and more bandwidth to help power all your connected devices. Plus, find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com today to learn more. Limited time offer, restrictions apply, new customers only. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most Root Metrics 5G data reliability wins in 2H 2021. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement. Call for details.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. With gas prices at all-time highs, now's the time to donate.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With your donation, you'll receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher, so donate today.
Andrew Poole loves his Honda.
The 2018 Civic Sport hatchback. This car is perfect. It's affordable, fast, and very reliable.
And he knows how to get the most out of it.
If you want your car to last long, you need to do preventive maintenance and give it the best fluids you can. Checking with the knowledgeable staff at the parts department is a great way to make sure you're doing it right.
Make sure your Honda is in tip-top summer shape. Take it to your NorCal Honda dealer's parts and service tune-up for summer event, where certified technicians use genuine Honda parts to keep your Honda a Honda. And as America's most fuel-efficient automaker, Honda is the ride to get the most out of summer without spending it at the pumps.
My Honda is a beast, absolutely.
To keep your Honda running like a beast, take it to NorCal Honda dealers' parts and service tune-up for summer event.
Based on EPA estimate of model year 2020 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report, November 2021.
Book your service appointment now at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
DQ presents the sound of a summer double play. It's the sound of drumstick pieces and peanuts combined with world-famous soft serve to make two all-star treats. The Drumstick with Peanuts Blizzard and new Caramel Drumstick with Peanuts Blizzard. Grab one today or get it delivered at DQ.com. Official treat of MLB. DQ. Happy tastes good.
O'Reilly. This is Sarah's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
Driving cross country with 2 young children is ambitious, to say the least. Then our check engine light came on. We pulled into O'Reilly Auto Parts and they tested it. Turned out it was a faulty sensor. They referred us to a great mechanic just down the street and we were back on the road in no time.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Looking good, Mrs. Dubs.
The head groundskeeper at Thad's Golf Course just retired.
We need to find someone in the next 2 weeks. Someone with botany and management experience.
He needs a replacement because the greens are already looking a little rough.
Water and aeration. They need to know it all.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by interviewing on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Without you, my friend.
I forgot song of the day. That's my bad. My fault.
It's all right. You got one foot in the fireworks.
But this is it. Song of the day. Come on, Gary.
Trying to get me to cry?
Well, the Wiz Khalifa part will... yeah, that'll help you.
Trying to get a nice little buzz. I got you. Strawberry lemonade, truly.
All the planes we flew. My fault. What'd you have? A truly? Can you get him another beer?
I know we love to hit the road and laugh, but something told me that it wouldn't last. Had to switch up, look at things different, see the bigger picture. Those were the days, hard work forever pays.
Yeah, that's a party
foul. See you in a better place. See you in a better place. How can we not talk about family when family's all that we
Your family now, man. That's it. And I'm not going to say Portland is a better place than San Francisco because it's not. Although I do like Portland.
Yeah.
And Portlandia is a weird show that had some good things going on
and
there for a little
don't
while.
write Portland off just yet.
No.
Dame Lillard is, he's got Gary Payton there now. And
Kevin Durant will be on the way
Kevin
soon.
Durant is on his way, actually.
According to Dame Lillard's IG.
It's funny you say that because, well, probably not, but possibly maybe, to shout out Bjork and her famous song, Possibly Maybe.
Or Call Me Maybe.
That would be Carly Rae Jepsen. Was that 2010 Giants? That was the first run, I think?
Something like that. Yeah, maybe it was 12. I don't know.
One of those two. But anyhow, I wouldn't rule out KD to Portland, but GP2 to Portland, more likely. But I would not rule out Kevin Durant possibly stunning the NBA world and saying, you know what? Portland is where he winds up.
That would stun me because what is it they're going to give up? They did just finish a new deal for Jusuf Nurkic. 4 years, $70 million.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Jusuf Nurkic, 4 years, $70 million. But what's Portland going to give up in order to get Kevin Durant? And then what's left there?
Draft capital would be one. For sure, you need to give up draft capital because Brooklyn has none. They gave all their draft capital when they got James Harden.
Right, but doesn't Brooklyn want players? Because as we talked about yesterday, like typically if you're going into a full reboot, you're like, we're giving up our star, we're going into a reboot. Sure, give me draft capital. Brooklyn, in theory, I don't know what they're going to do with Kyrie and the sign and tirade.
Nice.
Yep. Hashtag Dan Dibley.
Thank you.
I don't know what they're going to do with that, but in theory, they potentially have a roster that can still go compete if you add another piece to it.
Right.
You've got Kyrie Irving, you've got Ben Simmons, you've got, I don't know, is Blake Griffin leaving? It seems maybe, but whatever. Like you've got Seth Curry, you've got pieces there where you can go compete. So if I'm Brooklyn, I want players more than draft capital.
But what you saw or heard from the owner, I believe it was yesterday as all this was shaken out, Joe Tsai said, I would rather, it was almost like a Singletary, I would rather lose going up and down the field with just 10 men than, in the famous Vernon Davis rant. And I think Joe Tsai would rather go out and be the 8th seed and fight in the play-in game with guys that he liked and guys he believes in. And that was the message he was sending. And that's basically saying, KD, if you don't want to be here, fine, we'll trade you. Kyrie, if you're crazy, we'll push you off the edge of this flat earth. We don't need you.
That's what, Joe Tsai's comments, I took that as a shot at Kyrie more than Kevin.
I thought it was both.
Okay, I mean, Kevin wants a trade. We
Fine,
get that.
you get
if
traded.
You're talking about, I would rather lose with people who really want to work their butt off. KD worked his butt off. Kyrie did not.
Right.
Kyrie did not play half the games. So
shout out anti-vaxxer.
Yeah, exactly. I would
shout out, shame out.
All right, 888-957-9570. How about John?
You got full phone lines, I hope, on this Friday?
Not quite full, but they're there. But we got some open spots if you want to get in.
Are we going to the postman, ironically? Because I feel like we're starting to mail it in here.
Not yet.
Thank you.
You do?
I hope so, dude.
I'm working my ass off over here. What are you talking about?
My fault.
John on the highway.
You have to go out there and be tough.
That's right.
Thank you, Goo.
John on Highway 80. Hey, John, what are you doing?
I'm actually going up to Sacramento to pick up my dad, so spend the weekend with him.
Hey, how can we not talk about family when family's all that we got? Let's go, John.
Exactly. You know what? I'm best of wishes to GP2, and I mean, I see him as Pete Davidson.
Whoa.
I mean, kind of a minor player, joined a great ensemble, can't really carry an entire show, but a huge contributor, and now he's walking away with a Kardashian. I mean, that's basically what GP2 did, and best of luck to him.
Okay, first of all,
that's a 4 for your Kardashian, Pete Davidson.
I mean, the sports radio analogy effort is absolutely elite. However,
it's phenomenal.
I mean,
Pete too.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a 4.
That's very good
That's
as well.
very good.
Boy, we're coming out hot today. Very, very good. It all started with the Big 12 and the Pac-12 getting together for Biggie and Pac.
I liked it.
But Pete Davidson, does Netflix agree that he can't carry a show on his own? Because Netflix is like, you can have this show, and you can. I mean, he is carrying shows on. Pete Davidson, like he's got comedy specials.
But the Pete Davidson comedy special is akin to being Portland in the playoff picture. Yeah, you're kind of in there, but you're going to be first round and out.
He's no Bill Burr.
No, and Saturday Night Live, to complete the analogy, is, and I don't know if there's still a championship outfit, but he is a part of an ensemble of a more elite group of actors.
Yeah, no, that's
and the
fair.
Kardashian pool at the end, I guess that would be akin to playing alongside Damian Lillard in this situation.
By the way, I'm the last one on earth to know about the Kardashian dating habits.
Yeah.
What's going on there? Pete's with who? Who's he
Kim.
with? He's with Kim.
Yes, Kim and Kanye have...
Right. Kim Ye, I know that...
It was a mutual parting of ways.
I'm not that far out. I do
Shout
know
out the San Jose Sharks with also a mutual parting of ways, although they fired their coach.
And Chloe and Tristan are hanging in there, right?
No?
Okay.
Yeah, he fathered another one.
Well, sure.
2
You ain't
kids.
cheating, you ain't trying.
Well,
outside.
but that was going on the whole time. Like, what is so... Right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, he ran it back again right after the rekindle.
And then Courtney is still just upset and not with anyone.
No, Travis Barker.
Oh,
Blink 182, the heavily tatted drummer.
Blink 182.
Yes.
What's my age again? Everyone should ask themselves that as they watch the Kardashians.
Sadly, I have to all the time. Am I 53 still, or am I already 54?
No one. With your life, nobody knows how old you are.
Seriously.
Ever again. Oscar in Stockton. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Oscar?
Man, I'm just not really getting up out here in Stockton. But I just got to looking at my phone, and y'all in GP2 and JTA both left. I'm from Oakland. I grew up all my life watching Al Addos all the way back. And for the Warriors not to even sign them two and keep the lease is he going to keep him and Damon Lee, that's going to mess up their chance to win again, back-to-back championships. They could have signed GP2. They had his bird rights. Why they just been signing for the $10 million a year? We making all this money in San Francisco now since we done left Oakland. We win the championships, but Joe Lacob don't want to pay these cats right here. Man, you're supposed to bring everybody back. And most of the cats that's on the end of the roster was only making $1 million. I mean, you can't re-up them and extend them.
Oscar, I disagree with you, and here's why. I understand where you're coming from, but you're throwing out numbers that are not the actual bottom line. When you say, hey, you can't give Gary $10 million, understand, and Anthony Slater came on and spoke to Dante and Steven earlier this morning about this. With the luxury tax penalties that are in place, that $10 million a year for 3 years would actually turn into $180 million over 3 years. Now, you can respond and say, Joe Lacob's got that. However, there is at some point a cap on what you can do, and would you, Oscar, rather they do give that $10 million a year to Gary Payton II if it means that Kevon Looney, or more importantly, Jordan Poole or Andrew Wiggins cannot be Warriors anymore? We are hightailing it toward a $1 billion tag just for the Warriors to put their roster out there next year if they just say everybody stays and everybody gets new contracts. You understand that, right?
Yes, but still, though, they could have ran that back one more year. He got enough money. He's making enough money to do that. He moved out of Oakland to go to San Francisco. He's got enough money to do that. But like I said, I'm a lifelong Warriors fan. I'm just kind of upset because them all the boys from Oakland straight gone. And they left Oakland to go to San Francisco, which is not a big problem. But it seems like they're trying to cut all ties to Oakland. But it's all good, though. We're going to stand strong in Oakland all day, every day.
I love it, Oscar. Enjoy it out there in Stocktown. I think you weren't going to pay the freight for GP2. That was just a little too rich for your blood at 9.3. Bielitsa, by the way, is more likely to go back to Turkey than he is going to stay. Damian Lee is unresolved, and Juan Toscano-Anderson is a player who was probably going to get more in LA anyway. And also, if you're Juan Toscano-Anderson, you would have had to wait, Mark, until the very end of the Warriors free agency because you know that you're priority 7 or 8. No disrespect, but you had an offer to go to LA early in the period, so you took that offer as opposed to waiting until the very end. Maybe it shakes out and you don't have a spot in Golden State, and at that point you don't have a spot anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, the more we think about it, I watched the GP2 thing, and as it comes down last night, I'm like, oh no. And then you dive in and read, and you're like, okay. I mean, I honestly, I can accept this. I get it. Because I would be way more upset if Jordan Poole or Andrew Wiggins or even Kevon Looney, if they had to be sacrificed in order to keep GP2.
Right.
GP2 feels like more of an emotional attachment with Warriors
Absolutely.
fans and than a basketball one. And I'm not saying there aren't basketball reasons. He's an elite defender. But if we're going to talk basketball reasons, and that's what the Warriors need to focus on, let's be honest. Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins and Kevon Looney play more minutes, and they're more important.
Right. Certainly the first two. You could make an argument about Looney versus a full season at GP2. Looney coming off of, by far, his best year. Gary Payton II, the same thing. And because of that, Mark, makes me think that the Warriors feel confident they can go out and find the next GP2 and Otto Porter Jr. They can find these players again. They found Juan Toscano-Anderson and Damian Lee. Quindary Weatherspoon that Dante was talking about apparently gave Clay a whole heck of problems when Clay was rehabbing down in Santa Cruz. He's a player who might matriculate further up in the roster. So you may have already found a guy who can replace Moody, who's going to come in and try to replace GP2.
Melinda on the Peninsula is next up.
Peninsula.
A 2. No, it's a 3. Melinda got a laugh out of Melinda. It's been upgraded to a 3 after further review. What are you doing, Melinda?
What are you doing?
Hey, I'm supposed to be working, but I was taken in by the conversation. Love you guys. Thanks so much for making my morning.
Thank you, Melinda.
I wanted to give a shout out. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I wanted to give a shout out to GP2. I mean, he came in here. You're right. He embodies hard work and grit. And he's been a tremendous example to the kids in the dyslexic community. I love how he won the NBA Cares Award. He just represented some really fantastic advocacy. Sets a great example. So, of course, it's a huge loss for us, on the court and off the court. But at the end of the day, you just really have to be happy for him and everything he's done, and just super grateful that we had this year with all these great guys. And you embrace it, and it's going to be different next year, and that's how it goes. So thanks for taking my call, guys.
Hey, Melinda, I just have one suggestion for you. Stop being so mentally healthy. It doesn't work on sports radio.
No,
I've tried.
More anger, more edge, please.
Yeah, that was being happy for GP2.
And rational.
As opposed to furious at Joe Lacob for not spending $1 billion.
I was the first one to put Bob Myers in the hot seat, Mark. I think I did it halfway through the parade. Sorry, Bob. As he slapped me 5 on the parade route. I said, "Hey, Bob, I know why you're not on the float. Seat's too hot, huh?
Yeah, get to work, buddy. What are you just floating around out here?
I'm going to give you to 5th Street, And you better have made a deal with Looney.
I hope you looked right at him and said, Bob, what the hell are you doing?
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? So I'm so glad Melinda leads us right into what are you doing, because she really captured the question that I would like to ask. And it's to each and every one of you who calls today a sad day. I understand we're bummed that GP2 is leaving, but today is a happy day if you are authentic. You've been saying all year.
Are you an authentic fan?
I love, well, you know.
Thank you.
Download the My Teams app. And
solid.
You've been saying all year, we love this guy. He's got a water pistol at the parade. He's getting fans, Trulies. It was in Utah, right? We got fans. I mean, he's getting people alcohol in Utah. Amazing. The hospital visits from GP2. We love GP2. Well, if you love GP2, then you let him fly. This is exactly what he has been working for his whole life. It's wonderful to be loved by a team and to be part of an unbelievable experience like he was with the Warriors this last year. And that's great. But his professional success is, yes, tied in some level to A, finances, and B, belief. So you've now got a team that's willing to say, here's the money and here's the guarantee. We'll give you 3 years. This guy's been in the league for 6 years.
Yeah.
Bouncing around on 10-day contracts and this promise and that promise. He's made a total of $4 million in 6 years. And I know how some people receive news like that. That is a crap ton of money. I understand. But in the NBA world, and a guy who's only in his 20s, and all the agent fees and blah, 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 it's not like he had life done for financially forever money. It was a lot, but it's not life over, we're set for life. Now he does.
Yeah.
And so if you actually love Gary Payton II, today is a happy day. Sometimes you got to let those you love go.
Are you going Sting on me right now?
Well,
I thought that might have been the song of the day. If you love somebody, set them free.
Set them free.
Free, set them free.
Listen, I felt this one on a very different level.
If you need a two-guard.
Allow me to give a shout-out to my parents on this one. Because for those of you who don't know, my background,
not Mary.
Ellen.
Damn it.
I grew up on the peninsula. This is home. This is
mean
always
streets of Foster City.
I'm telling you, they keep it real there, brother. So
the FC.
I grew up here, but my professional world took me to Southern California, and I was there for almost 20 years, and I always had an eye on coming here. During the time I'm in Southern California, my parents retire from their jobs. And they got grandkids. My sister's down in Southern California also. And I was the lead dog on get down here. Get down here. Sell your home in the Bay Area in Foster City. Get down here. Move down here. And they retired and boom. They are down in Irvine, in Orange County. And we got to see them almost every week. And then the opportunity to come home to the Bay Area landed in front of me. And how do you think that phone call went? I'm like, Mom, Dad, and it had been a decade, but it's like I was the lead in pulling you down here, and now I'm going to go back. And they were like, "Are you kidding me?
Like, what are you doing?
We came down here to be near
Willard
you,
family edition,
and now you're going to go back there." And I said, "So here's my thing about how professional happiness plays into this conversation." And within 3 sentences, my mom looks at me and goes, "You've got to go."
Nice.
You have to go.
It's good parenting.
Let us know what we can do to help you go. And so I felt that, and I was reminded of that when I watched this GP2 situation play out. If you're truly a fan, fan of GP2, you got to just be happy, man. The man just
What'd you
got
have? A Truly?
$28 million guaranteed in a team that wants to back him for 3 years. It's what he's been working for his whole life.
But the Warriors are offering him $7 million a year. And I'm seeing some of this on the YouTube and the Twitch feed. He bounced for just $2 million a year. And obviously, it would have been more of a financial hit here for Lacob. GP2 wouldn't have seen a penny of that, but for $2 million a year, he goes to Portland. But I'm of the same mindset as you. Good for him. Yeah. Good for Gary. He worked. And by the way, if he doesn't come back from the elbow injury at all in the postseason, even if the Warriors still win, how much does that cost him on the open market?
Gosh.
Because he was able to come back off an injury showing unbelievable toughness and make that impact that he made. So that boosted his market value up at least 25%, I would imagine. So good on you, Gary. 9.3 a year. Go be a Blazer. Enjoy Damian Lillard. You might get Kevin Durant. If you do, you're in a spot where you're going to be on a team that can legitimately compete.
Have you ever seen in a championship situation where A, there aren't departures because other teams overpay for championship free agents?
And your coaches, by the way.
Right.
You only lost one, you didn't lose two.
Right. But, I mean, there's two kind of obvious reasons on that. A, the other team wants to weaken the team that just won.
Yeah.
And B, the players look a little shinier than maybe they are because
Definitely.
they've just been on this big platform. So that's totally normal. And the other thing that always happens is fans want you to keep everybody no matter the cost. And I promise you, you'll be ticked about it in 6 months. And that doesn't mean GP2 wouldn't play well, but that's just the way this cadence works. Keep everybody at any cost.
Yeah.
And then 6 months later, you're like, they look old. Why did you keep that guy? That was a dumb contract. That's the way it works. Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga need to play. And so this is going to be their chance.
Right, and you're going to add more free agents. You're not done in the market. And I think the Kevon Looney signing, I hope it gets announced today so we don't have to go into the weekend and wonder. I would anticipate something happens with Kevon Looney today. Keep it locked to 95.7 The Game for the moment any news breaks surrounding Kevon Looney. But assuming they keep Kevon, they're still going to sign one, if not two more free agents, in my opinion, Mark. And part of that is, how do you feel about Quindary Weatherspoon? And do you really think that any of your drafted rookies are going to be able to make an impact? Because they're both dealing with minor injuries. Neither one of them looking like they're going to get a full ramp up to next season. It feels to me like, the drafted players are going to be more slow played than they are fast tracked. Jordan Poole got fast tracked into minutes. These guys, it feels it's going to be more of a slow play.
And by the way, not signing GP2, not signing Otto Porter Jr. Up the likelihood a little bit that a Jordan Poole extension happens this offseason?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah. I think the Jordan Poole extension was always going to happen. I don't think you want him to go into next year having to worry about, is it still money time or is it payday? Because if he's having to play for a contract, he might play differently than if he was, here's 5 and 125 starting after this next year.
Yeah. This is an interesting text, and I do believe if anybody should be, I don't want to use the word upset, but if anybody really should take a moment and shed a tear today, it's not any of us. It's Steph Curry. 925.
I like it.
GP2 stripping Steph Curry 3 times in November is going to have the Bay in shambles. Famously, Steph yelled at Bob Myers at a practice, and I don't mean like in an angry way. Like Bob Myers walks into practice early this year, and Curry goes, Bob, don't let him walk out this door. Do not let him get away because I do not want him guarding me next year. Well, he walked out the door.
And only 4 times will they play him, plus a possible playoff series.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Portland? I mean, if Dame's healthy, I guess. I mean, the Western Conference.
All you have to do is be top 10, Mark, and you got to sniff.
I know, but we're in the midst of a real recalibration sensation, man.
That's a buck.
I mean, what if Kevin Durant goes to Phoenix? I mean, honestly, making the playoffs in the West, like cool beans, Malik Monk goes to
better.
Sacramento Kings. Are they going to find their way into the top 10? Like Clippers, better. Denver, better. Dallas, I think
Utah,
they lost
not better.
Brunson. They lost Utah. Utah is the team that may get stripped.
Yeah.
Okay, so they go out. But
New Orleans, you're gonna have to show me. You're gonna have to show me New Orleans.
But I think they'll be in. they'll at least be a playing
Zion
team.
Williamson over under 30 games. Does he play a full college season worth?
He didn't play last year, and they worked their way into the playoffs. Brandon Ingram is maybe one of the most underrated players in the league.
Did they make the offs or just the ins?
No, they made the ins and then got out of the ins and into the offs.
They made the offs?
They played Phoenix.
That's right.
Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, more of your phone calls coming up. What's your message to GP2? Plus, Howard Beck is going to join us in about 35 minutes. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome to the circus that is NBA free agency.
Are you effing serious?
Who's leaving and who's staying with the Dubs?
The run is not done. The Golden State Warriors, once again, are NBA champions.
Find out right here on the home of the NBA champs. 95.7 The Game.
Coming in at 5'3", it's number one mom. She switched to Xfinity and got the all-new 3-for-1 bundle. Unlimited internet, streaming, and Xfinity Mobile. All for what you could pay wireless companies for just one 5G unlimited line. Boom! Shakalaka! That's why they call her the Master of Moolah, the Sultan of Savings, the Queen of Cash. And now, also with Xfinity Internet, you can get unlimited data, Wi-Fi equipment, and a free Flex 4K streaming box included with a 2-year rate guarantee and no term contract. All for just $30 per month when you add an Xfinity mobile plan at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/3-for-1, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New fast internet 300 megabits per second customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Golfers, it's time to tee it up at the Golf Mart for the Callaway Trade-In Trade-Up event happening now through July 4th. Bring in any of your old clubs and receive a 50% trade-in bonus towards new Rogue ST Woods and Irons and Apex Irons. Both the Rogue and Apex families are designed with artificial intelligence for faster ball speeds. Swing by the Golf Mart and get your 50% bonus trade-in on Callaway Rogue ST and Apex Irons today. And while you're there, get custom fit for free. The Golf Mart, home with the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Calling all Giants fans. When you give blood at Stanford Blood Center this month, you'll not only help local patients, but you could also win one of 8 pairs of tickets for premium seats at a Giants game this summer. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/SFGiants22.
Find the baseball coverage you need on the Odyssey app.
Game analysis, interviews, reactions, and recaps. Odyssey's got them all.
Tips to help you make better bets.
We've got them with the BetQL network.
Official MLB podcasts for every single team.
Got them with Locked On Sports and a lot more.
Get everything you need for baseball season with the biggest in baseball broadcasting on the Odyssey app.
Listen at home, at work, or on the go.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-828-5242 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-828-5242. That's 800-828-5242. What do you have to lose? Call 800-828-5242. Again, 800-828-5242.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
And that's my homie I'm talking about.
I feel you, brother.
Yeah.
I feel you.
Right.
Yeah. 3-game series with the White Sox.
I like it.
Better freaking win some games. About time.
Yeah, that Detroit loss.
Yeah.
Skip, I mean, has Kapler lost his way, Boach?
Use his gut more. Good thing.
That's a 4.
Yeah.
It's a great Bruce Nochi on a Friday.
Sponsored by Fremont Bank, man. Full service banking, no compromises. I'm not. Kapler looks good in a hoodie. Better than me. Anyway.
Your grumbles per word is about 4.7, which is perfect.
It's unbelievable how much, how authentic that is. When we had him on, when Kyle was filling in for you, Dibs, it was unreal. How all of us just looked at each other like, that's Mark.
I miss him so much. Come on. Gabe Kapler, who's doing the catwalk out there to go get pictures every night. I mean, I got nothing but love for Kapler and his black jeans and his bike on Embarcadero. But don't you miss Boach? Oh, man, that guy. Oh,
just that down-home honesty. Take your time. And your caricature of it. Man. It's a little bit of Wilford Brimley. And also
oatmeal.
There's that one cartoon bear, too. It's like Hanna-Barbera days way back.
Yogi's dad, Yogi's uncle, Yogi's drunk uncle.
Something.
His drunkle. Before you could say it, Kyle. You know? All right. Anyway, I do. I miss Boach. There's no better. I wish everybody had a chance to do this. So I don't want to speak like, I don't want to sound like all privileged here, but, we get to go in the back rooms here after the games and stuff like that. And there's no better picture of the difference between Bruce Bochy and Gabe Kapler than the way they handle their post-game media. Boach went into there's a built media room in there, okay? And come in out of the clubhouse and sit down and talk about Buster Posey and answer your questions. And it was just very, standard and cookie cutter. And then the pandemic happens, and we go back this year, and you've got clubhouse access again. And the first time I wanted to go, okay, let's listen to Cap after the game, I go down to the media room, and there's nothing going. It's a ghost town. And there's a sign on the door. And Gabe does his thing over there. And so I'm looking around for 5-10 minutes. Where do I go? Oh, you actually, just go directly into his office inside the clubhouse.
Right.
All right. 2 reporters inside. So you go inside the clubhouse, turn left, get into there to Gabe's. He has reworked Bruce Bochy's entire office into something that looks like a French museum. Okay, there's coffee tables, magazines laid out. Yeah. There's some eclectic art on the wall. He's knocked this
bench
out.
Seating.
I mean, totally.
Very open.
Right. Kind of like a what a nouveau Silicon Valley office would look like.
Infinite number of seating arrangements.
That's right. Infinite number of magazines on the coffee table. And I'm just I just smiled. I walked in and I'm yeah, that's Boach to Cap.
Yeah, that's the transition.
That's it right there. Anyway, Willard and Dibs, your messages to GP2. I do like a message that something I just got on Twitter, actually. that I think really encapsulates what we're talking about here with GP2. This is hard for fans because who the hell was more likable than this guy? That smile, that way, those dunks, the story.
Yeah.
GP and GP2, the father-son thing, the Trulies in Utah.
Yeah.
My fault. So likable.
He emulates us, too. I mean, if you're any member of the Bay Area, if you're an East Bay member, if you're, a North Bay, South Bay, all the different ties, if you're somebody who loves tattoos, GP2 is a guy for you.
GP tattoo.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. It's
not
a 3.
Great, but thank you.
It's 3. It's a Friday 3.
It's okay.
It's a stretch 4-3. But I think Gary Payton II represents something for all of us. If you're an underdog, he's for you. If you like somebody who just devotes himself to the team and plays the D, he's for you. If you like electrifying dunks, he's for you. And something about the high-pitched, soft voice, and this is not to disrespect him or it, but it's something sweet about just the way he talks.
Totally. I mean, he's just very, very engaging and likable.
Yeah.
And understand that if your team, your favorite team, in backroom dealings made their decisions based on likability.
Oh, man.
You'd be furious.
Draymond Green would be a Piston. I mean.
Right. And nobody would have wanted them to keep Mad Bum.
Right.
Right?
Boogie Cousins never gets signed.
There's got to be, the likability's great. I mean, you've heard teams be like, the character matters, and that it does.
Andres Beatrice would still be in the post.
Thank you.
The Warriors don't have any stars, guys, worth rooting for.
Thank you.
Let's talk about it.
888-957-957.
Bunch of no names.
Likability index. Downward arrow. Golden State. I mean, but you got to match that with the basketball reasons. And I know there are basketball reasons for GP2, but not at $180 million for 3 years when you also need to lock up Kevon Looney and you want to extend Jordan Poole. And if any of you have any designs on Andrew Wiggins being here beyond next year, there was nothing they could do here. There's nothing they could do here that would make sense for money and basketball, and that matters alongside likability.
Right.
That matters to this team.
And you'll always have what we had, which was this season, and GP2 at the parade and his performance. And I was lucky to kind of use my press credential, and I walked the route on the inside of the barricade, and I came upon the GP2 experience, as I call it.
One host. Inside.
Yeah, more than one, but I was.
Oh, and I was in there too. Yeah.
I was pretty much. So I went, from end to end, and I spent about 5 minutes with the GP2 experience, and it was fantastic to watch him go side to side across the road and back, shirtless, push-ups, petting dogs, drinking Henny,
water gun,
the whole thing, and it was incredible. And so, yes, we all want that forever, but he wants $9.3 million. So. Good on you. And the thing about this organization is they're going to find the next guy to develop into that kind of player, the player who can support the superstars and maybe deliver another championship.
Yeah, no, totally agree. 888-957-9570. Not only your thoughts on this, but if you do have any specific messages you'd like to send to GP2, to Otto Porter Jr., Otto might be out of the country already. We'll see. By the way, if you missed that, Otto Porter, 2-year deal to Toronto. Did we get numbers on that yet? I still didn't. He had an offer on the table, but again, the Warriors could only offer the minimum, and Toronto locked him up for 2 years, but we don't know what the numbers are. I got to think, Otto, I knew. You're just like, that skill set really travels. This is someone who's been around the league already. He's not as old as you think he is because he's hurt so much. And he
38?
Load management. No, he's like not even 30.
Wow.
Not even 30 years old.
He looks old.
He does. And his name, I feel like he's been around for a while. How many years has Otto been in the league? It feels like
7?
We've been hearing that name for a long time. Otto is 29. He just turned 29 about 4 weeks ago. And let's see, how many years?
Drafted in 2013, so a good long 9.
Yeah. He's been around forever, but no, he's not turned 30 years old yet. But you knew somebody can obviously, Otto Porter is somebody who can rebound like a 6'10" guy, but he can also knock down a three. Pivotal swing player that can do so much on the floor. You knew somebody was going to give that guy guaranteed money.
And he got 2 years, 1 year with a player option, and the amount I don't think has yet been determined. But that's, if you're Otto Porter Jr., that's what you're looking at, is 1 year to prove it, and then a second year you pick up the option, or if you play well, you can decide to go elsewhere.
Already his fifth team.
Okay.
Fifth team he's moving on to. He was Wizards for 6 years. That's where he started. Then he went to the Bulls for 3, Magic for 1, and then Warriors last year.
Okay.
So, yeah, interesting career.
Well, and 5 is probably about the average. If you looked at players since the year 2000, players who play, and let's just say 10 years or more, and it looks like he'll end up playing 10 years or more if he plays both years of this deal, I would bet the average number of teams per 10-year career is at least 4 in this modern association.
Right.
As we go around the association.
Well, it depends on your footprint. You know what I mean? Although even some of the stars. I mean, Kevin Durant's about to go to his 4th. And
fifth if you count Seattle.
Fifth if you count Seattle.
And I do, because he's turning into a journeyman.
But a lot of these guys, like how many teams has James Harden been on now? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? 4.
Yeah.
He's already been on 4.
Yeah.
Chris Paul. How many for Chris Paul? More than 4?
Yep.
Thunder, Rockets, Suns.
Hornets,
Clippers. 5. Yeah. So
Lakers briefly.
Right. Yeah, for about 3 hours.
Still hurts.
Dude, that night.
Still hurts.
That night was one of the craziest because I was working at the flagship of the Lakers when that all went down. I mean, that was a memorable social media night.
I didn't know Dikembe Mutombo was the commissioner at the time. No.
Oh, that is still
not bad.
Still one of the weirdest stories in the history of the NBA.
From Kyle, he didn't even look up.
Yeah, well, Kyle
means it's a 0.
Yeah, Spadone's a little emotional about this one still. Howard Beck in 20 minutes. Jason in Redwood City. You're on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jason, what are you doing?
Mike just made me a little Target run. Had to go get a couple of little things.
I'm telling you, it's elite. 10 o'clock is Target time. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So here's what I got. I want to say thank you, GB2, and good luck to that mess in Portland. Here's how I got with KD. Hey, KD, man, you hopping teams, man. Hey, I feel like you owe us Warriors a favor, man. Just kind of a little shot at you, man. You left us with a little sour taste in our mouths. When Clay got injured and you got injured. I feel like, man, hey, come back to the Bay, man, opt out your contract and come on a minimum vet. I feel like you owe that to us as fans. You built a park in Redwood City, a basketball park. I mean, come on, man. You owe us one more, and if you do come back, man, we piss off the rest of everybody in the league for one more time, for 1 year. Run it back.
Well, you'd especially tick off the Brooklyn Nets because he's not a free agent, Jason, so he can't do this, right? Like, I know you're doing kind of a pie-in-the-sky fun thing, but just so everybody understands, Kevin cannot just go wherever the heck he wants. He needs to be traded somewhere. I'm pretty sure Brooklyn would like to get something in return for, I don't know, someone of Kevin Durant's stature.
It's going to most likely be a 3-team trade at least, in my opinion, because he's got a small list of teams where he wants to go. We don't know the official list of teams, but let's say there are 6 teams. Well, those 6 teams may not have the salary that they want to part with in order to make it work for Brooklyn, so you may have to involve a third team, a team that's looking to dump salary and get picks. Brooklyn's probably looking for at least a player, maybe 2 guys who can help, and they need draft capital, Mark, because they traded all their draft capital in the Harden deal. So this feels to me like a 3 or even a 4-team gymnastics trade.
Can we also, and we'll do this in about 2 minutes, can we address the mere idea? It's not going to happen, but it took over radio in this town yesterday. The mere idea of Kevin Durant coming back to the Warriors. I found that whole conversation to be fascinating and odd in many ways.
Yeah, I found it to be odd and not really that fascinating.
Fascinating that it would even go that way.
I guess that's odd.
And how many people were like, in on the idea. They're like, yeah, thumbs up. I mean, I know he's a good basketball player, but are you kidding? But we can do that in a second because we've got breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Trade alert! I knew we would be getting this at least once or twice. I was hoping it meant that Kevon Looney had re-signed, but we got an NBA trade, between the Atlanta Hawks and the Sacramento Kings. Atlanta is sending, and this is an interesting one, Kevin Huerter is coming to the Sacramento Kings.
Shout out Redheads.
In exchange for Justin Holiday, Mo Harkless, and a future first-round pick.
Okay.
Interesting trade.
No, and very interesting.
Yeah.
Harkless on the move.
Atlanta is moving and shaking.
Yeah.
I still, like, for me, I don't even know, I have not heard their name, but dark horse for Kevin Durant. That would be, if you could find a way, and probably, I don't know that they have the assets now, but Trae Young, DeJounte Murray, Kevin Durant in the East, I think that's a team that could win.
Yeah,
I really do.
Well, the East is going to be fairly wide open. Boston's still going to be there. Milwaukee, don't sleep on the Bucks being a factor. Miami sure was impressive this year, and they have most of their players coming back intact. Philadelphia with Joel Embiid and James Harden, assuming that he's able to work that restructuring. And then if Atlanta, you kind of see where the bar is in the East. There's no one dominant team. It feels kind of wide open, but only among a certain number of teams. So Atlanta needs to get up into that group.
Well, and speaking of the power in the East, also, this is not done yet, but I've seen it in multiple places. It's heading that way. Remember, after the DeJounte Murray trade, Danilo Gallinari goes to the Spurs, but they worked a buyout with him. He becomes a free agent. It appears he is on his way to the Boston Celtics on the mid-level exception. So the Boston Celtics, with everything we already know about what they have, going to add Danilo Gallinari for only $6.5 million.
Yeah, $6.5 million for them to pay, but Gallinari gets the buyout as well.
He's going to get a ton of money from the Spurs.
He can happily play for the mid-level. And speaking of getting paid for really not doing anything, it is Bobby Bonilla Day today.
That's right.
We need to point that out.
Thank you for bringing it up. Happy July 1st.
Because Danilo Gallinari basically gets paid to not play for San Antonio.
Correct.
How great would that be?
Oh.
It's like, you get dealt to KCBS, and as you walk in the door, they're like, don't worry about sports at 15 and 45, Mark. Here's a check. Go away.
My favorite story on that. Do you remember baseball player Tom Goodwin?
Of course.
You remember him,
yeah.
right? So he used to play for the Dodgers, and then they paid him to go away. And where did he end up? San Francisco Giants. And down at Dodger Stadium one night, he got the game-winning hit in the 9th inning. And I go into the visitors' locker room, they're talking, and could not, the bleep-eaten grin on that guy's face, and the quote, the money quote that paid, they're asking him about, this dynamic. He goes, I don't know if the check's going to clear this month. The Dodgers were paying him to come in a Giants uniform and beat them in their own stadium.
It's incredible.
Tremendous.
And some of the great buyouts in sports history. The Pablo Sandoval buyout is still one of the greatest. You go and just basically blow up Boston. You help an entire franchise implode, and they pay you $50 million to leave?
I don't know what the buyout number was.
It was huge.
They paid him $90 to go there. It was a 5-year, $90 million contract.
And I think he only lasted 2 seasons.
Oh, yeah.
And the second year, he didn't play at all.
No, and then he came to the Giants and looked like his old self again, almost right away.
Now he's running over catchers in the Mexican League.
Guys, I would love a Pablo doc. Would you not?
Yeah.
I would love a doc on that guy's life. Unbelievable. All right, D in Walnut Creek on Willard and Dibs. Hey, D, what are you doing?
I'm here at Safeway. I'm getting ready to buy some baby back ribs for the weekend.
Oh, get it done. Check out the water aisle there at Safeway. That is Carlos Rodon's favorite aisle. Just check it out, see if you find anything good.
I find Topo Chico all the time there. Have you ever tried Topo Chico?
Perfect. No, I have not.
Delicious. It's a top 5 seltzer. Absolutely.
It's a really nice seltzer water. It's awesome. Goes great with vodka.
Oh, the hard seltzer, you don't even have to mess with the vodka. You go right to the hard seltzer Topo Chico. I got it third on my seltzer power rankings.
Oh.
Behind White Claw and What'd You Have, a Truly.
I haven't tried that yet, the Topo Chico seltzer, but I'm going to do it.
All right, D.
Hey, okay, I want to tell Dead Nation that I'm all for his getting his due. And I compare him to like a good movie like Top Gun. You watch from start to finish, and you come away really entertained. Well, we watched Gary come in. We watched, and we're totally entertained. And when Gary comes back to Chase wearing that different jersey, I'm going to be one of the first to get up for a standing ovation.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, D, thank you. And I'm so glad you brought up Top Gun because there's a great quote inside Top Gun that is perfect for GP2 today, and it is after Goose passes away. And here comes Viper, and he goes right over to Maverick and says, "You got to let him go. You got to let him go." And that's it. You got to let him go.
Yeah.
Got to let him go.
You got to let him go.
That's right.
Easier to let GP2 go to Portland. You're going to see him 4 times.
That's right.
Throughout the regular season.
He didn't die.
Right.
So
as opposed to, for Maverick letting go of Goose when Goose sleeps with the fishes.
Yes. Yes, he did, unfortunately. And spoiler alert, I know it's been about 30 years.
Yeah, my bad. I actually was getting shushed by E-Dog in the green room because we were talking about Stranger Things, not about what's going on, but where I was. And before I could even say what episode I was on, E was
yeah, he ran out the room.
Yeah, and so we're kind of in that sensitive spot, spoiler-wise, with a lot of shows these days.
Jay in the Bay is next up, Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jay, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? Trying to get my forklift started at work. But, hey, man, so my first experience with Gary Payton, man, I had his jersey, man. I go out, man, and some guys just I hop out my car. Some guys staring at me. I go, "Hey, what's going on, man? Can I help you?" He goes, "I like your jersey, man." I go, "Oh, okay, right on." He goes, "Yeah, man, the Paytons are family to me." I go, "Shut up." He goes, "Okay." He does this. He pulls up on his phone, picture of him and Gary just chilling like they're folks. I was like, "No way." He's like, "Check this out." He opens his phone, pops it open there. He's like, "I got his daddy's number, too." There goes Gary Payton, the original. So they're real Oakland OGs. Everybody knows them out there who's got real town roots. And then I feel like with OPJ, after the 20,000 women that he supposedly slept with, OPJ got to be one of the illegitimate sons of his. So with that, I'm out.
Jay, thanks. Otto and Wilt Chamberlain do look a little bit alike if you go back in the day. The GP2
Both
thing,
mustachioed big men.
GP2 thing that's striking me right now, because we still have more of you who are waiting on hold, and we're going to get to all of you. How many times in the history of the NBA has the 8th guy on the bench had this kind of a reaction when he leaves? Do you know what I mean? Like, and so instead of, because again, my take is I'm bummed, but I understand what the Warriors did. So instead of focusing on the fact that they lost him, like, look at the 1 year, and he was injured for half the playoffs, and look at the effect that he had on everybody. How many times does a sports radio show essentially almost get a full show out of the 8th guy on the bench leaving on a free agent contract?
Well, it speaks to this team and why this championship hits different. Because if you go back to the KD titles, the back-to-back titles with Kevin Durant, the real takeaway was the David West, y'all don't know what we went through, controversy, or the question about what did they go through. I mean, that was the real big, I guess, takeaway. And, we all were fascinated by Mo Buckets. But when Mo Buckets left and JaVale McGee left, we didn't have the same reaction and the same experience, and it's because of the GP2 arc. We know the name because his dad. We know he's from here, and we know that he wasn't going to make the team. He got cut. He comes back. He's going to work in the video department. He gets one more shot. He becomes a dunking defensive phenom that we fall in love with, and then he gets assaulted by Dylan Brooks on the way to the hoop, and we are outraged, and we are devastated because how much money did GP2 lose on that foul? I mean, remember that conversation where, you were mad, and I was mad, and everyone was mad because Dylan Brooks took money out of his pocket. Well, not so fast, my friend, because he comes back from the elbow injury and helps lead a team in his own gutsy way to a chip, and then now he gets paid 9.3. So let's remember the full arc before we start to, look at the Warriors and say, you should have this or you should have that.
Well, can I grab?
He got paid.
Yeah, can I grab the phrase "let's remember" to make another point too?
Yeah.
All of and you just mentioned Kevin Durant. This is fascinating to me that some of you spent any minutes yesterday saying, "Boy, would you take Kevin Durant back on the?" Are you nuts? Do you remember anything about what we've discussed over the last 3 years of our lives? A lot of you, and I've never really understood this, but a lot of you gave up on Kevin Durant. A lot of you dislike Kevin Durant. but almost all of you at least got to the spot where you went, you know what? I'm glad that he left because it allows Steph to be Steph. It allows the Warriors to be a more feel-good, organic product. Jordan Poole is not Kevin Durant yet, but letting him play that role, he was drafted here. This is just way more fun. And the second the idea of his availability, let's get him back.
Right.
This is you falling into the July trap if you want Kevin Durant back in the Warriors.
July 4th is coming up, Mark.
I mean, it's like you just want to be a part of the offseason soap opera. This would be so much fun for 24 hours if Kevin Durant came back to the Warriors, and you would hate yourself in November. Kevin Durant is a
trip. But we would love it in June.
Yeah, Kevin Durant is a trip to Vegas. You're all excited on the way there, and you feel like crap on the way home. Like, absolutely
but some great memories in Vegas. A couple big wins in Vegas now, Mark.
I ain't going to argue that now, okay?
Late night craps roll at the Whiskey back in 91. Yeah.
I had a great craps roll during a commercial break with Tony Bruno inside the Mandalay Bay. Oh my gosh. I was like, I got to do this more often because we were back. They're like, you're back. We got to get back on the air. Or else I would have stayed there and lost all the money I had just won. Like you
couple of hard eights and during Cars for Kids.
That's all it takes, brother. Give me a 44 shooter. We're going to make some money on that day.
Hank Aaron.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number, and plenty more time for your calls, your shout outs to GP2 or Otto or JTA or anyone else, but Howard Beck of Sports Illustrated jumps in here next as well on 95.7 The Game.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Carlos Rodon. 6 innings, 7 hits, just 1 earned run as he continues to make a bid for the All-Star game.
Got him. Beautiful slider from Rodon to strike out Torkelson.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Welcome to Total Wine & More.
I want something fun in the sun.
You'll love this sparkling wine.
Wow, great price.
Love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
The National First Responders Stair Climb is back, September 10th, and you're invited to climb in person or virtually. Come sweat it out on the stairs to raise funds for first responders battling occupational post-traumatic stress injury. To register for the climb or donate, go to nfrf.org/stairclimb.
It's a trap! Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Spadoni should have been here yesterday. It's a trap was the entire theme of the entire show. Falling into the trap of worrying about what the hot take artists have to say, which only makes them stronger. Now this guy, you want somebody who has a professional take, an authentic thing or two to say. Then you go to Howard Beck, Sports Illustrated, one of our favorite NBA voices out there. And first and foremost, let me just say like a really, really sincere thank you. I know what free agency is like for guys in your position. So to take 10 minutes out of your day to hang with us a little bit, Howard, means a lot. Thank you very much, my friend.
Willard, my friend, always make time for you, of course. How are you?
We are doing great here, man. Although Warriors fans, as you may imagine, are feeling a little bit uncomfortable on two fronts. One is that, nothing has happened yet. They haven't brought anyone in yet. Not very surprising. But two, there was hope, I think, on the fan base that Gary Payton II would remain. What do you think about that deal? And how do the Warriors go about trying to replace something like that?
I thought they would just be, celebrating or giddy at watching the breakup of the Nets like the rest of the NBA.
That too.
I guess Gary Payton and Otto Porter deals are more important and relevant to the Bay Area. Listen, easy for me to say, and I think I said it a couple hours ago on another show where someone was asking about what should the Warriors do, and I said, easy, re-sign everybody.
Right.
Just bring them all back. Cut another check for another $100 million. Not my money. Easy for me to say. Obviously, there were other issues at work, not just salary cap, luxury tax, cap machinations, but cap restrictions too, right? So, and in Otto Porter's case, it certainly sounds like, as our buddy Chris Haynes pointed out, that Otto Porter's wife, I guess, is from Toronto, I think he said, or at least from Canada. So ties there. Other factors come into play in this league. And, winning a championship can cut one of two ways for a player who's, lower in the rotation and lower on the payroll. You can look at it as, this was great. This is what I played my whole career for. I want to keep doing this. This is a blast. I love playing with Steph. I love playing for championships. Or it can be, well, I got my ring, and now I got to do what's best for family, for my future, for generations to come, for signing the most lucrative deal. And so, look, I can only speculate or guess right now at what was driving Gary Payton II or Otto Porter right now, but all you can do is sit back and respect that these guys have their own lives and careers to live. And in Payton's case, I'm guessing there was no way the Warriors could create the same kind of deal. I also think that, the Warriors, while they have been, their ownership more than any in the league, by definition, has been willing to spend to win, and has never, hesitated to do whatever it takes in that regard. Everybody's got a limit somewhere. I don't know where their limit is. They probably aren't going to tell us. And you do have young players in Moody and Kuminga and a healthy Weissman, and who are all going to deserve to carve out their own roles in the rotation. You're not going to keep that rotation the same in perpetuity. You got those young players for a reason. They've all got a year under their belts now, and I'm sure that they, as an organization, are thinking, well, it'd be great to keep everybody we just won a title with, but these guys are going to need their opportunities too.
And the luxury tax ramifications of $9 million are dramatic for Joe Lacob. But even though I've been spending his money now, Howard, for quite a long time, I do it quite readily, which I'd like to spend his money on Kevon Looney. What do you think the market's going to be for Kevon now, as opposed to maybe what you thought 48 hours ago before all these billions were being handed out?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. The NBA market is not that predictable, I don't think. And a lot has happened since last night. I'm on very little sleep. I have not looked to see who still needs a center, who's got the cap room to do it. I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Although it sounds to me, not signing Gary, not signing Otto, we're feeling like the Warriors feel they're optimistic on the Kevon situation. We certainly want to get your thoughts on the Kevin Durant situation. Not only that it's come to this, but how does it play out? Is it just Suns and Heat? Are there maybe more players? What are your thoughts right now on this whole situation?
One, that it shouldn't have gotten to this, or that it doesn't make sense that they're here at all. The Nets just had a disastrous season for who they are and for the kind of names they had on their roster. But that disaster is mostly because of Kyrie Irving's vaccine refusal and him kind of torpedoing the season. And the Nets decided to take a hard line with Kyrie Irving in their contract extensions, and yet still wanted him back, still were offering him making extension offers to him. And yet somehow in all of this, because it pissed off Kyrie Irving, it then pissed off Kevin Durant. And Durant should, I would think, reasonably be more concerned with whether the Nets can contend and can compete, and then that they need to hold Kyrie accountable. And instead, he's deciding it's more important to support his friend, and now he wants out. I don't understand Kevin Durant's stance in this at all. So the Nets are backed into a corner. They'll move both of these guys. They'll get a pretty good haul for Durant, I think, and they will get much less for Kyrie Irving. I don't know what they can get for Kyrie Irving because most of the league doesn't want anything to do with him at this stage. And in terms of who comes after, the entire league should be calling them, and I'm sure they are. The Heat and Suns can be Durant's preferred destinations, but it doesn't mean that there's not a bigger field out there because he's got 4 years left in his deal. The Nets will presumably just try to make the best deal for them and not necessarily for Durant. On the other hand, he's Kevin Durant. If you decided to trade him to Timbuktu, the GM of Timbuktu was going to first ask Kevin Durant or his representation, is he going to be happy here? Because we don't want to be the next ones sitting here facing a trade demand or a sulking star. And so he does have some voice in this, even with 4 years left on his deal, because you're not going to want to make a deal for him if you think he's going to be unhappy with you as well. Also, it's just really difficult because the Nets need to get the biggest payout possible for trading him, but that might gut some other team that's trying to get him, in which case that team is no closer to title contention than the Nets are right now. So that's the trick. How do you thread that needle? And there are probably only a handful of teams that could send out the kind of players that the Nets are going to want and still have enough to put around Kevin Durant and contend.
It feels like a 3-team or a 4-team trade, like a monster trade in the making to find partners who are amenable to all those pieces. And just hearing you say that, Howard, is this one of the big problems in the NBA, the ability of players to kind of dictate what markets have a chance to compete and what markets don't?
I mean, the league has long had a problem with just a disparity between the markets, and it's not even big versus small. Sometimes it's desirable versus undesirable, or glamour markets versus non-glamour markets, or whatever. Like that chasm has always been there. I think what's more pronounced right now, and it's kind of a sensitive issue for the league, because Adam Silver has championed player empowerment. He's been all for, hey, players should be able to choose their own careers and their own paths, but yes, we would really like them to also honor their contracts. The rate of superstars forcing trades has picked up by just at a staggering pace over the last 5-6 years. And Durant's just the latest. And we've seen this, it's an more than annual event now. It's at least one or two guys a year who are forcing trades. That did not used to be the norm. And the league always likes to say, oh, this has been going on all the way going back to Kareem forcing his way out of Milwaukee. Okay, yeah, sure. But that was the anomaly at the time, not the norm. This is now the norm. And it's destabilizing for the league. And on principle, we can all sit here, as I would, and say I support players' rights to self-determination. But there's a difference between free agency and forcing trades when you're under contract for multiple years. And there's a difference between, say, Paul George doing it with 1 year left on his deal all those years ago in Indiana and saying, hey, I'm going to leave anyway. You might as well trade me now and get something for me instead of getting nothing if I leave in free agency. That was, that's not ideal if you're a team, but okay, there's a logic there. 3 or 4 years left on a deal and forcing your way out, as is now almost the norm, is completely destabilizing, because every time you sign a guy to a contract, you can't count on the idea that this means this is who your team is going to be built around anymore. And I don't know how the NBA deals with that, but I guarantee you it's going to be a discussion during CBA talks.
Howard Beck, Sports Illustrated, with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. While we're sitting here talking, Howard, sizable trade goes down for the Boston Celtics, who, after losing to the Warriors, many said, boy, they need a point guard. Well, how about Malcolm Brogdon? He is going from the Pacers to the Boston Celtics. Quite a haul of names, though none of them hallmarks. Daniel Tice, Aaron Naismith, next year's first-round draft pick, Nick Stauskas, Malik Fitz, Juwan Morgan, all in this trade. What's your reaction?
Hadn't seen it because I'm on the phone with you.
Right.
Thanks, by the way.
Appreciate it.
I like it. It'll make for an interesting debate when my buddy Chris Mannix and I get back on the crossover pod in a couple of days, because we have been arguing about this one. I thought that as nice a job as Marcus Smart did, and yes, they made the NBA Finals, to me, the Celtics still needed true point guard is such a loaded phrase. I don't even know what a true point guard is. Right. But they needed, they needed somebody who's as a point guard by trade, who is a playmaker by trade, and who is an experienced hand at doing that. And Brogdon, listen, so Mannix's counter to me has been all along, they got this far. They got to the finals with Marcus Smart there. Give him the chance to continue growing into the role. And his fear was that if you marginalize Marcus Smart or replace him, you're losing what their biggest advantage, which was this big, strong, tenaciously defensive point guard. Well, Malcolm Brogdon is a very, very good point guard and defender and shooter. So, and better shooter than Marcus Smart. So now, you push Marcus Smart to off guard. Now you've got this monstrous defensive backcourt with Brogdon and Smart together. And you've still got, so you haven't lost anything there. And now you've got a guy who can settle down the offense in crunch time, get Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum easier shots. You saw it over and over again in the finals. The Celtics did not operate well under duress or in crunch time. And a good veteran point guard like Brogdon, I think, does that for you.
When you look at the Eastern Conference, Atlanta seems to be a fascinating team to me in that maybe they're positioning to be attractive to Kevin Durant. Where do you put the Hawks in the Eastern Conference mix as they sit right now?
Hard to say. I saw there was, right before I got with you guys, I guess Kevin Huerter being traded to the Kings.
Yep.
And, look, they need to thin out the pack a little bit there. Among other things that the Hawks had to deal with was the fact that they maybe just had too many guys who all needed minutes and who all needed a role. And it's sometimes you can have too much, and it's better to have defined roles. The depth can sometimes be counterproductive, especially with a young team and a bunch of guys who are all trying to prove themselves. I liked the move for DeJounte Murray. I don't know what to make of the Herter deal right off the bat. They've still got, Bogdanovich there. They have yet to move Collins, and maybe that's still coming. I can't assess the Hawks until they're done. Like they've obviously got more work to do, or more irons in the fire. And so, we'll be able to have a better handle on them, I think, in another couple of days.
Howard, fantastic stuff. Don't want you to miss any more trades, so we'll let you go. But thank you so much for spending some time today.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Howard.
Yeah, there he goes. Howard Beck, Sports Illustrated, with us here on 95.7 The Game. That Celtics deal, I mean, like 87 players and a first-round pick for Malcolm Brogdon, and largely most NBA fans have heard of none of the 87 players who the Celtics just traded. In other words, they just added Malcolm Brogdon to the roster you watched in the NBA Finals and gave none of it up.
Right.
The players that you watched play, they gave none of it up and just added a point guard who is capable of 20 points a game. Like, man, I don't know where Kevin is going, but the Eastern Conference, with the maneuverability there, Boston was the winner of the Eastern Conference, and until somebody shows me something otherwise this offseason, they remain the leaders in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, and they got what they needed so desperately that they didn't have against the Warriors, which is a true point guard. And I agree with Howard Beck that that's kind of an awkward phrase, like a true point guard, but what they need, and I absolutely agree with him 100%, what Boston lacked was somebody who could get them into the offense, other than throw it to Tatum and hope he does something. And where's Brown and let him go one-on-one? Marcus Smart is not a, quote, true point guard. Brogdon is. And the Brogdon and Smart backcourt defensively, that's a whole lot of defense in your backcourt. And you mentioned the package to get him. They give up Daniel Tice, Aaron Nesmith, Nick Stauskas, Malik Fitz, Juwan Morgan, and a first-round pick in 2023. So basically,
which is going to be a really low first-round pick,
most likely. So you get 5 somebodies. 5. They're not nobodies, but they're not stars. They're people. They're human beings.
But none of them played for the Celtics in the NBA Finals.
Well, how many of these guys were in that final 5? Because Boston, in the end of Game 6, they brought those 5, and I want to say 5 white guys. I know Nick Stauskas was one of them. But
was Tice one of them? You might have been.
I might have been.
Yes, from getting a thumbs up in the other room.
And it's Malik Fitz. Was he a part of the finishing 5?
They brought in the Boston Bruins. I thought that was the Bruins.
Exactly.
That was the Celtics?
The fourth line.
They're like, bring in the Bruins.
That's a 3.
Series is over.
That's a 3. Let's ice the puck and go home. Seriously. But that's basically who they sent to Milwaukee.
It's a great deal. This is a great deal for the Boston Celtics.
I didn't know Milwaukee had a hockey team.
I back your hoops breakdown of this completely. Like, we saw Jason Tatum often end up with the ball and then drive and kick right to the corner. Is Marcus Smart over there? Grant Williams,
Marcus
whatever.
Smart.
And Tatum, you'd like somebody to be able to drive and kick to Tatum once in a while. Right. In a perfect world, they didn't have that. Now they do. The Celtics got a lot better in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, the Eastern Conference, I think, is going to be a lot deeper at the top of the conference, and we don't yet know what the Western Conference will look like from a depth standpoint. But you know that the defending champion Golden State Warriors are going to be intact, at least for the most part. You re-sign Looney, you feel good about your 1 through 8, maybe even your 1 through 9 without adding anybody else.
Yeah, unbelievable. And they've still got maneuverability, as pointed out by Keith Smith, who joined this show earlier this week. Celtics still have the $17.1 million taxpayer exception. They've still got an exception that they can use that on, so they can still add even more, and especially with trimming roster fat as they just did, they got space for a lot. So watch out for the Boston Celtics coming up next year if you weren't already watching out for them. If you didn't notice, they're already right there.
Yeah, good little team.
They're already right there.
Good little team.
Yeah, so, okay, back to you. 888-957-9570 with a departure.
Let's
go to the phones. GP2 is in Portland, and Otto Porter Jr. to Toronto. Let's go to the phones.
That's really good.
Zach in Richmond. Zach, you're on with Willard Dibs. What are you doing?
What is up?
Hey, how's it going, you guys? I got a day off work, so that's good. So I'm listening to you guys and taking in all the NBA news.
Great.
Just want to talk about GP2, man. The Bay Area has tons of great sports stories, but I put GP2 right up at the very top, and that's including, looking at Wiggins and stuff too. It's an amazing story for both the Warriors and GP2. They're great at having guys come in, fixing them up, and then letting them go and get their money, and that's a good thing. And GP2 and the Warriors got a championship out of it, so it's great. I don't think Warriors fans should be mad at all. It's a feel-good thing, but at the same time, yeah, I think they should be a little worried. GP2, I don't know what his plus-minus is, but I think it's pretty high. The guy plays great defense, and also, yeah, they could bring someone else in, but he's just one of those guys who's got a feel and a nose for the basketball. He brings a lot of intangibles. He's always around the hoop. He's always just making plays, and that's something that you just can't quantify in statistics. So, yeah, it's going to hurt, but I'm also happy he was here, and I'm also happy for him on his way. And the second thing I want to say is the NBA is so much about ring chasing and overall career legacy right now. And for as much as Steph Curry impacts the game on the court, look at what he's doing to free agency. These big-time players that have been coddled from the time they're young, unlike Steph, are driving themselves crazy to top his ring count, and it's turning the league upside down. I kind of love it, but these guys are trying to do whatever they can to get themselves out of long-term contracts. You got Kyrie trying to get back to LeBron. You got cats fighting with dogs, and it's all because they're pissed off because they've been watching Steph for the last 2 weeks validate his career.
Zach, you're absolutely right.
Well, I think they're all chasing. They're not just chasing Steph; they're chasing the ring, and this is the era that we're in.
Well, I think what you have to do if you're a Warrior fan, because let's just be honest, right? We're all fans here, and July's fun, right? There's all this movement. It's like throwing all the cards all over the floor, and then you pick up a card, see what you got. Like it's like opening presents.
Yeah.
So I get it. There are trades, there's free agent signings, and you want to be involved, but the Warriors are not going to be very involved this year, and you have to take joy in watching the other teams do that race.
Yeah.
They are scrambling to do this and do that, and the players say this, and the agent says that, and the team is doing this, and is there a trade, and can we get our hands on KD, and boy, nobody wants to touch Kyrie, and this is a mess over here and a mess over there. But the dust will all settle, and then they'll come after the Warriors again, and you have to take joy in the fact that the Warriors, as fun as it is in the moment, it's healthy to not be involved in that.
Yeah, it's better.
Right? It's better. Right. Like we're sitting here yelling about the Giants all year long about, there's nobody.
Gotta get a bat.
There's nobody we know. There's no one we can connect with. Well, tell you what, the Warriors are not going to give you that problem because you can connect with all of them because you know all of them and they're all going to be back.
And
except
they're
for
champions.
a couple of pieces,
well,
right?
They're champions, and you built last year's title without being active in the free agency market. Think about that in terms of what you just had. You didn't go out last July and bring in a Kyrie or a KD to win the chip. Now, I know you did that with Kevon Durant the first time when you won titles 2 and 3. That was a different time. That was a time where you had a chance, you had the room, you had the ability, you went out and you recruited him, and he came, and the rest was 2 years of joy and history. But last year you didn't do that, Mark, and now this year in July, this offseason, you sit in the best possible spot, which is what you've been doing all week, pulling confetti out of your backpack.
That's right.
So the Warriors right now are still pulling confetti out of their collective backpack, and you know you don't have to be in the market. You can sit back, backfill the roster Farhan style, and watch everyone else out there give $200 million to this guy, and this guy wants out, and this guy wants in. Everyone's chasing you, so you're in a great spot.
Aaron in Oakland is next up on the GP2 situation. Aaron with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Aaron, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm actually coming back across the bridge to Oakland, man. First, let me say congratulations, GP2, on getting your money, but you are going to be sorely missed. And I don't want to ever look back next season and be like, dang, I wish we still had him. I feel like he gap filled as Clay was getting his defensive left.
Whoop.
And not just that, I feel,
No, there you are. We lost you for a second, Aaron. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I feel like he was really developing into a really good two-way player, and I feel like there was potential for him to increase his offense, but his defense was great, and he gap-filled behind Clay as Clay was getting his legs underneath him. We're going to miss him, but the truth is, I hate this part of this. It's a business, man, and at some point, I want to believe this as a fan, that the Warriors did everything that they could conceivably do to keep that guy, because he's worth it. That's the truth. He's worth it, and he's from the Bay. You don't get a better story than a home court player. And we will miss that guy, man.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. There's no doubt, Aaron.
And they did everything they could do, quote unquote, up to a point. But Portland said we're going to give him $28 million, and the Warriors said, "Cool, we'll help you pack."
Yeah, I just like I think we're all with you on the emotional side of it. It's just that if you're going to go to the emotional side, you've also got to give a nod to the basketball side, and Jordan Poole needs to be paid. And if you want any chance of Andrew Wiggins, if you want any chance of any other free agent additions this year, or even guys you're trying to keep, you like it financially and basketball wise, from Moses Moody to Jonathan Kuminga to money.
Right.
It just didn't make it got to a
James
point.
Wiseman, by the way.
James Wiseman. It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. And so I fully understand what the Warriors did. Now, there is one thing still left that could totally change this conversation.
Is this their one thing?
It's their one thing.
Thank you.
And it's all good as long as you do this. And so that is coming up next. We see more of your phone calls coming in at 888-957-9570. A reminder that Kenny Mayne has joined the Odyssey family with his new podcast, Hey Mayne. Each week, Kenny's talked to someone who knows a little and is fascinated by a lot. Athletes, musicians, celebrities, just about anyone else. 2 debut episodes this week. Chris Berman, the longtime ESPN presence, and actor-comedian Ben Schwartz. Download Hey Mayne on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Much more coming up on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome to the circus that is NBA free agency.
Are you effing serious?
Who's leaving and who's staying with the Dubs?
The run is not done. The Golden State Warriors, once again, are NBA champions.
Find out right here on the home of the NBA champs. 95.7 The Game.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
I'm Matt Spiegel, and I'm the host of the brand new podcast, Beat the Streak Daily. Every weekday this Major League season, I will update the state of Beat the Streak. The rules are simple. Each day, pick 1 or 2 players you think will get a hit. And if they do, your streak continues. Sounds doable, right? But so far, it's been impossible to win. And with millions of dollars on the line, no one has ever gotten to 56. Subscribe now to Beat the Streak Daily, wherever you get your podcasts, and play Beat the Streak for your chance to win $5.6 million.
Dell's Black Friday and July sale is here. Power productivity with a tech refresh, now with up to 45% off top-rated laptops like the XPS, along with our special deals on business desktops with Intel Core processors. Get big savings on the latest servers, storage, monitors, and more with free shipping and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Communities need support now more than ever as they work hard to recover from the impact of the pandemic. That's why Lowe's has selected the first 100 community-nominated projects as part of its Lowe's Hometowns program. This $100 million commitment, the company's largest ever commitment of its kind, is part of Lowe's goal to make a positive impact on the millions of Americans in the communities it serves. Communities can find details of every Lowe's Hometowns project and their progress on the Lowe's Hometowns landing page at #Lowe's Hometowns on social media.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with a great offer on internet and security. Now with more speed and more bandwidth to help power all your connected devices. Plus, find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com today to learn more. Limited time offer, restrictions apply, new customers only. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most Root Metrics 5G data reliability wins in 2H 2021. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement. Call for details.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the San Francisco Bay Area. I am a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy yours. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses, and I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you have a house that is trashed and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-uppers too. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and foreclosure houses. If you or someone you know is looking to sell their house and want to sell it fast, call me at 925-490-2000. That's 925-490-2000, 925-490-2000.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
What did I do wrong?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors, you ain't done nothing wrong. ... Yet. More on that in a second. Hey, you mentioned Bobby Bonilla Day earlier.
Yeah.
And for those who observe or those who don't know, the Mets deferred payments to Bobby Bonilla so that he makes $1.19 million every July 1st. But how long does this go on? Do you know how old Bobby Bonilla is right now? Have you looked this up?
No, but he's got to be.
Game show music, please.
Okay.
I'm going to give you.
All right.
I'll give you. Let's give you 2 years in either direction.
All right. Well, it's 2022, and I know he played with Barry in Pittsburgh. Shout out Mike Lavalier.
Nice.
Barry
and
came to the Giants in 93,
yeah.
so this had to be 88, 89. He was on the Mets. 60. He's probably he's going to be 58 years old, Mark.
59 years old. Very well done.
Yeah, thank
Look at you with your math and your analytics.
Yeah, well, I put him back in the late 80s, and I know how old I was in the late 80s, and I felt like he was older than me in the late 80s, and I know how old I am now, and he's got to be a little bit older than me, and therefore he had to be 58.
You know a lot of stuff.
Well, when you start to really parse it out, you put yourself back in that spot where I used to do fantasy baseball, rotisserie baseball, we called it. Shout out Steve Rabb and the Animal Cell League.
I like
we
it.
started it in 1986, our senior year of high school. So we were doing rotis, as we call it, way back in Bobby Bowe, back when he was at the peak of his powers.
I do the rotisserie chicken sometimes, usually not rotisserie baseball.
This is a little different, 10 categories.
Yeah, I respect your game. It's no problem. 59 years old. Do you have any idea how long this check continues to come in? How many July 1sts does Bobby Bonilla get?
Do you want me to answer, or are we waiting for some catchy theme songs? Thank you.
This started in 2011. For Bobby Bo. Okay?
Bobby Bo Day.
Bobby Bo. How long does it go?
Well, I got to put myself back into the spot where it started, and I realized...
This is the harder one.
Wow, good Lord, this thing's going to last like 20 or 25 years, as I recall. It feels like it's 25, so I'm going to say 2035, Mark.
Bang! Bang!
Mike Breen?
Like nailed it. 2035. 2035. So we're not even halfway done with Bobby Bonilla days yet.
Wow.
They started in 2011. That makes this the 12th
year.
This is the 12th
So we're
one.
halfway.
Well, we got 13 more.
Yeah.
13 more.
It's a 25-year payout.
Unbelievable.
It's not bad. I mean, it's
that is
nowadays.
That is a retirement.
$1 million doesn't go as far as it used to. Tank of gas, right?
But what would you do? What would you do if you were Bobby? I'm sure, people are always like, go to the beach, man. It's like, I don't know. Wouldn't you be bored? Sometimes my folks and I have this conversation. You ever call the folks when you're still in the middle of your professional world and there's kids and jobs and just stuff. 2022, we can't even put our phones down. And you call the mom and dad and you're like, hey, what are you doing? And they're like, crossword?
Yeah.
I'm just
gardening.
Are you bored? And they're like, sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes. So I don't know.
I see the fulfill and the famil, the future father-in-law, future mother-in-law.
What do they do all day?
They're busy. They're busy. There's bridge and mahjong.
Yes.
There are lunches. The vegetable garden is off the chain.
You're a vegetable.
I mean, the amount of beans that we pulled, French beans.
Okay.
The tomatoes are about a week away. So there's a lot going on. There's fly casting. There are copious amounts of activities that are being done, which it's great.
It's amazing. I feel
stay
jealous.
Busy, stay fulfilled, and stay healthy, by the way. And I saw this in my parents.
And stay thirsty, my friends.
My parents, rest in peace. They weren't as active. They weren't as engaged. They weren't as involved. And I do think that helps to precipitate the demise.
Oh, sure.
When you're less
keeps
engaged.
Going.
Yeah. So without a doubt. And you got to stay busy. If you're Bobby Bo and you're getting $1+ milli every July 1, you're probably able to do what you need to do.
Yeah, go play golf every day, do whatever. I don't know what he does, but $1.2 million, you don't need to worry about working or doing anything. That's the base, $1.2 million, and you got that all the way until you're 72 years old. Good on you. Who was the agent for that thing, man? Good on you.
Feels like Scott Boras. It feels like a Boras move.
Okay, then never mind. Bobby doesn't get $1.2 million. He's going to get maybe 900-something thousand.
I'm sure that there's an agent. He's breaking off somebody for this
one.
Unless he prepaid it.
Absolutely. That would have been a good idea, right? Just take the first two and then call me in the morning.
And he probably made $150 million in his career ahead of this contract because he hit it right at that sweet spot where money was starting to get handed out to sluggers of his ilk.
Bobby Bonilla.
150 might be too high, but I would say north of 100. Played for a long time.
Jeez, yeah, he did. We're going to go $76.1 million.
Okay, so you didn't even get to 100.
That's, prior to the deferment, though.
Well, yeah.
And now it all takes care of itself. So, anyway, it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We've been asking, and a lot of you have been ready to do this. GP2 is gone, and Otto Porter is now a member of the Toronto Raptors. JTA is a member of the Los Angeles Lakers, and we know that on some level, especially after a championship, and then factor in the Oakland ties that JTA and GP2 bring to the table, and this is maybe more emotional than it is about X's and O's. And so we certainly want to be there for that today. And the Warriors have proven, if anything, other than that they're good at basketball, boy, have they proven that they listen to the voices. So this is your opportunity to put it out right here on the home of the Warriors and maybe get a message to them. So 888-957-9570 on how any of those guys affected your viewing pleasure, what connection was made, anything that you want to say to them as they depart as members of the Golden State Warriors. We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. The other thing that we're waiting for, though, because I'm still at a spot where I do not think you can be mad at Warrior management for what has taken place. I am still there where it's like, because a lot of people, how do you not match it? Joe Lacob, you got billions, you got the arena. I get it. But it all changes if at some point in the next 4 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours, whatever, with that being the case, that GP2 and Otto, JTA are gone, you have to bring back Kevon Looney. That is a have to now because the other guys all went. We all agreed it was priority one.
Right.
And I think we can understand if your resources are all going to go to priority one. But if you let priority two and priority three go, I think it ups the level of priority one even more, does it not?
It should, but I think if they decide that they can't afford to pay Kevon Looney, there'll be more outrage than not deciding to sign Gary Payton II. But the Warriors would come out and tell you that you're getting Wiseman healthy and back. Jonathan Kuminga is going to grow into more minutes. You've got Moses Moody, who's going to step up and get more minutes, and you got a couple of rookies that you hope and you expect are going to make the roster. So even if, worst case scenario, they don't sign Kevon Looney, and I believe that they're going to sign Kevon Looney. I don't know if it's going to happen today, tomorrow, Monday, or earlier into next week, depending on what the market is for Kevon Looney. But if they didn't sign him, they would be able to spin it a certain way, and that spin would be around Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody.
Well, that's fair, but what's the number? Because it is going to come down to a number. As you stated earlier, and I agree, based on just reading tea leaves of other contracts, it feels like something in the 10 to 12 range feels good for Kevon, but who knows? If somebody's out there and offers 15, and the Warriors are like, nope, got to save it up, got to do Jordan Poole, got to do Andrew Wiggins, that's a tougher narrative to pass by the fan base, I believe.
Oh, absolutely. If he gets 4 years and 60 from fill in the blank team, and we had Howard Beck on earlier, and there's so much movement that even he, an expert, wasn't privy to who had the cap room and who needs a center, and a center of this ilk, because he's not a double-double machine kind of center. Now, Kevon Looney, we saw, has the ability to be a double-digit rebound guy, and he can be a double-digit scorer, but he's not a guy who's going to go out there and get his own buckets. He has to score in other ways. So he's not your cookie-cutter, 15 and 10 guy on any fill-in-the-blank team. He's not Andre Drummond, a guy who's going to go out there and get you between 12 and 20 rebounds. So what will the market be elsewhere? I don't think that he's going to get $15 million a year, but if somebody decides to throw, let's say, $13 million a year, and the Warriors are sitting at $10 million as their comfort spot, is $3 million a year? Is that a big enough difference to where the Warriors don't come up, or does Kevon take a discount to thrive here? That's where it gets interesting for me, Mark.
What I think is hard for the Warriors to pass along to their observers is the luxury tax penalty, because none of us really understand it. I mean, we could even dive into it and explain the escalators and the percentages, and it gets really crazy really fast, and numbers are never good. I'm going to try to do math with you on the radio here. Anthony Slater came on earlier and said, to understand it, if they had matched the contract Portland offered GP2, then it would have actually worked out to be about 3 years and almost $180 million.
Kelly Oubre.
I mean, holy crap, right? I mean, you're just, okay. And then I know, you have two kinds of fans. One will take that and go, well, hell no, I'm not doing that. And the other one will say, oh, what's $180 million to you when you are doing what you're doing? You're a billionaire, and you've got the Chase Center, and you've got the Warriors, and you just made all of that money for all those extra games and all of that. But there are all these other players too. If you say you got to come up $3 million for Kevon Looney, what does that $3 million actually equal for 4 years? That $12 million, and I do not have the rules in front of me, but it feels like that $12 million could turn into close to 100 really fast. And so that's, I think, what's hard for the Warriors, because they're sitting there going, that's a lot of dough, and this doesn't add up. But the fans are going to be like, we don't care. Do you know what it costs us to get into the building to watch your team? So that's why I feel like you got to do this. They can't sign anyone without the escalators hitting. That's the choice. That's what they signed up for.
But as Anthony Slater pointed out, as it pertains to Gary Payton II, they're going to replace him with probably a minimum guy, so that money will get escalated no matter who they sign, no matter what they come to terms with their drafted players, too. The rookies, those are also going to hit in an escalation sensation as well. So you know that no matter what you do, you're already over the cap with just your big four. So how much do you want to irresponsibly, recklessly do that now? To your point, how does it affect Jordan Poole? How does it affect Andrew Wiggins coming up at the end of next year?
Yeah, but if a minimum salary escalates to $20 million and a $28 million contract escalates to $180 million, I mean, $20 million, they made that for one Game 7. Do you know what I mean? Right.
And again, it's easy to spend Joe Lacob's money. I've been doing it for years.
Exactly.
And, I'm happy to do that. But at some point, as you get closer to the end of the Steph Curry contract, Clay and Draymond come up before that. Andrew Wiggins comes up before that. At some point, you're going to have to look at, is this still a championship roster? Do I still want to shovel money into the furnace to try to chase a chip? Well, the answer is yes in the short term, but for how long?
I just think that's the tipping point. Whatever the money is, unless somebody offers, I mean, no one's offering Kevon Looney $20 million a year. There's a number where people would be like, look, just throw your hands up, I guess. But I feel like this is the line that everyone's going to draw. Like GP2, we're bummed.
Yeah.
I think we can find a way to get over it. Otto Porter, I expected that, to be honest with you. JTA, thank you so much. Really cool story.
Great.
Kevon? Oh, no. No, you get to bring him back. Or else it also looks like you're just sitting there doing nothing. Because they haven't even been involved in this party yet.
But we talked about this earlier in the week, that the Warriors are going to be at the end of the party. They're going to be there right before the party's over, as when they're going to come in and try to scoop and score, because they're not at the front end. And you know how these things work. The front side is the big boys, the big contracts, the real big giant free agents. And as we go through, you get toward the end of the run and it's like, wow, who still needs a team? We need a guy. Would you come play for an Iguodala contract, a vet min?
Right. Yeah. And those guys will be out there.
Maybe it's Iguodala who comes back.
They did an amazing job by doing that last year with the guys they brought in, and look at the way they contributed. That's what got us to today. So 888-957-9570. How about Jim in Martinez on with Willard and Dibs? Hey, Jim, what are you doing?
Well, I'm about to plant a plant for a sick friend of mine who needs his smokable medicine. You guys are killing it. Your callers are killing it. Anybody that's upset with the Warriors, it's just an emotional reaction right now. Because, I mean, Juan Toscano-Anderson, that one hurts. But, I mean, Gary Payton, yeah, they hurt. Otto, they hurt. We got to get Looney back. But this was all engineered by the Warriors. It was all paid for. And let's watch. And I absolutely wish all these guys absolutely the best. But is Toronto going to be able to take Otto Porter and baby him along so that he can play like he did with the Warriors? Is Gary going to be able to do in Portland what he did here? I mean, I'm going to hate to see him covering Steph next year. But let's see what the young guys can do. Let's see what else they do. This ownership group, Bob Myers. I mean, come on, man. We're sitting on another championship, man.
Right.
I'm still watching the games, man. It's absolutely insane, man. You guys are freaking awesome. I love you guys.
Jim, appreciate you, man. Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, do you need a reminder that these people really, really, really know what they're doing? They really know what they're doing.
Hot
Bob
seat, Myers, hot seat.
I do have this. This is interesting. This just came down.
This is interesting?
This is interesting. That Malcolm Brogdon trade to the Boston Celtics, and if you're just joining us, the Celtics have acquired point guard from the Pacers, Malcolm Brogdon, for next year's first-round pick
and this year's third string.
342 players you've never heard of.
This year's third string and next year's first round.
All the guys who came in with 2 minutes to go there at the end of the Game 6, those guys, they're all Pacers now, and their first-round pick. And they get Malcolm Brogdon, who's a point guard, who can score, who can get them into their offense. And ladies and gentlemen, the Boston Celtics have just moved into the 1 spot in terms of favorites to win the NBA championship next year.
These are real-time odds.
Unseating the Golden State Warriors. The Clippers got close with the John Wall news, but this, and I get it. You look at a 1-2 punch of the Warriors just lost their backcourt defensive star, combined with the Celtics getting the one thing everyone felt like they needed. And if so many people already thought that Dibs, 1 through 15, the Celtics were the better.
And more athletic.
More athletic basketball team. But boy, those turnovers, they just ended up losing in 6 games. And then now you add this. When everyone walked out of the room and went, God, if they had had this one thing, they might have won that series. And then they get that one thing less than 24 hours after the Warriors lose the guy who probably would have guarded him. I get it. The Celtics are the favorite. And the Warriors, go ahead and use it as motivation, Draymond. Right. You're the underdog yet again.
Underdog, yeah. Podcast, an emergency pod coming in 3, 2, 1. Here it comes. But I think...
Don't let us win a championship.
Yeah, don't let us win it. What are they going to say now? Steph Curry's the petty king, so I'm sure they're printing out these odds right now and slapping it up on the old bulletin board. And I wonder how high those odds climb if the Warriors continue to do nothing. Even if they sign Kevon Looney, that's not going to vault the Warriors into automatic favorites again. I think the expectation is that Looney will be back and that the Warriors mostly are going to be this team going into next year. So go ahead and wait for everyone else to load up and wait for those Warriors odds to rise even higher before you make your bets.
Do you agree with this? Matt Moore, who's an NBA writer for the Action Network I follow, just wrote this. The Warriors got worse. The Celtics got better. The Bucks did nothing, and KD demanded a trade. Now, the last part, obviously, is just a fact.
Yeah.
So it's not something that you can agree or disagree with.
Milwaukee added many players with Eastern Conference Championship experience. Tice, Fitz, Stauskas, and Nesmith.
Well, no, they didn't go to Milwaukee. They went to Indiana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they went to Indiana.
Yeah.
No, Milwaukee has done nothing.
Done nothing.
They're just like the Warriors, except for the Warriors have, I guess you could say they've done something. They've lost a couple players.
Right. But they're going to add a couple players to replace the couple that they lost. And Kevon Looney's still the big lone piece.
Well, I actually think some of the pieces the Warriors are adding, we just don't know what to do with them yet. Their names are James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga's role and Moses Moody's role. This is what will be added in many ways to the Warriors next year.
Back to Wiseman.
That may feel scary because it now sounds like you're banking on Wiseman's knees and Kuminga's growth. But at some point, you do need to do that a little bit. And I would actually say, and we're all excited about that. Didn't you come out of the season going, I'd like to see more Kuminga. I'd like to see more Moody.
Many people wanted him to start.
Right. And obviously, we'd like to see if James Wiseman can play basketball.
Right, tonight.
At the level that we think he might be able to. See, these are all things that we want to see. So, well, here you go, guys. Let's see it.
Yeah. And you're going to have 82 games to really figure out if they can, and if they can or if they cannot. And then, get time to the crunch time in April, and you're going to play your vets anyway. What do we see this year from the run? They played basically 8 guys, 8 or 9 players against Boston in crunch time in the NBA Finals. So that's basically what the regular season's about next year. Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, and Kevon, assuming they sign him, which I hope that they do. There's 5 guys are playable in the NBA playoffs, and you add in Jordan Poole, that's 6. Now you just need to find 2 or 3 more guys somewhere on your roster to be there in April, May, and June. That's what the regular season's about next year.
I will tell you this, based on the offseason movement we're saying, and you mentioned this earlier, and sometimes it feels this way every July, you're like, wow, the money that's being thrown around. And part of that is because the NBA has hidden gems. Like, we all know the stars. You know who Kevin Durant is. You know who Kyrie Irving is. But there are certain players who are like, they're really important, but they don't have a national imprint. I even, for instance, would venture to guess, even though they went all the way and won the NBA Finals, like if you go out to Miami and found basketball fans of the Heat and said, okay, tell me about Jordan Poole, would they be like, he's a Warrior?
Right.
Not sure. We know that he averaged 18.5 a game, and we see the arc and all of that stuff. So you see money getting thrown everywhere, and you're like, to that guy, barely even ever heard of him. What does that mean for Jordan Poole? the money that's being spent right now scares me a little bit in terms of whatever this potential extension conversation this offseason might look like.
Yeah, it's parameters. There is only a certain amount that you can, under league rules, pay Jordan Poole. There's a rookie extension max that he can get, which I think averages out to about $35 million a year. I think that when the Warriors look at Jordan Poole and an extension, they're going to load it to where you get to a point where Steph Curry's contract is going to be coming off the books, in theory, assuming you don't extend him after 25, 26. That's where you're going to try to load up Jordan Poole and the biggest money if you give him a 5-year extension. Because remember, the 5-year extension would not count next year. Next year's number is next year's number. So his 5 years would start after that. And in theory, in 6 years, Steph, Clay, and Draymond most likely are all going to be gone.
Well, I don't think Steph's ever going to put on a different uniform, and I don't think Clay will either.
But Steph likely would be retired or...
Yes, that's that. Sure, sure. He'll be 40. He'll be 40 years old.
And so the question is, after 3 years, where is Steph in his arc as a superstar? Because 3 years from now, if he's down to 1 or 2 years in his deal... Do you give him an extension, one last extension for the chef, or is he ready to hang him up?
What message would you like to send to the outgoing Warriors? 888-957-9570. One of them just sent a message to you. Wait until you hear what he had to say. We've got that coming up for you next, along with your phone calls. Pick Your Battles is looming as we move towards Steiny and Goo at the top of the hour as well. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Sometimes when you don't like a side in a match, the next best thing to do is root for runs, and that's what the BetQL 5-star play is doing today. Boston takes their top 6 offense into Wrigley Field for an afternoon matchup with the Cubs, and the Red Sox are hot, having gone 20-6 in the month of June. The over-under is set at 9, but BetQL has this game projected for at least 10 runs. So the play today isn't to root for a team, just to root for some runs. Consider some cash on the over.
If you have a small business, let Staples be your shipping partner.
I'm generating orders 24/7. I don't have time to ship them too.
Staples has it covered.
A one-stop shipping solution for a business that works nonstop.
Shipping materials that aren't one size fits all.
Staples has your shipping covered with packing and shipping supplies and services. And this week, get 20% off UPS Express shipping services. If you need to ship at Staples, the working and learning store. N72. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. With gas prices at all-time highs, now's the time to donate.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With your donation, you'll receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher, so donate today.
Coming in at 5'3", it's number one mom. She switched to Xfinity and got the all-new 3-for-1 bundle. Unlimited internet, streaming, and Xfinity Mobile. All for what you could pay wireless companies for just one 5G unlimited line. Boom! Shakalaka! That's why they call her the Master of Moolah, the Sultan of Savings, the Queen of Cash. And now, also with Xfinity Internet, you can get unlimited data, Wi-Fi equipment, and a free Flex 4K streaming box included with a 2-year rate guarantee and no term contract. All for just $30 per month when you add an Xfinity mobile plan at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/3-for-1, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New fast internet 300 megabits per second customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Our homes, we protect them from intruders with security systems, but there's another kind of intruder most people aren't aware of until it's too late. Home title thieves. When a criminal transfers your home title to a fake identity and steals your title, no one will notify you. Not the police, not even your bank. Sadly, people find out when it's too late, when their home is sold out from under them, or the eviction notice comes. That's when the legal nightmare begins. You need Home Title Lock, America's leader in home title protection. For just pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. Cyber technology has made it easy for criminals to steal your home. Home Title Lock alerts you if your home becomes their target. Make sure you're not already a victim. Go to HomeTitleLock.com and for a limited time, get your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value, free with sign up. Again, that's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
What would his package look like?
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
That's right, Dibby. Take it from me, Willie. We still got lots to do. I want to pass this along from JTA. Juan Toscano Anderson just sent out a note to fans. All good things do come to an end for new ones to start. Dub Nation, I cannot thank y'all enough. The experience I had at home was something I'll never forget. So many things culminated from this experience, and I am forever thankful, followed by a trophy emoji. That from Juan Toscano Anderson, now a member of the Los Angeles Lakers.
It's great, and another person to file under the category of good for you, because he's out there, he's getting paid, and not GFY.
Dibs
which
text
could mean
Juan Toscano Anderson. Hey, dude, GFY.
Yeah.
All right.
Which stands for good for you.
Enjoy the
on
Lakers.
our show thread. Well, pick your battle. Someone will be rolling, and right now you are rolling. So when you send a green check mark, you may get a GFY.
No
good
doubt.
for you.
I got a shot at a perfect week tonight. You're
4-1 overall, right?
Yeah, but the one was Whitey. Last week I was out.
You should have sent a pick in.
I should have, but I had my feet inside Lake Tahoe, and I just didn't care.
2 feet?
Inside. Yeah,
okay.
No. Dude. Speaking of inside, let's go inside real quick on the A's and the Warriors. This A's story that went down yesterday, Howard Terminal, an overwhelming yes vote. And I know for a lot of people, it's hard to sort of figure out exactly what that all means. Does that mean the A's are staying and they're building a brand new ballpark? Our buddy Casey Pratt, NBC Sports Bay Area, jumps in with the latest. Hey, Casey, what's cooking?
What's up, guys? Yeah, for A's fans, it was a bit of a celebration sensation because a no vote would have been the end of the project. And a yes vote really just means they get to move on to the next step. So that's really what happened. It was kind of a cliffhanger, but they get to keep going now.
My fault. Did I say ABC? Casey Pratt, ABC.
Oh.
Let me get those letters correct, especially if you're going to come on and pay homage to the show with a celebration sensation, Casey. This is very well played.
You know, my goal in this entire interview is to get enough dollars in that tip jar, that Tim Roy jar, to get Kyle Madsen a beer. So that's what we're doing here today.
Well, 1 down, 6 to go. Beers ain't cheap these days. Casey Pratt from the BBC joining us here on. Hello. Thank you, 95.7 The Game. Yeah, and also from Twitter Spaces, Casey, I don't know if you saw me slide in not once but twice to your Spaces. I think you're doing a great job of covering this Howard Terminal story. So what's next now? Now, groundbreaking is when, or do we still have more hurdles to get over?
Well, first of all, Dibs, I did notice you jump in. It would have been nice for you to turn on your mic and help me fill. That was a bit of an explanation sensation. It was hard to go for as long as I did without much help. I don't know how you guys do it, frankly. Shovel talk would be something that is not quite there yet. I think by the end of the year, we'll really know if the A's are staying or leaving. If they are staying, it will be at least another probably year and a half after that before they could get shovels in the ground.
Casey, when you say end of the year, end of the baseball year, end of the calendar year?
End of the calendar year.
Okay.
Because what's coming up is there's an election in November, and the Oakland mayor, who's been a big supporter of the project, will be termed out. And then also several city council members are running for other offices. So all the people that have spent all their time trying to figure this out are going to be switched out, and then they're going to have to really start all over, and it would be a disaster, and I think at that point it would become a relocation sensation to Las Vegas.
That's 3.
That's a 3-0 run right there. Casey Pratt.
Let's see if we can get to 7. Okay, let's go.
Putting on an absolute clinic from ABC.
Yeah, but tick-tock, the clock is running, and you need 4 more. Let's see if we can do it.
See if he can gut it out. Right. What's the prognostication of the future mayor? Is there a pro Howard Terminal mayor candidate that the A's would want to maybe push through?
Oakland Council member Lauren Taylor is very much in favor of the project. I believe Trevor Reed, another city council member, is. Sheng Tao, who many people think would be the front runner, is more in the neutral camp. I think she'll listen to voices of reasons on both sides of this thing. So who will be the mayor of Oakland next is up for interpretation. That might be an imagination sensation. We'll have to just sit here and figure it out.
Or an interpretation sensation, or Dibs asked for a prognostication sensation. I mean,
Kyle's going to be drunk if this continues.
Kyle's thirsty. Stay thirsty, my Kyle. Casey, how about a quick handicap? Give me a handicap this. A's stay, A's go, percentages. What do you think?
I get asked this a lot. I'd say 70-30 in favor of the A's. The reason I say 70-30 is because Las Vegas hasn't really stepped up to try to take the A's away. You remember the Raiders were offered $750 million in public funds to go to Vegas, which was something that Oakland or nobody in their right mind was ever going to match. They keep saying they don't have any desire to offer up public funds for the Oakland A's to go to Vegas. What are they being offered here? Well, the city of Oakland is going to take care of the offsite infrastructure, which is $350 million and rising. That is a much better deal. It's waterfront property. It's in a much larger market. It's all things that Las Vegas cannot offer. And again, when I say that $350 million, that's not like tax dollars that the public's going to pay for. They're raising grants, and they're going to tax the revenue from the project that does not exist yet to pay for that. And that is all a massive, you guys wait for it, negotiation sensation.
Oh, there he is.
I think we
Casey Pratt just cashing checks out here. I want to cross-pollinate. It's a cross-pollination sensation.
Now we're tipping people.
And get you to talk about the Warriors and GP2 and an exodus to Portland. What do you think about his loss and the possibility of Kevon Looney being retained?
I think they have to retain Kevon Looney. I think that's without question. I think he's a much better fit for the Warriors than he is anywhere else. I think that he also has spent a lot of time here. He knows what this place does for your career in a lot of ways. Remember, Looney had a lot of injuries. So when he was drafted, he was a bit banged up. He had to overcome some hip issues. So you've seen what happens when guys come to this franchise. You might call it a reinvigoration sensation.
There you go.
Kevon Looney, a lot of these guys that came in here, Swaggy P, were malcontents, mocked endlessly, and then they came here and they became champions.
I tell you what, Casey, this was very, very well played. We appreciate you jumping on here for
incredible.
What was an enjoyable conversation sensation.
Yeah. Guys, have a great 4th of July weekend. We'll celebrate our nation sensation and have a relaxation sensation. Cha-ching!
All right, there goes Casey Pratt.
He's lobbying for some fill-in work with that attitude.
That was,
oh, my God.
Man.
That was an ingratiation sensation.
All right. We got a few in there. I don't know that we've had an ingratiation sensation before.
No, I
haven't done that. So,
a buck apiece.
Yeah. Kyle,
what is going on here?
Are you wasted? What are you doing in there?
3 sheets, Mark.
All right, brother.
3 sheets.
You keep doing what you're doing,
That's
all right?
an inebriation sensation is what it is.
Come on, 20 minutes to go. We can do it. Jim in Berkeley on Willard and Dibs. Here we go, Jim. What are you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Just put all your emotions aside. No emotions. None at all on either side. I was watching ESPN last night, and there aren't very many teams that actually have any players that they could trade to the Nets for getting KD. And actually the Warriors have players that they could trade. They did sign and trade with Wiggins, sign and trade with Poole, and then one other person. And if the Warriors got Durant, they'd win at least one, maybe two more.
Yeah, but okay, Jim, let's pull this apart just for a second. Okay, I'll bite. You want that? That's what you want the Warriors to do next?
You're playing the emotion card. You're playing the emotion.
No, I'm not. I'm actually playing a very analytical card here, in my opinion, Jim. Because yes, I'll even if I took the emotion out of it, because I'm not someone who's mad at Kevin Durant for leaving. I never have been. I've always paid homage to his time here. But at 33 years of age, the Warriors are already, they just proved it, that they're already title contenders. I'm not here for the soap opera. I'm not here for the drama. And if you have any view at all in what the Warriors will be in a post-Steph Clay era, Kevin Durant would be a disaster. It would be a disaster. I have no interest in handing Jordan Poole and James Wiseman and Kuminga, handing all of that over to the Brooklyn Nets, along with Andrew Wiggins, who we just are starting to love. You're going to give all of that up, and would you win next year? Quite possibly, maybe, if everybody's legs held together. But then what are you after that?
Well, I mean, I would say, and I'll take the emotion out. Steph is probably playing the best he's ever played, right? He's 34 years old. So you literally have 2-3 years of that same Steph. Draymond's already starting to go down. I mean, he's played great, but so you have a short window for those guys to win. And I'm just saying, if you got Durant, you'd win. I mean, tell me who's any better.
Well, it depends on who you'd have to give up to get Kevin Durant, and thank you so much for the phone call. It's going to be Wiggins and something, probably more than just a something, multiple somethings, and so Joe Lacob and his beloved 2 timelines, which, by the way, looks pretty good right now. This current timeline, your champions, your future timeline looks pretty good with the young players you have. I love the young people. You don't want to sacrifice any part of the 2 timelines.
And you also know my thought on just putting names on paper and going, this would work. Just because it worked one time before.
2 times.
That's then. This is now.
Yeah.
Draymond Green and Kevin Durant were arguing on Twitter 4 weeks ago. You're now going to be teammates again, go through that whole experience again, totally mortgage your future, and then hope that a bunch of people in their mid-30s who've all been through major injury just in the last 2 years, you're going to hope that all of them stay healthy. You've got no load management options whatsoever because the rest of your roster's been gutted. And you're going to just hope and plan that all of them are fully healthy for the whole year. Come on.
No, it makes at the expense of your future. So it would be Wiggins, Kuminga, and somebody else, or Wiggins,
least,
Wiseman,
maybe
Kuminga.
Poole. Yeah,
right, it would be
just
multiple,
to make the money match.
Right, just to make the money match and to give up the future that you have really done well to build over these last few off seasons.
Pick Your Battles is next. Steiny and Goo right around the corner. Kenny Mayne has joined the Odyssey family with his new podcast, Hey Mayne. Each week, Kenny talks to someone who knows a little and is fascinated by a lot. This is athletes, musicians, celebrities in general. 2 debut episodes this week. Chris Berman from ESPN fame, Ben Schwartz, actor, comedian. Download Hey Mayne on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Remember also Beat the Streak from our friend Matt Spiegel, available on the Odyssey app. And for all of you Giants fans, so is Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, new episode that just came out yesterday afternoon that you may want to hear as well. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com.
classic playing time and also some Vegas Summer League, hopefully, and we can all decide for ourselves whether or not he is the future for this Golden State Warriors team.
Speaking of the future of this Golden State Warriors team, I am getting very close to disappointed.
Why?
Well, because I was hoping that the Kevon Looney news was going to break during our show. I really wanted to use the breaking news sounder again. But for Kevon.
But I thought, knowing his agent as well as you do,
I do
Todd
know
Ramasar.
I know Todd
maybe
pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, he's the reason why we got him on the show. You and Todd go way back, but
it's not like we have drinks together. I mean, we did once.
I figured you could have reached out and figured out whether or not this was going to happen.
I could text him, but he'd be like, "Come on, dude."
You could nudge him. Hey, Todd,
I'm not talking to you about this.
You know this is going to happen. We know it's going to happen. We know that you know that the Warriors know that this is going to happen. So let's get it to happen before noon, please.
The report that came out yesterday afternoon was double-barreled, if you will. It was about GP2 and Kevon Looney and stated that the sides remain apart. Not far apart, but the report was the sides remain apart and GP2 has a pretty lucrative offer on the table from Portland. Well, as we now know, he ended up accepting that. And all we got from Kevon was Kevon and the Warriors remain apart in terms of their contract hopes. Now, that's before GP2 goes. Does that help the Warriors throw a couple extra dollars in there? I don't know. Is there another offer on the table from another team? I mean, Todd told us that specifically on Monday. He said, look, it is my job to go search the league and find out what else is out there for Kevon. I would be shocked at this point if there haven't been some conversations with other teams. But I'll reiterate the point I made about 20 minutes ago, which is especially with the departures of GP2 and Otto. I think now, more than ever, it was already really important. Now it's paramount. Like the Warriors have got to re-sign Kevon Looney, or else I think the fan base actually will have a little bit of a point if they come out of this experience upset.
It depends on what they wind up with. So if they don't sign Kevon Looney, but they find somebody to replace him, then there's a chance that Warrior fans won't be as upset. They're still going to be upset because the whole idea of let's run it back, well, you're not going to run it back. Otto Porter Jr. is going to Toronto and Gary Payton II is going to Portland. So now all eyes on Kevon Looney. It feels like from the majority of Warriors fans that I've interacted with, if you sign Kevon Looney, it will be okay that Otto and Gary both went elsewhere. But if you lose all three of these guys and the only player you retain is Damian Lee, and we don't know if Damian Lee is coming back. Yeah. We don't know that. It feels like he probably will be a last-minute, 15th man kind of guy on this team. But until that happens, we don't really know. It feels, though, like if Kevon gets re-signed by the Warriors, the Warrior fan base will be okay with how this played out.
Yeah, I agree with that, because at a certain point you have to look at this and you can be disappointed and you even can have the opinion that the Warriors made a mistake here, but I just think it's important for everybody to understand the trickle-down nature of everything the Warriors do right now. You sign, every dollar equals 7, so if you sign Gary Payton II, that's great, but are you still going to be excited by the signing when later in the offseason they say, yeah, we can't really deal with Jordan Poole right now. Sorry, don't know what's going on yet. And then when you get to next offseason and Andrew Wiggins is commanding big offers and the Warriors can't get into the conversation because their tax penalties are going to go to $1 billion or something like that. Right. Are you still going to be like, but we got GP2, man, and he's got a great smile, and he's a really good defensive player. Like, are you willing to play that game? Do you want to lose Jordan Poole or Andrew Wiggins? Sign me up for no.
Yeah, and it should be a no matter what, because we're spending Joe Lacob's money, not Ben Stein's money, Joe Lacob's money, and it's easy to...
you win Ben Stein's money.
And you spend
Joe Lacob's money.
So you win Ben Stein's in order to spend Joe Lacob's. I guess that's the way
that was a nice
that
reference.
works. Thank you. go. Spend Joe Lacob's money.
I haven't thought of that in a long time.
It's time to play Spend Lacob's money. And thank you. That's what we're doing. Because we all want Jordan Poole to stay.
Right.
But his rookie max is $35+ a year. You're not going to pay him that. But whatever they do pay him, you're going to be over the tax starting when that kicks in after next year because you're still going to have Clay, Draymond, and Steph. Wiggins is the one. If it comes down to Wiggins or Poole, you're probably going to choose Poole, but I don't think you're quite ready to let go of Wiggins.
So what you're saying is GP2's agent calls Bob Myers yesterday and says, look, we got 9.3 per year on the table from the Portland Blazers. And Bob says, I don't know if we could overstate how much we love Gary Payton.
Right.
But we have to pick our battles here. We got to. There's nothing we can do.
Nothing.
So
got to pick them.
Portland's beautiful this time of year. We'll get you an umbrella,
some rain boots, a slicker,
and enjoy yourself. Speaking of enjoying oneself, 4-0 week for your boy. 4-0 week for your boy. So this is a big pick now.
You're 4-1. Don't distance yourself from the reality.
I said the week.
Nice.
I have nailed
Arbitrary,
the pick. Monday,
yes.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and today is Friday. Am I right? Am I right or am I right?
You are right.
Is today Friday?
Will and Dibby,
all right.
You're hot.
And
hot.
Was Whitey the owner of the L that took place last Friday?
It's under your umbrella.
But is it right or is it right?
It doesn't. Ownership. It's not about ownership.
Anyway.
It's like saying Lacob gets the chip, but not Goober. He's Goober to your Lacob.
I like that idea. I like that Lacob I don't want any Dodger money touching my ring. Get out of here.
Wow.
I'm Team Lacob. I know they're on the same team. But anyway, what's the standings update? What do we got right now, Spadone?
I am in last.
Okay, good.
I finally got a win.
Okay, good.
Shout out Wimbledon. What am I? 1-4, Kyle.
It's Willard, Dibs, Kyle, and Spadone.
Okay,
in that order.
All right. So Spadone, lead us off, if you will.
All right. When you're struggling, you go to the hottest team in baseball. That's the Houston Astros. They're taking on the Angels at home. Christian Javier is really good. I'll take the run line, -1.5 for the Houston Astros.
Okay. Houston Astros is the pick on the run line, hosting Shohei Ohtani. You said Dibs is next? Kyle's next.
No, I'm next.
All right, Kyle. Hot Take Jake. Ladies and gentlemen, to the microphone, please.
Yeah, that's me. The Braves, they can hit the ball a little bit. They are facing the Reds and Mike Minor, who has an ERA upwards of 8. 7.71 ERA for Mike Minor. They are playing in the Great American Small Park. I like the Braves to go over 5.5 runs.
Braves over 5.5 runs. Lock it in, lock it up, lock it in. Let Dibs begin.
Yes, to the grass at Wimbledon, covered by Casey Pratt of the BBC, as we learned earlier in the program. Big time 4th round matchup coming up between a Greek and a kind of Greek, Kyrgios and Tsitsipas. These two Greeks, they just don't like each other, Mark. Nick Kyrgios is the meteoric Canuck, known for his tantrums and his racket smashes. And we, of course, know all about Tsitsipas and his big serving game. We're going over 1.5 tiebreakers, Kyrgios and Tsitsipas.
Okay, there it is. Tsitsipas, by the way, you bet on him a lot.
Yeah. Two tiebreakers.
You're very involved.
Outside on the grass
of Wimbledon.
It's +110, by the way. Plus money for your tiebreakers.
Wow. Okay, look at you.
Yeah.
That's risky.
Yeah.
That's special. All right, I'm going to take you over to the grass of Oracle Park in San Francisco. It's Orange Friday, ladies and gentlemen. I believe the Giants are going to bring the wood tonight. They face Lance Lynn.
Alex Wood?
Who's not good. And they have Alex Cobb, who has been unfairly cornered based on his unlucky numbers. Go look at the analytics, trust me. But that said, I do believe we will have runs scored aplenty tonight. Give me the over in this baseball game, which sits at 7.5. I will take Giants and White Sox over 7.5 runs tonight on Orange Friday.
The forecast is diarrhea. Mark is anticipating runs.
Thank you very much. All right, there it is. That is Pick Your Battles
like
for
that, Steiny?
what has been a very, very special week here on Willie and Dibby.
What do you like?
What do you like? Great tease on the changeover, brought to you by Oakland PD Recruitment. Be the change you want to see. And here comes the big question for Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
What do you like?
I like golf.
Okay, we knew that.
Golf.
From a humor standpoint, other than Midnight Run, which is apparently the most hilarious, uproarious movie of all time.
I cannot stand overly sophomoric.
95.7
I'm going to knock somebody out.
Breaking news, my friends.
Brought to you by the Beat the Streak
This
podcast.
better be Durant.
Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Dibs, I asked for one thing by noon. What did I ask for?
Kevon Looney.
$25.5 million in 3 years to return to the Golden State Warriors. He snuck it in at 11:59.
Todd Ramasar.
You sneaky little goose.
Yeah.
Not a babe. Kevon Looney's back.
Adrian Wojnarowski with the breaking news. 3 years, $25.5 million. Feels to me, and this is all relative, but feels like they got a bargain here at only, what, 8.175 a year.
Less than GP2.
Yeah.
I mean,
when I
that's
saw
kinda
GP2 leave, I was like, that means it's solidified. Loon's coming back. And he earned that, Steiny. I'm happy. I'm happy for Loon Dog, but there you go.
So it tells me there's a non-taxpayer mid-level at 6.4, I believe it starts, and then there's that's a taxpayer, and there's another one at 9.3. That's the one Payton got. 3 years, 28.9. So that tells me that maybe Kevon was offered the 6 to start, which would have been 3 years, 20-ish, and the Warriors said, "Look, we'll give you 3 for 25-ish."
Mm-hmm.
Bam.
Yeah, and that
seems fair.
No, it seems fair. I thought that with the way the way money was being thrown around yesterday, that he might be in that 10 plus range.
Yeah.
So it does feel like 3 and 25.5. And again, it's kind of a relative bargain.
Right.
That's $8.5 million per year, less than GP2, and it felt like Looney was more important to the Warriors than GP2. So to get it at just $8.5 million per feels like a deal.
And as we said, his skills travel in a lesser way than GP2, which is not to say he's not incredibly important to the Warriors, but because he was. But the Iron Man thing, the knowing the system, the being around Steph and Clay and Dre was perfect for Looney. GP2 can go out on the open market and say, I'm the best defender at the guard position in the game, and so that goes anywhere. So Looney was always going to be more valuable to the Warriors than he was going to be to anyone else. So, I mean, look, to me it's a par. This is the offseason we asked for from the Warriors. A birdie would have been to keep GP2 also, but Kevon was the one you had to have, and they do. And now, as you said, with the exceptions they still have and the vet min contracts that are coming, we'll see who else they sprinkle in, but it also means more Kuminga and Moody, and I'm here for that.
Yeah, I'm here for it. I'm at the table with you. And I was talking to Steiny. It's like ride or die. We saw these dudes, these young guys contribute. Now it's like we're going to show more confidence. Might be because of the dollars talking, but we want to see more of those two. We will. I just wonder who else may become, what else is out there to finish this thing.
It's going to be, Otto Porter the third, so to speak. Yeah. So you had Kelly Oubre, and then you had Otto Porter. Who's the next? And you had Nemanja Bjelica. It looks like he might be going back to Turkey. Yeah. Who's your next Bjelica? Can you find another Juan Toscano Anderson type or a Gary Payton II type? Somebody who can come in and we mentioned it before, Steiny, there's just slightly under 20,000 minutes available in an NBA season. So you're really looking for a 1,000-minute man, a guy who can play 60 of the 82 games, 15 minutes a night. That's 900 minutes. You're looking for another piece, a 9th man, a 10th man, somebody who can be depth and a veteran who you can count on maybe in April through June.
Yeah, I also think, Looney was the highest priority because of what happened to James Wiseman last year. If Wiseman would have been a player last year and someone you could say, you know what, he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. Then Looney becomes less of a priority. But with Wiseman only playing half a season, his first 2 years in the league, they couldn't afford to let Looney go and then say, we'll find somebody. That's getting dicey. So now and JD said this yesterday, I do think they're looking at Wiseman's next year as almost like his rookie year. Because
it is.
When he played, they weren't even the Warriors.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I felt like when Wiseman was out there, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, when he was out there, there were pieces of it that almost felt like a sideshow. And I don't mean that it was some sort of clown car. I just mean like there was two things going on at once. There was the game. Thank you for that. there was the game. But then over here, it was like, let's see if within the game we can also teach Wiseman. Draymond's going to yell at him sometimes, and then he'll go on a little run and hit some outside jumpers, and you'll see the skill set, and then he'll make a defensive mistake. And so there was this learning within the process of the game that was going on, and it was totally incomplete because the Warrior games didn't matter as much, and because he got hurt and didn't get that many of them. So there's going to be more of that coming up this year, but that's another thing that just sort of occurred to me when GP2 left last night. It was like, look, we're all excited about Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. Yeah. So if you bring everybody back, where is it you're going to put them? You got to have some faith and see these guys play.
Wiseman played 21 minutes a night last year over the course of 39 games. 27 of those were starts. And so if you think in terms of that same thing that JD was saying, Steiny, as a rookie, you're going to want to play Wiseman probably 20 to 25 minutes a night. There's no way he's playing 82 games. He may not play back-to-back games all year because of the knee swelling and the issues.
Looney was
he was
nobody can ever say this, but the situation with Wiseman not being healthy almost helped Looney. Like, they had no replacement in case Steiny, he comes back and maybe he gets re-injured or he can't play. They had nothing else but the Loon Dog to man the fort, even if James, for some reason or another, couldn't hit the court. It'll be more difficult, but now you got that stability.
But think about next April. If Wiseman stays healthy and he plays 65 of the 82 games and he plays 25 minutes a night, you might get to April and realize Looney is your better center option for the playoffs anyway. James Wiseman may not be in the playoff rotation. Kuminga and Moody both likely will be ahead of him no matter what he goes through in this virtual rookie year.
I want to see so you got Draymond, Steph, and Clay. When they don't play, when either one of them doesn't play, or two of them don't play, or three of them don't play, how many wins can they get leaning on Wiggins, Poole, Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman? Like, the more those three young players can become competitive, because like the Warriors don't want to go into the playoffs as a 7th seed or 6th seed, let's say. They want to go top four for sure.
Yeah.
So can the Warriors kind of save the big three a little bit, or can they play each 65, but then you incorporate Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman into the minutes that Porter had and Payton had, so they get more minutes, and you can keep winning at a high pace?
I think you can get a lot. I mean, they got a win last year that for a moment was looming as significant, because correct me if I'm wrong,
Miami game?
Miami and the Warriors had the exact same record. And when Jimmy Butler put that shot in the air, and they thought for a second that Miami was going to go to the NBA Finals and play the Warriors, the reason the Warriors were going to have home court advantage was because the Pups went and got that win in Miami earlier. They did it without all their guys. So they had not just some victories, but some significant ones. There was that Spurs game that pops to mind. And in theory, all of this is going to be even more likely or better next year. Like Jordan Poole has been through all kinds of things now that he had not been through, in December of last year.
And it's great stuff. And to have Looney as that depth piece, and he's Geico, as you like to say. James Wiseman, it feels more like he's the Geico for Kevon Looney, because when you get to April, and Steiny, you're right, you want to be a top 4 seed, but Steve Kerr's always said we're not chasing wins. So as long as you're in that top 6 and you avoid the play-in, you feel like with this veteran core, you'll be competitive and you'll find a way to be the team in April. I'm more fascinated this year than ever to see how they do what you're talking about. When Steph is out, Draymond's out, or Clay is out.
Right.
What is the?
It'll be more difficult.
What
now.
do players 7 through 13? What are they like? Can you win games with the back end of your roster next year? And whether that's your guest coming up, Justinian Jessup.
Yeah.
Is he a guy who can be a 14th man? Quindary Weatherspoon. Can he get some crumbs? Is Damian Lee back?
You going out there for the Classic, any of you two? So I know Steiny's answer. You told me already.
Not this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't make it out this weekend.
It's the only weekend it's occurring. So
no, I'm leaving open the possibility of being in Vegas in a couple of weeks. Yeah, I'm leaving over. No, I am not going. I am not going this weekend. I'll be there next weekend.
There you go.
So go to Gott's and get a burger.
Our show live from there Sunday. I mean, where are we with that, man?
I don't want to go Westbrook on the when I see you guys. But
On
I
the
had a tough
changeover.
week. I'm fighting. I had a tough week.
Are you fighting for your life?
No, I'm not fighting for my life. But I'll tell you who is Miss Brittany Griner, and I brought her up a few months ago. And the trial's taking place now, and I got my eye on it. And I'm praying for her.
Yeah.
But with that said, I've been taught money does not, is not make happiness. We know that, right? But when I see these supermax contracts from Booker, Jokic, and the Cat, what would you all do when they say, hey, Dibs, here's the supermax? What do you go do? You got to change. You got to go splurge, Mark. You don't just, I'm going to go to the gym and I'm going to go. You do something. What do you do?
That's a 4 for your
I
Willard
want to
right
know,
there.
man. Supermax.
Like I'm gonna make you roll your eyes because my answer. Like first of all, yes. Would I go?
Right.
Would I go upgrade the vehicle?
Right.
We're gonna upgrade the vehicle, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna go get a home because I rent. Okay. But one thing that I've always had in the back of my mind that this is me. I think this would be, I almost look at it as selfish, even though it won't sound that way, because this would be so fun to me. Wouldn't you love, if you had that,
right?
If you had that, where you could just write $100,000 checks and it just like, you don't even feel it, wouldn't you love to go on a tour of all of the people who helped you? Go all the way back to the beginning and just show up at their door unannounced.
I'm about to cry.
And here's $100,000. I mean,
any gift of that size, they'd have to declare it on their taxes.
Keep going.
The coaches and and if there's a nanny, if like the babysitters or the housekeepers or the whatever you've had in your life, wouldn't you love? Could you imagine how people were if you just showed up at the door and like, here's $100,000. You're amazing. Thank you.
He got me.
Thank you for the role that you've had in my life. I got to go back to work now.
Spadoni back there.
I ain't mad at
I was telling Spadoni earlier, this Willard guy is just, I've never met anybody as positive.
Will for president. Wow.
That's what I do. That's what I would do.
No, that's.
Yeah.
What would your first stop be, Stein?
I would tell everybody who I'm withholding $100,000.
No,
Totally.
there are a couple houses I'd show up and say, how you like me now?
Wow, cool.
Okay.
Tell me how my cash takes.
Nice. I'll give you a 4 for that.
Thank you.
By the way, you bring up something, though, that we were actually thinking about talking about. We never got to it with all the breaking news, but Booker, that's one thing. Jokic, that's obvious. It's fascinating in sports, and the Warriors are lucky to not be one of these teams.
Okay.
Teams end up in a spot where you got these guys where you have no choice but to break them off.
Okay.
Yet that's not the answer. Like, if your goal is a title, Karl Anthony Towns at $250 million.
Can I up you one with Bradley Beal? I told Steiny that.
Well, Bradley Beal's a great example. The Pelicans just rocked a rookie who doesn't play basketball north of $200 million.
83 games in 3 years.
Now, this may take your smile off your face because what I emailed the guys this morning is Karl Anthony Towns is the Dak Prescott of the NBA.
Wow.
Because I think it's the same thing. You had no choice if you're the Cowboys, Cardinals, Kyler Murray. You got to break them off because they're good enough, but they're not good enough. Do you know what I mean?
Totally.
That's a tough spot for franchises, and so many of them end up in that spot. I'd so much rather pay $50 million to Steph than $40 million to Karl Anthony Towns.
Man, but what do you do when you're those teams?
What do you do?
Because,
you see what Minnesota's trying to do? They're trying to get Gobert.
Okay.
They think Gobert and Towns can play with each other because Towns likes to play at the three-point line.
Towns is on offense.
Now that's
Gobert can play defense.
Wow.
Maybe they can just sub in for each other every
what do you
change of
do
possession.
if you're in the West, if you're trying to beat the Warriors? You can't out-Warriors the Warriors because they've got the two greatest shooters of all time and an unbelievably brilliant two-way point guard in Draymond Green. So maybe you go the other way and you try to big them off the floor.
Man.
Yeah, I don't think Minnesota's there yet, obviously.
No.
But, if Phoenix gets Durant, depending on what they have to give up for him, that's going to be interesting. If there's any way, and Spadoni and I were talking about this, is there any way if you're the Lakers you would take, or the Nets, so you take back Anthony Davis, a bunch of firsts, pick a younger player or two on their roster, and we'll give you Kyrie and Durant.
Ew.
Wow. I know. If I'm the Lakers, I got to do that in a second.
Westbrook's got to go
second,
too.
A millisecond.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, Westbrook. Correct.
Yeah.
Westbrook. And now Westbrook.
So now you got LeBron, Kyrie, and KD, and a bunch of Drek.
You got to. The thing is, and
D-R-E-K.
Thank you. Yeah. We'll see if you want to.
You'd have to be sure that LeBron could keep Kyrie in line.
Right.
And I hate saying it that way, but Howard Beck was even on with us earlier, and he's like, the league right now does not want anything to do with Kyrie Irving.
I believe it.
The best Kyrie was with LeBron.
No,
yes.
I get Westbrook's contract is just ridiculous.
40s.
but if you're a team like Brooklyn and you've got deep pockets, you suck it up for 1 year and then ideally go out and get a real free agent at that point.
Yeah, but that's a game that teams play for 10 years looking for the right guy.
Yeah.
If you're Steve Nash, when you found out you got the big three, is that a 180, a 360, 360,
it's a 540 with a grab?
To where you're at now, like what just happened?
What happened?
Yeah. Well, you knew what happened. You knew when you tried to dance with Kyrie, and I won't say dance with the devil because that's too harsh, and I don't want to blaspheme. But
don't want to blaspheme the devil.
Never.
Oh, look at
it's all it's all relative, and you bring him in, and you got to know what you're dealing with, and then. He, anti-vaxxes his way out of town. You invited this mess onto your own self, so you get what you pay for.
I've been driving Steiny crazy I do it every day.
Yeah, I was gonna say
all morning because
now.
Did you guys know, switching it up, Major League Baseball has a thing called the 4th out rule.
Yes.
Are you familiar with it?
Well, I couldn't. No, but only recently, and I probably couldn't explain it to a friend. Go ahead.
I'm gonna try because I was watching this game live. Dibs.
Stunny just left.
Yeah, second and third, 1 out.
Yeah,
said batter hits it to the first baseman in the air. That's 2 outs. Third base runner doesn't go back to the bag to tag. He crosses home plate. The runner on third stays at third, so Josh Bell throws the ball to third, rightfully so. Double play because the runner from third didn't tag.
Yes.
Okay? Half inning over. So the Nationals come off the field, going to the dugout thinking they're about to bat, and the ump says, no, runner scored. Well, how can the runner from third score on a caught ball in the air? The Nationals were supposed to stay on the field, and the 4th out rule specifically says if you come off the field, you can then not challenge it, and that run that wrongfully crossed the plate counted.
Because they would have had to appeal.
Right, before you came off the field.
So they got the guy who went from second to third out, is what you're saying.
Right.
Well,
no, they catch the ball, that's the second out.
You're right.
They catch the ball as the second out, then you throw to third to double off the runner at
that
third.
Scored. No,
right?
the runner that scored home plate should be doubled when the third baseman catches the ball.
So, but why not?
Because they assumed that was the rule and came off the field when in actuality you have to challenge the play for the umps to then say
you got to appeal.
In other words, did he tag early?
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. He didn't tag at all.
Got it.
He just kept going.
Right.
Yeah, I know this is crazy.
We got Justini and Jesse.
I couldn't believe it, but it was wrong. I felt dirty. That team didn't deserve that run.
That is wrong.
Yeah.
That's
4th out
weird.
rule if you ain't doing nothing.
Yeah,
Just go.
Man.
So that only applies for third base. Does it only apply for third base?
Great
That I
beer
don't
spot.
know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's weird.
I've been there.
Yeah.
It's kind of I kind of like it.
Yeah, kind of.
Probably those places over there, though, they all close at like 10 o'clock at
9
night.
quietly. We had to hustle after our softball game.
Dibs closes
Exactly.
at 10 o'clock at
Good
night,
beer
too.
selection there, though.
Yeah, great. I had to actually buy a round on our softball team. First pulled muscle of the year.
Oh.
You're still playing.
No, I told him lose my number. Yeah. Although I'm 5 for 6 in the year, they may need me. We're second place.
Good
Shout out
numbers.
St. Mo's.
Good numbers. Yeah.
I'm a numbers guy. It's contract year.
By the way, going back to numbers, more details on the Looney contract real quick that you guys can chew on, because this is starting to feel like, are we surprised that this number's not higher?
I am, yeah.
Not only is it 3 years, 25 and a half, year one is $7 million, but year 3 only has a partial $3 million guarantee.
Interesting.
Feels like
that's
a deal.
kind of a hometown discount.
No, I don't think it is.
No?
I don't think it's a hometown discount. I do think Looney's one of those players who, whether you say he falls through the cracks or not, you look at Kevon Looney, if you're another team, and you say, if he does everything for us that he does for the Warriors, it's really not going to help us that much.
Wow, man.
Well,
sorry.
And he's
and
not
that ain't
gonna,
no hate.
He's not going to do for us what
Right.
it does for the Warriors because we don't have Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green on our team.
There it is.
Yeah,
There it is.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right.
But good for him.
You're not rushing out of here today.
No, I can, you want me to hang and do the Justinian Jessup interview with you guys? Or
Did you hear our Rod Carew interview?
I did not.
This
How'd that go?
dude just
How'd that
melted.
go?
I like to see
You
it.
ask him about
he
the
does
fourth
have a
out?
heart. No.
Okay.
I just learned about it the other day.
I'm pushing for a weekly segment with an old-time baseball player.
Oh.
He's disgusted in today's MLB.
People
game.
can't understand why I get more excited about Carew than Rodon.
Rodon. You did
Yes!
it. You did it.
Yes!
You did it.
Big. I got it.
That's
big.
huge. That's huge.
Yeah, Rod Carew.
All right. No.
Phenomenal. He is disgusting.
And I owe Kapler an apology because he
What?
pulled Rodon his last start with only 86 pitches. I went to Twitter and my boy hooked me up.
boy.
He had a nail problem.
Right.
Yeah,
So
we had
that's
it
why-
first when we interviewed him right here on the, show.
We
Yeah.
might
Well,
have had
I
it
was in
second,
the
but he
lab.
told
That's
us.
the
Yeah.
bad part. I can't hear you guys.
Yeah. Oh, that's.
I guess I could turn it on.
That's too bad. Well, I'm gonna go turn you guys on. Here comes Steiny Go.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Yep.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Said Meatloaf. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Meatloaf. I'm thinking of
I think so.
All in the Family, Archie Bunker. Remember Meatloaf? Mike.
That's Meathead.
Meathead.
That was Meathead.
My bad.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force meet Wad.
There you go, Kyle. I'm going to give him a 2.
Porter's gone.
Man.
Payton II's gone. But Kevon Looney returned. So 1 out of the 3 are back for the Golden State Warriors. How you feeling about that, Goo? No Gary Payton II. No Otto Porter Jr. They told the Warriors, pound sand. And the Warriors are lucky to hang on to
I'll tell you what, I never get tired of the Gary Payton II story, and it is hitting me a little hard, much harder than I thought, because I was thinking about if he doesn't make it or not. But the euphoria of Kevon Looney, Steiny, I'm all in, and what he means to this team, I'm all in. The number is a little bit low. I wanted it higher for him, but now he knows what his job description is. He's family here in the Bay, but I just can't believe we're going to watch a Warrior team with no JTA. And again, I'm going regular season, Steiny. What looks like to be no Belly and what looks no Porter Jr. And no Gary Payton II. I'm kind of shocked.
Well, here's a couple things that have stuck out to me. And coming up in 10 minutes, we've got Justinian Jessup. Warriors drafted him in 2020, if you remember. A lot of optimism surrounding him. He's playing in the California Classic this weekend. We're going to touch base with him for 5 or 10 minutes. And then we're going to get back into free agency. Here's the 2 things that hit me, and we can start there, or you can change the subject. One is, you got to turn your mic on.
Dude, you're doing that like Damon does Ratto.
So, although you know what, when I'm in the middle of something, you can go ahead and turn it off sometimes,
like
rather than jump in.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and interrupt and mess up my train of thought. Okay, so by the way, welcome back. Wow, we missed you yesterday.
I miss you too.
And by we, I
taking
mean
care of Norm. Yeah,
I'm not
FOE,
gonna,
family over everything.
I'm not making any fun of that
because you told me to.
Right.
You're a good partner, man. I'm just saying that. Not that you could control what I do,
right?
But there's a look that you give when it's bigger than radio.
When I said get out of here,
and you gave me that yesterday.
Here, of course,
yeah, we got it.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
It's an easy.
I appreciate
you know what? It's kind of easy to look good in that spot because it's what you got to do.
I want to hug you.
Thank you. 2 things that hit me. One is there are financial limits to what Joe Lacob can and will do. That to me is one of the big stories in the offseason. For everybody out there that tries to say there is no limit and that Joe Lacob will do anything and everything, there is a limit. And we saw it with Gary Payton II.
Man.
The Warriors could have paid Gary Payton II essentially what the Portland Trailblazers did to keep him. It was too much. It was too much. It would have cost him. I think Anthony Slater had a number of over $150 million. That it would have cost
because of the tax, right?
Exactly. So there are limits to what the Golden State Warriors can do, and Joe Lacob and his ownership group can do. So we saw that because otherwise the Warriors could have easily just brought all three back. Secondly, I know it's July 1st, and it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
But the Boston Celtics are the best team in the NBA right now.
That was I just without games being played, I can't.
Hold on.
There's too much stuff out there still.
I know it means nothing. Yeah. It means nothing.
As long as you say it.
It means nothing. But let's be.
I need to see him do it without Daniel Tice.
Let's be honest.
That's
the Boston Celtics and the Warriors just went 6 games.
All right.
Tough series. Warriors have just lost Gary Payton II. And the Boston Celtics have acquired Malcolm Brogdon and Danilo Gallinari without touching their top 7.
That's
pretty damn good. And now they got a point guard in Brogdon.
So your boy is he's on fire right now.
Listen.
Your boy Brad Stevens.
Well,
he's in his bag.
Now I get it. Warrior fans are going to be. It's a little troll job from Steiny. I'll admit it. That's what a little troll job. But boy, Boston.
Well, how about I up your Boston to wherever KD and Kyrie end up?
We'll see.
Now, I know I'm different. I asked you this morning, but I feel like there's no scenario in your mind to where Brooklyn can get in, say the right thing, go knock on the door to make Kevin Durant change his mind and or Kyrie. So that to you, that Brooklyn thing is over.
Would you want to beg them if you're Brooklyn?
I think it's good for business, and if we want to,
I don't
try to get a chip, I'd be knocking. Hey, KD, what happened, man?
So you're gonna sacrifice your self-esteem. You're gonna sacrifice your integrity to let Kyrie Irving walk all over your organization, play when he wants to play, not play when he doesn't want to play. Look, their owner, Joe Tsai, basically said it during in the last day.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, they'd rather have guys that want to be there and
did he say that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a wrap then.
Well, no doubt it's a wrap.
Last thing for me, first thing I'm thinking about Gary Payton II, Steiny, and this is no shade at him. It's the regular season. It's all those games to where those arms were in the passing lane. His ability to knock the ball out of the ball handler's hand. I mean, the corner 3, like, I'm not worried about when you get to the offs. That's a given. It's about this team not having those services that I'm starting to wonder. And I don't think, because he became a fan favorite and rightfully so, do you think Dub Nation took him for granted?
Who?
Gary Payton II. Steiny, your best defender was always between him and Wiggins.
There are a lot of Warrior fans that are upset that Payton's gone. So no, they didn't take him for granted.
I'm shocked. I get it, but I'm shocked.
Why are you shocked?
Because what you just said, when you surmise that, you know what, this can't go on forever in regard to just the spending frenzy, but you talk about where Gary Payton II is in his career, and him playing with the Splash Brothers and Dre. I don't feel like there was a number to where you would overpay for, hey, who we got tonight? Dame. Here's our secret weapon. Who we got tonight? Tatum. Dude, you don't have that now.
Still got Wiggins.
And I love Wig, but
gotta get Moody. Gotta get Moody in there. Give him a shot. Hey, Kenny Mayne has joined the Odyssey family with his new podcast, Hey Mayne. Each week, Kenny will talk to someone he knows a little bit and is fascinated by a lot. Athletes, musicians, celebrities, and just about anyone else. Download Hey Mayne on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Justini and Jessup on the other side. Also, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk Warriors free agency. How you feeling? The 3 free agents that we were all concerned about, we now know where they're going. We know who's going. We know who's staying. In Joe Lacob and Bob Myers, we trust.
Welcome to the circus.
play Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman more than they did last year.
I'm here for it, Steiny, and I'm looking at Slater's tweet. You know, I said Belly's gone. He's saying there may be a chance he could return, so we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, I heard Dibley talking about him maybe going back to Turkey, Bielitsa. You know, honestly, I don't know, you know, how important him returning is to trying to repeat. But we got him. Hey, Justinian, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
It's going great. I was just telling Warrior fans, some with short memories, that you were selected in 2020, second round, 51st pick. You played for the Illawarra Hawks of the National Basketball League in Australia. What's your timetable to get here into the NBA?
I mean, to get to the NBA, I mean, hopefully, as soon as possible. Next year would be great. But I was on a 2-year deal there. That's why I've been overseas the last couple of years, coming out of college. So, yeah, I don't know what the timetable is, to be honest.
But for you, the goal would be to be playing for the Golden State Warriors this upcoming season.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck. I mean, you're probably paying attention to free agency like all of us. It looks like there may be a couple spots. Let me just ask you, when you're in Australia and you're kind of watching this team, do you just kind of chomp at the bit, wanting to get over here and play with these guys?
Yeah, for sure. It's an amazing style of basketball they play. Obviously the ball just pops around. Steph makes it so much easier for everybody else, and it's just a real team-oriented style of basketball, which is what I think I would, thrive in, a system I would thrive in. So, yeah, it definitely makes you chomp at the bit, So hopefully get an opportunity to play in that someday.
I was telling my partner, I was kind of bragging on you. I'm like, you're not a small dude, 6'7", and the Warriors can definitely use that. And I always like to ask young players like yourself, coming up, who did you pattern your game after, and what's your skill set for somebody that hasn't seen you get down?
I mean, I don't know if I patterned after anybody. I loved watching, Kobe growing up. I lived in SoCal for, some time as a kid, so I used to watch all the games on TV and watch him. So I guess him, and then I think my skill set is just really able to shoot the ball and make the right plays, make the right reads is something I think I'll excel at too. Just getting to the paint and making the right decisions, and also just being able to shoot off the move and off the catch.
Justinian Jessup joining us on 95.7 The Game. The Warriors selected him with a 51st pick back in 2020. He's been playing in Australia. He's the Mountain West Conference's career three-point leader. He made 325 threes at Boise State. And he's going to be in the California Classic tomorrow and Sunday at Chase Center. I'm going to assume you're also going to be in the Vegas Summer League. Let me ask you, do you... when you see these two games coming up this weekend and then you're going to be headed to Vegas, do you have something in particular that you want to show the Golden State Warriors coaching staff, or are you just kind of going there, you're going to feel it out and play your game?
Yeah, I think just, play my game. I don't want to stray away from who I am. I don't think that'd be beneficial to do that, but definitely need to show some improvement on the defensive side of the ball, and then just being better at, what I already do, just being able to get my shot off quicker, make threes at a high clip. And, like I said, just improve on the defensive end compared to last year's Summer League.
When you're watching the Warriors go on this run to get the title, or any NBA game for that matter, I have to imagine, do you watch these games like, man, can you envision yourself out there and just waiting on that moment?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely can envision it. Obviously, it's, takes some time. But I feel like with development and just getting more comfortable with playing against athletes and just, the higher level of competition, that definitely, can envision myself out there someday.
Justinian Jessup joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right, last one for me. Hey, did you get a ring? Did you get a championship ring?
Man, I wish. I really wish, but I don't think that's how it works.
I don't know. The Warriors have your rights, right? I think it's fair for you to lobby for it. If Omri Caspi got one, he never played a game for the Warriors. I mean, you deserve one.
I know. I guess that they'd have to give, everybody whose rights they own a ring one day.
Yeah, but Joe Lacob's got deep pockets. Hey, good luck to you, Justinian.
Thanks,
really
man.
appreciate it. Good luck this weekend at the California Classic and in the Vegas Summer League, and hopefully we'll see you on the roster next year, man.
Yep. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, Justinian Jessup.
Man, cool kids.
Well, then hit it. Do you want to hit it? There you go.
95.7 The Game Breaking News. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
All righty. According to Woj, ESPN, Rudy Gobert going to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Wow.
We'll find out for whom. But clearly the Minnesota Timberwolves believe that they can play Karl Anthony Towns and Gobert together.
Man.
And as was reported here by Matt Steinmetz 3 months ago, Utah's blowing it up. Told you. How come you don't listen to me, man?
Stop. They're blowing it up.
I mean, you know what? I'm like a 90%er when it comes to accuracy, but everybody just remembers the 10%.
I'll ask you this about Utah. Were you familiar with their coach, Hardy?
No.
Okay, me neither.
No. But
yeah, he's inheriting a rebuild. Looks like the Heat have inquired about Donovan Mitchell. Where's he at?
I believe it.
There was a time I thought he was a top
Tier
10.
two.
Oh, tier 2.
Top 10?
Yeah, a couple years ago, I thought the bubble. I thought that's where he's arrived. Dropping 45, 50, couple 50s, Steiny. But now I kind of like it.
Tier 2. Right. I got him at tier 2. I got Gobert and
he's going to help Minnesota
and Donovan Mitchell tier 2. On both those guys, and that's why Utah struggled to get over the top a little bit in the last couple of years. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into it. Free agency is underway. Yesterday, the big story: Kevon Durant says he wants out of Brooklyn. By all reports, it looks like the Nets are going to try to accommodate him. He wants to go to Phoenix. What can they get from Phoenix, and what's Phoenix willing to give? So obviously Kevon Durant is a big shoe to drop. Kyrie Irving may drop, you figure. He opted into a $36.5 million deal with the Nets. Is he going to stay? Is he going to go? And the Golden State Warriors, and maybe I forgot a guy. They've retained Kevon Looney, but they've lost Gary Payton II. They've lost Otto Porter Jr., and they've lost Juan Toscano Anderson to the L.A. Lakers. And how you feeling? How you feeling about it, Warrior fans? You lose, 3 out of 4 of those guys, and now you got to replace them.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm fixated on something you said to Willard and Dibs and myself about the regular season, and we saw it play out. And again, those guys that you just mentioned, on many given nights, they helped. Their contributions, you could not ignore it. And I know it's about what you do in the offs, but before that, it's about how you get to the offs, how hard it is. And I'm excited. I'm all in on bigger roles for Moody and Kuminga. I really am. But man, you talk about Porter Jr., I think about the Christmas game in Phoenix, a stretch that can shoot. How are you going to replace that? And then Gary Payton II, how are you going to replace that? And you talked about Wiggins. That's okay, Steiny, you got that. But when you become a suffocating defense, and in some junctures in the season, the best D in the league, you got Payton and Wiggins on the court at the same time. So now that's gone without knowing what you're replacing it with. And then JTA, I really expect, you'll never laugh, but he's athletic. The Lakers don't have a lot of athleticism. The Lakers are old. I could see JT get 9 to 12 minutes a night with that Laker team with his skill set. Not saying that's how they're going to win the chip, but the way he plays and what he does, they need an infusion of that, at least right now.
He's about half the athlete Lonnie Walker IV is.
Look at
you ever seen Lonnie Walker IV play? The Lakers got some athleticism.
What are the Spurs doing?
They're tanking.
I don't like Pop being a part of that.
He did it before.
Deuces. Chris Brown,
He did it before, and they have it, and that's how they got the dynasty. So I mean, he's 1 for 1. Yeah.
I just went.
You better think before you criticize a guy like Greg Popovich. He's a legend in our league.
Dude, you used to rip him. I used to have to tell you.
I rip him for his personality.
Okay.
I don't rip him for his basketball move.
Okay. No, come on now.
Here it is, 415, and I know you're going to love this one. Carmelo for the veteran minimum. Yeah. Come on, Melo, get that ring. Boy, would he help him on the defensive end.
I mean, I'm on my 3rd victory lap for Melo. It's not with you. It's just with people. The dude went and lost weight.
Right.
And he should have never. Right. Oh, I remember those.
In other words, he became
Stephen A. Smith, where he was begging to get back in the league. He should have never been out.
Yeah,
but
yes,
I'm
he
happy
should.
For Melo.
He deserved to be out of the league.
You think so?
He still thought he was a star. Once he realized, too bad, he could have been a role player 2 years earlier.
I can make an argument that Westbrook is worse than him.
He probably is, but Westbrook's making $47 million a year.
I wish I was making that.
Big homie's going to be fine, bro.
He is. 408, Steiny, they need to replace those players ASAP with some good side. What?
I was going to say, with what?
I mean, with veteran free agents. Who's out there?
Gary Payton II was a dog.
Yeah, and now he's a Portland Trailblazers dog.
And now he's a paid dog, dude. He got some jack.
Absolutely. Couple other all right. Who out there feels foolish about thinking the Warriors could have gotten Bobby Portis? $49 million over 4 years.
Around. Dude, I didn't get duped. When I saw it, I was like, oh my. And I was like, come on, go.
Look at the Celtics. Malcolm Brogdon. He's good, man.
I'm blown away.
Good.
For nothing, Tice.
Tice is making more money, I think, than Looney. Somebody, please make it make sense. I don't get that one.
Man.
I mean, not that one. He's been paid, but
don't hate the player, hate the game.
I think we learned. I think we all learned, and we should have known. There are limits to what Joe Lacob and his ownership group are willing to do, and that's why, when Brian Windhorst called the Warriors championship a checkbook championship, I was thinking, well, look, their payroll is sky high right now, but it's not going to continue like this. It can't. It's unsustainable, and we saw it. We saw it plain as day with the Gary Payton contract. The Warriors are not willing to pay Gary Payton $28 million over 3 years because that would be more than $150 million in real money. And the bottom line is, I don't care how rich somebody is, at some point you look at the luxury tax bill and say, this is ridiculous. We cannot continue to just burn $250 million. And that's what the Warriors are doing.
You've been on that drum. So if there's a player out there, player A for $10 million, that'll really cost the Warriors $90.
Exactly.
So
they can do it. Maybe there's going to be a player out there that they can offer the mid-level to, and they really like him, and they think he's a difference maker. Do I believe that they would sign a guy like that?
Could you see Bazemore coming back?
Look, let me. You know what?
Yeah, me and E saw.
Listen, man.
We saw me.
Thank you.
I just,
Oh, that would mollify Dub Nation.
Baze.
What a downgrade. Payton II to Kent Bazemore.
No doubt to that.
Oh my God.
They got a big package.
Guru, you do know he stinks, right?
No, man, the turnover machine.
All right. So you just said that as a joke?
Yeah, me and E saw a little meme with him and Curry and Damian Lee. I thought, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Rudy Gobert going to Minnesota.
I like that.
What's 888-957-9570 is the number. Man, is there a lot of stuff going on? You want to jump in and talk about it? You can do that. What team's gotten better? The Boston Celtics have gotten better. They have gotten better. Are they better than the Warriors? You know what? I think they are, but it doesn't matter. It's July 1st. But you can't tell me you don't add Brogdon and you don't add Gallinari and not tinker with your top 7 or 8. Oof, they got better. They got better. Warriors, right now, I think they've gotten a little worse.
Oh.
They've lost Gary Payton II. Question is
Can they get better by playing Kuminga more and Moody more and Wiseman gets back on track? Yes, they can be better. But those guys are going to have to do it.
How about the Sixers getting better with the acquisition of P.J. Tucker? I like that for him. Not that that's putting them over the top, but they didn't.
How old is he now?
Right, but
I thought,
he still plays hard, Steiny.
Okay, well, you got to do more than play hard.
He said how old is he?
P.J. Tucker.
Right. He helped Miami.
He's a liability on offense.
Yeah.
I think. Let's go to Tony. Tony's in Oakland. He wants to talk free agency. Let's go, buddy.
Fellas, how we doing?
Oh, dynamite.
Hey, I like to hear that. Steiny Guru, how you doing, man?
All right.
All right, man. Well, hey, man, look, so I know we lost GP2 and Otto Porter, which, I mean, it did break my heart. But, man, I think Bob Myers is going to ride with the young Bulls, man. I think it's time to let them off the leash. I know Moody. I like to call Moose. That's the nickname I gave him.
Okay.
I know he isn't as locked down defender as GP2. But let's say right now, man, I think Moody could do a good job on Brogdon, man. I mean, Brogdon is a good player, but Moody's got size, and they got IQ. That's one thing that I realized that, man, when it comes to Moses Moody, that guy can't buy – he might not be able to buy alcohol, but get that guy the ball in the court, and he'll know what to do with it.
Yeah.
He's got great IQ. You know, I think it's time for us to live and die with our young Bulls. I mean, sooner or later, we're going to have to play them so they can get experience once our three kings retire. So why not now? I mean, we might as well try to write them, get a couple of vet men guys in to help us out. But I think it's time for us to write the young Bulls to the wheels fall off. All right, fellas, have a good one.
I like you. The young Bulls, Steiny. That's what you and I are to the station. The young Bulls.
You're the oldest guys on staff.
No, Damon Ratto got us.
Shasky's younger.
Yeah.
Bonte's younger.
Okay.
Dibley's younger. Willard's younger. Devon's younger. Damon might be younger. Mm-hmm.
No, well, we're different. We're
Shamari's younger.
Who's still hooping?
Evan Giddings is younger.
Yeah, right. It was. I was just. Right.
Kyle Madsen's younger.
Right. Hey, I'm talking about me. I ain't had all those dudes.
Everything still works.
Right.
Every number still works.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Let me throw some names out real quick. 714 sent him in. Austin Rivers, if he were a Warrior.
Yeah, I like him.
I do too. Eldridge Payton.
They've never gone. But here's the problem with Austin Rivers. The problem with Austin Rivers is, like, your backup one is Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
There's to me, there's not a lot of minutes. I mean, yeah, if Steph's going to play 60 games and Clay's going to play 60, then there's some minutes there for sure. But I mean, you got a three guard rotation.
And in regard to Jordan Poole, where are you at? How shocked would you be if this offseason goes by and there's no deal?
Not very. He'll still be a restricted free agent at the end of next year. So the Warriors have his rights. To me, I'm more worried about Wiggins than Poole, believe it or not.
That's amazing that we're here.
If Wiggins gets the free agency, he's unrestricted. If Poole gets the free agency, he's restricted.
You still got action.
Exactly. So how about let's go to Angry Old Hoops Man. He's in San Francisco, and he says he's disgusted. What's up, man?
Hey. Yeah, okay. God, where to begin? This is the exact opposite of what I was praying would happen.
Wow.
And so I was just watching in slow-mo the games from the season, and GP2 looks like he's on a different level than everyone. He's running at full speed down the court next to another pro athlete, and he's just watching the guy's hands thinking, okay, right now is when I'm going to take the ball. How many people can do that? And who are you going to replace with the same amount that the $28 million over 3 years? But more importantly, I'm going to talk about Kevon Looney, because I'd sure like a center that can leave the ground, that you can throw a lob to, that can get the crowd going when he's given an easy dish underneath and then doesn't finish with a dunk. And as a guy who was not an offensive scorer or an offensive threat, and my only job was to rebound, well, guess what? Everybody thought I was a great player. Guess why? Because my only job was to rebound. You don't have to retain a guy like that. I'm not trying to take away from what Kevon Looney did for the Warriors, but let's not act like that's not replaceable. He was that good because he was with the Warriors.
Yeah, so you would have rather kept Payton II than Looney.
Oh, my God, so much.
Thanks for the call.
Wow.
I don't have a problem with that.
But damn.
But then you got to replace Looney with somebody.
But then I'm not mad at that call, but when you say what he just said, to me, that's a slap in the face to all the great rebounders that ever did it. You're just saying anybody could come do what Looney did. And I'm thinking of those games, high-pressure situations against Memphis, even Denver, and Looney just has a knack for the ball to get it to the all-time shooter. So I'll never, Steiny, say you can replace that, but I will listen to somebody that says just what he said about those hands and his ability to take that ball from some of the best ball handlers. Like, maybe they did miss on that one.
Well,
what if I asked you, Looney or GP2?
For this team?
Yeah, for this
Looney.
team.
It's Looney because they have no other reliable big man right now.
But
None.
if it was for another
and you know
team,
what? Here's the thing: if you're upset that Payton's gone, and you thought Payton maybe ahead of Kevon Looney, blame James Wiseman. Blame James
forgot
Wiseman.
him in all this. You're right.
If James Wiseman had been healthy this year and showed everybody, you know what? He's okay. He's going to be pretty good.
Looney.
Well, then Looney.
All right, okay. Wow.
You don't have to cater to Looney, but they don't know what they have with Wiseman.
I can't wait.
For what?
Wiseman. You're on Boston. I'm on him.
He's not playing this weekend.
I know, but hopefully Vegas Summer League. We should take another trip, show trip.
You know what?
We had a good time in Vegas.
Well, we didn't spend any time together, so I guess you're right.
No, Kyle's back there. Why would, like...
I'll go to Vegas with you.
No, but we preach family on the show, and then
No, we
I'm
don't.
gone yesterday. We come back. And
I've never preached
Kyle's
family.
going to drive home like, what an angry old man.
Yeah?
I didn't have to throw all day there.
Yeah, you can say
It's
that.
how you feel. We're the youngest feeling show.
408. Steiny, I don't think they should have signed Looney. I would have re-signed GP2. Looney didn't look impressive in the finals and the playoffs.
You guys are...
Go ahead, Kyle.
So, you guys are talking about GP2 and possibly trying to fill that role. What if Pat Bev gets bought out by Utah?
I wouldn't want Patrick Beverley on the Warriors.
but he ain't no
You're
GP
out?
Deuce,
No.
Kyle.
Is that what Utah's... You know, we didn't even mention the players that are going.
Marcus Thompson on The Athletic intimated that
I wouldn't be mad.
not reporting it, but was like, hey, what if this happens?
I wouldn't want Beverly on
You're
the
out?
Warriors. No.
I'm in.
Timberwolves are sending Malik Beasley, Patrick Beverly, Walker Kessler, Jared Vanderbilt, and multiple first-round picks, 4 for Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert going to Minnesota.
Oh, well,
They're gonna
Bev
play-
won't be playing any playoff basketball anytime soon.
Well, no, didn't you hear Kyle? He said he may get bought out.
Yeah, okay.
So then he
ain't going for
free
that.
to sign for
I
any,
didn't
any
hear
other
that.
team.
Yeah. Kyle knows that's my dog.
Who?
Kyle.
Beverly?
No, Kyle. I like Beverly. Him and Draymond
Who do you like
together.
better, Patrick Beverly or Kyle Madsen?
Kyle.
Do you?
Yeah.
You think it's just because you know him?
That is nice.
All right, 888-957-9570. Are people really upset about Payton II and Porter leaving? If so, would you have just re-signed him? Joe Lacob has re-signed Kevon Looney, 3 years, $25.6 million. But it looks like as of right now, the Warriors, they have lost Otto Porter Jr., they've lost Gary Payton II, they've lost Juan Toscano Anderson, and it looks like they're probably going to lose Nemanja Bjelica. 888-957-9570. You're going to correct me on how I pronounce his first name? Did I do it right? Yes. On 95.7 The Game.
Flying Ace.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let me ask you something, Goo.
Anything, partner?
Would you consider this song a banger?
It ain't a banger in my... Yeah, I like it, though.
Kyle thinks it is.
It's got some Michael Jackson to it. What song am I thinking about? It's probably
Thriller.
a sample. No.
I think outside just
I like it. Who is this? Follow me. Who is this? Twitter?
Who?
Follow me, Twitter.
This is City of Sound by Big Wild.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
All right, let's cut it.
Remember how good I told you a couple years ago? One of our 15-round bouts was how good Devin Booker was because I said he could shoot like Clay. Now he signs his big super
You said
max.
you'd rather have him take a shot than Steph Curry.
No, I don't think I didn't
no,
say
you did.
Steph.
Game on the line, you
I
said
think
Devin
it was.
Booker.
See, I hate you now.
Because I have a memory?
No,
because I'm like Klay Thompson and Steph Curry and Draymond because I keep
wasn't
receipts.
Steph. See,
Mhm.
yeah, look at you. But he got paid. That's just incredible. All these guys.
Steiny, they don't have another big man. They have Wiseman. I don't know.
I'll give you a 1. Basically saying he ain't rough and tough.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
And real quick,
I'm not
somebody
done with
texted in from the
Wiseman.
925. Nobody
Who's
is.
gonna
We
be the
haven't
first
seen
guy?
him.
Who's going to be the first person out there to give up on Wiseman?
It
Come
would
on,
have to
888-957-9570. Who's going to give up on Wiseman first? Because I ain't going to be it.
And it ain't damn sure himself. It sounds like he's in a good mind frame. I'll say this about your thing about Bev. You wouldn't like him and Draymond on the same team? Somebody asked, was it locker room dynamics?
I don't think he's very good. I don't think he's a very good player.
Damn.
All bark, no bite. Dumb fouls. I don't know. I don't like it.
You're out on Bev?
I don't like it. I'm out on Patrick Beverly. I'll tell you who I'm in on, though. I'm in on Maria in Berkeley. Hey, Maria, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, dynamite.
Good. This Kevon Looney versus Gary Payton, and if one is better than the other, or who the Warriors needed more.
Sure.
They've won rings without Gary Payton. They've won rings with Kevon Looney. Draymond and Steph asked for Kevon to play in the Memphis series, which, one caller said, who cares about rebounding? They would not have won that series without Kevon's 22 rebounds. So, and I guess people are really attached to Gary, and I'll miss him too, but they got 4 championships, and they do it with different teams every year.
Yes.
So, it's like when we lost Kevin Durant, that was the end of the world, right? So who would have thought we would win the 4th championship?
Well,
so,
here's the thing, Maria.
A little.
Tell me if you're philosophical this way. It's like when you're the best team, you always have to lose. You're going to lose some people, and then you're going to get some people.
I mean, we have the core 3. I mean, they're
Right.
called the core for a reason,
Exactly.
You build around the core, and that's just what happens.
Yep.
And that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Maria. You're absolutely right. Look, let's rank the Warrior players in order of importance. Steph Curry.
Gotcha.
Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Wiggins. Clay. Poole. Draymond. Looney. That's 6. So your top 6 guys are fine.
And she made a great point about they won it without Gary Payton II, and they won it with Looney.
Well, they won it without Looney, too.
Well,
he wasn't part of their first title.
Gotcha. But I'll say this, and I know you don't agree. Let's say there was no free agency. I know the Lakers are going to be better. And in my mind, I picture GP II guarding LeBron 94 feet. I saw that, and I know it made it difficult. Okay, nobody's going to stop Bron, but he is like a secret weapon. And now you got the Lakers trying to, Lord knows what they're going to do, but next year it's going to be harder, Steiny, I believe, because it always is when you're the champ and got the target on your back. I just was hoping he could stay in town because defensively, and just what you talk about all the time, his IQ, he was on point, not just defensively, offensively. He fit. He knew how to cut. He was athletic, had hops. I miss him already.
Yeah, Gary Payton II, he was a contributor. There's absolutely no doubt about it.
He got paid Tuesday.
510. Calm down, Guru.
All right.
Every championship team's Every championship team from every sport loses players the next year. Best organizations have a succession plan. Yeah, it sounds to me like you have no faith in Joe Lacob and Bob Myers.
Oh, come on, you know.
And you're trying. It also it sounds to me like
I'm scared.
No, but you're trying to have it both ways.
No, I love the youth movement. And somebody 415, he really got to me. You've given up on what? No, it's my partner, not me. I've been the biggest advocate for the big man. I just don't know what's going on.
Did you not hear what I said? Who's going to be the first person to give up on Wiseman? It's certainly not going to be me. Let's be honest here. There's two schools of thought. You think Wiseman's going to be the greatest player in the history of mankind. I'm just not giving up on him as a viable NBA player. I don't know what he is. Do I think he's going to be Kareem like you? I don't. But I don't know what he is. But I'm not giving up on Wiseman.
But you're not mad
but
at
I'm also
anybody.
I'm also not saying, he's going to play
be.
35 minutes a game next year. Hold your horses.
But still, that still, to me, falls under the excitement umbrella to find out what that number may be 15. It may be 12. But if it is 25 and 35, man.
Wait, what's 25 and 35?
No, 25 minutes if he ever got to that juncture to where you could count on him. But it's baby steps.
But see, here's the thing. So the Warriors, let's say they've been a dynasty for 10 years. What's the most minutes a center has ever played for them on average during a season?
But my guess would be 15.
They don't do it like other teams.
Well, what if I told you they didn't have this caliber potential type?
Prove it.
There we go. 7'1", 242 pounds.
Before you take it for granted.
Yeah.
He's not a shot blocker.
I'm hoping
he blocked 0.5 shots in 39 games.
He's been in the lab. And he put on some muscle.
See, this is kind of...
I'm pro Wiseman. I'm not telling you this is what he is. This is what I'm hoping.
But this is kind of your MO, and it's not fair. Modus operandi.
I know what it is. I'm listening. I'm waiting for what else comes out of your mouth.
You're setting up expectations for Wiseman that he cannot meet.
Ooh.
And so you're going to be disappointed because you're already 25, 30 minutes, 35. That'd be great. They don't do that with their centers. He's not going to do that.
But I hate you think I'm that dude.
You are.
Like when Clay came back, and he still was taking the same approach. He wasn't shy. So that was a win in itself. But there were times I was like, man, maybe you need to scale it back. But the fact that he was hoisting up those shots, that was a positive. I hope you don't think I'm going to come in here after game 10 if it's and not knowing where he's come from, and it's going to take a while. What you are at the beginning of the season doesn't mean what you'll be at the end of the season. And I'm going to say this to you.
What are you getting at with Wiseman? You keep saying, I hope I'm not, but you stop.
This could be a bad comp, but to me it works. I'm going to go Andrew Wiggins. And forget the skill set. Mentally, he was not what he was last year when he first got to town. And I'm hoping now that Wiseman's been, just soaking everything up and watching these guys become champions again, like he'll be better later than early on, and that'll help him. That's all. So I'm not expecting the moon the first 2 weeks of the season, but man, Steiny, I just can't get over how excited I was when he got picked, why he got picked, and what he represents. The next great big man of the Warriors since Chris Webber.
I'll take Andrew Bogut.
But I want to go there.
Don't you see what you just did?
Yeah. But again, I'm not putting that on him.
You are, though.
He don't know.
You are, though. And the minute he has 20 and 10, you'll be like, this guy's going to be better than Webber.
Yeah.
You want to go to Jacob? And you probably don't want to go to Jacob.
What? I know he got smoke for me.
Jacob's in Sunnyvale.
What's up, Jay?
Let's go. You know what?
What's going on, man?
Hey, Jacob. Hey, buddy.
Hey, man, I don't got the smoke for you. I like both of you guys. I listen to you guys on my lunch almost daily. Nice. I appreciate you guys giving us the entertainment that you guys do. But, there's a segment on Mondays after Football Sunday where it's Overreaction Monday. And Goo, man, you be having the most overreaction, and I love it because it keeps the show interesting, and it's great. You guys have the best 1-2 punch duo in the afternoon, man, and I love it. But, yeah, the Overreaction Mondays is what I got to start calling you, man, because you got to have some faith, my brother.
Okay, I do have. Appreciate the love. I have faith, but if I'm excited about Wiseman's potential, that's infatuation. That's not a bad thing.
Not at all, not at all. Nothing but love to you. Nothing but love. I love your passion. I love your passion, Steiny. I love how you give a broad spectrum of the whole NBA and just an NBA fan. And I'm an NBA fan as well, but I do love the Warriors. And man, all of our teams every year, they are all different, and it is sad to see GP go. But unfortunately, he's gone. And props to him for getting his bread. And, man, I just want to say I love you guys for keeping me entertained on my lunch.
Sweet.
And, keep it going.
All right, Jacob.
Man, our dog. In the 408. That's where we got it. I'll stop. We owe them 408.
Well, don't go. You owe them.
No, I don't get it.
Listen.
Yeah, truly, that's over.
So when you say we owe them, that means you feel indebted to them in a way that if you go down to San Jose and hang out, you're going to be buying the drinks. You don't really mean you owe them or we owe them.
No, that hurts.
That's true. It's true though. You're not going down there to rip off $200-$300.
This is what we're going to
do. And paying for drinks for the people of San Jose.
You know what?
It's a fair trade-off.
I am. We are. And I'm going to tell you something. And I'm going to tell Ray Ratto this. This was the best playoff hockey year I had in my life. You didn't even know.
What does this have to do with anything?
Because I'm telling you, we're going to San Jose, who just fired their coach, and we're going to go to a Shark game.
San Jose State?
No, the Sharks. We're going to go to the tank, but we'll go hang out before we go to the tank, or we can watch it get.
No.
You out on hockey?
No.
He scores.
If you think I'm going to actually go down to San Jose and waste 3 of my 5 or 6 hours watching a hockey game, I'd rather be with the people of San Jose getting to know them.
They need a new coach.
I'll watch them. You know what? We can put the TV on in the corner of the bar, and I can glance up at it every 29 minutes. I want to talk to the people.
Yeah.
I know you don't like to do that.
Dude, I'm still wounded from the time we just did it at Keys. Dude, that was... that was great.
Well, some of the reviews are coming in, and...
Oh, I got some different reviews. I don't know
you
what,
sure did get some different...
or Yelp, but people had a good time.
Oh, boy.
Let's go to Freddie. Fred's in Oakland. Hey, Fred, how you doing, man?
All right, how you doing, fellas?
What's up, Freddie?
Doing great.
Good. Hey, yeah, real quick, as far as the Gary Payton and Looney thing, I think they went with Looney. One of the reasons is because they feel a better chance of Wiseman, him grooming Wiseman and working with him and getting him to the next level. So I think that's one of the big reasons why they stuck with Looney or focused on Looney. We're going to miss GP2 for sure, but they got. I think Moody's primed to. Next man up. I think he's primed to move to the next level and be that guy along with that kid from Toledo, Ryan Rollins or something like that, I think it is. Those two guys, I think they're going to use them to take on GP2's spot, and I think they're going to do a great job. And before I go, I want to say I'm real disappointed that Juan Toscano-Anderson they didn't hold on to him. They hold on to Damian Lee. Okay, and I know why, but Toscano-Anderson would have been a lot better staying on the roster than Damian Lee. But I
appreciate you, brother. That was real. I'm not mad at Lee, but if you wanted to do a debate on Lee or JTA,
he's just a regular old free agent still, right? Is he under contract this year?
Yes.
Hold on, let me look at his number.
Look at it.
Hold on, I thought Damian Lee was.
And JTA, I just like.
Does Damian Lee get a multi-year contract?
Yeah, that's right.
Every question you ask about Damian Lee has an answer.
Said it.
No, he's a free agent. 21, 22 is not guaranteed.
Okay, what about this? Gun to your head. He back with the Warriors?
I mean,
I'm going yes. Just to the caller's intel.
Yeah, Damian Lee's a free agent. He's not.
I'm going yes.
Oh my God! If Damian Lee would have gotten a multi.
Yep. JTA, he's a hometown. It was a great story. He gonna play in LA though, Steiny. Don't sleep on him.
You have no idea whether he's gonna play in LA.
They're old, and I watch what they had.
He's old. Well, he's 28, 29.
He was in the dunk contest.
Payton II?
Talk to me. Yeah.
Was he?
No, I'm talking about JTA.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I was
Your
thinking
boy's
of
in
Payton.
Portland, yeah.
Yeah, no, JTA is like, what, 25?
I want to say 20, older than that.
Yeah,
He went to school, played ball at Castro Valley with Relaford. My
Played at
nephew,
Marquette.
Jalen Relaford.
Played at Marquette.
Yeah, but he played high school ball is what I'm saying. You don't
Well,
listen.
of course he did if he played college. See, if you play college, one of the ways you get a scholarship to play college basketball is they see you play high school basketball. And you're really good.
I'm talking about my nephew, Jalen, who went to Castro Valley, played with Juan. That's all.
Yeah, I'm trying to get under his skin a little bit. I don't know why.
Dude, your hair is wet. It's phenomenal.
Well, that's
I'm
'cause
jealous.
you know what? I combed my hair wrong this morning and it's stuck up.
Well,
so.
it looks great.
Well,
I got to cut this morning, Marky D, but I ain't put my secret sauce in it. So Tuesday I'll be dipping. Yeah.
Damn it.
Let's go to Cruiser. He's in the 209. It's not quite a payday Friday, but it may as well be.
It's free agency. It's
That's
paper
true.
flying.
Cruiser.
Hey, what's going on?
Yes.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How are you, man?
Let's see. Hey, I understand we had to keep Looney. I think he's just too development for the role he plays. And when you compare what he does versus what GP2 does, I'm not saying that GP2 wasn't as valuable, but I think with Looney being able to mentor Wiseman, who's in the wings, and so much was invested to get Wiseman up to speed already, I think, obviously Looney's going to be the priority here. But as far as GP2 goes, I'm going to miss him tremendously, and I think that's because as a player, GP2 was who most people could identify with. He's just a guy with some skills trying to make it in the league. He keeps getting bounced out. He keeps making his way back, and whenever he was on the court, no matter who was playing the hardest, no matter who was playing the focus, you could always tell just by his energy that GP2 wanted to be out there, and he was having the time of his life. I think that's what we're going to most miss, and, man, good luck to him. He's always got fans here, and I'll be looking at him, watching him when he's playing in Portland. Thanks, guys.
Cool, man.
Well said, man.
Yeah.
I know you're going to laugh because you're going to be like, Goo, you always talked about him. He didn't do this or he was slow foot. But I'm shocked Belly would go outside the NBA and not kind of run it back with a world champion team.
I mean, I got to believe Ratto said this, and I'm talking about Ray. I think he's right. He probably is getting paid more in Turkey.
Oh, well, they're the money Chris Tucker.
And I guess they're the defending champions or something like that. See, this is a fair statement, even though it's harsh.
Okay.
Or this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is something that will have to be answered or examined.
Okay.
Not saying it can't work. From the 650, Kuminga couldn't stay on the floor because of his defense. So how is Wiseman, who is worse defensively than Kuminga, going to play alongside? Like, how can those two play together? They're both
and I'm not being a smart
defenders.
ass, Steiny. You got to figure it. They got to figure it out.
You're right. They do.
And
you're right.
And again, I keep going to this gentleman because it wasn't so much just about his play; it was his timing. Wiggins figured it out, but I got to think Kuminga or any young player. If I get one foul or one turnover, I know the buzzer's going off and I'm out the game. I got to feel now that they're looking around and know who's not there, and why maybe they're not there because they think so highly of these two dudes. And when we talk about Moody and Kuminga, I was just talking to myself saying this. They ain't second or third round picks that these dudes can ball. So the potential is there. And being that Kuminga's bigger than Moody and what I saw from Moody, what if I told you Moody seemed more comfortable? Like he might get it first before Kuminga.
Well, maybe.
Because I saw some little, I was like, man, your boy ain't scared at all talking about Moses.
The one thing with the Warriors' young players, and Poole's a little bit accepted here. I'm not, and I mean EXCEPTED. Okay. He's not really who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga, and how, people are just through the roof. And, I saw something today about Kuminga's going to be a perennial all-star. You can't talk about the greatness of Steph, Clay, and Draymond and then not factor in that they make it easier for the young players when they're just merely on the court. I just think there is a monster difference between, these young guys look good and their future, I don't want to say championship core, but that's what some people believe. And it's like, hold on a second. What I want to see happen next year without there being injury is what can these three guys do if they're playing more minutes? Can the Warriors win a game? Steph Curry, Klay Thompson's not playing. So Moody steps into the starting lineup and has to play 30 minutes, and Kuminga's playing 25, and now Looney's sitting out just because he's got a little tweak in his ankle, and now Wiseman, if you can play 25, you can play 25. There's a difference between, okay, let's do that, and winning that game and losing that game.
And it's not ideal, Steiny, but I feel like you're describing the difference between a 3 seed and a 6 seed or a 7 seed. Obviously that's not what they're trying to do, but if there's growing pains, which you got to expect, and they get more, we're going to see more of them. That, maybe you don't, it ain't as all, you go in as a top 3 seed like you did this year.
Maybe you find out they're not as good as you thought they were.
And it happens.
And you start looking around,
you're
like, wow, other teams' young players are just as good as ours. But they were playing next to Curry and these guys for the first year or two. Let's go to Vince. And I'm not saying that's going to happen, but you got to find that out. What's up, Vince?
How's everybody doing?
Doing well.
You know what? I love you, Steiny and Guru. I love talking to you guys.
Here comes a butt.
Wonderful influence on my life. But I want you fellas to kind of grow into our young core a little bit. Hey, you know, when I was 19, I was skipping the light rail train. I mean, Kuminga has a lot of work to do a little bit defensively. He's got a lot of, but look at how he finishes at the rim. Talk about flashes of maybe a future Andrew Wiggins with the jump shot, a quicker first step, a bigger body, and a guy straight from the Congo. Hey, I grew up in Willow Glen. I'm about as soft as it gets. This guy grew up in the Congo land. I don't want you guys to start, well, what if Kuminga does, well, I want the station as a whole.
Okay.
Let's buy into this young core.
All right.
And we do have a phenomenal young group. And let's give the front office a little bit more credit with our current draft choices from 2022. Phenomenal draft choices. Thank you, fellas.
All right. And I'm gonna be.
Now he did a Steiny.
I'm gonna be. What does that even look like?
Well, he doesn't.
I don't even. You know what? If I'm Joe Lacob, I'm not even sniffing around free agents anymore. I'm done.
Yeah.
So off season, I'm done. I told Kuminga 25 minutes a game next year, whether you deserve it or not. Hey, you know what, Jonathan? Even if you stink, we're gonna play you.
But that's how you find out.
Yeah. Woo, even if you stink.
Because that call hurt me because I'm on the side of, sir, you're drinking too much. What are you having? I got Kuminga.
Get behind the core, Guru, or get off the station. That's essentially what he said.
Nah. I
don't even know what, supporting the core means.
Willow Glen in San Jose, I believe. I don't know. Well, that day. I hate when people peg me to be negative about well,
they don't with Steph Curry.
And our big man, Wiseman, and Kuminga.
90% of the Warriors and all their management.
On the station, there's a big three in regard to, I listen all the time on P1, Devone, myself, and Dante, the biggest Kuminga supporters.
Okay.
So why did that caller put me in the boat that you're in? That's when I get mad. Like, I'm over here. See, you're speechless. Whoa.
You think Kuminga's going to be great?
No, the possibility.
See, this is the thing. This is why you think Kuminga's going to be great, and I say, see a little more. Boy, he's got raw talent, though.
And I'm with you there. I get that. I ain't saying he's going to be Sean
But there's
Gill.
such a long way between playing 12 minutes on a team when you're 19 to...
I believe you, man.
To this guy's going to be a championship player.
Okay.
Let's hold off.
And
Perennial all-star.
Can I go Trey Lance? I don't know. Trey could be a bust, but when you look at him before you see him for an extended amount of time, you get excited of the possibilities. Just like any relationship, you want to be my girlfriend, want to be my boyfriend? Yeah, let's shoot for the moon. We might fail, but the feeling that you have about, man, Kuminga, look at that body, look at the athleticism. You get excited, and that's all it's about. I ain't telling you, oh, he's the next Maurice Lucas.
But you got to put him in the context of every other player. I mean, it's not easy to be a great player. Not everybody becomes a great player.
Well, I'll tell you what, for this team, and you're not saying this, you tell me what you think. For the Warriors to repeat, Jonathan Kuminga doesn't have to be a great player. He has to be a smart player, and the IQ of how they play, it needs to rub off on him and Moody.
Needs to play better defense.
Dude, he's been getting killed on his defense. People.
We got to take a break. I'm seriously, I didn't mean to cut you off there. But I didn't realize it was 27. Look at
Friday,
Evan.
Baby.
Look at Evan. He's doing the.
Oh, okay,
great.
Gotcha. Producer E. Yep.
Evan is his name. And are we having one today?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, because I've been
888-957-9570. Look, I love the youngsters. Don't even tell me, but I'm not ready to say Jonathan Kuminga is going to be the next Karl Malone. That's what Guru says. We'll talk about it on the other side.
What'd you have? A Truly?
O'Reilly. Change your vehicle's oil before your summer road trip and save money now with Pennzoil and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 5 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic for just $22.95 after mail-in rebate. Save money and protect your...
Warriors.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru, free agency period. Man, it's less than 24 hours old, and there is action.
Man, money.
Speaking of more action, well, I'll tell you what, there was more action in the last 24 hours than at the old ship on Wednesday. And that's saying something.
I was with you too, you guys. I wasn't there physically.
You stiffed us.
No, I was there mentally though.
No, this was the day before yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But you said you were coming again, and I said he's not coming.
But you know what's going on. I made
I do.
I made a bad move for the family.
I know, and I get it. But just some FYI.
Tried to switch phone providers and
it was
got
one of
lied
those.
to.
Yeah, it was one of those things where at the end of the show, I haven't. Hey, we gonna pop down there. And you said, I don't know. And then you said at like 2:50, yeah, maybe I'll come down. And so then hold on.
Yeah,
then we got down there. The three of us are down there. And I just say, yeah, Guru's not coming. No chance.
Because you know me.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what.
But let me tell you something.
You're a little richer on it. You know what I mean?
It was, there was action, Goo. It was a good time.
There's no hostility, bro.
No,
there's hostility to Johnson household. Somebody lied to me, and I switched over all the phones for my family, and we all got new numbers, and they didn't want new numbers. It's all. What are you laughing at? Like, this is bad.
What am I laughing at?
Yeah, it looked like you're laughing at the wife had her cell phone number for 33-something years. We're trying to get it back. The ports.
You know about the Buddhists?
No.
Everything is temporary.
Now that...
Do you know what some Buddhists
If we had a drink and you told me that, I'd have another sip.
I think it's the Buddhists. One of those good
now you're messing
One of
it
those
up.
good groups. But I once saw by the way, I finished the documentary on the bubonic plague. Oh, my God.
How did it end?
Unbelievable. It's a great question. It eventually went away, but it took hundreds and hundreds of years.
That is what?
Yeah. Now, what was the other thing I was going to say?
No, I
forget now. But it was pretty. It was good. I thought it was pretty good. It was before the bubonic plague. Something else I was watching. And I totally forget.
That's it.
Ah, shoot.
I messed it up.
I
I'm
hate
leading this
that.
to 925 Guru. Step aside.
What was that?
I feel like you texted D3 knows ball, telling me to maybe take a couple. Gotta bother me. Take a couple plays off.
D3. That's all right. Yeah. By the way, Brian Windhorst today.
Windy
was, and I know people take shots at him.
I love him.
I think he's phenomenal. I like him a lot.
But did you hear the 2-minute answer he gave yesterday? And he didn't say anything?
About what's going on in Utah?
Yeah.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. In fact, it's so brilliant, somebody needs to get that to Draymond Green ASAP. Because this, you want to hit it? This is basketball insight at its finest. Brian Windhorst earlier today.
I'm going to tell you something happened yesterday. The league executives are wondering what the heck it means. And it happened within 5 minutes. The tweet right before Adrian tweeted about Durant, he tweeted something else. It was a trade yesterday between the Utah Jazz and the Brooklyn Nets. It's a very strange trade. Very strange trade. And you'd really have to be a Jazz or a Nets fan to even know what I'm talking about right now.
Okay.
I don't even know if
I'm on
you
the
guys
edge
know what
of
I'm
my
talking
seat.
about.
I have Woj's notifications turned
They
on, but I don't
traded
remember this.
Royce O'Neal, who is a role-playing three-point defensive shooter, to Brooklyn for a future first-round draft pick. And so you're going, well, what do you care about Royce O'Neal? Why does that matter? Why would the Jazz do that? Why would the Jazz, who have 2 stars on their roster, take a player who's one of their starters and best defensive players and trade him in a salary-dumping move? Why would they do that?
To open up space to try to land Kevin?
No.
Part of a 3-team trade?
You say, why did Quinn Snyder walk away from that job?
What's IDK?
Okay. And you say, when Danny Ainge, last time he hired a coach, which was Brad Stevens,
right?
what happened that same year? What did he do? When he hired this young coach who'd never coached the NBA before, and he gave him a long contract, gave Brad Stevens a 6-year contract. Will Hardy, who they just hired, who's going to potentially be a great young coach, they gave him a 5-year contract. Very rare for a first-time head coach to get a 5-year contract. Why? What's going on in Utah?
What's going on?
And that's what people in the league are watching right now.
Okay.
What's going on in Utah?
Okay.
And so I think the Brooklyn Nets and Phoenix Suns need to find out what's going on in Utah as well. Because what else happened that first year that Brad Stevens got hired? Danny Ainge traded Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce.
Brilliant. Brilliant. That's foretelling that the Utah Jazz are dismantling.
Yeah, so Mitchell's gone. It's just about where now.
But just like the idea, just knowing what happened in Boston more than a decade ago, how Danny Ainge went about it, how this guy is Brad Stevens, no experience. He gave him a long-term contract. Why did he give him a long-term contract? This coach who's never coached, because he knows the young coach is now going to be coaching a young team. He ain't coaching Gobert. He ain't coaching Mitchell, Royce O'Neal. You think Mike Conley's going to survive the summer in Utah? No chance. Brilliant stuff, Wendy.
But
brilliant.
I love Wendy. You said this months ago about Utah was blowing it up.
Yeah, but that's precise. I mean, that's precise.
When you saw that O'Neal deal, did you look twice, or are you like, this is par for the course? I knew they were.
It came across my radar, but I can't say that it. I just was like, my first thought was, well, I kind of think they're blowing it up anyway. Maybe that's what they're doing, and they're definitely doing it now.
I was like, is he going to say somehow Durant's getting to Utah?
Hey, Draymond. Hey, Draymond. Is that old media? Was that okay?
Well, Draymond's on
Is that kind of what you're talking about, Draymond? Like that? Was that good enough? Was that good enough analysis or not? I'm looking forward to Draymond Green weighing in on Brian Windhorst's explanation of what's going on in Utah.
I got a serious question for you, the basketball aficionado, before we get to the phones. And I know you, Steiny, and I know you run hot, and sometimes when a guy kind of gets on, or a gal gets on your nerve, you hold grudges. And that's what we all do in life. So when you look at what James Harden has done, where he's gone, and the reputation he has, it's taken a hit, even for me, and rightfully so. And right behind him is Kyrie Irving. He has done it to himself, and now here we are, him scouring, looking for another team. I want you to help me classify what's going on and what this next team is going to mean for Kevin Durant. But I feel like, and I'm not mad at KD, Steiny, because I know how bad he is, and he could be one of the baddest ever, but I feel like he is not being lumped in that group with Harden and Kyrie. And I want to ask you, because I think this next jersey he puts on, it's an L in a sense of Brooklyn should have been the last spot. Do you hold this against the great Kevin Durant?
No.
Why, though?
Because if you know anything about him, you know that he's not going to stay in one place forever. You just like when he was with Golden State. You think Kevin Durant's retiring in Golden State? Only a fool would have said yes. He was signing one-year deals.
That he was doing.
I mean, this is like, he's temporal.
But this had so much promise.
And guess what? A lot of the reason it had promise and thinks that promise is because of him. And he looked around and he's like, I can't count on this guy, Kyrie Irving. I'm out of here. And that's what stars do now. If you have juice, and
that's if you have the juice.
Let me tell you something. That's one thing where, like, maybe I'm wrong. Kevin Durant doesn't feel a sliver bad about saying, get me out of here.
Right.
It's a business. It's a flat-out business. He looks at that team now, he's like, well, I got one guy who doesn't... I got two guys on my team that don't love basketball. Ben Simmons and Kyrie Irving. He's like, I'm not going to win here. Get me out. Well, guess what? He's good enough to pull it off.
You said
good
juice.
Good for Kevin
and
Durant.
I ain't hating. I just had a thought.
Yeah. Just say. Was that your question?
Yeah, that would
Did I answer your question?
But you said he's just a what's the word? That's just who he is. Hired gun.
Yeah. How about Rob in San Bruno? He disagrees with me. You better be careful.
What's going on?
Hey, man.
What's going on, fellas? I was going to comment on the Warriors' young players. I'm watching the NBA and the young players around the league. They're not nothing special. And then I figure, with the Tulich, the big three with a big 2.5, I feel like, they're going to be all right. But I want to comment on Kevin Durant. Man, Kevin Durant is the biggest sucker around. He always blaming somebody else for his problems. We're going to blame Westbrook. Then we're going to blame Draymond Green. We're going to blame the fans. We're going to blame the media. Or then we're going to blame the Brooklyn Nets. At the end of the day, Kyrie got his ring. He set in stone already. He hit one of the biggest shots in NBA Finals history. He said, Harden, when I put Harden in, there's always something with Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is who he is, like Matt said. I just feel like, to me, he's not a guy you should depend on. And after watching him, after Tatum dismantled him in the finals, in the first, you got and Tatum balled on you.
I got a question for you. I got a question for you, Rob.
Buddy.
Rob, I got a question for you. You there?
Sure.
I'm here. Who can you rely on more, KD or Kyrie?
I be honest with you, it depends on what role they're in.
Best player on the team. Best player on the team.
I go Kevin Durant because of size, but that's just size only. I'm not. I've never been sold on Kevin Durant as a leader of a team. He needs to be part of a team. He can be the best player, but he can't be the leader of the team. You can just look at OKC. He couldn't handle Westbrook style leadership. Got out of there. He couldn't handle the fact that Draymond leadership and Steph Curry. He got out of there. And then in Brooklyn, he's the leader. He's the guy, and he can't handle it. Now he's leaving again.
And Rob, let me ask you this. When you hear me say to Steiny, I feel like he's getting a pass, you understand that then?
Yeah, he is getting a pass. He is a two-time champion. I understand that. Because, Harden them cats, they ain't won none, so they can't get that pass. But at the same time, looking at being honest and being real about it, to me, Kevin Durant, he's an alpha talent, but he's not an alpha leader.
Wow. Miss Rob.
Yeah.
Steiny, what'd you say? He got the juice, though.
KD?
He does.
Oh, yeah. Mount Juice more.
Well, Harden
KD
got
and LeBron.
the juice, and Kyrie's got it, too, to a degree.
Yes.
Who else is on that mountain?
Well, it's funny. Steph Curry's never even tried to utilize
what makes
his.
him, though, man.
I'm trying to think, I don't think
Jimmy Butler got it?
I wouldn't put it past Draymond at some point to try to use some juice.
Well, Kawhi Sports, the Lakers are.
Oh, Kawhi, absolutely.
And we saw that.
Kawhi load managed himself.
Yeah. And milked the offseason for him to tell us. Real quick, Jimmy Butler, Steiny, he's got a pass. Oh, Jimmy.
I don't know about that.
How many teams has he gone to? Philly, Miami, Minnesota. I like Butler. I know what he is, but his persona, his brand.
Oh, he's not champion. He isn't. He hasn't won a championship yet. And he's going to be a test case. Can he win it as the best player?
Man.
Not if KD goes there. I got it. I got a snicker. Can I snicker to text line?
One of my favorite bars.
LOL. We need Windhorse to tell us the Jazz were going to tear it down, Steiny. Steiny's acting like that's a good hot take. That's the thing, Chief. Hey, Chief, that's the beauty of it. Don't you get it? It's not a hot take.
Right.
It's detailed.
I like
it's precise. It's right on the money. Oh, it's wonderful, wonderful analysis. 415, and clearly you don't get it. Clearly, you like
it was too long.
You like Yell Radio, where you just say, you know what, he stinks.
Yell Radio,
he stinks. Yeah, great analysis. Take your hat off to Brian Windhorse. Mm-hmm. What are you thinking, Goo?
I'm just fired up. Honestly, is Joe Lacob done with the credit card? After you said
they need players,
but
they lost 4 guys. He can't. You can't keep a free agent in the Bay.
But you ain't getting back. I'm just scared that you ain't getting back what you lost. Or the thing is, how close can you get to the target?
The real question is, can you not get any? First of all, I think they're going to sign somebody. Obviously, probably more than that. But the question is, if right now this is basically your team, can Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman be better than Porter, Payton, and Toscano Anderson?
That's real, man.
Yeah, it's possible.
It's scary, too.
It's possible.
If you bet on the Dubs to repeat.
Hey. Let's go to, I'll tell you what, let's go to Sam in West Oakland. He's thankful to be a Warriors fan. Hey, Sam.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, I do a good Nick Friedel impersonation.
Give it
I'm
to
gonna
me.
Talk like him.
All right.
Goo, Steiny. You guys are 100%, okay? There's nothing like being a Warriors fan in this industry right now. We are blessed to have a player like Steph Curry that leads the organization and is humble enough to sit back and let a superstar like Kevin Durant come in and get 2 rings. We are lucky to have a leader like that doesn't want to lead this team and still allow others to come in and take over the role. Once again, you guys are 100% correct, okay? Look at how the NBA is unfolding because of players like Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, who are uncertain about the next steps in their career because they want to get one thing, another ring, but they don't know how to do it without humbling themselves. Nick Friedel, a.k.a. West Oakland Sam. All right, y'all.
Thank you.
First off, Ephraim, I'm going to give him a 2.
I'm going to give him a 3.
But what he said was spot on. They've turned the league into open gym basketball. Just saw you lost. All right, go get a new team. Come on.
That's not bad.
Well, Dame ain't doing that, and that's why I appreciate Dame.
No, but he's begging Durant.
He's
begging Durant.
No, that's
just
called,
looks like Draymond and Lillard have something in common.
What?
They both bended the knee for Durant. Oh, please, Kevin, please, come on, we need you.
That's
you know what? I can almost picture that phone call hey.
Do you want me
the Golden State Warriors have just lost. They've just lost.
This is an oracle. You're in your car.
They've just lost the finals to the Cleveland Cavaliers after losing a 3-1
I'm
lead.
Durant.
Beep, 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 beep.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on, Kevin? It's Draymond.
Y'all just lost.
Yeah, okay. Hey, you got to sign out here, man. You got to sign out here.
Oh,
we got this guy. We got a player out here, Curry. Dude, can't make a shot with the game on the line, man. He can't do anything the last 5 minutes of a game. KD, come on.
They ain't going to sign up. Bob and Joe ain't going to sign up.
Hey, here's the worst part. Curry knows it.
What about Harrison?
Who?
Harrison. Barnes.
Yeah. Hey, listen, Curry even knows he can't make big shots. That's the thing. He's coming out to the Hamptons with us. Okay, we need you, K.
You tripping,
okay,
man.
We need
you. Know where I'm gonna be
we
at.
need you. I'm with the hollow superstar out here, KD.
Wow. What if it really went down like that?
That was fiction, everybody.
Yeah, I know.
But, I mean...
Dude, there's something about acting and role-playing. I felt like we was really doing it. I couldn't remember my lines. That's why I couldn't
You could just sit there, because it was mostly me.
I like how I had lit.
I thought you jumped in. Should have just listened to my pitch. Hey, Brett's in Clayton. I haven't been out to Clayton in a long time. Yeah, it's right over that. It's right over the hill beyond Walnut Creek.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, Brett.
I just got off the golf course, actually, at Oakhurst.
Oakhurst. I played there a long time ago. I had a buddy that used to live on that course.
I actually live on the course as well, yeah. It's they say the 18th hole is actually the toughest finishing hole in the East Bay.
Interesting. What'd you shoot?
79 today.
Damn.
It's a tough one. Yeah. Well, I've been playing since I was 12. But regardless of that, I'm actually 2 points. The Utah Jazz, to me, actually, I know we're in the Bay Area, but I thought the Utah Jazz were going to win it all 2 years ago. I don't know where or how that went wrong, but somebody needs to get fired there, maybe 3 times. As far as the Warriors' youth goes, I love our young talent. I love our nucleus. I agree with Guru on this. And I'm usually Team Steiny, but I do agree with Guru on this. I mean, there was a guy in San Antonio, I believe his name was Kawhi Leonard, who got together with that core 3, and they turned him into something pretty special. Now, I feel like we could do that. I don't know if it's going to be Kuminga or Moody or Wiseman, but I feel like the potential's there, and I feel like we should do it now we can start building for the future. What do you think about that? Thanks for taking the call, guys.
Let me make it clear. I'm not saying it's outside the realm of possibility that, Kuminga and Wiseman could be good and be rotation players on a championship team next year. I mean, that as of right now, and I know the roster's going to change, but as of right now, you can't win another title without Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman helping you.
Yeah, okay.
Because they're right now the 7, 8, 9 man.
Yeah, that's what the books say.
So we'll see now. Do they get a veteran in here, like another Otto Porter who comes in? And the reason Otto Porter played last year was because these guys were rookies, Kuminga and Moody. But now they bring somebody else in who fits. But these guys are 1 year into their career. So who plays? Who's better? Who plays the big minutes? That's going to be fun. Going to be absolutely fun. Let's go to City Boy in San Francisco. What's up, City?
Our guy.
Hey, what up, fellas?
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call today.
You sound down.
Yeah, man. What's that?
I said you sound somber.
Oh, no. I'm kind of hot in the car. I've been settling the kids around the city all
I've
day.
been there.
I've been driving around for the last hour. It's like humid today. It's kind of weird. We call it earthquake weather around here, Let's hope not, but But yeah, it's kind of human. Hey, listen, man. First off, I haven't talked to you since the chip. So, hey, congrats to the Warriors. What a just an unbelievable season, and real excited about that. I think the losses that we've taken, as far as GP, Toscano, etc., have been expected. Not that big a deal. I'm really happy for GP2. He came here as a guy that was basically, not going to make an NBA roster, and he made himself $30 million and is a champion. So I'm so happy for GP2. I really like that dude. He plays so hard. He competes. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the salary cap and the tax and how kind of poorly conceived the idea is. And let me tell you why, because I think one of the things the NBA is really suffering is with teams having cohesion and keeping a core together and trading off draft picks like they're worthless, and I want to say, I think the tax needs to be changed, and I'll tell you what I think they should do. I really think that the salary cap should stay the same, and all players on your roster should count against the cap. But I think re-signing players you drafted, I think those players should be exempt from tax. I think that if you draft a player, let's say Draymond Green, a second-round pick, and he turns into a $25-30 million player, like, you should be rewarded for drafting well, and you shouldn't be taxed on dudes that you re-signed that you drafted. And I think that would help keep teams together.
Yeah.
And I think it would also help you be able to sign free agents. And not, like GP2, for instance. We might have signed him if we weren't paying. What's the tax on Curry? I mean, think about for Steph. And I mean, it seems like that hamstring an organization, even one like the Warriors that's printing money. And I think it's kind of it kind of screws up the league. I think the league would be better off that way too. So anyway, that was something I was thinking about. And anyway, hey, Moody too. Just watch, though. Moody is going to be so good. That dude has a slow heartbeat. He's ready to play. And that's my opinion. And anyway, the Warriors core going forward has a bright future. I'm excited for the future. And you guys have a great weekend. Happy 4th of July, too. I hope you have the day off.
Yes, sir,
Back
City Boy. Right back at you.
I wanted to come in, but we're off.
Come in. You can still come in. Nah. I mean, I'm sure you don't have any plans.
I got a family.
No, it's not plans. I have a family, too, but...
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems. I do. And it's not Metro. People telling me I had a Metro phone. That's my problem. Why you
Is it a Metro PCS?
Yeah, right. But
those are nice.
Metro. No, it's not. It's another carrier. Why do people lie to you? And then the guy at the store said, yeah, when you purchase stuff online, you should come in the store because they do it just get commission. Damn. But we'll tell you what to look out for, those minefields that blew up on me. And now I'm hoping, man.
You've been through the ringer.
Shout out to Bill Simmons.
It's been a bad week for you.
No, it has, man.
It has.
Yeah.
Like some of it I'm chuckling about.
Yeah,
no,
for real.
I'm not.
But it started with the wallet loss. But that was Saturday. Did that count? Yep.
You can still feel bad about that.
I do.
Oh man,
yeah,
that's too.
I'm gonna need a scholarship.
Look at this. We got a 3-day weekend coming.
You hear me?
I'm sorry.
I need a scholarship today at the cafeteria.
I've been starting to use a little.
Scully.
I got to.
Dude, what's up with the Pac-10, 12?
Who cares?
That's why we are so. I grew up.
Tell me why
that.
It matters.
Because it was history. It was the Rose Bowl, the Pac-10. Yeah. What are you doing? We're getting too stupid. Everything is about greed and money.
I love it.
Now you're a part. We the West Coast.
That's right.
Who put Pac and Biggie? That should be. Who did? That's what the division should be named. Anyway, that just.
Somebody said it was your boy.
I got a few of them.
Coward.
I'm down on them.
Yeah.
Since the dream.
By the way, just for this one guy on the text line, I may play Brian Windhorst again. I may play the greatest brilliance in TV in the last 3 years.
Saying nothing.
What are you talking about?
He said what you said.
No,
we just take 2 minutes to do
precise. It was. If you're a man of nuance, it was gorgeous. All right, on the other side, I don't think I'm going to play it. I'm just kidding. But we got to talk Warriors. I mean, they are just losing players right and left. What the heck is going on?
I'm a man of nuance.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car.
Steiny, you are one pathetic loser.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why would you do that?
I'm defending you. I'm on YouTube. You're in the comments.
What's somebody that's wrong said?
Kim Love. Steiny being mean today.
Yeah,
I go,
she's
that's
right.
just Steiny.
Is it a
He's a
woman?
nice guy. Yeah.
She's right.
I think it is. Kim Love.
Yeah. Kim, I said, ever since Guru dropped dime that there were times when he tried to get me mad. Every once in a while I try to get him upset.
Yeah. 1 hour left in the week.
I know.
It's the
Day's
weekend.
going
Watch
so
out,
slow.
baby.
Don't you think this day's going slow?
I'm
the show's
loving
going
it. We
slow as molasses.
Please.
Well, that's
How'd
right. You didn't
yesterday
work
go?
yesterday. That's one of the reasons probably you're faster.
Why would I laugh at that? But I believe you. That damn Guru.
I'll tell you what.
I hated yesterday.
I know the boss is off.
I talked to him.
He's coming. You're that kind of guy. You bother the boss when he's on vacation. It just says it all. It really does. It says it all about Guru. He texts the boss when he knows the boss is on vacation.
I was typing. I said, he's on vacation.
Yeah.
Leave the man
and
alone.
Said, and you did it anyway. Yeah, but everybody thinks you're nicer than me. But you'll text the boss on vacation. I wouldn't think of that.
That's inside baseball.
I wouldn't think of
laughing.
That. I would be saying, what,
when you're
Matt?
the boss, you really don't get a vacation.
Let me tell you something.
That's why you
because
get the
reason you're texting the boss on vacation is because you want something. You want something. And you couldn't wait 3 more days. I wanted to text the boss, too. I got pressing issues. But you know what?
Yeah,
they're my pressing issues.
You're making me feel bad.
Well,
and his response, I read
working.
it like he was saying that, I'm on vacation without saying it. Anyway.
Let's go to Chris. Chris is on the 101, wants to talk free agency. Hey, buddy. Yes. All right. Ted is in Pacifica. What's going on, Ted? How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I had to go to the Trader Joe's parking lot now, so I think I'm in Daly City. But
all right.
Good to hear you guys. I was thinking about GP2 and the Warriors, they come off a win. They ran through the regular season a little lackadaisical, a little casual with the ball.
Okay.
I think they're going to go into the Moda Center, and I think Gary Payton he might set the all-time steals record. Poole and Curry, like Matthews has out his mouth. Gary Payton might put up like 10 points, 14 steals, trying to earn that money. What do you guys think?
See, now that to me is an amusing
I see
call.
you, Chuck. Look.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
That's kind of fun. Of course, I know it hurts your feelings because what Ted was saying, it was Ted, right?
Yeah.
What Ted was saying was, Warriors treat the ball like, Texas football on a rainy day.
Wow.
And so, he's liable to get 14 steals. But
good.
then people realize, wait.
He's one of
he's insulting Steph Curry. That's not cool.
And that's died down. The Steph supporters are protectors. You think I'm the leader of the fan club?
You're the leader of the pack.
When you're at his status, you don't need protection. That's what you don't get.
Exactly. You were exactly right.
KD needs.
He's not a porcelain doll. Hey, should I throw some free agents at you?
Yeah.
The Warriors interested?
I've been waiting
I'm just
on
looking
this.
at the A's and their fascinating names. How about LaMarcus Aldridge?
Oh, is he still? Yeah.
Carmelo Anthony.
I'm down.
How about Ryan Arcidiacono?
Who he play for?
How about Trevor Ariza?
Please.
He's 62.
I told you he out there in dress shoes.
How about DJ Augustin?
I always liked him. Mm-hmm. They don't need a backup point. You said it's Poole.
Kent Bazemore, your guy.
He's coming.
DeAndre Bembry. Oh, Bismack Biyombo.
Bembry is on the Raptors, if I'm correct.
Some great names here. Not really.
I want Iguodala.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Thomas
Not
Bryant,
really.
Fernando Campazzo.
Where's Austin Rivers?
See Michael Carter Williams. He's down at the R's, I'm sure. I'm going through it alphabetically.
That's pretty funny.
That's not bad. Let me see. Tyler Quinn Cook's probably out there. Ed Davis. How about Eddie D? Eddie Davis.
What about our boy Fall? Can you go to the
Taco
Fs?
Fall?
Yeah.
No.
He'd be under the Fs.
Yeah.
Oh, let me see who else. Dante DiVincenzo. Ooh, he smells like a warrior.
I guess he was out in sack after they brought in Monk, huh?
Doesn't he?
Competitor.
I like him.
Yeah.
I liked him since Villanova.
Oh, PJ Dozier? Oh, not DJ. Never mind. Dragic, too expensive.
What happened? Well, ain't nothing happened to him. He just can't stay healthy.
There's a guy in the NBA named David Duke Jr. Yeah.
Okay.
You think I'm kidding? I'm not.
Can I give you the team?
Played for the Nets.
Oh, I was about to guess it.
Yeah. Let's go to Bobby. Bobby's in the East Bay. I'm going to look more free agents. Wayne Ellington. How you doing, Bobby?
Yo, what's up? What's up, fellas?
Yes, you got it.
I don't know if this has been brought up, but hypothetically, let me ask you, I want your both opinions on this. Would you not mortgage the future and the young players? Let's say it would take, this is in relation to the KD, asking out. I would do a combination of a Poole, JK, couple first-round picks. Obviously it'd be mortgaging our future, but wouldn't you do it for a guarantee? It's almost guaranteed 2 extra championships, which would bring that 4 number for Steph Curry and the core 3 up to 6, and that Jordan category. I know we're probably going to be, pretty bad afterwards, but you can't tell me that's something you guys aren't thinking about. I want to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
I addressed this yesterday, Guru.
I missed it. Usually I tune in.
Right, so you didn't hear it?
When you mortgage the future, only
so what do you
gamblers.
Think? What do you think?
I don't like that at all. And I don't like the prospect of mortgaging the future.
Okay, but hold
That's
on.
too risky.
Okay, but let's go through it.
All right.
You're Bob Myers and the phone rings, and it's Sean Marks.
Okay.
And he says, hey, Bob, I know this is going to sound crazy, but you got any interest in bringing Kevin Durant back via a trade? Bob, are you there? This is Sean Marks.
Yeah, I have no.
Bob,
yeah. This is.
Did you? Do I need to start over?
I'm shocked by the call. Sorry, Bobby.
Well, you shouldn't be. Do you follow the league?
I was watching the Kardashians,
do you even follow the
Bobby,
league?
And that's what you want our team to turn into if we bring Kevin back. So I'm a politely decline. We just want a chip. I like what we have here. Hey, Bobby, good luck to you, and tell the wife I said hello.
Okay, can I?
No,
can I be Bob?
Coming back.
Can I be Bob Myers?
Yeah, right.
All right, call me.
Hey, Bob, how you doing? It's Bobby.
Hey, Sean.
It's Sean.
Hey, Sean, how you doing?
I'm all right. How's it going?
What's going on?
All right. You, as you probably heard, we're looking to move Kevin. Any interest?
I mean, he's one of the best players in the NBA. Of course, I'd have interest.
Well, I know that. That's why I'm calling. Any interest, Bob?
I haven't hung up the phone, have I, Sean?
Okay, so we're looking and we've been talking. Kind of let you know what's going on behind the scenes. Jordan Poole, Kuminga, we really like that kid in this future.
Okay.
Andrew Wiggins, obviously, he'd have to be included.
So you want Wiggins, you want Poole, and you want Kuminga.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Kevin.
We got 12 hours.
I'll tell you what. That's actually plenty of time in the NBA.
Okay.
Let me tell you our situation here in Golden State. I don't know if you know this. We're the defending champions.
Well, congrats, Bob.
Now, we have young players here we like. 3 of them in particular, Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. Clearly, you don't study rosters of other teams. I cannot give up all 3 of those and would prefer to only give up one of those guys.
Well, then you don't want Kevin. And that's why I called Bob, because I thought maybe you'd want to reunite. But
there's
it's
one of the things.
Price.
One of the things
we want a Hall,
right? And I get. So, do you want to? I can give you a Hall of Famer. Would you like Draymond Green?
No.
Draymond Green can be the anchor of your defense.
I just told you, and we left out Moody.
Draymond Green. I'll give you Kuminga, and I'll give you. I might give you. Let me talk to Joe about Jordan Poole.
Well, there is no might. He's a must in this package. Okay, so the 3 I just gave you.
No, I'm not. I can't give you Poole, Kuminga, and Wiggins.
Bob, we're talking about Kevin Durant, a guy you went to 3 straight championships with.
Okay, well, you can feel free to move him to any other team.
Oh, I got the number.
Okay,
you're not the only one I'm talking to, Bob.
Because I'll knock you out.
Yeah, okay. When I see you,
I'll tell you what. Why don't we do this?
What?
Because I know you're desperate. You're going to take Draymond Green from us if we can't have. Listen, I can't bring Kevin back with Draymond here.
Well,
okay, and Draymond Green, I don't know, he's a Hall of Famer.
That's not. We don't.
It's a three-time.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And when was that?
That's it.
2000 win.
Let's talk.
The podcast and all that. We don't want any of that here.
Okay.
You heard our demand.
It's over. Okay,
I'll text you.
The bit's over,
dude. I just know
the bit's over.
If that was my big, I didn't audition. I didn't get it. I didn't get the name right first. They ain't taking Dre.
Probably not. I wouldn't give up Wiggins and Poole and Kuminga. Back to Wiggins.
Wiggins, Poole, and Wiseman for Durant, Seth, and Claxton. Yeah, that's from the text.
I do. I mean.
I told JD. Back here? Did y'all tell?
I told JD, like, my feeling is I don't think things are as acrimonious as everybody thinks between Durant and.
Well, they did a podcast together saying as much, Steiny.
I actually don't think it's the craziest thing in the world, believe it or not. And
would that be a knife in the back to Wiggins, though?
I actually. So what?
See that? And that's how you. Yeah.
It's a knife in the back to Bogut, knife in the back to Barnes. Sometimes they just knife Payton in the back. Not really, but I mean,
I hear what you're saying.
You gotta. I mean,
ain't no love.
Listen, is it going to happen? No, but I tell you what, I would.
Wow.
I think crazier things have happened. Get Kevin Durant back.
Could you?
Yes, I actually can kind of imagine it. If I have to be completely and utterly honest,
yeah, man. And I talk about that 747 that Curry turned around from China or wherever he was coming back from and went to New York to try to stop Durant or see what was up, if he could have any influence in changing that decision. So them two are good, are great. And if you're telling me what Dre and KD did on the podcast, how they laughed about everybody thought they were at odds, you are right, Steiny. Crazier things have happened. We've seen guys come back to, certain places for the second time. But the Warriors just won with a formula. So what would the message be? Oh, well, we had this formula that we went back. We should have got 3.
There you go.
Wow.
We were the best team in 2016. We didn't win it, and we went out and got Durant. We're the best team in 2022. Let's go out and get Durant.
And my question to you is, I don't think Brooklyn, they might not win it, but they wouldn't be bad. You pull Ben Simmons, Poole, whoever going, Joe Harris, who we sending, Wiseman. I mean, they'd be interested. Dude,
I'm going to tell you something. If I could get Durant and lose Draymond.
Oh, that's something I think, Steiny, man. And that ain't no shade at Dre. I know.
Yeah, I don't. This is the thing. I mean, it's not.
You better be careful.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, Stephen A. It's not going to happen, so we shouldn't talk about it. But I would definitely, unless here's the thing: we don't know exactly how. Maybe Bob Myers would be like, cannot do that. There's 3 reasons or 5 reasons you don't even know about why we can't do that.
All right.
And
that's more than enough.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, there may be water under the bridge that's just irreconcilable. But I'm just saying, if all things being equal,
I'll tell you this:
I would not dismiss it out of hand. I'm sorry, I wouldn't. And you call me crazy. That's fine.
No, I think you thought you were going to get more of a pushback from me. What Kevin Durant did for Bob Myers, Joe Lacob, and company, by allowing D'Lo to do, I don't think that ever gets lost. And if what we're talking about is not as toxic or even as bad as we think, that wouldn't be the craziest thing to ever happen. And you got the best season, I'll say, from Wiggins. Why, and now you get to turn him into Durant. Like, we know what Durant's going to be and what he's being. I mean, a big part of next year is can Wiggins, and I'm not saying he can't. I'm excited to see it if he's on board, but can he live up to what he did last year? Man, crazier things that happen. I hate you got me thinking that now.
408 Steiny. No way they're bringing back Durant. I know. I'm just having fun on a Friday. All right, look, I'm going to be at the bar in 45 minutes. All right? It's pretty simple.
But then, you give your future away. That's the fun of winning the way they did now.
That's the point. You have 4 players right now who are 22 or younger, who you think are all pretty good.
Okay.
Getting rid of 2 is not losing all the youngsters. It's getting rid of 2 of the 4.
True.
I mean, as of right now, and I get it. Poole had a heck of a year. But next year, there's going to be 4 players that you expect in your top 7 or 8 of the rotation, and 3 of them are 20 or under. One of them hasn't played at all in a year and a half. One of them is extremely raw.
Wow.
I mean,
There's 29 other teams in the league outside of Brooklyn. How many you think have called about KD?
Wait, the other teams that have called?
Yeah, of the 29 other teams, how many you think have called the Nets about? I got to say 25.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd think less than that because, Orlando's
picking up the phone.
Orlando's not calling.
Okay.
I mean, Orlando's not calling.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Sacramento ain't calling. Well, Sacramento probably.
Lay off. They got J Street.
My point is that Sacramento, I shouldn't say, they're dumb enough to call. I wouldn't even call if I'm Sac.
Right.
But they're,
closed mouth don't get fed, Steiny.
I got you. Let's go to you're guaranteed to have 2 more championships with KD and then Curry's. I know. That's kind of what I think. That's why I'm not just dismissing it out of hand. You get KD back here, now you are the That's what if
I'm glad
you get KD back here
to this third hour.
Boom.
Man.
And now your boy Steph's got 6.
But he has a list. The Warriors weren't on it.
He's got 6.
The Warriors weren't on it.
That's because he didn't think to put them all. He forgot.
No, it was Phoenix and Miami.
Let's go to Mark. He wants to keep the youngsters. He wants to keep all the youngsters. All the youngsters. What's up, Mark? How you doing, buddy? I'm just messing.
I'm doing good, fellas. Yeah, I'm really excited about the way the Warriors are building this team. I mean, we could make a run for the next 3 or 4 years with these young guys developing. I think we're in a good place. And even Kerr said he knows our Warrior team's going to be better next year, and that's as is right now.
Do you? You know what?
I'm excited.
I'd like to not press him on that, but I wonder why he thinks that right now.
Because he knows what he's seen in a short sample size from them guys, and now they're going to. And what did you say about when we were talking about the MVP? Steiny, the regular season's not the playoffs, but there's more regular season than the playoffs.
That's true.
I'm just saying, Moody looked good. So did Kuminga at times. And you got another.
It doesn't matter, but I'll tell. Okay, I got to see what the Warriors do. All right, for the rest of the season. I mean, for the rest of the offseason. Because they're going to get a player or 2 in here where we go, that's interesting.
Nobody that you didn't read from on that list, because that was kind of.
I only got through the C's. I think.
Etwan Moore.
I kind of like him, but you know what?
He ain't bad.
Again, I don't think they're going to go. I don't know. I think they just are like, Steph's going to play 33 minutes, and when he's not on the court, Poole will be on the court in some way. I might be wrong.
I mean,
I'll tell you what. Let me tell you something. Here was a bad little free agent signing. If you're a Warrior fan wanting to keep the elites, Milwaukee getting Joe Ingles.
I saw that.
Yeah,
but he tore his what?
Yeah, but he
No, I get you, and he can let him fly. But
although he's getting old,
I don't want to over dramatize this. But you talk about
you want Durant back.
No, Porter Jr. was a perfect fit to this Warrior team. Like when they made the sign, I was like, he worked out perfect. Gary Payton, Steiny, was a perfect fit. So now you're not just talking about replacing the guys just with a body. It's what they're bringing to the table. So
tell you who you get at. You can get Frank Kaminsky,
Serge Ibaka.
Now Serge, Steiny, they don't have a Serge.
Here's the problem. You're thinking of Serge Ibaka from 2018. No, I don't know about Serge Ibaka.
I don't know what he's got. Man, God, I always liked him. He just fell in love with the 3, but he wasn't healthy for Toronto either.
Oh, we could bring Rodney Magruder here so Draymond would have somebody to fight. Remember when Draymond picked on Rodney Magruder?
I love it!
Greg Monroe.
The lefty.
He's only 32.
Dude, he felt like he's 42.
Oh, how about Markieff Morris?
I'm always in on the Morris twins.
Yeah.
You brought up Rodney. I'm going back now. This hashtag random. How good, in your estimation, and I'm not telling you before you answer, he was a star. Just answer it. Rodney Rogers.
What about him?
How good was he? Did you ever once think, okay, he's got a shot to be an all-star? Or you always knew, you know what?
Really?
I was kind of thought he was going to be the next Scotty for a minute. Mick who?
Now, why would you like him more than
he was a big dude.
He shot threes.
Yeah, he could handle the rock, could throw his weight around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know him?
Oh, I know he's in a wheelchair right now.
Who?
Rodney Rogers.
Oh, man.
Oh, he was in a really, really, really bad car
Steiny, I didn't
accident.
know that, man.
Yeah. No, I mean.
Yeah, wow.
Let's go to Scott. Scott's in Marin. Hey, Scott, what's going on, man?
Hey, fella, how you doing?
All right.
I'm really excited for next season. I know losing GP2 is a big blow, for his unique abilities, but I really think that a couple things. Moody, I think, is going to be a player. I think everything I've seen of this kid, he's smart. I think he's going to be an excellent 3-point. I think he's going to be a big piece of the. I think he's farther.
I think we're losing my. Yeah, it's a bad connection.
Is there anybody out there that's doubting Moody? Like, of course, that was the thing ain't even in the oven yet, or maybe the meal is in the oven. The pies are.
What are you trying to get at?
The cake's in the oven. Is there anybody out there that doesn't like what they see?
In who? Moody?
Moody. His reach, the long arms. I mean, his ability to shoot. I watched the whole clutch thing on BET thinking, okay, yeah, you ain't going to get much run. You submitted to Steiny, this dude can be a player.
Do you know how much open space he plays with because of Curry? How about that one game he had like 20 where they didn't guard him?
Was that Dallas?
And I can't hold it against the guy.
Was that Dallas?
Yeah. I can't hold it against the guy who scores when he's... But this is what I mean. Can he take a guy off the dribble?
See, I don't put that past him.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Wow.
I have no idea.
Okay.
All right? I've also heard he's not... Like, when you talk about Wiseman and Kuminga, he's not in that group athleticism-wise. It's just some stuff I'm hearing. But, yeah.
Now, I don't see that. I would say...
But that doesn't mean he wasn't good his first year. And, yes, he looks very mature. He looks solid.
And
maybe he's a guy
is where I'm more enamored at than the offensive end.
Moody, see, this is what I mean.
Okay, what you got?
Are you texting in here?
No.
Moody is the next Ron Artest.
No, that's terrible. They're not
something
even built
you might
the
say
same.
off the top of your head.
Now, that hurts. You thought I was sitting that in. That's like saying it's Batman, Robin Yount. That was dude. That was.
I don't get it.
One's a baseball player, the other's a superhero. Yeah, I don't get it either.
All right.
I'm fighting for my life.
Utah, I'm trying to help you out here. Oh, yeah. Utah's traded Rudy Gobert to the
Who'd they get
Minnesota
back?
Timberwolves. Malik Beasley, Patrick Beverly.
Who will get bought out.
Somebody else, a couple other guys.
I wonder if Beverly could go back to the Clippers.
Does it feel like I'm hating on the Warriors' young core?
Like, who types that?
Some horse's ass. I'm not hating on the Warriors' core. Just not. I'm not coronating.
No, you pointed
Kuminga
out.
as an 11-time All-Star when he's not even 20. And I'm not penciling them in as NBA champions just because they're playing with NBA champions. Got a lot to see. I like what I see in them. Don't crown them. Not yet, anyway. Hey, Kenny Mayne has joined the Odyssey family with his new podcast, Hey Mayne. Each week, Kenny will talk to someone he knows a little bit, but he's fascinated by a lot. Athletes, musicians, celebrities, and just about anyone else. Download Hey Mayne on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. You got to finish a sentence.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in
fighting for my life.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Dow, the Guru Johnson with you. 30 minutes till the weekend, a long weekend at that. And then, I don't know about you, but I'll be taking some time off in the next 6 weeks or so.
Enjoy yourself.
Oh, my God.
Enjoy yourself.
What are you doing?
The Ray Rattle rubbing off on
Your
me.
job is to talk on the radio.
Now, the times you butcher the stuff, I
haven't butchered like that. What's going on? Has there been a procedure change?
No, I got a splinter in my hand and it's bothering me, so I turned it off.
Because this has been about 5 times
Dude,
this
it might
week.
be 6. Your mic's still squeaking. I'll bring a WD-40 Monday. It's Tuesday. Hey, where are you going when you do leave? Out of Cali or just you?
I'm going to Canada for 2 weeks.
Nothing more depressing taking a vacation, but it's a staycation. You don't go anywhere.
You know what?
Then you're listening to me and whoever, JD.
No, you know what though? Once in a while, a staycation is okay.
It's like I can be at work.
I kind of like it.
Yeah.
Like for example, so next week I'm going to Tahoe for 4 days. And then I have 3 more days off. And I thought I was going to go to Vegas. I might not go.
Vegas?
Yeah, I might not. I don't know. But it's like, so if I don't go, okay, I'll just go home and play golf 3 straight days.
Well, there you go. I ain't mad at you.
So, anyway. You want to get to some calls?
Let's do it.
All right, let's go to...
Show of the people.
Yeah, let's get to Kev in Pleasanton. What's up, Kev? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I haven't talked to you guys since the first game the Warriors lost in the finals, and Guru was tripping hard, and I called in and said, look, the only way
I actually remember.
the Warriors could lose.
Dead serious. I remember.
I said the only way the Warriors could lose was if Steve Kerr tricked off the lineup, right? Because basically we scored 2 baskets for every one of their baskets, so we'll just outshoot them. And that's what ended up happening. I also predicted that. I said we could win 3 more ships in the next 5 years with this formula. We have basically the same core of guys, and you got Moody, Kuminga, and Poole. That's a reincarnation of baby threesome that we have with Draymond, Clay, and Curry. So, with that being said, it's a formula, guys. So, we stick with the formula. We'll continue to make it happen. By the way, Draymond is playing everybody. He's doing shock jock stuff. And I don't know if you guys saw him. He was on CNN. He's planning his career later on. So,
gotcha.
Go Warriors. Love you guys. You're a great show.
Thanks, Kev. Well, appreciate that, man.
I missed him on CNN.
I'm sure we missed him on 7 of his 23 appearances.
No, I'm not mad at.
Remember when? You know what though?
To what expense?
You know what though? The caller, great point. Because remember when Draymond said, "I told Bob, I'm going down to L.A. to watch LeBron get the scoring record."
I think that was the word.
And then everyone's like, "Oh my God!" And then 2 days later, he goes, "If you thought that I was really going to do that, you guys you don't even deserve the da 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 da." So you know what? Like that's Draymond's tell right there. And what was the name of the caller? Kev. Kev, you're exactly right. And that was a tell. Everything Draymond says. Everything he says is like...
It's not, okay.
Whatever. Okay.
It's Bobby Brown.
He might believe it, he might not.
It's his
He might have conviction about it, he doesn't. Yeah.
But you can't
Doesn't mean
speak for
anything he
Steph
wants to.
Clay and the rest of the team and the organization.
He can speak for anybody he
But
wants
we
to.
can speculate. You can't say that they love this.
Doesn't matter. He's Draymond Green. And you think I'm kidding? I'm not. He's Draymond Green.
I mean, it's his life.
That's right. And he's already shown us how he lives it. You ask him a question, he's giving you an answer. You don't like the answer, don't it? You don't like the answer, don't ask him the question. It's what people love about him. Some people love about him.
Well, I'll say this, Dre, if you're listening, I don't know when you do the next podcast.
You're gonna say you better be careful?
No, you better speak on the possibilities of KD coming back. Would you be down? Like Brandy. How can I be licking Steiny?
Kobe's prom day.
Man, I saw them.
Kobe. Let's go to Richard in Millbrae. Hey, Richard, how you doing, man?
How you doing? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
we got
sir.
you.
Okay, yeah. I have a comment about the fan that just called. He said that the guy Poole and I guess Kuminga and whatever, that'll be a reincarnation of Curry and Thompson and Draymond.
Right.
And, that's just an idiot. Because you're going to say Steph Curry can be replaced by one of those guys. This guy is Curry's a Hall of Famer, generational player. And to say the next guy up is going to replace Curry and be the reincarnation, that's an idiot fan. I mean, I go back to Chicago. I grew up in Chicago. And that would be me like saying when Jordan left that the next gen role player is going to be a Michael Jordan. That's just a ridiculous fan talking now like you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. That's my comment.
Richard, you know what? Thanks for the call.
He got some of you in him.
Exactly. Now I want to,
but that doesn't mean it can't happen.
I want to elaborate on what Richard said
because the Celtics ain't
because Richard
Bird.
Is not talking about most fans, but he is talking about the small percentage of fans that often have the loudest voice and drive me crazy. He's exactly right.
But who's saying what he? Nobody's saying Moody or Kuminga are going to be the next Curry.
Yes, they are.
Oh,
the assumption, maybe not the next, but the assumption is that Poole, Kuminga, and Wiseman have a head start to being championship players than
Scotty
other
Bone.
guys.
All right,
and now if you want to say, well, they do play with Curry, that's one thing. I'm talking about their ability, they've had a nice start to their careers, but being a championship player is so much different than a good start to a career. And I agree. We don't know whether Kuminga and Wiseman can be a piece on a championship team. We don't. I mean, what if Kuminga is what if Wiseman's injury prone his whole career? What if he's soft? What if he doesn't have a killer instinct in him? What if Kuminga is a prima donna? What if Kuminga never gets a left hand? What if Kuminga just doesn't like to play defense? These guys.
Because those can also be what if those pan out, but I
fine,
get it.
But then they're not going to be Curry, Clay, and Draymond.
Yeah.
They're never being replaced, guys. There's not going to be another Curry, Clay, and Draymond. Never.
And they're not fronting like they're trying to be that. Those young men. They're trying to be the best version of themselves, but I don't think Moody's in the gym. I mean, you get inspired by seeing what those guys are, but they ain't trying to duplicate it or replicate it.
And also, this is part of the pressure that comes with success. To me, already, I can tell. Kuminga and Wiseman particularly, their expectation and Poole, it's sky high.
Right. Pressure.
But guess what? Curry and those guys have won, they won 3 titles before this year. I mean, what if Wiseman's just okay?
I understand you.
And we've seen, he could be good, he could be bad, he could be great. Gary's in Daly City. What's up, Gary?
How you guys doing? In a passive Civic Auditorium. Go for Durant. You go for, it's like buying Apple stock. You buy Apple stock at a good price. You go for Durant. You don't go on what could be, might be, should be. You go for Kevin Durant. And don't just shove off Patrick Beverly. I know you probably lead the league in technicals, but you're going to need an alpha dog that just replaced maybe a quieter alpha dog that just left. And believe you me, you go against Morant and Memphis and the Clippers and those teams. You need a guy like him. Maybe Steve Kerr have to swallow. They'll lead the league in techs, like I said. But you need somebody like that. He's a shutdown guy. He's got his negatives. We all know that. But you need people like that, and they'll be lining up the teams assigned the minimum veterans just to get a ring. If you go get Kevin Durant, period.
Thanks, Gary.
David West did.
Oh,
thank you.
Yes, sir. It's just something about Beverly. I don't, and it's not.
But you sung his praises during this series with Memphis.
One series.
You were like, Goo, I was hard on him. He does.
I don't want Beverly.
You gave him the biggest compliment. You said he won him a game because he was in there causing ruckus, being Draymond, a miniature Draymond. Not leading the break, but you gave him some love. That's why I'm shocked.
I can give somebody some love and not want him on my team.
I ain't used to it, but I hear you.
Great. You caught me on a game where I don't think he stunk. I just don't. I don't think he's. You want to talk about somebody who's going to be left alone? What was his 3-point percentage? Beverly's.
I got to believe 32%. That's my guess.
That's not very good.
Magic Johnson. I'm going to look it up. But they faster than me back there. But
if you were Brooklyn, would you trade KD? Yes. Absolutely.
What if I told you Patrick Beverly's a 38% career three-point shooter?
Oh, my God!
That would surprise me.
I can picture him now walking back after he hits.
I mean, one of the reasons is because he...
I'm sorry, Pat.
All he does is take open ones.
30,
good for him.
Hey, he makes
Go get Patrick Beverly.
Yeah.
How does he average a game?
Is he?
About 9.
So how do you afford him?
That's the thing.
Well, I guess if he gets bought out. Shaka's in Berkeley.
Oh,
What's
man.
going on, Shaka? How you doing, man?
Man, what's up, man? Hey, man, I think Patrick Beverly would be a nice addition.
All right.
You know, just to have a dog like that on the team, I think we're going to get him because I know we need him. He's not the athlete that Payton is, but he's, you know, with the wisdom, I think it'll help our team. I think our 3 youngsters are going to grow into their roles. And it's like the Boston Celtics culture back in the day. It was Havlicek, Cousy, and we got the Nate Archibald and Dave Cowan. Then we got the Heinsohn, and then with the Bill Walton and Bird and McHale. It's the culture, so I think they'll be able to slide in. And I think if they average 10 points a game, all 3 of them will win another championship. You got to speak on the culture thing. And I want to say one thing before I go, man. You got to stop hating on Draymond, man. I mean, and it's just my opinion. It's just that I wouldn't want KD back because whatever they got through on the sidelines, well, they could have had a fight. They could have fought at the end of the game and got it over with, and he could have stayed on the team. So this circus coming back and forth, I don't think that we need that. But I want to say one thing. Before Draymond came around here, we had 1 championship, 1975, with Rick Barry and Clifford Ray and them. So he's brought 4 championships. Whatever he wants to do with his career when it's over, he has that ability because this is America, the greatest country in the world. So he can be what he wants to be when he finishes. It's like, you know, so I think that's kind of, you know, he's playing the game at a high level. And he should be able to say what he wants to say. Like they told LeBron, shut up and play basketball. I mean, he should be able to say he won a championship. He did his work. He won the second game that everybody's not forgetting now. Remember this, when we were down 1-0 and Guru, we were all about to, you know, commit suicide or whatever. When we were losing, and here goes Draymond taking the ball. And so fast, we forget so fast around here. I guess that was winning does that. All right, man.
Right on, Shaka. Yep.
Appreciate it, Shaka. I don't dislike Draymond.
And Draymond said to the masses and us and Kevin Durant, that didn't look fake to me. I know I'm not saying I want it, but now the possibilities of could it really happen? It ain't, oh, my God, he's coming back. So they're good if we take them at their word.
Patrick Beverly set to make $13 million. So if he gets bought out.
And he's the type of guy, I'm just judging him on ESPN.
You know what?
Like he wouldn't take no discount. Like that number means something to him. He's that type dude, Steiny.
I mean, I am surprised. I'm surprised he's a 38% three-point shooter. He's a non-scorer, though. That's what it is more. He's a guard.
So he's Looney and Dre.
Exactly. That's exactly who he is, except he's a guard. And that's who he is.
But could he be a replacement for Gary Payton II?
Gary Payton could score, man.
Well, he's not that versatile defensively. I mean, Gary Payton can guard multiple positions.
Man, Gary Payton.
And you know what? I'll bet you Payton shot it just as well as Beverly from 3. And had a way higher overall percentage than Beverly. And I get they're not the same player.
But it still doesn't take the shock of value away from him being at 38. That's almost Wiggins territory. Bad Bill.
Go to Julian in Sunnyvale. Hey, Julian, how you doing, man?
Oh, doing good, man. Doing good. You know, doing my deliveries over here.
Cool.
First off, just want to say, you know, congratulations to GP2 getting his contract. You know, he secured the bag.
Sure.
At JTA, thank you for doing our things over here. You know, you're a champ, so, you know, doing the thing. KD, man, I got to say, I do not want that guy back in here in the team. You know, it's just like that crazy ex, you know. We, you know, have some good terms, but, you know, you got to chip and, you know, do your thing. And on Moody, too, you know, he's an uprising star. You know, I remember back at that game when he played against Denver, he had a 30-point game. So, you know, it's just going to come in time. You know, it's going to come in a little bit of time. Let them do their thing, play it out. And, you know, if we don't run it back next year, there's always 2024. You know, so you know, sometimes you got to go out with the old and in with the new. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, appreciate the call.
No 2024, though, Donnie. We don't want to hear that.
Why? Don't be scared, dog.
Wow, 2024.
So what he's saying is if we don't win it next year, we'll win it in 2024. I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
I need to see why we don't win in 23.
I don't care how.
What if these guys, these youngsters don't go through puberty?
I don't care how you don't win it next year if you're telling me you win it in 2024.
That'll be fine.
Draymond guaranteed 3 of the next 4.
See, can we get that clip? Because did the last one count?
No.
When he says that we're going to win 3 out of the next 4, did he mean?
Oh, you know what?
The first one is the one we just. Because if it's the second one, now I am going to say.
Might be. No, he was on
smoking.
He said they don't want us to effing win it.
Who doesn't?
Draymond, the world. Remember, you like they better not let us win it. That's when This 3 or 4
is what bothers me. Is like the Warriors are probably the most liked and well-loved team globally.
Right.
So they're not hated. Yes, there's a percentage of people that don't like the Warriors, and they're the same percentage of people that don't like the team that wins in any sport.
But they got a bunch. I'm putting Dre in here, too. They got a balance of, okay, he's the loudmouth, and then you got the good Eddie Haskells.
Okay.
So everybody loved Muhammad Ali, and he was boisterous.
Everybody did not love Muhammad Ali. Everybody did not love Muhammad Ali when he was alive, doing his thing. I mean, it's just. It's a shame.
Wow.
What do we got here, Evan?
Damn, Steiny, we got 11 minutes.
I even forget what sound I asked for.
What sound about the clock.
I think you started to see it then, that growth, and like, oh man, nobody can stop this dude now. And I think that really changed the complexity of our organization, and I'm pretty certain that's why we'll win 3 of the next 4 NBA championships.
Oh, so this one didn't count.
I don't know. It was, to me, that's still ambiguous because he could say we're going to win 3 of the next 4. He could have meant the one 3 days ago.
He also was specifically talking about Steph and Curry being the reason for that. So, like, if Steph got hurt or something, there's the out for Draymond because he's putting it all on Steph's shoulders.
Yeah,
he's calling his own shot for Steph.
That is true, he is.
Ask me the highlight of this week for me.
What's the highlight of the week
on our
for you,
show,
buddy?
On our show. Oh, you are. Ian Spadoni and everybody else. And I mean this. Draymond saying what he said about Curry not getting the shot.
Yeah.
We can all take it, process it differently. I know how I took it. And then him saying that Steph was the system. Those don't match. Or can 2 things be true that's not how he...
2 things can be true.
Okay, but
those 2 things can be true.
The way I live my life and where I come from, when he said Steph was the system, it was point Curry to the world.
Definitely.
Like, Dre, that's what I'm talking about.
It was.
Come here. Dad.
It was.
And then when you say
but the system,
he wasn't at this time after a 2-time MVP,
well, if he's the system,
get a shot. You know what I mean? I was like, wow.
Like, what can't you process? It's the easiest thing to process.
Tell me. Break it down.
Steph was the system in 16, and he's the system in 2022. But he's better, so the system is better. It's a walk-off. It's not that hard. Come on now.
I'm looking at it. They can't see me. Well, the people can. Now, you know what I mean. Like,
I just explained it to you.
So that don't take away from Steph in 16 or even 15.
But because
if
you're not going to let Nick Wright spoil it, why would you let Draymond Green?
All right.
And I just told you. Thank goodness for Kev.
Right.
Draymond just talks. That's all he does is he talks. He talks.
Well, I got
and
friends
some of
and
his
family
stuff's
that
right
talk.
on the money.
Yeah.
And some of his stuff
All
is
right.
off.
All right.
And some of his stuff is outlandish. And some of it's clever. And some of it's juvenile. And some of it's immature.
But give me this. I wasn't the only one that raised an eyebrow at those comments.
Sure. And we'll be raising another eyebrow at something Draymond said next week.
There it is.
How much time we got here?
Dude, I'm ready.
For what?
The cafeteria.
I'm out.
2 minutes.
Oh, boy.
You're,
That's a lot.
I ain't going to act like I care. Be out then.
Let's face it. I'm the straw that stirs the drink. If I don't go,
Oh, see, this is.
It's
You're
like-
being Draymond.
exactly.
Like, who would
Listen.
think, but it's true.
Listen, if I say right now, hey guys, I got to go right home. Do you
He and I
realize?
have broken
do you-
bread without
do you
you.
know? Do you know how hurtful
And
and how
Ratto,
hard
too.
it is to watch your guys' shoulders droop?
Fine. This is
It's just so sad. And I don't. So that's why, yeah, I'm not gonna.
But for your mind to go there, how did
Yeah.
it feel? Like,
Well, it's 'cause-
wow. Just stop on the way home and get yourself your own flowers. Just sit them in the car next to you and say, you a bad dude, Steiny.
I look at Weir all the
Are
time
you
and say,
hearing
you're a
this?
great person, Matt.
Oh, my God.
Don't let anybody say you're not. You're a good person. Keep working on yourself.
Why
Try
would
to
you
get
keep
better.
score of how you, wow. I'm speechless.
You're not perfect, Steiny, but the thing I
Damn.
respect about you, and I mean me, is I'm working hard to try to be a better person every day.
408, what do you guys talk about when you go out? Life. We don't talk shop.
Same damn thing.
We don't talk shop.
How much we got here?
About a minute. No, I was going to say it's funny because, I actually felt the same way on Wednesday when Guru said he was going to come to Old Ship, and then he didn't. My shoulders did droop a little bit, Goo.
Oh, man. I had stuff going on.
That we did. Also, coming up next, Lucas Alexander in for Damon with Ray Ratto from 3 to 6 with Nick Friedel joining him for all 3 hours. Tim Bontemps at 5:15.
Can they play? We got to get the cut of the guy doing Nick. You got to play that.
I'd
for
rather
Nick.
play Windhorst again.
Oh, my God. We
That
can do
was
it
brilliant.
You don't
radio.
believe that. You already said it. That's why I love it.
You know what?
He said
Windhorse's thing
I love him.
separates the contenders from the pretenders. Anybody who doesn't get it
I get it.
is
Dude,
like
they were waiting.
15 and 67 team. Right, because they didn't get it. With all due respect,
I
it looked
got
like the
it.
B team in there. It looked like
Right, no, he
the
did.
blue
They
squad.
did. Oh, that's
you
true.
know, when Dean Smith had the
Oh,
blue and white
man.
squad, the blue squad was whatever the second team was.
It was vacation
All right,
time.
have a great weekend, everybody. I'm serious.
Can you get him another beer?
NBA free agency is in full swing. FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
24 hours into free agency. We got action, boys and girls. Lucas Alexander in for Damon Bruce. Ray Ratto here to my left, looking right at him. Nick Friedel joins us for all 3 hours today, unless Sean Marks can't keep it in his pants over the next 3 hours. He is in Brooklyn. Nick, how have these 24 hours been for you?
Very eventful. Very eventful. It feels, guys, just like 3 years ago, frankly. It feels like those last days in Oakland for the Warriors where you went, okay, everything's going to change, and it's all changed really quickly. But for the Nets, now it's just a waiting game of piling up all the offers that are out there. They've got to figure out what they want and who can give them everything that they're going to need. But to lose Kevon Durant, as those out in the Bay know, it really, really hurts. And unlike where the Warriors were at when it happened, they don't have a Steph Curry to fall back on.
How much does it hurt, though? I mean, that seems like a facetious question, but it also sounds like they're as fed up with him as he is with them at this point.
I don't get that sense, Ray. I think there has always been a healthy relationship between Kevin and the organization. I think it's soured over the last probably 6 weeks or so, especially with the way the Nets got swept and the lack of communication towards the end. But I think the relationship between Kevin and Brooklyn has maintained itself pretty well. The relationship between Kyrie and Brooklyn, that has soured everybody. Everybody out here is ready for him to play elsewhere. And when you go through what the Nets did this season, and when you can't rely on somebody that you're paying that much money to be out there all the time, and there is that feeling internally that the Nets wouldn't be in this space that they're in right now if Kyrie had just played and taken the vaccination shot. That's the part that I think is more difficult for the organization to square, because they know that their title hopes are all gone. And as a proud sports organization with a lot of people trying to make a lot of different moves and a lot of different money along the way to make it all happen, when you realize that you have that window open and it shuts as abruptly as it has, that is what is difficult to really take in.
After you were gone yesterday, Nick, we heard Stephen A's clip on NBA Today yesterday, and he reminded everybody that this is all Kyrie's fault. He went real hard on him for a couple minutes. We clipped out and played the best part, but he just reminded everyone this is all thanks to Kyrie. Dude played 80 games, less than 100 games in 3 years. So that's what that comes down to. And we're going to spend some time on Kevon Durant because, like I said, 24 hours. I have had plenty of things pop in my head on things I didn't really think about right away. And also, I wanted to get your thoughts on... I heard Bill Simmons mention you directly on his podcast last night, and he said that you, at the end of the season, you said that was the most miserable basketball team you have ever been around in your entire life. I don't know if you can confirm or deny that, but I wanted to kind of juxtapose that with the end of the Warriors run, his time with the Warriors. So we'll get to that in a little bit. First, I'd like to remind everyone we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. But let's start with the Warriors and what happened today. They lost some guys, but they're bringing back probably their number one priority in the offseason, and that's Kevon Looney. The Warriors and Kevon Looney agreed to a 3-year, $25.5 million contract. It's great for Loon. It's great for the Warriors. He played a huge role in this title run, and honestly, he's gone underappreciated for a really long time now. The fact that he was only one of 5 guys around the league to play all 82 games of the regular season last year. It was a big deal. It was made into a big deal, not only for him personally, but to his pocketbook. To do that in a contract year is pretty darn impressive. Ray, they get Kevon Looney back. Is it worth celebrating, although they lost some other pieces?
No, it's business as it's got to be done now. I mean, he becomes a fairly expensive $8 million guy, but the one thing I'm going to push back on, though, is the idea that playing 82 games was an enormous thing, because I think it's now clear that since only 5 guys did it, that most of the league no longer cares about it. It's another way of saying that most of the people playing the games believe that there are too many of them.
Fair.
And the fact that he played 82 is a nice novelty for him, but it is out of step with the way the game has been going and now is.
But don't you think it means something to him, a guy who's dealt with injuries his entire career?
Well, he said it did, but I think if he'd only played 75 games, it still would have been an accomplishment. If he only played 60 games, I mean, just as much as he helped them, it wasn't the fact that he appeared all the time. It's that when he appeared, he provided something. He was never a cipher. Even if his box score didn't look great, you knew he was doing things. And if not that, he was doing nothing wrong. I mean, because that's the thing that they like best about him. It's that he's efficient, he thinks the game, he doesn't do the stupid thing when you would expect him to do the stupid thing.
Yep.
Ray, first off, you're absolutely right about the league feeling like there's too many games, because I can't tell you how many players, coaches, they're looking at each other now going, 82, man, this is nuts. But I would disagree on this front. I do think not only is it important to Looney, I think it's important for the team that he played in all those games, because there was such doubt, guys, a couple years ago, whether Kevon's body would allow him to stay in the league and play at a high level. We were in Oklahoma City a couple years ago at the beginning of that really, really bad year when Steph went down and it was all breaking apart quickly. And Steve Kerr, I remember after a practice, got up there and said, look, we're just hoping that Kevon gets healthy, and he's going to have to go through a lot of hurdles to get back. They all believed he could, and he would put in the work to do it. But there was absolutely some question inside the organization as to whether or not he was going to be able to be the Kevon Looney that we had seen earlier in his career. So for the group to see him out there every night, Steve comes on the station all the time and sings Kevon's praises at every turn. It really means a lot to everybody involved that Kevon Looney went from maybe there was a question as to whether he would stay in the league to not only playing in every game and not only contributing, Ray, at the level that he did, but now earning this contract in the extension that everybody wanted to see him get.
Okay, I just think that whether he played 72 or 82, he would have earned that respect anyway. And the fact that he did what he did in the postseason was the thing that jumped out more than anything else. It's that they relied on him in the most important games at the most important times. It just he played every game they played. I mean, that's the thing. He played all 22 playoff games, and he played meaningful minutes. I mean, I think that would have earned him the contract that he got. So maybe it was a feel-good story, but I think he would have gotten the same deal if he had done what he'd done in the playoffs and missed 10 games in the regular season.
You mentioned him playing big minutes in the postseason. I think one of the biggest moments, and he played well in pretty much, well, not every series. There were times where Steve Kerr decided to go small, but to me, one of the moments that stands out in the finals was Game 4, when Draymond was having a really rough series to that point, and Kerr made the decision to go Looney over Draymond in the start and the middle of that fourth quarter in Game 4. Obviously, the Warriors had to win that one. Steph was going crazy, but Kerr made the call to go Looney over Draymond for offense, and he played well enough to hold them the lead. Eventually, Draymond came in to close the thing out. But that tells you a lot. If he is good enough to hold on to a lead in a must-win game, he is crucial to this organization and this team if they're going to have any chance of repeating next year.
Well, but I mean, that was my point. That's how he did this.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it would have cost him a dime if he'd missed 10 games in the regular season. It was a nice thing for him because he wanted it, but in terms of earning his keep, he had already done that, and he double earned it in the postseason.
The trust level, guys, that Steve Kerr has in Kevon Looney is off the charts. He loves Steph Curry, and he knows that everything in the organization revolves around everything Steph does. But Kevon Looney, for so many people, is the guy who they know they can count on all the time at every step. What I'm curious about as we move forward now in the Warriors' journey and trying to repeat again, are people happy that Kevon signed? Of course everybody is, but are they more upset that Gary Payton II wasn't kept over Kevon?
Radio pro Nick Friedel joining us here on Damon and Ratto. Lucas Alexander in for Damon today. Damon should be back next week starting Tuesday. And Nick said it. You tell us how you're feeling. We are 24 hours into NBA free agency. Warriors lost 3 of their top 10 rotation pieces from last year, 2 of their top 8, including some big ones in GP2 and Otto Porter. If you don't know, we'll tell you where they're going on the other side of this break, but let us know how you're feeling. 888-957-9570. Are you more fired up that you get Looney back, or are you more, a little downtrodden that you don't get 2 really important guys back in GP2 and Otto Porter Jr.? And I'd like to remind you that if you're looking for all the best Warriors content from 95.7 The Game, text Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357. Make sure you hit the subscribe button and the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcast. Lucas Alexander, Nick Friedel with Ray Ratto on Damon and Ratto.
NBA free agency is in full swing.
What a start to free agency in the NBA. Kevin Durant, first and foremost, once out of Brooklyn.
on your television provider.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit.
Lucas Alexander sitting in for Damon Bruce. We also have Nick Friedel with us. He's from Brooklyn. Well, he's in Brooklyn. He's from Orlando and Chicago and all sorts of other places. But he's in Brooklyn currently, and he's on air live with us. Also, he's on Twitch and YouTube. Damon and Ratto streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.com. Nope. Twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to watch us live and see what's going on in the studio. Ray, before on our pre-show call, asked Nick if he would wear a robe and leave it open. And you're going to have to go check it out and see if he did that.
He did.
It's a spoiler.
I can't be responsible for that.
Nick, any comment?
I did.
Beautiful. So the Warriors
You brought it
back.
up. This is all on you. You're the one who brought it up. Don't sit there and try to front it off like, oh, I can't imagine how the show went off the rails. You took it there.
19 minutes into the show, already off the rails. Get it back. The Warriors brought back Kevon Looney. Hooray. But they lost 2 of their top 8 rotation pieces and 3 of their top 10 guys from last year. GP2 going to Portland. He is expected to sign a 3-year, $28 million deal with the Blazers. Otto Porter Jr. turned down a vet min with the Warriors for a multi-year deal with the Raptors. Also, Nemanja Bjelica decided he'd rather play basketball in Turkey than the Bay Area. Ray, did that one shock you? He's going to Fenerbahce?
No. European basketball pays well. And for a guy like him who's a veteran, he'll do okay there. I mean, Turkey's a weird place to be an athlete, but it's no weirder than, say, Berkeley.
Good point.
No, I think he did it because it was time for him to start making money again, and I don't think that should be a surprise to anybody because he wasn't going to make any more here.
Yeah, that's true. He's going to get veteran minimums for however long he can stick around the league, 1 or 2 more years. Nick, the question is, how much does this hurt, right? So you bring back Kevon Looney, probably the number 1 priority. That's great. You get your starting center. No matter how good James Wiseman can look early in the year, Kevon Looney's going to start the year as your starting center. But you lose 2 really important pieces and another in Bjelica, who was a top 10 rotation guy. How much will the Warriors miss GP2? How much will they miss Otto Porter?
A lot, because they knew exactly the way that Steve Kerr and Mike Brown and Kenny Atkinson wanted to run that system, Luke. And when you lose that type of leadership from the bench guys and a group that when all those guys got signed, Ray, I was sitting there last summer going, huh? What? Otto Porter, he couldn't stay healthy. Gary Payton II wasn't even in the league. And we can get into Jordan Poole and all of the progress that was made within that group. But as we look forward now, yes, those absences are going to hurt in the short term, but the pressure is now on the Jonathan Kumingas, the Moses Moody's. What happens with James Wiseman? What will he bring to this team after missing a year and a half? Those are the questions now that the Warriors have got to figure out, because those are the guys, in a lot of ways, that are going to end up taking the minutes that 3 or 4 of these guys that so many people in the Bay Area grew to love are going to figure out.
But doesn't it also show that they were, and I don't want to say expendable because that's being too harsh, but that those guys are replaceable if they were able to learn all the things that the Warriors wanted them to learn? Could you not replicate that to a certain extent with the next veteran minimum guy they go after? I mean, is it such a hard system, and is this operation so hard to break into that this is a huge loss, or is this just, exchanging a few guys at the end of the rotation?
Ray, what this is the cost of doing business when you're the champs. When you're the champs and you win at the level that the Warriors have won at, and you win the title again, other teams are going to want your players. And that is what has occurred now. They saw the success that guys like Porter had, and they went, yep, he can do that for us, and we can pay him more. Gary Payton II was awesome in his role, but the Warriors couldn't afford what Portland apparently is offering. So, no, I don't think it's that difficult to pick up. The thing that would scare me if you're Bob Myers and the staff now looking ahead isn't so much that you can't find other guys to fill the roles. You're going to have your pick of the ring chasers. Guys, what's going to scare me is you had a guy like Kelly Oubre in here a couple years ago that everybody thought, oh, man, athletic. He's going to be able to play with Steph, going to fill in for Clay as he gets healthy, and that just did not work. What we figured out early in the season is that Otto Porter, for all his flaws coming into the Warriors and into the Bay, he did work here. He knew how to play, and he could produce early and often, and he'd been in the league enough where Steve Kerr learned to trust him really quickly. That is what the key is. You have guys that are known quantities. Now you're relying on either the ring chasers coming in or the rookies to now develop at a little higher and faster level.
It's a great point, Ray. The Kelly Oubre thing is one that sticks out, right? Because Gary Payton was perfect for this team. He is so good at the backdoor cuts and just moving without the basketball, the extra pass. Even when he has a wide open three, he's the kind of guy who will wait for Steph to come over to him, bring his guy, set a pick, and now Steph has the open three instead of him taking one, right? You're changing a good shot for a great shot, which is something that they always want to do.
But the circumstance was different. Oubre signed specifically to be seen and cash in. Payton was never in that situation. And frankly, Porter had to use this year to try to get back to a place where he could get a better contract. So it really, that's kind of apples and oranges.
Wouldn't you say that this was like a reclamation? No,
this is not about Payton
GP?
failing in any way. What I'm saying was his circumstance coming in was different than Oubre's. Oubre was trying to cash out. Payton was not in a position to do that yet because he had no reputation.
Exactly.
I mean, this is his version of cashing out.
Yeah.
And, more power to him.
He was just trying to provide that he belonged in the league.
Yeah. Oh, well, that was my point. It's that, you can't compare him to Oubre, because Oubre's motivation was different than Payton's. Payton was trying to show that he belonged here at all. Oubre knew he belonged here, but he wanted to prove that he was worth a whole lot more money than the Warriors were willing to commit.
So when you look at the Warriors roster right now, it's 11 guys under contract with Looney back. You have 2 rookies, 4 total guys under 21 years old. The question is now what, and how much can you rely on those young guys? You're asking them to play in one of the... It may not be a complex offense, but it definitely takes a high level of basketball IQ and to just understand the game of basketball. Moving without the ball seems really easy, but to do it correctly and in the right spots and at the right time, it's not easy. And to ask young guys to do it, is that too much, Nick? Are the Warriors right now, after losing 2 really important pieces and also Nemanja Bjelica, so really 3 important pieces, you're going to ask Jonathan Kuminga, Jordan Poole, and Moses Moody to step into those roles unless they sign some other veteran. Is that asking them too much at this point in their career?
I don't think it's asking too much for Moses Moody right now, Luke. Moses Moody, when you listen to Kerr and you watch him on the floor, he's just got a great feel for the game. Steve said it after the finals run. You just like where Moody is at. The ceiling may be a little bit higher for Kuminga, but as far as what may happen in the next year or two, I think Moses Moody can be ready for some of those minutes. I reserve the right, though, and we all should, to see what the ring chasers look like. Who ends up landing here? Because right now, they're just holes on the roster. Juan Toscano-Anderson also. He earned a nice deal from the Lakers, and that's another spot that they're going to have to fill of a guy who knew how to play the Warriors' way. Let's see who pops out here in the next week or two, who lands on the radar, who the league may not think the Warriors had a shot with. Because that, if anything else, Ray, if you're the Warriors, you tell any free agent, not only can you come get a ring, Otto Porter revitalized his career. You take any one of those guys who is on the fringes of whether it's injury concerns or age, not being able, in theory, to produce at the same level, and you put them playing around Steph and Clay and Draymond, and you say, we can do the same thing for you that we just did for Otto Porter Jr., who a lot of people thought wasn't going to be able to stay healthy enough to stay in the league.
So who would you say of the, quote, ring chasers, who are the guys you think of who could assimilate fastest?
It's a good question, but I haven't gone through the list enough to know right now. And usually what happens with those ring chasers is they're kind of biding their time as well. You're kind of looking at, well, let's see who has money and who doesn't. The key to me in all of that, and this is what the Warriors are going to have to figure out, is who's going to take less money to be here. But as far as that list, Ray, I haven't looked long enough to see who will fit to a point where they could be that next fit this time around.
Well, let me ask another question. If, let's say, as a hypothetical, Durant signs in Phoenix, would that indicate to you that Phoenix would be the first destination for ring chasers?
Not to me. Because to me, the best outlet for any of these guys who are not only looking to win, but looking to get that next contract is Golden State right now. Because you can sell to them that you can play with Steph and the platform and spotlight that brings. And it's not that Kevin Durant doesn't bring up a spotlight of his own. It's just that Steph is in a different category as far as being able to have fun on the floor all the time. And that resonates for a lot of guys across the league, and we know it resonates for a lot of fans, and is why there's been so much interest for so long in the Warriors as an organization. But to me, as you break down what could or could not happen, the difference is you're bringing Durant in this scenario into a Phoenix team that he doesn't know, a team that he hadn't been around. You're bringing whomever may come to the Warriors into a culture that has long been built. There is no question about who runs the show here, how they treat their players. That was so interesting for me in the last 3 years to listen to player after player, young and old, discuss how much they enjoyed being within this team, within this organization, and how well they treated their players on a daily basis.
I mean, all you have to do is look at Andrew Wiggins' face. He couldn't wipe that smile off of it. This was basketball heaven. Kevin Durant called it basketball heaven, and everybody who's come in through these last 10 years have gotten to experience it. This is Damon and Ratto, Lucas Alexander in for Damon. Nick Friedel also with us. One more reminder, we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. 888-957-9570. If you want to get in, let us know how you're feeling. 24 hours into NBA free agency, the Warriors brought back one of their guys, Kevon Looney. He's coming back. He'll be here for the next 3 years. They lost out on GP2. They lost out on Otto Porter Jr. And, Nemanja Bjelica is going back to Turkey. Let's go to the phone lines, Ray. You want to?
Don't ask me.
Perfect. Rich in San Jose. You want to talk about James Wiseman, a guy that we haven't spent much time on. What do you want to say about James Wiseman?
Yeah, I think James Wiseman can definitely be an X factor. I think he can fill Porter and Payton's roles. I think just being on the court for 15, 18 minutes, he's going to get 12 and 8 without even really trying. What do you guys think?
Rich, appreciate the call. I'll start. It's a different role. He's going to be a backup center.
Yeah, they're not comparable based on what they were asked to do and what Wiseman is going to be asked to do. That's going to be part of the, revamping of the big man role.
Yeah.
And that would also include Kuminga. What you're looking for, to fill the Payton role and the Porter role is someone who can defend like a fiend and yet still hit an open shot. And Payton could do the one, but not really the other. And Porter could make the open shot, but I don't know that he was, a superb defender in any way. But they both gave you the thing they had, and it was up to Steve Kerr to figure out when he needed the one and when he needed the other. It seems to me that when you just go, well, you can give you 12 and 8, that's not really how you have to look at this team.
Yeah.
You have to look at what does he do in his minutes that makes them stout defensively and allows them to keep the ball moving. A guy who can get 12 and 8 but holds on to the ball isn't worth 12 and 8 on this team.
And that's not to say
he's got to be able to move and move the ball with it.
That's true, and that's not to say Wiseman won't have any role on this team. It's just not probably as those.
No, it won't be that
wing
role.
minutes. Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Exactly, and I mean, not to diminish what GP did last year because he was outstanding defensively. If he played more minutes, if he played 30+ minutes a game, he could have been in the running for Defensive Player of the Year. That's how good he was. He was just as good, if not better, of an on-ball defender as Marcus Smart, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys you think that way, but I think Moses Moody can give you some of that, and I think he's a better outside shooter. I think he has a little more offense to his game. Maybe he's not the off-ball cutter that GP was, but I think he can give you a lot of what GP provided.
I think the key to the point about Wiseman, and Ray, I think it's a terrific point, because people got so focused early in his rookie season and saying, oh man, look, he can roll out of bed and get 14 and 8. That is not what this team now needs. They need him to come in and play 12 to 15 minutes of solid defense and run up and down the floor and get a couple easy buckets. That's it going into next season. The expectations of what fans need to think they're going to see from James Wiseman changed the instant that the Warriors became great again. James Wiseman comes into a team that needs him to fill a specific role off the bench. They are not looking for him to come in and set the world on fire and be some kind of offensive difference maker. They threw too much at him too quickly. Kerr has acknowledged that, but now they're bringing him along at a pace where not only do they need to make sure that knee is right, but Luke, what they really need to see from Wiseman is development in the areas that they're going to need for him to excel in next season. And that's why, whether it's Summer League or the behind-the-scenes workouts, that's what you hope the reports come back on in a really good fashion if you're a Warriors fan.
And that's not the step-back threes. It's not the double crossover step-back to a mid-range. It's the playing defense, contesting shots without fouling. It's protecting the rim without fouling. It's setting good screens, being able to roll to the basket, knowing where you're supposed to be on the court at the right time. It's the really simple things. This team doesn't need much out of their center position, right?
No, but what they do need is somebody who not only knows what his responsibility is, but knows what everybody else's responsibility is so that he can react to it.
True.
It's not just knowing how to switch. It's knowing when to switch and how to switch. It's all the subtleties that Wiseman was not equipped to show a year ago. You know, it's not about running fast and jumping high. You know, in this offense, the center isn't asked to be that. I mean, if he jumps high, great. If he can run fast, delightful. But that is not priority one, because Kevon Looney was spectacular for them, and he can do neither of those things.
A couple names brought up on our text line, Nick, and one of them, and I want to know if you've heard anything on this name, because this is one that I threw at Ray yesterday for either the mid-level, probably the mid-level. He's too good to take a veteran minimum. From the 510, he or she reminded us, TJ Warren. What do you know about TJ Warren? He's been hurt for what seems like the last 5 years. He's played a little bit in there. Hasn't played, I don't think, for 2 years. What are you hearing on him? Would he be one of these guys, a reclamation type guy where, remember, Otto Porter also had injury issues before he came here, so that could be a sort of role for TJ Warren.
On paper, Luke, it makes a lot of sense, but nobody knows how he's doing. For all the injury issues that Otto Porter had, I don't think he had anything to the level of TJ Warren, who, like you said, for a couple seasons now has just kind of disappeared off the radar. I'm thinking back to when he was going back and forth with Jimmy Butler, and there was all that trash talk in the Pacers Heat days, and then, boom, TJ Warren got hurt, and we just haven't heard his name pop up. But if the reports look good, and this is where the Warriors have to figure out as well, is the money right? Because a lot of these guys, if a team's willing to take a flyer and give them a couple more million, that's just not something the Warriors are going to be equipped to do with all the other contracts and money that's on the book. So, yes, it would seem like he'd be a solid fit, but the market has to play out first.
Don't forget, TJ Warren dropped 53 in a game in the bubble, 2020. So that was, I guess, the last time we really
Well, that
saw
would
much
be
from him.
essentially 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, it's 3 years ago when the season starts again, and it's the 2023. So that's how long ago that was.
Yeah.
So I while the name is appealing, I think one of the things that NBA analysts fall into the trap of is looking at a guy's resume and saying, well, 3 years ago he did X, Y, and Z. 3 years ago is that's 1,000 years.
From the 650, Ray, this goes right to your point. You guys tell me if you have any interest. Carmelo Anthony.
Wow, no.
Nick, does that make any sense to you?
What the Warriors did great, guys, all season long was they played defense. No matter who was out there, the system was intact, and they knew what to do. And as much as I love Carmelo as a fellow Syracuse grad, I just don't think his worth is a solid fit for what the Warriors need right now on a team that is playing at the level they're playing at.
From the same 650, Paul Millsap, Hassan Whiteside, a couple names thrown out there.
Paul Millsap could get run in Brooklyn. Hassan Whiteside, if you have just signed Looney and he's been as durable, which is stunning to even say again, given the injury issues of the past, and you have Wiseman, I don't think you need Whiteside as well, especially when there are going to be other teams that are willing to take a flyer on him.
Yeah, beyond that, I don't know what Whiteside does for you other than impede progress from the two young guys that you've got. I mean, I don't know that what he's going to give you in his minutes is going to be more compelling than what Kuminga or Weissman would do for you.
Two more interesting ones here, Ray. And I
We'll
like
be the judge of whether they're interesting.
Serge Ibaka? Any interest there?
Again, 3
Last
years
legs.
ago, sign me up. Now, I don't know.
Austin Rivers? He's family.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, it's a big part of this organization. If you're family, you'll get on the roster, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
Austin
why
Rivers?
that's why Seth Curry's here, right?
Mm-hmm. Nick, do either of those names do anything for you?
I think Austin Rivers still has a little bit to give, but you have to make it very clear that he'd be coming in that GP2 spot of, hey, you're the 14th, 15th guy.
Yeah.
If you earn your time and you knock down shots and you can play solid defense in short spurts, great. But he's not a guy just like GP2 that I'm going to bend over backwards to bring in. He'd have to show me that he can be the type of fit that this team needs and this culture would necessitate.
If you have other names that you want to throw at us, Ray loves this game, so you can just text it in 888-957.
It's run its course for me, I'll be honest with you.
9570. We'll throw these names out there at Nick and Ray, as you can tell.
Chet Walker.
I'm in.
You should be. I mean, he's in his mid-70s, but I think he's still got some game left.
Bo Cruz? You see Hustle yet, Ray?
No. Of course not.
You're out on Adam Sandler. We've talked about this.
Yes, we have.
888-957-9570. If you want to shoot us a text, ask some questions, give us a call. Same number, 888-957-9570. Talk to Lucas Alexander, Ray Ratto, or Nick Friedel. All three, really. And I want to run this by you guys. One more Warriors thing here before we move to the other big moves around the league that happened
The
today.
actual big moves, as opposed to these pretend big moves.
Big Loon? That's big in its name.
No, it's not.
Bob Myers might have told Warriors fans something last week at his postseason press conference, talking about if they would spend a lot of money and why they spent so much money on this last title roster. What could it tell you about this team moving forward and why they didn't spend on GP2 and Otto Porter Jr.? We'll play that on the other side. This is Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, and we are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Go Fish.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Look at Grandy hitting the drop. It's fired up back there. I was told this is Nick Friedell's favorite song, Ray. Do you like it?
Of course not. Music sucks. That's been established.
Ray, what doesn't suck?
554?
554 definitely does not suck. 554 is the best three-number combination there is. I'd play it in the lotto every chance I got.
I'm guessing you didn't win yesterday.
I just love Ray. What doesn't suck? It took a second.
Well, I'm just thinking of all the time I have to spend sifting through all the things that do suck. And if you think that things don't suck, you're not paying attention.
You're welcome. I gave you an assist there.
Oh, yeah, you're a hero.
Thank you very much. Damon and Ratto rolling along on a Friday afternoon. Ray, you got big July 4th plans?
No.
Just hanging out? No barbecues?
I hate patriotism.
Okay.
Go Belgium.
What do you like?
554 established.
550. I mean, how many times do I have to tell you?
No, 554 doesn't suck. I want to know what he likes.
Oh, that's fair. Good question.
Oh, nothing. I mean, let's face it.
At least
this planet is killing a penalty before it explodes. We're about 3 good weeks before the meteor hits.
What about your children, right?
They're on their own. They knew the job was dangerous when they took it.
Being on the planet or being your child?
They weren't responsible for that, but now that it's happened, rub some dirt on it, walk it off.
I understand that if we have to go in a deep impact scenario, I'm going to go find Ray and sit on the beach and drink a beer.
Oh, I'll do that. I'll just bitch about the sand.
As the meteor is coming?
Then the wave comes to knock us all out.
If the meteor's coming, I want to be there first. I want to be at impact 0.
All right, let's try and reset. Okay.
What, more exciting Kevon Looney talk? That's moving. We're talking about the destruction of the planet, and you want to talk about the starting center for a team that doesn't have a center.
I was going to promote Kenny Mayne's podcast, but we'll get that to it.
Okay, do that
in a second. No, in a second. When do you think this world of end of the world is coming?
I'd like to say Christmas Eve.
That's your over-under?
But I suspect it might take a little longer. But Christmas Eve would be a good day.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Because people who believe in God would say, see, this proves it. And people who don't would just laugh their ass off. That way everybody gets what they want. As long as a complete annihilation is part of the package.
Kenny Mayne?
I don't want him annihilated.
Perfect.
If a few people have to survive the meteor, he should be one of them.
He has a podcast, Nick. And Ray. He's joined the Odyssey family with his new podcast, Hey Mayne. Each week, Kenny will talk to someone who knows a little. Hold on. Grandy. Kenny will talk to someone he knows a little and is fascinated by a lot. All right, we got through it. Should we start this over?
No. Let's hear you struggle with your reading some more.
First of all, this is from an email you sent me, so I did not write this.
You're legless now. You've got nothing to say. You should just mime the rest of the show.
Let's try it again. Each week, Kenny will talk to someone he knows a little and is fascinated by a lot. All right. I thought it was who knows a little. No. The guest probably knows a lot. He just knows that guest just a little bit. Anyways, athletes, musicians, celebrities, and just about anyone else. 2 debut episodes this week. Chris Berman, Boomer, ESPN, and Ben Schwartz, actor and comedian. Oh, I like Ben Schwartz. Download Hey Mayne on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. You're welcome, Grandy. You're welcome.
Wait a minute, you're basically asking for a thank you for reading it as though you were gargling razor blades?
We got through it.
No, we didn't. You did.
We'll do
the
it
rest
again
of us
later.
are still bleeding out of our ears.
Should we hear from Bob Myers?
Anything's better than you reading another spot.
This is him talking about he and Joe Lacob and how they're handling the salary this season, this last season, as they were chasing a championship. Here is Bob Myers from just over a week ago.
I didn't think it would be where it is, to be honest. I will go to Joe like I do every year and offer this is what it's going to take to sign this guy. We've blown through budget thresholds before. It doesn't mean we'll do it again. It's pretty case specific. It wasn't public, but when we had this roster, Joe said this roster paying this much money doesn't make sense if we don't think we can win a championship. He said that before the season. He said that during the season. And as you all know, there was many times where this team did not look like a championship team. But the pressure I felt, I guess, in the front office was kind of like, if we spend this much money and lose in the first round, that would be pretty catastrophic. Fans don't have to care about that part too much. But the only way paying that much money made sense was to think that we could make it this far.
Should we hear a little more? Let's hear a little bit more about how that played into this upcoming offseason going into next season.
The same idea would have to take place and take root for next season. If we felt like it could be a championship team, then you do, kind of go all in with all your chips. If we didn't, we'd probably hold back. But the payroll is already, as you know, the highest in the league. Second place isn't that close. That'll change over time, but Joe's always wanted to win. But last year we didn't spend the tax pyramid level and ended up signing some minimums that worked out. So it's just dependent on if we think we can get value in free agency for some of these guys. We're not just going to spend to spend. We didn't do that last year. People may think we do that, but we'll look and see what we can do, and I'll ask Joe what he would authorize. But there is a limit. It's not like limitless. I would like to be limitless, but trust me, it's not. You got to have some constraints.
Good joke, Bob. Anyways, it comes back to what we saw today.
I bet he could read a spot.
I'm sure he could, much better than me. 3 for 28, or 3 for 25. Hold on, where's my number? 3 for 28, there it is. 3 for 28 for GP2 in Portland.
Grandy, get up. Warm up fast.
3 for 28 is what GP2 got in Portland. Are we seeing them getting a little tighter on the pocketbooks, on the strings of the pocketbook? Could they have matched that? Did they not want to? How do you read the money side of what happened with GP going to Portland?
Ultimately, they could have matched anything. But, you have to ask the question, is Gary Payton worth $60 million? Because that's what it is. It's not it's $9 million to Gary Payton. It's $60 million to Joe Lacob. And I think Bob Myers knows without being told that there are things you don't spend $60 million on. Because, it's the goofy math of the NBA. A guy's worth $60 million in the eyes of the owner, which means he's probably not worth it. But he's only getting $9 million of that. So, that's the takeaway here. It's that, every dollar the Warriors spend has to be filtered through that tax. And sometimes they'll blow through it. But for a guy like Gary Payton, in all honesty, and I realize this breaks a bunch of hearts, he's not $60 million worth of player. And at some point, if you have to draw the line somewhere, the line is right about where he's standing.
And it's a vote of confidence to the young guys, right? In that they can get that production for what they already have on the roster and they don't need to go crazy in the tax.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
It's not a vote of confidence. It's a vote of hope. Because if they don't sign Gary Payton and they don't have confidence in those guys, they'll go get somebody else. This is really about whether Gary Payton was worth $60 million. And yes, Joe Lacob could have spent that money if he wanted to. But as I've said all along, there is a point where Joe Lacob can see the third rail. And Gary Payton happened to be standing just on the other side of it.
And Ray, this contract brings that third rail into more focus. Because you're right. The answer is no. If you're the owner of a basketball team, as much as you appreciate what Gary Payton just did, you're not going out of your way in your pocketbook to spend $60 million to bring him back, because your hope is, and Luke, this goes to the point about the younger players, your hope is that one of those younger players, while they're not going to be defensively what Gary Payton II has been, which was awesome, the hope is that for a far lesser price, you can get much closer production. So is Moses Moody or Kuminga, are those guys the defenders that Gary Payton was and is? No. But can they be close to that maybe and provide potentially a little bit more offensively? That is the hope that Ray is referring to.
The 510 asked a fun question, and this was something I had always wondered about. 510 text, where does the other $51 million go of that, what would have been a GP $60 million total purse, I guess, 9 to him, and then 51. I learned actually, I thought it all went to the other teams that are under the cap. It actually, Bobby Marks told us a couple weeks ago before the draft that let's just say the Warriors are 80 million, just a number, 80 million over the tax. Half of it goes to the teams that are under the tax, split evenly between those, and the other half goes back to the league. You remember when Bobby Marks told us that, Ray?
Oh, yeah, no, it goes to the Adam Silver Memorial Book Fund.
What do you think
There's
his
a
favorite
huge
book
company
is?
picnic that he gets to run the grill at, and the Warriors are fueling that. Without the Warriors, they're eating vegan.
What does this tell us about the Otto Porter situation? So what Slater reported is that a veteran minimum obviously was offered from the Warriors to him. He declined that, it was a multi-year deal. I think it's a 2-year deal to go to the Raptors. The numbers haven't been released yet. Is it possible that he wanted a bigger role and he thought that he proved himself well enough that he deserves a bigger role somewhere else?
No, he knows the business. He's nobody's fool. He knew that this was going to be a one-time prove it or lose it deal, and he proved it. I can't believe that he was naive enough to think that he was so invaluable to them that they would do the same Otto Porter is worth $60 million argument. I mean, it's just, he got it. He wasn't insulted. I mean, the Warriors did what you would expect them to do. And Porter, having proved that he was worth more than that, walked. I mean, there's nothing sort of, earth-shattering or depressing about it. It is the nature of the business for almost every player in the league. I mean, at some point, if you're lucky enough, you perform well enough that you out-earn your contract, and you have to go get another one. That's what happened. It's no more romantic than that. Otto Porter knew this was a one-time deal, and he won the lottery, and he got a better deal somewhere else. Yay, Otto.
Otto Porter knew, Ray, that if he performed at the level he thought he could, he would do everything he needed and get more money elsewhere. What is intriguing to me now is this fan base has always been so excited about these future draft picks and what may come. Is there even more hope now that this group can get better, knowing that we'll see what happens with the ring chasers, but it's Moody, it's Kuminga, and it's Wiseman who would have to lead the way as that second wave and new bench group is reloading together.
Yeah.
Bench group?
Ray, just let it go.
I knew.
Let it go.
As soon as I wanted to pull it back so bad, I went, oh, no. There it is.
This is not a friendly show.
I still love
Ray,
it, though.
We need to welcome everybody to your 4 o'clock hour.
Everybody?
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station.
Do you have something, Ray?
I didn't want to welcome everybody. It's only about 6 people I wanted to welcome.
Something on bench groping?
No, that's Nick's specialty.
888-957-9570 if you want to get in on any of these free agent moves from the Warriors. We're going to move on in a quick second to the other big stuff around the league, but we'll take your calls right now. Rob and I see you. We'll get to you in a second. D in San Francisco, you're up first. You want to talk about James Wiseman. How you doing?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We hear you.
All right. Enjoy the show. I wanted to get your guys' perspective on Wiseman next few years. How do you see him playing out, and how do you see his potential or growth relative to Kuminga? I thought Ray had a good point earlier on talking about the role that he needs to play for the Warriors being different than Otto Porter and GP2. But he's also got an awesome mentor with Looney who, frankly, excels at the things that Wiseman needs to grow in. So I wanted to get some thoughts there. I think, he's a big question mark, but we talk about Kuminga's athleticism. Wiseman is at least as spectacular in that sense. and he's got a potentially strong offensive game. If he can rebound and defend, could be a pretty interesting role for him.
Thanks, D. He was an incredible athlete before another knee procedure.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what kind of athlete he is now, but I don't know that anybody has any idea of what he did or didn't lose from those knee procedures.
Yeah.
As far as projecting them, again, on this team, he will be asked to do a specific set of things that maybe don't showcase his athleticism the way that he imagined his time in the pros would. And given the fact that Warrior fans romanticize any new player that comes here as though they are the second coming of Larry Bird.
PB&J.
Yeah, Nico Mannion.
Mm-hmm. Two-way.
Yeah, Jacob Evans. You want me to keep going?
Sure.
Your pal, Alan Smiley-Geach.
Mm-hmm.
Omari Spellman.
There you go.
Kai Bowman.
How about Eric Paschal, who was a first-team All-Rookie his rookie year?
Yeah. What's that tell you?
Doesn't have a contract currently.
Thank you.
Hey, what that tells me is that was Raymond Ritter's crowning achievement very quickly. Shout out to Ray if he's out there. The fact that he got Eric Paschal on the first-team All-Rookie team is an incredible feat in a career that's had plenty of them.
So,
but my point that I distracted myself from making.
Well, me too.
Is that Warrior fans fall in love with the young guys all the time just because they're young, and they project every one of them into being enormous factors in the years to come. But on this team, and we saw it this year, they have to prove it. It's not given to them. Just because they might be cute and jump to the sky doesn't make them automatically somebody that Steve Kerr trusts. Steve Kerr waits for you to satisfy his trust. Then you get the minutes. It doesn't work the other way around. Because when they tried to do that with Weissman, they got kicked in the teeth by their own hubris.
True.
And I think since then, they have basically told young guys, we're drafting you at an incredibly young age. We don't have immediate high expectations for you, but we do expect you to learn how to do the things we want you to do. And when you do that, you'll get more minutes. It doesn't work the other way around. And that's as it should be.
Nick, I want to hear your take on Wiseman and what Warriors fans should expect from him here over this next season. But are you allowed to tell us what Raymond Ritter did to get Eric Paschal on that first-team All-Rookie team? I've heard several
dancing.
The insiders like Zach Lowe and Bill Simmons, Ryan Russillo, they all talk about how teams and their PR staffs will send out like highlight tapes to all of the beat reporters and all of the voters. Like, look what our guy does. Look how good he's been all year. In case you aren't watching, look how good he's been. Is it that sort of thing? Was there something else?
It wasn't so much one of the packages that came in the mail, Luke. What Ray and his staff did, Brett Winkler, Michael Ravina, Cole Lawrence, Daryl Arata, they made the phone calls. They called person to person, all the media members with a vote, and they said, hey, just want to talk to you about Eric Paschal's candidacy. And people always wonder across the league, oh my gosh, especially now that I'm away from the Warriors, why the Warriors, as an organization, at least publicly, seem to get the benefit of the doubt more. It's because Ray and his staff go out of their way to help the media. They try to make time for people when you want to talk to a player, a coach, an executive. And that is so rare. And for fans who are listening and saying, why is that a big deal? It should be because you want your team to be in the best possible light. But specific to the Eric Paschal conversation, I will give Ray credit for that till the end of time. Because the reason that Eric Paschal got the extra vote to beat out Tyler Hero to be on that first team was because Ray and his staff went the extra mile and have for years and years. And when there's a choice between some other team and the Warriors are usually going to get the benefit of the doubt because those guys and ladies go out of their way to help the media when they need some help working on something.
And that's another reason why there should not be bonuses allowed for being MVP or winning an award at all.
Agree with you completely.
Because if it's that easy to influence a vote, then You know, we're talking about people's livelihoods, and that's not what the media should be involved with. They should be reporting on what they're doing. They shouldn't be deciding how much they make. If you want to decide how much a guy makes, go be John Hollinger. Go work for a team.
888-957-9570.
And that goes for you too, Friedel. Stop paying players off.
Nick, hold your tongue on James Wiseman. I know I wanted to get your thoughts.
I have no votes. I no longer have any votes. And that's exactly why, Ray. I know there are a lot of other people out there like me who think I don't want that power over somebody's future contract somewhere. That is not a space, I believe, that media should get involved with.
Impressive.
Yeah. Damn it.
Yeah.
That's why Friedel stopped, because I told him to knock it off.
Do you have thoughts on James Wiseman, or you don't have thoughts nor votes?
Thoughts on Weissman?
Yeah, I'm talking to Nick. He's on
Nick.
The Zoom camera here.
The issue with Wiseman is the issue with Wiseman, guys, is that they expected him to be and play one way when he came into the league. And I think what they found as they did give him those minutes in that first season is that he was a long way away from potentially being that player. They threw a lot at him very early. Steve Kerr has acknowledged that it was too much. And Luke, the key for the Warriors is to simplify everything for Wiseman now in a role that is going to be defined for him much clearer than it was when he got into the league in the first season. But more than anything else, he's got to stay healthy. That knee has to survive playing night in, night out, and the consistency that comes with being a stalwart in a rotation for a great team. And that's what Wiseman's challenge is now, and that's why all the expectations that we heard when he came in, he's the number 2 pick, he can race up and down the floor, he can shoot it a little bit, those are out the window. You just need him to play and play every night.
I think the question, this is his 3rd year, right? And I don't think most Warrior fans know exactly what you have in him. And because of that, you don't know what you can realistically expect from him in this 3rd year. I know he missed most of last year and then part of the year before with injuries, and he played 3 college games before that. So fans have no idea what to expect from this guy.
Yeah, well, no, he's starting the second half of his rookie year is what he's doing.
Yeah.
Which means that he is considerably behind on a lot of things. I mean, the school book learning part of basketball he's been inundated with. Now it's being able to do that instinctively. You know, it's got to be as natural to him as it became to Looney. And with Looney, that took, I would say, conservatively 5 years. You know, it took him that long to play the way Kerr wants him to play without having to look over to the bench every 5 seconds.
Exactly.
This is going to be a long haul. You better strap in for it.
It's true. And we know that big men don't come in ready to go mostly. And so this isn't no worries. Warriors fans shouldn't be all scared that he's just never going to be an NBA player.
Oh no, but they have to panic by Halloween, otherwise they don't know what to do with themselves.
You heard it from Ray Ratto. Panic by Halloween if James Wiseman isn't giving you 30 minutes a game. We are sponsored by Northern California Toyota Dealers. This is Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
This summer, go farther than ever before in a brand new Toyota Hybrid with amazing MPG to help you get to where you're going in the most fuel-efficient way possible. Save big at the pump all summer long. Toyota, let's go places.
NBA free agency is in full swing.
What a start to free agency in the NBA. Kevon Durant, first and foremost, once out of Brooklyn. Where is he going to end up? He's the big player, but there's been so much other movement, including with the Golden State Warriors. Gary Payton II is going to the Portland Trailblazers. Otto Porter Jr. signed a 2-year deal with the Toronto Raptors.
Get the news as it happens.
Oh my God!
On the home of the NBA champs, 95.7 The Game.
It all started when I was a newly hatched nymph. I was a natural beauty and a master of disguise. I'd lure in my targets with good looks and flowery promises. Then I'd make them dinner.
See what makes an orchid mantis drop dead gorgeous at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Home title theft.
Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-784-0105. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-784-0105 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-784-0105. What do you have to lose? Call 800-784-0105. Again, 800-784-0105.
In Concord, mostly cloudy skies overnight, lows into the mid-50s.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. During summer, be sure to use dishwashers and stoves in the evening to minimize the effects of heat. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It's a classic. Don't know who sings this or what, but it's a staple on the Damon and Ratto show. Trimark has been partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for over 55 years. Trimark brings you innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit TrimarkWest.com. Lucas Alexander in for Damon Bruce on Damon and Ratto. Nick Friedel with us here for the next hour and a half plus until 6 o'clock. Nick, I told you yesterday, we had you, and we'll get to the calls in a little bit. 888-957.
And you enjoyed being had.
9570 if you want to get in and talk about the Warriors.
Always.
We had you on for the first hour plus yesterday when all this KD stuff was breaking. Great conversation. And one of the things that stood out to me was it was odd that the Nets announced a Royce O'Neal trade at the exact same time they announced, or I guess Woj announced, that Kevon Durant went to Joe Tsai, the owner of the Nets, and has demanded a trade. And this one caught me a little off guard as to why are you announcing these at the same time if you're probably going to move your two best assets, two most expensive assets. Why are you trading away a pick to bring in a role player like Royce O'Neal, who's a good enough player on his own? And you said that's a good question, and you know what? They're just trying to move forward like a normal basketball team would, and they like Royce O'Neal, and they're going to bring him in. I wasn't the only one who picked up on this. Neither were you guys. Brian Windhorst also thought this was a little bit odd, and it might tell everybody a little bit about not only where the Nets are, but also where the Jazz are. And yesterday was about Kevon Durant. Today was about Brian Windhorst. And here, this is him on ESPN on First Take earlier today.
I'm going to tell you something happened yesterday. The league executives are wondering what the heck it means. And it happened within 5 minutes. The tweet right before Adrian tweeted about Durant. He tweeted something else. There was a trade yesterday between the Utah Jazz and the Brooklyn Nets. It's a very strange trade. Very strange trade. And you'd really have to be a Jazz or a Nets fan to even know what I'm talking about right now.
Okay.
I don't even know if you guys know what I'm talking about.
I have
notifications turned on, but I don't remember this. They traded Royce O'Neal, who is a role-playing three-point defensive shooter, to Brooklyn for a future first-round draft pick. And so you're going, well, what do you care about Royce O'Neal? Why does that matter? Why would the Jazz do that? Why would the Jazz, who have two stars on their roster, take a player who's one of their starters and best defensive players and trade him in a salary dumping move? Why would they do that?
To open up space to try to land Kevin?
No.
Part of a 3-team trade?
You say, why did Quinn Snyder walk away from that job?
Okay.
And you say, when Danny Ainge, last time he hired a coach, which was Brad Stevens.
Right.
What happened that same year? What did he do? When he hired this young coach who'd never coached the NBA before, and he gave him a long contract, gave Brad Stevens a 6-year contract. Will Hardy, who they just hired, who was, going to potentially be a great young coach, they gave him a 5-year contract. Very rare for a first-time head coach to get a 5-year contract. Why? What's going on in Utah?
What's going on?
And that's what people in the league are watching right now.
Okay.
What's going on in Utah?
Okay.
And so I think the Brooklyn Nets and Phoenix Suns need to find out what's going on in Utah as well. Because what else happened that first year that Brad Stevens got hired? Danny Ainge traded Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce.
So first and foremost, I'd like to commend Grandy on his cutting, because Wendy really played that thing out. There was that clip was about 2.5 minutes long. We cut it down to under 2 minutes, so there was a lot of dead air. The people on with him had no idea what he was talking about, and it was the beating.
They should have beaten him to death. I mean, it probably would have been a little tough for morning television, but you're running a quiz that nobody else is playing, let alone knows the answer to, that's swirling around in that dance hall ahead of yours. Answer the question for him. Get on with it. People have lives. I mean, I like Brian Windhorst, but that was just torturous.
We're going to get back to Nick's take on this and then eventually what happened with Rudy Gobert. But first, we have breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Comes from Shams Charania. It's a big one, and it has to do with your local basketball team. Free agent Dante DiVincenzo has agreed to a 2-year, $9.3 million deal with the Golden State Warriors, sources tell The Athletic and Stadium. Again, that is from Shams Charania, and that includes a player option in year 2. Dante DiVincenzo, I love him as a player. He was with the Kings last year, was traded from the Bucks. He's been on a couple different teams, played at Villanova. What can you tell us about Dante DiVincenzo, Nick? You a fan?
I think it can work, Luke. I think that with DiVincenzo, after he suffered the injury in Milwaukee, you're just kind of hoping that he can still play at that high level that we saw during the beginning of his time with the Bucks. But I like the fact that he's able to stretch the floor. And if you can get him in a lineup, and we saw this work with Steph and with Poole, the amount of space that is created for everybody else is impressive.
Ray, I'm going to get your thoughts. I don't know how much you've watched of him, but I'm going to tell you right now, Warriors fans are going to love this guy.
Warriors fans love every Warrior. And it's almost disgusting. I mean, let's see how he fits first. I mean, he's not the natural Payton role. He's not really the natural Porter role, which means they're going to be tinkering at the edges now because their roster is going to be different. Their rotation is going to be different. I think he's probably a rotation guy, but the things he does well are not necessarily equivalent to the things that Payton and Porter did. So they're going to have to adjust to the fact that he's more of an offensive player and less of a defensive one. So he's filling in a different role than either of those two guys. I mean, it's a piece, but it's not the same piece as they lost twice today.
He can do a lot of different things for this team, and this will be his 5th year in the league next year. As I said, first 3.5 years with Milwaukee. Last season finished it up in Sacramento. Combo guard can play a little backup 1, will play a little 2 for you. I think he'll probably be your 3rd or 4th guard on this team, I guess probably right behind Jordan Poole. He can shoot it. Let's see what his 3-point average last year. Shot 37% from 3, career 35% from 3. He can do a lot of different things. Good passer. So I like his toughness. I think he adds a lot. And we're looking for wings. The Warriors are looking for wings right now. I think he's one of the better options out there.
Well, we don't know because we haven't really looked at all the options. But first of all, he has to be de-kinged. That's topic A. He has to have the stain of Sacramento removed from his psyche.
Only played 25 games. Is that enough to get a king stain on him?
Yes. If you wear the uniform and you collect the paycheck from them, the curse of the king is on you.
I have the Warriors depth chart in front of me as it stands, and he will probably slide in, right next to Moses Moody, and they'll compete for backup 2 wing minutes. So Steph and Jordan Poole are your ones right now. You got Clay Moody and Ryan Rollins at the 2. Wiggins and Kuminga at the 3, Draymond, big gap, and then Patrick Baldwin Jr. at the 4. And at the center spot, it's Loon now, as he resigned earlier today, and James Wiseman. So DiVincenzo probably, I'm guessing he'll play 20-plus minutes a night for this team.
I don't know that I'd guess that necessarily. I mean, it could be that he ends up in a Bielitsa kind of role where he doesn't play that much.
True, but he's 26 years old.
I don't care. I mean, he has to earn the minutes that way, and there's no guarantee that he's going to get 25 minutes a game just because of his name and just because he survived being a king. I mean, Steve Kerr says earn it, and that's the point. I mean, he might be just like a 10-minute, 12-minute a game guy. I mean, it's up to him to find ways to become invaluable the way Porter did, the way Payton did, and that's not known until you see it happen.
And Luke, to Ray's point, what has Steve Kerr used as the metric to give these younger players, and you said DiVincenzo is still just 26 years old, to give them the opportunity to earn more minutes? Play defense.
Yeah.
And I haven't watched him closely enough through the years to know if that is something he'll be able to develop upon more now that he embarks on this stage with the Warriors. But that is always the metric that Kerr uses. You want more minutes? Play defense. Show me that I can trust you out there. And I'll give you the perfect example. Jordan Poole. Everybody knew coming out of Michigan a couple years ago that Jordan Poole could score. Everybody knew that he was a threat from the outside. What nobody could figure out and what limited his progress that first year and a half, he could not defend. He went to the G League. He spent countless hours in the gym. He learned to be a better defender. He still has a long ways to go. But this is a guy who knows what he needed to improve upon, and he did it. And for DiVincenzo, if he wants to come in and make a splash and get into that 20 to 25-minute role a game potentially that you're talking about, he's got to hit from the outside, and he's got to defend on the perimeter. If he does that, the Warriors will be in good shape.
How about this? Proven winner, NBA champion with the Bucks 2 years ago.
Meaningless.
Two-time NCAA champion at Villanova.
Double meaningless.
NCAA Final Four most outstanding player in 2018.
You just filled your bingo card.
Big East Sixth Man of the Year in 2018.
Great.
And it's going downhill.
Does it say anything about what he will do for the Warriors? Because it's not about what he's done in the past. He's coming to a team that plays differently than Milwaukee does.
True.
And he's going to be asked to do different things than he was asked to do in Milwaukee. It's almost, it is. It's a whole new job with a whole set of different skills that he has to show that he can demonstrate when asked. It's not, it's not a like-for-like situation where they're going, we want you to do what you did for the Bucks. It's not what they're asking him to do.
Yes. However, there are skills that translate. Shooting, three-point shooting specifically, creation for himself and others, which he can do, and effort on defense. Those are three things that translate anywhere, and those are three things he brings to any team he's going to be on, which he's going to be on the Warriors.
Effort on defense is not the same as being a competent defender in this system.
True, but it's a start.
Yeah, but that's all it is a start. That's why I say it could be 20 minutes a game. It could be 10. I mean, he's got to be able to play not only defense, but defense the way the Warriors want it played. He's got to be able to run an offense that is more motion than Milwaukee has ever played. I mean, he's got, and I'm not trying to down him in any way, shape, or form. It's just, this is a different job than he's had. That's all. And he's going to have to be able to do that job that way. Because even with a 2-year deal, if it doesn't work out, he's easily disposable. So it's a matter of him proving that he can do, not what he can do, but what the Warriors demand of him.
It is 4:30 here. That means we are on in Sacramento. If there are any Kings fans listening up in Sacktown,
that means 84 minutes from heaven.
That's exactly right. But also it means that Kings fans are listening. So if you have anything to say about Dante DiVincenzo, you only watched him for 25 games last year, but you may see something and have something to say about him. Your newest Warrior, Dante DiVincenzo, signed on for a 2-year deal worth $9.3 million, and the second year is a player option. And yeah, give us a call, 888-957-9570. Another person who may know a little bit about Dante DiVincenzo, Tim Bontemps. He covers the NBA and specifically the Eastern Conference very, very well. Maybe the best out there covering the East Conference. Right, Nick? He's going to join us
He's way better than you.
15 minutes. He's going to join us in 15 minutes, so we'll ask him about
Dante
Timmy
DiVincenzo.
B. Yeah, that's your guy. Should we get back to Brian Windhorst? We'll wait and see if anything else comes out about this Dante DiVincenzo.
Is he still
contract.
Making his fellow panelists cry?
You want to hear it again?
No, it's. I mean, literally, it's like torture. Just why don't you know? Why don't you pay attention to the Utah Jazz? Why aren't you up at 11:30 watching those games? Where's your dignity?
Hey Ray, I'll throw this in there because it does crack me up. Brian's gotten a lot of credit in. He is so good at communicating what is going on in the league. But today was like his Twitter he was getting showered with compliments all over, which, as we know on Twitter, is difficult to do. Last night, we went to dinner. Me, Timmy B, Brian. We walk in, and Brian kind of looks around, and one of the people who was at the restaurant is like, hey, you guys had a busy day. And the guy who stuck out to him was Brian, because he lives on TV right now.
Yeah.
And they were so happy that Brian had come in there with us that they comped our meal. So Brian truly, I know Bonte always talks about this in the Bay, Brian eats for free all over the place because so many people respect the job that he does on television.
I'm not questioning the job he does. I'm just saying that this morning he was like one of those movie interrogators. You know, tell us what you did when the murder happened. Tell us why you killed him.
Where were you Monday morning?
Give me a motive now.
Before we get to the Rudy Gobert trade, can you tell us?
I'm sorry. I have expected him to just turn on Tim Legro and go, liar!
Can you tell us about this dinner? Where were you? What were you guys eating?
Oh, some Italian place. We all left there pretty late last night, and we were just walking around, and it is amazing how much Brian's personality resonates for a lot of people. And I've seen it. This isn't just in New York City, and it isn't just in the Bay. When you go somewhere with Brian, everybody feels like they know Brian, and that's a credit to what he does and how he delivers the messages on TV.
Any stories? Anything besides the fact that they picked up the tab? And anything else come out of last night's dinner? I feel like there's some gold here that we're missing out on.
I'm sure there isn't, but did they pick up the drinks too?
Ray has it right. No. This was, I drink water, and those two drank a Coke. So,
Sounds like a wild night.
What is this, amateur hour? Did you order your meal through a speaker?
Yeah,
did it come in a bag with a happy face on the cover? I had water, they had Cokes.
You haven't lived, though, until you've been in a 6 a.m. Zoom for Get Up with Timmy B. Let me just tell you that. That is an experience that everybody should have in their lifetimes at some point.
Rudy Gobert has been traded to the Minnesota Timberwolves for how many first-rounders? Count them out. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. 5 first-round picks, including the one that they just picked in this last draft. Here's the entire trade. The Utah Jazz get back for Rudy Gobert, Malik Beasley, Patrick Beverley, Jared Vanderbilt, Minnesota's first-round pick this year, which I just mentioned, Walker Kessler, the big man out of Auburn, and 4 more future first-round picks. It's pretty much 5 first-round picks, and all but 1 are protected. Let's just start there. Rudy Gobert's 30. He has 4 years left on a massive max deal. He's owed over $169 million over the next 4 years. What's the first thing that came to mind when you saw this deal, Nick? This is absolutely crazy that the Timberwolves gave up this much, and it's on a center. They already have a center. They want to go big. They spent 5 first-rounders and all these other ancillary pieces on Rudy Gobert, of all people, a guy who, in most playoff series, he can't even play down the stretch because he's played right off the court.
And they maxed out Towns. That's the part I keep coming back to. Towns is not the number one guy that you build around if you want to win a title. And so now you have Towns and Gobert for the rest of the draft picks in this decade. When I saw it, Luke, I went, the Timberwolves. There's always a reason that they aren't near the top and don't have it, but I give them credit for this. At least they're taking a swing. It's just not a swing with the personnel that's in place around Towns that I would have gone with right now.
The thing that jumped out at me is the fact that we now know one more team that doesn't really give a damn about the draft anymore. I mean, this is becoming a slow but perceptible shift in the NBA. It's just draft choices are now considered almost more trouble than they're worth if you're not in the lottery. And, we saw it start with the LA Rams, where they just said, we don't need draft choices if we get a guy who can play now. So here, have our draft choices. We'll take Odell Beckham. We're good with that. And I think they were the first team to display that kind of disdain for the draft. And now you're seeing a bunch of NBA teams, well, not a bunch, but a small but growing number of teams going, what do these draft choices get me? I mean, Danny Ainge, collected draft choices like they were, Beanie Babies when he was in Boston. And what did he get for him? Squadoosh.
Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown and this whole team
and a ton
that
of
just went
other
to the
things
finals.
that everybody expected him to use as trade bait that he never did. With as many draft picks as he had, he should have gotten 3 Tatums and 4 Browns. And I think more and more general managers are looking at this and going, why are you stockpiling draft choices when you have to get a chance to have a living human being?
Well,
and I think it's becoming the new orthodoxy in this league.
I think the Timberwolves will tell you that they don't think they're going to be in the lottery anytime soon, right? Because they were just there in the same draft that the Warriors got James Wiseman. Anthony Edwards is their guy. He went number 1 in that draft. And now they have one of the best young players in the entire league. So I guess they feel the need, or they feel the desire to try and go all in. And I guess going all in means Rudy Gobert to the Minnesota Timberwolves. So what do you have now with the Minnesota Timberwolves? That's the question. They wanted to go big, and yeah, they really went big. They apparently weren't happy with Karl Anthony Towns' rim protection, and Rudy Gobert alone will give them a top 10 defense, bringing him in. The question is, what is Cat at a 4? How many 4s can he guard? I guess what even is a 4 in today's NBA? That's a question for another time, I guess. But offensively, it's a little awkward. You're going to have Cat away from the basket because Rudy Gobert can't play away from the basket. They also sneakily picked up Slow-Mo yesterday. Kyle Anderson now on this team. So their starting 5 is D'Angelo Russell still on this team. So D'Lo, Anthony Edwards, Kyle Anderson at the 3, Karl Anthony Towns at the 4, Rudy Gobert at the 5. They're better, but how much better?
This is the type of question, guys, when you're asking that, Luke, that makes me shake my head for a lot of NBA teams. Because if you have just given up your draft, and Ray, I'm with you, Danny Ainge seems to put more emphasis on the draft than any executive in recent memory. He loves compiling and piling up those picks year after year after year. Sometimes they turn into something, sometimes we never see them again. But if you're the Timberwolves and you have now forfeited the rest of your draft future for Rudy Gobert, what is the ceiling? Like, if you're them and you make this move, you got to feel like, all right, well, can we win a title? And you just went through the bulk of that roster, Luke. No. Like, you've committed all this money to Rudy Gobert and Towns, and you still have Russell's max on the books, and you're going to have to max out the Ant-Man at some point, Anthony Edwards. That's a good team. It's an interesting team. It's not a great team. It's not even close to me, and I don't see why you make all the moves that you did to get to a point where the ceiling, again, to me, is potentially getting knocked out in the second round.
It got you a free meal at Hooters. What are you complaining about?
Hooters, where I once saw Allen Iverson in Miami.
He was the manager, right?
Oh,
it's rude, Ray. It's one of the greatest guards of all time you're talking about.
He's
right
a
there.
tremendous player, but I think he was probably in enough Hooters enough times to get to own a couple of them. That doesn't seem like that big a stretch.
So you don't have anything on what the Minnesota Timberwolves are? Are they better than the 4th best team in the West?
Oh, they're worse than the 4th best team in the West. I mean, I don't think they improved themselves in any dramatic way at all. I mean, they have a different look now. But Karl Anthony Towns played as close to the basket as I do. He likes to hang out at 18 feet. You know, anything closer than that, he starts to get a skin rash. All this did was, basically justify how he plays, because he's not going to go down low and bump around. You know, he's a jump shooter. You know, what Rudy Gobert gives them is a little more balance defensively at the risk of not improving themselves, you know, in such a way that you look and say, yeah, they're definitely better than Memphis, because they're not. Or they're better than Phoenix, because they're not. I mean, they were 7th last year on merit. I think that's where they are now. In fact, in some ways, I almost look at it like Portland might have caught them and passed them.
Really?
Portland did some interesting things, I thought.
Okay, we're going to have to put in that one and come right back to it. On the other side, right, we're going to talk to our pal Tim Bontemps. He's been all over all of these moves. We have a lot of things to talk to him about. This Rudy Gobert trade. Also, the best team in the East got better. And the Warriors just got Dante DiVincenzo, a guy who just won a title with the Eastern Conference Milwaukee Bucks. We'll talk to him about all of that on the other side. This is Damon and Ratto, Lucas Alexander, and Nick Friedel here today in for Damon Bruce, and we are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
72
What's
minutes
up,
and
everybody?
counting.
Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook.
Ken Barkley filling in for Nick Costos. Let's look at some pro football win total bets for the fall and see what stands out. I like Vegas over 8.5 wins. I know the division's tough, but this was a playoff team last year. Brings back their quarterback, traded for a big-time receiver, and they get a big upgrade at head coach.
That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Check out the latest lines at betrivers.com. I'm Nick Costos. Keep it locked here for more throughout the day.
Is online casino and sports betting not yet legal in your state? BetRivers.net offers all of your favorite casino games and sportsbook free. Visit BetRivers.net and create your account today. It's 100% free to sign up and play. BetRivers.net offers a variety of games like slots, table games with live dealers, and so much more. You can share the excitement with other players online anywhere, anytime from your desktop or mobile device. Don't miss out on the fun. Create your free account at BetRivers.net today. BetRivers.net is a play for fun site for entertainment only. Must be 21 or older.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car.
this. The sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off plus $750 instant savings on select LG appliances. Valid June 22nd through July 13th. U.S. only. Gas range extra. See store for details.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Damon and Ratto back rolling on Friday afternoon. Lucas Alexander sitting in the captain's chair. Ray, can I call it the captain's chair?
Well, if you want to sound like an idiot.
Perfect. Ray Ratto still here.
That's a yes.
Mm-hmm. Nick Friedel, also live from Brooklyn with us for the 3 hours, and we're really excited to bring in ESPN's Tim Bontemps, NBA insider. I don't know if we call him an insider. He's definitely an insider, but I think his
He's an insider. It's Timmy B, baby.
Tim Bontemps, welcome to the show. I hope you're doing really well. Thanks for making time for us on a really busy afternoon, but I want to start right with the breaking news of the afternoon. The Warriors signed Dante DiVincenzo to a 2-year deal. I've watched him plenty. He technically won a ring with Milwaukee, but he was hurt in those finals. What should Warriors fans know about Dante DiVincenzo? I know you've watched him pretty closely over the years.
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, guys, Nick is in Manhattan because he's about 100 feet from me at his apartment down here in the Seaport. But give you that inside info. But beyond that, I think, to me, Dante DiVincenzo is a great pickup for the Warriors because, you know, in looking at what happened over the past 24 hours, you know, with Otto Porter going elsewhere, with Gary Payton II going elsewhere, for the Warriors to go get a guy like Dante, who, frankly, I think was undervalued in the market, you know, I don't really understand. His qualifying offer didn't really make a lot of sense. I know he had a rough year last year with injuries, but he's a pretty talented player, and I think can do a lot of the stuff that Gary Payton II did for the Warriors while being able to do a little bit more with the ball. So I think it's got a chance to work out pretty well for them on a 1-year deal. I really like the fit. And obviously between that and getting Kevon Looney back, you know, I think the Warriors are hoping to get 2 of Looney, Payton, and Otto Porter back. And obviously Looney was always the most likely. And I think getting Dante and Kevon Looney, I think has to be looked at as a pretty good win and a nice value pickup for them to kind of fill in some of the depth that they lost with those other 2 guys walking away.
And, of course, there'll be key pieces in the Durant trade later this week, right?
Of course. Absolutely. It'll be, you know, what will it be? It'll be, you know, even though he's been departed as a minimum player, it'll be Juan Toscano-Anderson and Dante DiVincenzo and, you know, throw in a couple second-round picks.
Wiggins to make the money work.
Warriors again.
Yeah. Well, and they'll bring Bjelica back from Turkey.
That's right. Bring it back from Fenerbahce and everything will be good.
As a more practical matter, does this erase the loss of Payton and Porter, you know, except for the emotional Warriors fans who think that every guy who ever wore a Warrior uniform is God?
Right.
Does this make them better in any material way?
I do. I think it's got a chance to, Ray. You know, we'll see what Dante looks like, right? It could end up backfiring if he is exactly the same player he was last year. But I think, you know, guys look better playing with great players, right? And Dante was a starting shooting guard on the Bucks 2 years ago when he hurt his ankle against the Miami Heat and was playing well, right? He's a good player. And he does a lot of the same stuff that Gary Payton does, except that he is a better shooter. So, you know, he's not quite as good a defender. He's better on offense. So to me, I do think he can make up in particular for the stuff that Payton gave them with a little bit of verve with the ball. So I really like the move. You know, I think the Warriors were a little disappointed with the way things shook out. It took them a while to get Looney done, and I think they were wondering, you know, what would be available in the market as a lot of these guys have gotten snapped up. And I think not only getting Dante, but getting him enough below the full tax MLE thing, go sign Ryan Rollins, their second-round pick, to probably a 3-year deal and make sure they get restricted rights on him, a guy that they like. I think they did a good job here, and I think that, you know, I think they should feel pretty good about, you know, where they're at right now. And certainly any of these guys are going to be minimums going forward. I think Golden State will be in the mix for it because, as we all know, you know, that's for many reasons a very premium place to go play right now. And I think they'll be able to get their pick of, you know, some of these guys.
All right, Timmy B, let's get to the question that everybody is discussing, and you and I have bounced around for 24 hours. As we stand here on Friday night, where do you think Kevin Durant ultimately ends up?
I think he's going to Phoenix. I've said this a bunch. I know you've heard it, Nick. But I think when you look at trades like this, it has to come down to a combination of where does the guy want to go and whether the team that he wants to go to can provide enough back to make it worth the team he's being traded from's while. And I think when you look at the nexus of this, the Phoenix Suns, to me, are the nexus of those two things. They're the one team that has a lot. First of all, they have every one of their draft picks going forward, which, as we know, is the absolutely most valuable trade commodity when you're trying to get one of these star players. They've also got Mikal Bridges, arguably the best 3-and-D wing in the league, who is on an incredible contract going forward at just over $20 million a year. They've got Cam Johnson, and they've got DeAndre Ayton, who they could sign and trade somewhere to get more stuff. So whether it's that package alone for Kevin Durant or it's some portion of that package with other stuff turned into it as part of a multi-team trade to get Kevin Durant, the fact that Durant wants to go there and the fact that the Suns have all that stuff to trade, I think, to me, if I'm having to handicap this thing, I think Phoenix makes the most sense in terms of where Durant could wind up between now and whenever the Nets end up deciding to ultimately trade him.
ESPN's Tim Bontemps with us here, 95.7 The Game, Damon and Ratto. I wanted to follow up on this KD stuff because there was a report earlier today that he wouldn't go to the Heat unless Bam, Kyle Lowry, and Jimmy Butler are still on that team. And this begs the question of what we brought up yesterday, Tim. How much power does he have in this? Because he doesn't have a no-trade clause, but obviously he could tell a team, yeah, if you trade for me, I'm just not going to play. Where's the power dynamic between KD and the Nets right now after he's demanded a trade out of Brooklyn?
Well, look, obviously he doesn't have complete control, right? Because he is under contract. He doesn't have a no-trade clause. However, I think we all know that generally how these things work is teams aren't going to want to give up the sun, the moon, and the stars to trade for a guy who doesn't want to be there, right? Even if it's Kevin Durant, because obviously if you do that, it then comes with a whole another set of complications afterward, right? And if you're trading all this stuff for him, you want to have a guy who's showing up that wants to be there and is excited about it. Because otherwise, then it's kind of like, then you have another set of problems on your hands that you have to deal with later. So, to me, looking at it overall, like I said, you can draw out scenarios with a team like Toronto, which has all their picks, and Scotty Barnes, who's one of the most exciting young players in the league. You can look at New Orleans, who has 1 billion draft picks, and Brandon Ingram. You have Oklahoma City, who's got every draft pick ever known to man on their team. You can map out scenarios where he goes other places. I don't think Miami can really get in the game with what they have, but I think that Phoenix, like I said, is the one team that has the right combination of young players and picks and Durant's desire to go there, that if I'm handicapping it, to me, they're the clear favorite when this is all said and done to have them on the team.
Okay, I want to ask the one question I don't believe anybody has asked here. How vindictive is Joe Tsai? Not how vindictive does the situation allow him to be. How pissed is he to the point where he might not give Durant what he wants?
I don't think it's going to quite go like that, Ray. I mean, look, to me, this I think is going to be, I don't want to say it's going to be a complete partnership of getting this thing done, but I think the Nets, the Nets are still going to be interested in getting the next star player, right? And whether it's fair or not, teams view these things as if you just send a guy somewhere he doesn't want to go, then that could have an adverse impact on future dealings. And this is a team that's in a big market, right? Obviously in New York City, that thinks it's going to be able to attract free agents later. So I do think there's going to be some level of that to this. And look, the other thing is, like, again, if the only team he was interested in going to was Miami, and that was it, and there were no other teams involved, that he was like, I'm going to Miami or else, or I'm going to the Lakers for, or else. I think then there might be more of a chance that there'd be a surprise entry because it wouldn't be a realistic outcome. I think that while Phoenix isn't perfect, it's close enough to a realistic outcome that I think the Suns can get there if they're willing to get there to get this thing over the line. But look, as we know with the Nets, and as Nick knows better than anybody, trying to say anything is definitely going to go in a certain way with this team is a fool's errand. So I'm not going to sit here and say that, this is going to go smoothly and they're going to work with Kevin hand in glove and find a team where everybody's happy and everything goes great. Like, I suspect this thing could drag on for a while. I think it's going to be a pretty interesting thing to watch play out, obviously, for about 1,000 reasons. And until it does play out, I think the league is going to more or less be on hold, waiting to see what happens, because it's probably going to lead to an avalanche of things that come as a result of it.
Timmy B, you and I have spent the entire day discussing why the Nets culture has been demolished over the course of the last few months and especially in the last few days. As we broaden it out to the Warriors, you follow the league as closely as anybody I know. Why do you think that culture has maintained at the level it has for so long?
You talking about Golden State's?
Yes.
They have Stephen Curry. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, and that's no disrespect to Steve Kerr or Bob Myers or anybody else. Like, they have Stephen Curry. It's the same reason that the San Antonio Spurs were like that for 3 decades. They had David Robinson, and then they had Tim Duncan. Like, your team is defined by your best player. That's just how it is. And that's, there's plenty of great coaches and executives in the league. The one place you could maybe say that's not the case is Miami, right? Because they've got Pat Riley there. But really, other than basically that, the best players on these teams define how the teams operate. And look, there's not a lot of best players in the league who would have done what Steph Curry did with Kevin Durant and openly, actively campaigned to bring in a guy who was was certainly an equal of his, if not a better of his, right, when he was with the Warriors. But Steph knew it was the best thing for them to win, and so he did it. And I think that sort of selflessness goes through the whole team. It's like anything else. If you see the best player on the team acting in a certain way, it's hard for you not to act in the same way, right? And I think when you look at the Nets, Nick, like, the bottom line is, as we both know, the Nets were run by Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, and this team was a dysfunctional mess because they were run by Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, right? Like, that's how this stuff goes. In the NBA, it is a players' league. It is a talent league. This stuff flows down from the top, and while you need to have a good infrastructure, and I think the Nets have proven that if you just hand everything over to the players, and this isn't just about Kevin and Kyrie, it's with any team, you need to have separation of church and state. Just like when you see the coaches that have the coach and GM responsibilities, that's generally a disaster. If you have players trying to make coaching and GM decisions, that's going to be a disaster. You need to have a really good coach, a really good front office, and a really good set of players. That's what the Golden State Warriors have had. That is why they've won. But more than anything else, they've got Steph Curry, who's a singular talent, and he's a singular person. You put that together, that's the reason why the Warriors have been on the run they've been on for the past 8 or 9 years.
ESPN's Tim Bontemps here on Damon and Ratto 95.7 The Game. We're going to take a quick second, Tim. We'll keep you for a couple minutes after we welcome everybody to the 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Tim, before we get into why you don't buy alcohol when you go out to dinner with Friedel.
Good one.
Got to be mentioned. Wherever Durant ends up, is he going to operate on the theory that he is still going to be the de facto general manager wherever he goes? Or are there teams like Miami who would just say, nah, you're a player here. We decide what happens and how it happens?
Well, I've been to plenty of dinners with Nick where that hasn't been the case, so I'm not sure where that's coming from. But
he made a big deal about how none of you guys, bought a beer.
I told him that B walked in the restaurant, and they were so enthralled that Mr. Windhorst had graced the restaurant with its presence that they comped our meal. And then Ray said, "Did you buy any drinks?" And I said, "Timmy B and Brian had Cokes, and I had a water," and he got upset with me.
Well, I didn't have drinks because I was still working at dinner and had to work after dinner. Otherwise, I would have probably had many, given the way yesterday went. However, as far as going back, I can't even remember what you asked me in the first.
I asked if Kevin Durant still gets to run the next franchise he goes to, or are those days over?
That's right. I think I think the answer to that is no, right? And I think that's the case because, this was a singular situation with the Nets, right? Where he and Kyrie Irving came to Brooklyn together, and right from the beginning, what was the first thing they did? They said, we're going to have DeAndre Jordan come with us, and you're going to pay him $40 million, right? When nobody else probably would have given more than a quarter of that. That set the tone for what was going to happen with the Nets moving forward. This is going to be a different situation. Kevin's going to go to a team, and he's going to be on the team, but I don't think he's going to be running the team. And look, if he goes to Phoenix, where they've got Monty Williams and James Jones, who've done a great job there, or he goes to Miami, where they've got Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra there, right, just for two examples, he's not going to be running the team in those places. He's going to be there to play. And I think, I could even see there being a sense of relief in that, right? Like, as Nick knows and will tell you, and I'm sure has told everybody on the show so far, this team was such a emotionally and mentally draining team to be around. And, I think getting away from that and just being able to, get back to a quote-unquote normal team, even if no team that Kevin Durant is on is normal because players that special just have more attention and focus on them than normal other places, I just don't see it being a scenario where it's going to be like it was in Brooklyn. I think this has all come together in this way for a specific reason, and I just don't see that replicating itself wherever he winds up.
Everybody has talked about Durant in the last few days, and remarkably few people have talked about what Irving will be like running what's left of the Brooklyn Nets. Is that the disaster it looks like, or does it have to become a disaster over time?
In what sense exactly, Ray?
Well, in that Kyrie Irving as the driver of your franchise hasn't really worked in any of the places he's been.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Now I understand what you're asking me. Well, that's why I was confused. He's not going to be driving anything except...
Tim? Well, apparently he's not going to be driving anything.
Yeah, he's not driving anything at all. He's out of the league. He's going to sign with the Edmonton Oilers.
That was a tour de force by my boy Timmy B.
I actually think he just threw his phone into the toilet.
No, those AirPods that he wears, they just burst into flames because he's been on them so much. But his point, Ray, is that Kyrie is not going to be in Brooklyn. He's going to be long gone. And that the next team that goes into business with him, good luck to them, given what we've seen now in Cleveland, Boston, and Brooklyn.
Who in their right mind wants Kyrie Irving without Kevin Durant?
LeBron.
Yeah,
and you know why? Because he doesn't have any other good options. That's why.
All right, we got Tim Bontemps back. Ray, do you want to try your question again?
I apologize, guys. I've been on the phone for 2 hours, and my headphones died, and it hung up my phone.
It's exactly what Nick said.
Called it.
The answer, well, I mean, it's what we're doing right now. But to answer Ray's question, Kyrie Irving's going to be driving anything in Brooklyn other than being driven out of town in the first chance that they can do. Like, I don't see any scenario where he's playing for the Nets next season, even if they don't trade him. I mean, to me, if they can't find a trade, I think he'll just be sat at home, and it'll be a John Wall type situation where they wait to use the expiring contract to turn him into something. But I also don't think it'll get to that. Like, whenever this Kevin Durant deal happens, whether Kyrie Irving is traded in conjunction with that somewhere or if it's a deal that happens right after that, I don't think he's going to be around when they get to training camp. Like, the only reason Kyrie Irving is around to this point is because he was tied to Kevin Durant, right? So, I know Nick was talking about how LeBron, in the Lakers knew that was really their only path to contention to get Kyrie Irving. I think there are teams that might take a flyer on him because he is on an expiring deal. And when you look at having him on your team for 1 year with no exposure after that, I do think it's unlike, typically, like people say, hey, Kevin Durant's signed for 4 years. This is great. Leave Kevin Durant for 4 years. I don't think anybody's trying to sign up other than maybe the Warriors or the Lakers because of how desperate they are. Nobody's trying to sign up for 4 years of Kyrie Irving right now. But if you get him for 1 year and you have a strong locker room, you say, hey, we can take a shot on it, give up maybe some kind of protected first-round pick or something. And if it doesn't work, all right, well, then we've got a $36 million expiring contract that we could turn around and use at the trade deadline to get some other stuff. Then I could see maybe some teams saying, all right, like, why not? Let's take a swing and see if it works, and if not, no harm done. Like, that's a long-winded way of saying I'll be very surprised if that scenario you're trying to lay out comes to fruition, because I just cannot see how Kyrie Irving has played anything but his final game as a Brooklyn Net.
Would he be an effective starter for the Kings?
Well, it showed up and decided to play in Sacramento, I suppose. I mean, all Kyrie really wants to do is go out there and score. So, I mean, he would score a lot of points, and they would probably lose a lot of games if he like he was playing in Cleveland before LeBron showed up. So, I mean,
hey, look, you have your fantasies, I have mine.
What'd you say?
You have your fantasies, I have mine.
He'd be left alone up there. No one really cares about what's going on in Sacramento.
That is true. He would just be able to hoop and be left alone. He might be happy.
Yeah, I think the good listeners up in Sacramento would hope for a forest fire.
Timmy, let's move on past these couple headlines. One of the most impactful trades, not Rudy Gobert related, was what the Celtics just did. The best team in the Eastern Conference finalists, or I guess winners, got a point guard. They got a legitimate point guard, something that they really needed in the finals against the Warriors. Couple questions off of that. Was that just a salary dump? They give up nothing. A couple of back end of the bench pieces, what will be a low first-round pick. Was there no market for Malcolm Brogdon? And how much better does this make the Celtics?
I think you just answered your own question, didn't you?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it was pretty. I mean, the market dictated how that went, right? The Celtics, to your point, the Celtics gave up 8. What was I going to say? They gave up 8 players, or they had 8 players in their playoff rotation. Their top 8 players gave up none of them in this trade for Malcolm Brogdon. So they had a guy who averaged 19, 5, and 5 last year, albeit in 33 games or 36 games, but clearly very talented player. Got him for essentially a very late first-round pick, and that's it. Why is that the case? Well, mainly because he's owed $70 million or so over the next 3 years, and he's had a history of foot and knee issues. So, and he's now 29, going on 30. He'll be 30 in the fall. So you are looking at a bit of a you're looking at taking on a guy with some real risk for real money. And so because of that, there wasn't much of a market for him. And so, look, for Boston, there is some risk here, I think. You've got Marcus Smart, who's been very vocal about the fact that he was proud of being the point guard of this team after years of wanting to be. To your point, you now trade for a point guard who is used to having the ball in his hands. How's that going to go? Then on top of that, you're probably going to tell Malcolm Brogdon to come off the bench and be your 7th guy, you know? So if you look at it that way, like, there's some things the Celtics are going to have to massage and work out here. Same with Danilo Gallinari, another guy who's used to playing a lot. And the Celtics are going to get, is used to having touches, having the ball in his hands. But last year, the Celtics had basically 7.5, 8 guys, and that was it. They managed to get through the playoffs healthy. Now they've got a legit 10 guys. And I think these trades, from a talent standpoint, made them way, way better. And I think in the sum total of it, this was a risk the Celtics needed to take, because Brad Stevens talked after their season ended about how they needed to get more playmaking and more scoring depth off the bench. The moves they made today, they did both of that in a huge way, and I think it made them a lot better and a lot deeper. So if they can manage some of these chemistry things, which Ime Udoka has proven very good at so far, I think they got way, way better today, and I'll try and make them the favorites to get back out of the East again.
Timmy B, as we close it out here, as we wait to see what happens with Kevin Durant in that situation, over the course of the first day or so in free agency, which team do you think has improved the most?
I mean, up until this Boston stuff, I thought it was Philly. I thought going and getting DeAnthony Melton at the draft, I thought getting DJ Tucker and Daniel House, I thought they did a great job addressing the issues they had last season. Toughness, defense, rebounding, athleticism. I think they got a lot better. That said, I think from a talent standpoint, the Celtics got a lot better today. That's a couple really big moves. And, you know, you and I spent some time, obviously you were out here the whole second half of the year, Nick. We were around the Bucks a lot. I think the Bucks are clearly the best team in the league this year. I think they would have won the title if they were healthy. I've said that a bunch of times. Celtics got a lot better today, though. And I think talent-wise, they're right there with Milwaukee. Might even be ahead of them if they can work out this chemistry stuff. But on top of all that, I will say, I am genuinely fascinated to see what the Minnesota Timberwolves look like. Them going all in for Rudy Gobert like this is one of the most fascinating trades I've seen in a long, long time. To give up the amount of draft capital and young talent that the Wolves did, obviously they gave up a bunch of crappy players overall, but they gave up Walker Kessler, a guy who they liked in the draft that they just took in the first round. They gave up Leandro Bolmaro, who they drafted out of Barcelona last year. It was a pretty interesting 6'7" ball handler. And they gave up a ton of picks and swaps in this deal. That's a move you make if you think this makes you a championship contending team. And this is a Minnesota Timberwolves franchise that has not won a playoff series in 20 years. So now they have Anthony Edwards, Karl Towns, and Rudy Gobert. They're playing two centers together. They're going to make a combined $400 million. Like there's just a ton of stuff going on there. And I really am genuinely fascinated to watch this team play because, as you guys know, the Warriors have, been this dominant team the past several years playing small ball, right? Draymond goes to 5, playing the death lineup. Like, that's always been their go-to move. And you had the Celtics make the finals playing with two bigs. Now you have the Timberwolves going all in, playing with two bigs. It's just a fascinating shift. And I just think that Minnesota Timberwolves team, obviously they got way better on the court because Rudy's way better than the guys they gave up. But for the amount of stuff they paid in draft capital going forward for a guy who's 30 with a huge contract going forward, that's a huge all-in move from Tim Connolly, who's been in that job about 3 weeks. And I really can't wait to watch them play. Like, I haven't been as intrigued by a trade outside of, Kawhi Leonard going to Toronto. Like, to me, it's even though he's not quite that level player, it's that kind of trade because of all the stuff, all the implications it has across the board.
Pretty impressive by the Timberwolves. They haven't won a playoff game in 20 years, but somehow they won an NBA championship last year without winning a single playoff game. Just ask Patrick Beverley. Tim Bontemps, thank you very much.
Ray should be proud of that line. That's a good line right there.
It came out of Lucas's face. Let's calm down.
Timmy, thanks for the time, man. Appreciate it. I know you're busy.
Anytime, guys. You're the best. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Talk soon. Tim Bontemps, ESPN writer, reporter, and insider. Just an outstanding performance from our guy, Tim Bontemps. I know Nick was really enjoying that one.
Nick enjoys nearly anything. I mean, he'll laugh if you say shoehorn at him.
Well, and also when you might drop some words on the radio that you shouldn't.
Got it.
That always gives me an extra kick. But no. Timmy B follows the league as closely as anybody I know. And so to be around him in this moment in time as all this stuff is happening is something, because those AirPods, he must have like 9 different pairs to make sure that they're going all the time. The dude loves the game, and whether fans want to agree with where he stands on stuff or not, he's put in the time to watch all this different stuff that is always pretty impressive. But man, oh man, if you think those conversations are fun, Luke, you should hear the way he goes off sometimes when you're just sitting at dinner just thinking, okay, let's talk about a little about what's going on, and then it's just an hour-long soliloquy about the Hornets' issues at the 3 spot. You never know what's going to happen.
Sounds like Ray's hell.
That makes it sound like he's the guy begging for parole. We're going to talk about the Hornets now over dinner.
They're the 3rd-string power forward.
God, how many ways can I beg you to shoot me?
He brought up a couple interesting things, and let's go back to all of them.
Unfortunately, none of them were the Hornets.
Let's hope so, Luke.
Number one, he's really fascinated with the Timberwolves, and that's where we left off our conversation before we brought him in. How is that going to work? Like, what he mentioned was the Warriors like to go small, and this is they're going to try and go big. A Twin Towers out there with Rudy Gobert, who can't shoot. Cat can very well, and he's going to be playing the power forward. Offensively, defensively, is that going to work? Is that going to win?
Karl Anthony Towns doesn't go near the rim. He likes floating around the perimeter. They may have to be introduced several times during the year. They'll see each other so little on the floor. I don't see how it really alters anything, except that now they found the shot blocker that they really thought that Karl Anthony Towns was going to be. Does that make them better than 7th? I don't know. I mean, they don't look like they're much better to me. And, they also establish themselves as one of the teams in the we hate the draft vanguard. I mean, under no circumstances is Rudy Gobert worth 4 first-round picks, even if you don't give him any players. I mean, that's insane. Unless the Timberwolves understand that when they pick a player and it's not the first pick in the draft, they are far more likely to screw it up than to get it right. So maybe they just looked at those draft choices and said, you know what? That's just good money after bad. Let's get rid of it as quickly as possible.
I like the idea that they made that move thinking, all right, let's try something only in this regard, Ray. You're Minnesota. Who in the hell is coming there? And maybe Tim Conley, who, as Timmy B said, only has been there a few weeks, figured, all right, you survey the options. Who is on a long-term deal that we know we can build with for a while? And I wouldn't have given up all those picks either. But if you're Minnesota, this is a have or a have-not league. Nobody is willingly going to Minnesota. Nobody is sitting there going, you know what's a great free agent destination? You know where I really want to live for 5 years? Minneapolis. Minneapolis is awesome in the summer, and it is miserable in the winter. So if you get Gobert and he is okay with being there for a little bit and you know you need help defensively down on the blocks and in the post, it makes sense in that sense.
And who likes being arse-deep in snow more than a guy from France?
It's a good point. Although he's so tall, it may not reach that high on his body.
It's not a question of reaching. It's a question of where you're standing. It's incredibly cold.
In case you're just joining us, you missed the breaking news of the last half an hour or so. The Warriors signed somebody who wasn't on their roster last year. Dante DiVincenzo has agreed to a 2-year, $9.3 million deal with the Golden State Warriors. That comes from Shams, and we'll get to that in one second. But the other thing that he mentioned, which I find interesting, we haven't spent any time on this today, is Malcolm Brogdon. I know that he brought up the injury concerns there, but he's a really good player. I haven't checked. I don't think he's made an All-Star team, but he's right at that caliber of a player. Good three-point shooter, really good defender. Now to put him in a backcourt with Marcus Smart and have him in a starting lineup with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum and either Rob Williams or Al Horford, as Tim said, they got deeper and a lot better. I also liked what Milwaukee did this offseason. They kept everybody. They'll get healthier. They'll bring Chris Middleton back. They brought Bobby Portis back. They also went and got Joe Ingles, who Ray makes fun of me, but I'm a huge Joe Ingles fan. I think he really works with what they do. After these two off seasons, Nick, who do you think is the team to beat in the East? Is it still the Celtics until proven otherwise?
To me, it's Milwaukee. I think if you have healthy Giannis, healthy Middleton, and Holiday, that group hasn't been knocked off. If all three of those guys are on the floor, I feel like Draymond right now. Nobody's beaten us when we've been healthy, and guess what? Draymond was right. That, to me, out of the East, with the depth that they have and the length and athleticism of the roster, and then, Luke, another player that we haven't discussed much, but Bobby Portis got another $50 million and is staying in Milwaukee. He was such a powerful force off the bench for them, especially when they won the title a year ago. So there are a lot of reasons why Milwaukee still has a ton of confidence. And as great as Boston looked at times in this last postseason, and as close as they came against the Warriors, to me, it's Milwaukee's conference to lose.
I like Brooklyn just because I think it's not that it'll be hard to beat them, but everybody will want to see it.
It's true.
People be lining up. Can they lose by 73 the way Oklahoma City did last year?
Is Kevin Durant going to be on that team?
But Ray, it is important to remember Brooklyn can't tank. They have no picks. It doesn't benefit them at all to ship everybody away and build like it looks like Utah is building. We'll just take every draft pick you got and we'll see you in 5 years. Brooklyn has traded away a whole bunch of different assets to create the team that we've seen right now. So to think that they're going to just add a couple pieces and lose 70 games, that is not reality for whatever course they're now taking as an organization.
But wouldn't you think that they're going to ask for a lot of picks in exchange for Durant and Irving and then replenish themselves that way?
I think they're going to ask for picks and young players who can help them right away. But this is the problem when you go all in for a superstar-laden team and you don't win. This will be the problem when we're sitting here in a couple years discussing, well, what happened to Minnesota? Well, they went all in with Rudy Gobert and they got knocked out in the first round. That's a problem. It's the same thing that just happened to Brooklyn, though. As much as you want to say, all right, we'll take back the picks, we'll build for another day, let's see what happens in the next few drafts. When you don't have a lot of picks to go around, you have to lay in the bed that you made. And with the Nets and the decisions that they made to land KD and Kyrie and then the next season Harden, you just have to deal with it. And it's a very, very tough pill to swallow when your championship window that you thought was going to be open for 4 or 5 years disappears over the course of a month or two.
Let's be honest here. If we're sitting here in a couple of years talking about Minnesota, you got to get a better couch.
For the therapist I'll be talking to at that point?
No.
Too?
I mean, that thing looks like you stole it from a burning sorority house.
Great promo, Ray. Check us out on Twitch and YouTube.
And that's me, company whore to the end.
That's perfect, Nick Friedel. Also, Nick, we're on radio, so you need to make noises to let people know how you feel about things. Nick just put up a thumbs up.
Yeah.
The couch is not that bad. I've had this thing in all these different places that I've been to, but I guarantee you, my mom is listening on the app right now, Ray, and she's going to be texting me in about 2 minutes saying, "See, your friend Ray says you need a new couch, and I've been telling you that for about 5 years."
Mrs. Friedel knows what she's talking about and has overcome the shame of producing you by a couch.
If you think she's ashamed of producing me, wait till you meet my little brother.
Oh, boy.
Well, Thanksgiving just got interesting at your house.
Young Friedel, what a sideswipe. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, there's no chance that he's going to end up with a fork quivering in his hand.
Let's take a quick call.
Oh, man.
And then I want to go back to Kevin Durant, and we can talk about Dante DiVincenzo a little bit. You want to do that?
What's left to say about Dante DiVincenzo?
He's 2 year, $9.3 million. Your newest Warrior.
Well,
probably an all-star.
Probably an all-star.
Most likely. Stacy in San Francisco.
You're a horror show.
What would you like to talk about?
Hey, guys. It's Stacy from Oakland, California. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it. I waited patiently because I love you guys. Damon Ratto, faithful. Love the show. Hope you guys are well. I have a couple of quick points. And I want to be quick, but I want to hear you guys' take on it, and I can't get to my other phone fast enough to turn the app on. One, Durant, just everybody know, right? Let's talk Warriors. It's the game. He is a one-man team. The game is a sport of team members. Let's move on, right? I'm looking at this roster, and if only we could find a role for Iguodala where he gets to stay and be a part of the team, but give up his seat on the bench. Barbosa, for an example. Love to see that. If we could have let Chioza go, Mr. Weatherspoon two-way, Belly, and maybe someone else. I'm not sure who, but then we keep GP2. I get Juan. He doesn't play many minutes. He doesn't do very much, but you got to love the story.
All right, Stacey.
Lastly, I got one more thing. Lastly, and then you can put me on hold so I can hear your answers off the air. Sure. I appreciate you. Why is Damian Lee still on the team? The turnovers, the shooting percentages. My wife keeps asking me, and I tell her, nepotism is a heck of a drug. Steph must owe his sister a favor. Why is he still here? I'll take your answers off the air, and I appreciate it.
Thanks, Stacy in Oakland. Appreciate you listening. Ray, you want to tackle the Damian Lee question?
They must see something. I mean, I refuse to believe that Stephen Curry walks in and say, if you get rid of him, you have to get rid of me.
It's not him.
Yeah, that's not it. They have a soft spot for him. I mean, people were saying this about Kevon Looney 3 years ago. when nobody knew that he was going to become this important. It's a weird thing about Warrior fans. They love you until the moment that they can't stand your living guts. And Damian Lee has never had that moment that made anybody go, oh, and that's why they kept him. Maybe there's a moment in him. I don't know. Maybe he's just going to be a fringe guy forever. But I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, he did not prevent them from winning a championship this year. He didn't help them much, but it's not like he was an impediment. So why anybody would worry about whether he's on the team or not, it just sort of amuses me. He's there because he's there.
Yeah, the worry for Warriors fans is it's a roster spot being taken up, but also it's the 14th, 15th man.
Yeah.
It's not that big a deal. He'll soak up some minutes in the middle of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, basically it's like complaining, well, Raymond Ritter doesn't get to sit at the scorer's table. Okay, and that affected your one-loss record how? It's nobody worries about the 14th and 15th guys on a bench quite like this fan base. You never see him. It's DNPCD night after night after night. What do you think's going on? Is this really crippling the franchise? Is he costing them money? I mean, good Lord. Focus, people.
Focus
Be
on
more like Friedel,
Ray.
half drunk and sitting on a borrowed couch.
Oh, okay. I haven't had a drink in like a week, which is terrifying in and of itself. But as far as Damian Lee goes, he's a great teammate. The coaches love him. His teammates really enjoy having him around. So if you're the 14th or 15th guy and everybody likes you and you understand the system in play, I don't get it either. Just let it go. Your team just won a title. Everybody should be happy.
Yeah, it's not like he's ruining games. He's a guy. And if the coaches love him and the players like him, he's doing no harm. How many games has he cost them in his career? 0? Or is it none? You have your choice.
I want to say there was at least one bad turnover in like a regular season game. That probably didn't mean much 2 years ago.
One bad turnover. Probably in a game they won by 23.
All right. I don't remember specifics, but...
Yeah, I did. Yeah, because he made that much of an impression on you.
Yeah.
Stop worrying about Damian Lee.
Stacey in Oakland's
The world's on fire. Damian Lee is not the cause.
Agreed. We can agree on that. Stacey in Oakland's call reminded me that we should probably reset with all of the news of the day for the Warriors, because he was asking if GP2 is coming back for the Warriors and if Bielitsa is coming back, all that. Not his fault. Let's tell everyone what's going on. The Warriors brought back Kevon Looney. They agreed to a 3-year, $25.5 million contract. Great for him, great for the Warriors. He's been great for them recently. They may have brought back their number one priority. They lost a couple of the others. They lost probably 2 of their top 8 rotation pieces, and that is Gary Payton II. He's going to Portland on a 3-year, $28 million deal with the Blazers. They also lost Otto Porter Jr., who turned down a vet minimum with the Warriors for a multi-year deal with the Raptors. Nemanja Bjelica also decided he does not need to be here any longer. In fact, he doesn't want to be in the country any longer. He's going to go play in Turkey for Fenerbahce instead of here in the Bay Area. So that's 3 of the top 10 pieces in the rotation for the Warriors. However, as I said, Looney's coming back, and they did make a signing. Dante DiVincenzo, former Sacramento King, former Milwaukee Buck. He did technically win a ring with the Milwaukee Bucks 2 years ago, although he got hurt. And as Tim Bontemps reminded us, he was a starting shooting guard on that team, and it actually looked like they were going to miss him for a bit of in that postseason run. They obviously ended up beating the Suns anyways, and didn't matter because that defense against the Suns was so dang good. With really just Drew Holiday and Giannis, those two alone were outstanding against the Suns. But Dante DiVincenzo, starting shooting guard on what turned into an NBA championship team, good player. I know Anthony Slater pointed out on Twitter that it's really just the GP2 replacement at a lesser number. He's not as good a perimeter defender as GP2. Very few players in the league are. But he can shoot the thing. He can do some playmaking for himself and others. I like the DiVincenzo signing, and so did Bontemps, Ray. So I'm going to go with Bontemps over you.
You were going with you before you went to listen to Bontemps.
True.
You were already pot committed to believing this guy's an impact player.
Yeah.
So let's not blame Bontemps for this.
So, Nick, net wash, losing Otto Porter and GP2, but bringing back Looney and DiVincenzo. Would you say it's overall a good 24 hours? 12 hours, really?
It's certainly not a bad 24, Luke, because you know what you're getting in Kevon Looney. Ray pointed it out at the outset. You're not sure what's going to happen with DiVincenzo. I like the dice roll in this case. I think offensively he's really going to help space everything out a little bit more. The question is defensively, can he be what the Warriors are going to need in that role? Gary Payton II was unbelievable for this team, though, guys. And we watched it night after night. Defensively, in the beginning of the season, he was making 2 or 3 plays a game where you go, whoa, who is this? And then offensively, his game started to come along, and he gained even more confidence within the system. So that is a huge loss. It's just a really, really big loss. And Otto Porter revitalized his career with this group. He was able to stretch everything out, and he could figure out where he needed to be on the floor a lot better compared to a guy like Kelly Oubre, who just didn't understand the way the Warriors wanted to play the game. So I don't think it is a bad switch by any stretch. But those two guys especially, Porter and Payton II, were critical to why this team was able to accomplish what it was. And I just don't see DiVincenzo having that type of impact down the line. But you never know what can happen once somebody gets comfortable in a new system like this one.
Ray, the 408 says DiVincenzo was on my fantasy team last year, and they had some great games. He had some great games, but is up and down. So,
okay. Well, I was worried about that guy's fantasy league because,
good insight.
Frankly, if he didn't have his fantasy league, he'd be out in the public. And I think that's a far more horrifying possibility.
Nick, we have 2 callers on the line. I'm going to let you choose your character. Terrence wants to ask you about Kevin Durant, and Filmo Mike wants to ask about Raymond Ritter. Who would you like to go to first?
Filmo. Give me Filmo.
Filmo, welcome to the show. What do you got for Nick, Ray, and me, Lucas Alexander?
Oh, man. Lucas, you're doing a great job, man.
Thanks, pal.
I had a question. It was kind of a 2-part question because nationally, like, I've heard people on national, like, correspondents say, like, man, Raymond Ritter, he's the best. And I heard people locally say that he's the best. And I've been hearing that for years, Nick. And then I also wanted to ask you kind of like a reverse question about about Ratto. Like, I've heard people come on here, and I'll be like, damn, Ratto know everybody. Why do people respect Ratto so much? Why do people respect Raymond Ritter so much? And if you can answer that, Nick, if you don't mind, and Ray Ratto, you can answer that. I know you don't like to get flattered, but if you can answer that for Ritter, if you don't mind, like, explain to us, like, what makes him the best.
Thanks, Filmo. Hey, Ray, do you want to start and describe what makes you so great?
No.
Perfect. Nick?
Oh, my gosh. I love this question.
Why don't we just move on to Ritter and see if there's enough time at 5:55 to answer the other one?
We're here to answer the people's questions.
No, because the answer for both guys starts, Filmo, because they're great at their jobs. They are great at what they do, and they've been great for a long, long time. And as somebody who has come up in this sports media game on the radio, in writing, in order to be that great at your job for that long of a time is an incredible feat in this day and age. On top of the fact that despite his radio persona, people love Ray because he treats people the right way all the time.
Couldn't even get through it.
I know. Ray Ritter, he's a little more outward with treating people the right way in his public persona and his private persona. But I am here to tell you, no matter what my man, Mr. Ratto, is about to say into that microphone, he is a great, great dude. And if you needed something from him, he'd be there.
Yeah, I'd be there to, help put out the fire after I set it on you.
For those who don't know.
No, Ray Ritter's a great guy. You suck.
Raymond Ritter is the head of the PR staff for the Warriors.
Yeah.
In case people don't know.
Well, I mean, they should know. I mean, all we do is yammer on about that team endlessly. I mean, they haven't played in 2 weeks,
No,
for
but
God's sake. We haven't put it down yet.
As an addendum to all this, the reason that people love Ray Ritter so much is because in a world where the media gets crushed and the access gets taken away, and there are very few people who go out of their way to help writers, reporters, and broadcasters do stories, Ray Ritter is the opposite. And he's been that way for a long time. But there are a lot of different reasons that both of those guys are absolute legends in the Bay Area.
Ray Ritter's an old school PR guy, is basically what you said. The new guys,
and Ray
they're going to take care of the national guy. And if they don't want to take care of the national guy, then they can work for the Patriots.
Okay.
I mean, that's it. As far as the other subject, just uncalled for on every level.
Terrence,
don't ever do that again.
Terrence is in Oakland. He has a question for Nick about Kevin Durant. What's up, T?
Hey, what's going on, Lucas? Man, you're doing an okay job.
Appreciate it.
Okay job.
You're lying.
Nick Friedel, how you doing? Syracuse University grad, right?
Yes, sir.
Stand up.
And a Cubs fan, which I got to ask you one question about the Cubs. But first,
please, Terrence, they're so bad.
I know, man. At least we got Christopher Morel, right?
That's right.
And Wilco, right. And we got Wilco. But
for about 2 more weeks.
What's the question, T? We're up against the break, kid.
Okay, my question is: do you think that the Bulls have any shot at KD? And is it a hindrance that he's had on his burner account? He made a couple tweets about Billy Donovan.
Oh. Thanks for the call, T.
Terrence, I think that Billy Donovan and the Bulls would move heaven and earth if they could land Kevin Durant. I'm not ruling anybody out of the equation right now, guys, because if you're a team in the NBA, you're doing everything you can to get Kevin in there. I don't think it's likely, but the craziest part as I say this, Luke, is every team could use Kevin Durant. The team that probably doesn't need him, though, most of all, is the team that we talk about all the time in the Bay, and that is the Warriors. And to think where they were 3 years ago and where they are now, that is a really, really major feat.
That is perfect, because something I want to ask you guys on the other side. We're going to take a quick break. Damon and Ratto here. Lucas Alexander in for Damon and Bruce. We've got one more segment. Does Kevin Durant want to take down the Warriors dynasty? Is that something he thinks will give him some sort of notch in his legacy belt, if you will? Don't answer now, Nick. I see you getting your mic ready. We'll answer it on the other side. This is Damon and Ratto. I am Lucas Alexander, looking for my reads, filling in for Damon Bruce. Ooh, and I got to get this one right. Kenny Mayne, ladies and gentlemen, has joined the Odyssey family with his new podcast, Hey Mayne. Each week, Kenny will talk to someone he knows a little and is fascinated by a lot. Athletes, musicians, celebrities, and just about anyone else. 2 debut episodes this week. Chris Berman from ESPN and Ben Schwartz, actor and comedian. 2 great guests right there. Download Hey Mayne on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Golfers, it's time to tee it up at the Golf Mart for the Callaway Trade-In Trade-Up event happening now through July 4th. Bring in any of your old clubs and receive a 50% trade-in bonus towards new Rogue ST Woods and Irons and Apex Irons. Both the Rogue and Apex families are designed with artificial intelligence for faster ball speeds. Swing by the Golf Mart and get your 50% bonus trade-in on Callaway Rogue ST and Apex Irons today. And while you're there, get custom fit for free. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Start your next summer adventure.
today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The Morning Roast from 6 to 9.
And now he gets $28 billion on a 3-year deal. That's pretty dope for Gary Payton II. So I'm happy for him. Is it a big loss for the Golden State Warriors? Absolutely.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Dibs, I asked for one thing by noon. What did I ask for?
Kevon Looney.
$25.5 million.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Not hating on the Warriors, sure. Just not coronating. No, you come in as an 11-time All-Star. He's not even 20.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
The trust level, guys, that Steve Kerr has in Kevon Looney is off the charts. Kevon Looney is the guy who they know they can count on all the time.
The best of the game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Enjoy the vibes, Ray. Good vibes.
Get on with it.
Time's gonna keep ticking. We'll get to 5:54 eventually, whether I talk or not. Hold on, wait for the drop. There we go. It's Friday, Ray. Get fired up.
Lucas, people can see you.
On Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah.
That's right. Put on a show for the people, right?
That's not a show. That's a fit.
I mean, I'm wearing a fit. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is a fit. Fire fit, some might say.
You're pitching a fit. Try to keep up with the language we've all agreed to use.
There's a $5.6 million. There is $5.6 million up for grabs with the MLB Beat the Streak game. I asked Ray earlier if he has a player in mind. Wait, hold it, Ray. We'll get it in a second. Check out the Beat the Streak daily podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get one step closer to becoming a millionaire. Let's hear it. Who you got today? Who are you picking to get a hit?
You've been badgering me about this all week, and I've refused to give you one. Why do you think it will be any different today?
Because I asked you about an hour and a half ago if you have one for today, and you said, oh, yeah, I got it.
I don't believe I said, yeah, I got it. I believe you're lying about me yet again.
Okay.
Well, you want a name?
Sure.
Sure. Van Lingle Mungo.
Sounds like a goal.
Nick, over to you. Well, nice mood lighting. God.
Nick turned the
Are you
lights
having
out.
a seance?
Yeah, no. I am just looking forward to whatever is to come on the NBA free agent ride that is the next 48 hours or so.
Are you looking forward to paying your electric bill at any point?
I may need a little help there. I may need you to send me a couple bucks because I haven't been here in about 3 months, and so I need to get myself back in rhythm, and clearly I need to make a couple phone calls after we end here.
I mean, the only thing we could see is your teeth, and frankly, they need work.
It's rude. Unbelievably rude.
I used to have braces and acne. What do you want from me, Ray?
Well, you might want to give those another try.
Your electricity and internet is working enough for you to stay connected to us. So we appreciate that out of you, Nick. I have a couple questions from the text line, the Xfinity Mobile text line, that I want to throw at you. First and foremost, from the 925, Lucas Alexander is a Brian Windhorst wannabe poser. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. Maybe
They have
the nicest
nothing
thing.
they're carbon-based life forms, and that's where it ends.
Wonderful. Nick from the 415, would you mortgage the future by trading Wiggs, Kuminga, and Jordan Poole for Kevin Durant if it guarantees 2 more championships, bringing the core 3 ring count to 6? Got it. The core 3 ring count to 6.
You can't guarantee anything in pro sports. Nobody knows that better than the fans in the Bay. Luke, I can't even believe I'm going to say it again for the second day in a row, but the Warriors are talented enough and they have enough depth that they don't need Kevin because the cost would be too much to get him. And they are one of the few teams in the league that has the ability to say that. But for as great as Kevin is, and for my money, behind Giannis. He's the second best player in all the league still right now. The Warriors, to get him and what it would take to make that happen, it's just not a risk that I'd be willing to make at this point.
Ray, I think we've established your thoughts on this topic.
Yeah, I think we have.
Perfect. Here's what I wanted to break with, and we only have a couple minutes left, but...
Yeah, believe me, nobody's watching it more than I am.
Does Kevin Durant care about what he does moving forward? Because every city that he's left in his wake has had some sort of feelings about him, and most of them negative, right? It's the cupcake thing in Oklahoma City. Warriors fans, pretty split. A lot of people hate him for leaving. I would say a majority are appreciative of the work that he gave here. The Nets fans, I don't know a single one, but I'm sure there are some out there who probably have some harsh feelings for him and Kyrie and everyone else who's made their way to Brooklyn and has left over the last couple years. Number one, what does he want out of his next destination? And two, does he care about toppling the Warriors dynasty and ending it? Do you think he cares about that?
No, I don't. I think he would like to get the brackish taste of Brooklyn basketball out of his mouth, and I think he would like to win again. But I don't think the Warriors are the obsession of his life. I think the obsession of his life is winning, and to the extent that the Warriors are in the way of that, yeah, he cares, but I don't think he cares any more than trying to get past the Bucks or the Suns or whoever's in his way. I think he's a gym rat, and gym rats want to play. And at this level, you play to win. So that's what I think it is. I don't think the Warriors are an obsession of his. I think they're an obsession of ours, and that's our problem. We should stop doing that.
I agree with Ray on several counts there, but especially as it pertains to Kevin, I don't think the Warriors aspect, Luke, has that much to do with it. I have never been around a star player. I've never been around any player, frankly, that loves the game as much as Kevin Durant loves the game. He lives and breathes basketball. Obviously, he hears all the stuff that is surrounding his last few seasons, and he lives on social media. That has been well documented. That's not going to change. But this is a guy who wants to prove that he can win a title, and he wants a fresh start. And all the detractors that came his way when he went to the Warriors and he changed teams and he joined his team's biggest rival, they've never gone away. And no matter where he ends up and whether he wins again or not, all those people aren't going to be able to change their mind. And the narrative surrounding Kevin, as fantastic of a player as he is pretty locked in at this stage of his career.
Yeah, I think that just about does it for us today, Ray. But I do think there's one thing that's interesting. What if the Nets just don't trade him? Hold his love of basketball against him. There's no way that guy, you just mentioned how much he loves basketball, is going to sit out games. What if they just they force his hand against his love of basketball?
They're going to trade him. They're going to trade him.
You heard it here first. Nick Friedel, they're going to trade him. They have to trade him. Ray, a final word?
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Guys, Ray, thank you for putting up with me these last couple days and then last week as well. Thank you for
fun.
Damon.
I mean, well, it wasn't fun. Fun's probably too strong a word.
You almost said it. It was close.
It sucked slightly less than I thought it would.
Perfect. Nick, I appreciate you joining us from, well, you told us it was Brooklyn. It's actually Manhattan.
It's actually a cave.
Nonetheless, thank you for the time. Have a great weekend, everyone. Happy July 4th. Damon will be back on Tuesday. Enjoy your weekend. Here's Daniel Craig.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
NBA free agency is in full swing.
What a start to free agency in the NBA. Kevin Durant, first and foremost, once out of Brooklyn. Where